we shall discuss Magnus, known as the Red, the Crimson King, the Cyclops, Logos Maxima, the Sorcerer of Prospero, Primarch of the Thousand Sons, Psychic Messiah, and eventual Daemon Prince of Tzeentch, one of the greatest tragedies of the Primarchs, and certainly associated with the greatest unhealed wound in the Imperium in his narrative role as Fisher King. Before we start, let us take a moment to remember that fictional tragedy serves a narrative purpose. Warhammer 40,000 does a good job of avoiding the so-called trauma plot by having tragic figures advance the plot, rather than have it be merely the presentation of suffering. In 40k, Magnus's fall and its catastrophic consequences shape his personal arc and the wider fate of the Imperium, the traitor legions, and the galaxy itself. His story is the best example of 40k, showing how tragedy drives the plot, establishes themes, and deepens world building. Suffering exists in fiction primarily to serve the story, not just to elicit an emotional response in the audience. He's a classical tragedy in many respects, shaped by his flaws, his hubris, and his inability to escape fate. But these traits serve more than his personal downfall. They advance the narrative of the 40k setting and resonate on a thematic level. Magnus's use of sorcery to try to warn the Emperor about Horus contributes to the catastrophic events surrounding the Webway Project, spoiler alert, creating a wound in the Imperium that's never healed, leading directly to the burning of Prospero, thus shaping the fate of the Thousand Sons and Space Wolves Legion, and setting the stage for large portions of the Horus Heresy. After becoming a Daemon Prince of Tzeentch, Magnus becomes a central antagonist in the post-Heresy era, particularly in the Indomitus era, as we see in the video game Space Marine 2, which I highly recommend. Magnus's story embodies key themes of hubris and betrayal, which are central to 40k. They resonate with the Imperium's broader struggles. It's important to learn about him, even if you play a completely different faction, because it tells you about how the world in 40k works. Besides that, his fall reflects the Emperor's hypocrisy, as the Emperor himself was using forbidden warp techniques in ways which his sons were not allowed to do. It serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked ambition and trusting in power that is not fully understood, and explores the theme of miscommunication and tragedy born of good intentions, with Magnus's desperate warning to the Emperor leading to his own destruction and the fall of his legion. Besides just that, Magnus's tragedy expands the lore surrounding the warp, psychers, and sorcery in 40k, enhances the conflict between the Imperium and Chaos and the conflict between the great powers of Chaos, and showcases the broader consequences of the Emperor's decisions and the flaws in his vision for the galaxy. His pain and his downfall serve as a catalyst for action and a mirror for larger themes. It doesn't exist in isolation or as a tool for emotional manipulation. It's not a trauma plot. The tragedy of Magnus the Red is one of the narrative cornerstones of 40k. It advances the plot, deepens the themes, and enriches the world building. His role as a Fisher King underscores the unhealed wounds of the Imperium, especially the Webway Gate and the Golden Throne, with his story exemplifying how tragedy can be used to drive the narrative forward and explore complex ideas. Uniquely among the Primarchs, we can begin even before his arrival on his homeworld. So mighty was Magnus's psychic ability, and so rapid his pace of learning, that he remembered his creation by the Emperor and his gestation on Terra in the secret laboratories underneath the Himalayan mountains. There, he was able to communicate with the Emperor psychically. We should talk about what this first contact, reminiscent of Michelangelo's The Creation of Adam, meant for Magnus and the Emperor, because it sets the stage for one of the most complex and tragic relationships in the Warhammer 40k setting, and establishes Magnus as uniquely tethered to the Emperor in ways that would both elevate and ultimately doom him. From Magnus's perspective, this first psychic contact with the Emperor was a blend of a child seeing their parent and a being meeting their divine creator. It defined his sense of identity, his role in the universe, and his emotional connection to his father before they met in person on Prospero. The Emperor's vast psychic power, intellect, and grandeur overwhelmed Magnus's fetal mind. For Magnus, the Emperor was not just a father figure like he was for Russ or Horus. He was an all-powerful, godlike being, embodying ideals of knowledge, power, and purpose, which most of the Primarchs could not see because they only saw a powerful man. This created in Magnus a deep reverence and devotion, and a desire to become like that, laying the foundation for unshakable loyalty, even when later events would push them apart. Magnus, isolated in his embryonic state, found with the Emperor a contact that gave him a sense of companionship and purpose, providing an anchor in a galaxy that would very soon prove chaotic and hostile to him. This early bond cemented Magnus's view of the Emperor as his greatest ally and inspiration, someone who would value and understand his potential in ways that no one else ever could. From this contact, Magnus gained a sense of destiny. This is why he became what he saw as humanity's psychic messiah. He wanted to master the warp, shape the humanity's future, and guide humanity into a psychic awakening and golden age. This purpose defines Magnus's ambitions and worldview, modeling himself after what he saw of the Emperor in the warp, thus making his later rejection by the Emperor all the more devastating. For the Emperor, this moment of psychic contact with Magnus was a confirmation of his success and an early warning of danger. Magnus embodied the ideal Primarch in many ways. Immense intelligence, unparalleled psychic power, and a natural affinity for understanding the universe even before he was born. This contact filled the Emperor with pride and satisfaction, with Magnus representing the culmination of his ambitions in creating godlike beings to lead humanity. This is why he was so sure that he was going to find the Primarchs on far-flung planets, rather than finding their corpses, because he knew Magnus. And if the others were half as good as Magnus, they would rise to rule. But Magnus's psychic potential, what he inherited from his father, the Emperor, was so vast that it also appeared uncontrolled and dangerous, even before he disappeared from Terra. The Emperor sensed that Magnus's abilities, if unchecked, would become a threat to others and to Magnus himself. This moment thus served as a seed of the Emperor's distrust, planting the idea that Magnus's power must be controlled and limited to serve the Emperor's designs. Please note, not to serve the greater good. That was what the Emperor said to himself about what he was doing, but all the evidence in canon shows that that's not what the Emperor was actually going for. Because he met Magnus in a psychic communion first, it began in that purest form of mind-to-mind connection. free of the misunderstandings or barriers that come with bodies and sensory organs. This led the Emperor to view Magnus as a special son, one who truly understood his vision, and who, therefore, had to be held to a higher standard. We can see this as another layer mirroring the imagery of God reaching out to Adam in Michelangelo's painting. Just as Adam was uniquely crafted in God's image, well, Adam and Eve were uniquely crafted in God's image, but then held to a higher standard than the rest of creation, given a rule. Magnus is a reflection of the Emperor's psychic prowess, but by thematically mirroring the Adam figure, it also foreshadowed that Magnus would fall, much like how Adam fell from grace in Eden. The psychic link between them represents the transfer of divine knowledge, with the Emperor ultimately trying to give Magnus the tools to understand the warp, the responsibility to avoid misusing that knowledge, and the sense of destiny to wield it. This parallels the biblical notion in Genesis of humans being granted the ability to think and reason and choose, setting us apart from the rest of creation. But just as knowledge brings the temptation to overreach to Adam, choosing to eat from the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, so too Magnus's attempts to better understand the warp and dabble in sorcery lead to his downfall. The gap between the fingers in Michelangelo's painting symbolize the inherent distance between creator and creation. While Magnus reveres the Emperor and strives to please him, their connection is ultimately flawed, as the Emperor sees Magnus as a tool rather than a son or a peer. Thus, their initial contact beneath the Himalayan mountains foreshadows the emotional and ideological rift that would ultimately grow between them. And so the arc of their relationship begins with a pure bond, untainted by mistrust, betrayal, or misunderstanding. And the tragedy of Magnus lies in how the bond is ultimately broken, transforming their relationship from one which could have been father and son to instead mortal enemies. The Emperor's early recognition of Magnus's potential is accompanied by his failure to fully guide or trust him. He chooses secrecy and control over transparency and collaboration, thus setting the stage for Magnus's disillusionment and eventual rebellion. Just as with Lorgar, he could have chosen to give more knowledge about the dangers that faced the Primarchs to those Primarchs who were most vulnerable to those dangers. And by choosing to not do that, and instead by keeping knowledge of the powers of the warp a secret, the Emperor failed his sons and failed himself. We can see in all the Primarchs reflections of the Emperor's failures. In Magnus's case, it's a reflection of the Emperor's hubris and ambition. Just as Magnus overreaches in his desire to prove himself, the Emperor's refusal to trust his sons is a failure to balance power with humility. They each suffer from hubris, and it is difficult to tell which of them had it the worst. And so their arc, as we will see, starts from a moment of awe and promise, a brief glimpse of the perfect relationship they could have had, full of potential and untainted by betrayal. But in their failures to understand each other, they lay the foundation for the tragedy to come, ultimately leading to each of them acting according to their hubris and ensuring their own doom. This unique bond defines Magnus's character, setting him apart from the other Primarchs as a figure of the greatest potential and concomitant tragedy. Magnus the Red, with his immense potential, his tragic flaws, and his pursuit of forbidden knowledge with the best of intentions, is one of the richest characters in 40k for literary comparison. Prospero, Faust, Icarus, and the biblical figure Adam are obvious choices. But they may not necessarily be the best choice. I welcome your suggestions in the comments. Let's talk about Prospero, who, of course, is what his planet was named after by Games Workshop. Prospero, remember, is from the Shakespearean play The Tempest. He's a powerful magician whose mastery of arcane forces isolates him from others. Both figures are defined by betrayal or perceived betrayal. Their hubris, their pursuit of knowledge, and the idea of exile. Prospero's relationship with his daughter Miranda reflects Magnus's longing for connection, while his control over Ariel mirrors Magnus's mastery of psychic power and what he thought his relationship to the powers of chaos was. But while Prospero eventually forgives his enemies, gives up his magic, and seeks reconciliation, Magnus's path is defined by anger, betrayal, and an ultimate fall to chaos. Faust, from Goethe's work, I don't know how to pronounce that guy's name, I'm sorry. It's spelled Goethe. I took Spanish, not German. Anyway, his insatiable thirst for knowledge and his willingness to pursue it at any cost makes for the archetype of the Faustian figure and the Faustian bargain. Magnus's pursuit of forbidden sorcery is that trope exactly. Faust bargains with Mephistopheles, Magnus with various daemons, but mostly with Tzeentch, and they ultimately are doomed because of it. Like Faust, Magnus is a tragic figure, caught between his noble intentions and the catastrophic consequences of his actions, but unwilling to give up his magic. Please note, Prospero drowned his books at the end of The Tempest. Water, of course, being symbolic for forgetting and mystery, whereas Faust tried to burn his books, but fire is symbolic of knowledge. You can't get rid of the stain of forbidden knowledge using symbolism of knowledge. Prospero was able to get rid of the stain of forbidden knowledge by forgetting. Now, Faust is not quite as good of a metaphor for Magnus as is Prospero in some areas. Faust seeks worldly pleasures and experiences, while Prospero is defined by interpersonal relationships. And Magnus is singularly focused on his intellectual and psychic ambitions because he sees himself as a psychic messiah. Though, that overreaching ambition and hubris makes Magnus a clear parallel to Icarus and his father Daedalus from Greek mythology. Icarus flies too close to the sun, despite his father Daedalus's warnings, though it's worth remembering that if Icarus had flown too low, too close to the sea, then the ocean spray would have waterlogged his feathers and he would have drowned. The meaning of the story is to choose a middle path, not just ambition is bad. Anyway, Magnus ignored guidance and caution from the Emperor, just as Icarus ignored that from Daedalus, leading to their falls, Magnus into the arms of chaos and Icarus to drown in the sea. Please remember, from what we talked about with Prospero, the ocean represents forgetting symbolically. It represents mystery. There will be a quiz. Anyway, Magnus's actions, driven by a desire to protect and aid humanity, notably his attempt to warn the Emperor about Horus, is also different from Icarus's flight, which was an attempt to escape imprisonment. But whatever. Now, we talked about Adam earlier, and like Adam, Magnus is a favored creation, given gifts beyond others. Adam, of course, being favored by the Emperor over Eve, or in some interpretations, Lilith, but burdened with a fatal flaw. Both Adam and Magnus were tempted by forbidden knowledge. Both figures are ultimately punished primarily for their disobedience, with catastrophic consequences for themselves and those who follow them. Magnus's use of sorcery to try to warn the Emperor about Horus parallels Adam and Eve eating of the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden. It's a well-intentioned action, but because of their disobedience, it led to their ruin. Adam's fall, however, is rooted in naivete, while Magnus's fall stems from his ignorance. The Emperor refused to tell Magnus about the dangers of the powers of chaos, thus leading his hubris to form a belief in his own superiority and his own understanding, which was not rooted in reality. Now, there's an interesting one that we might consider, but which I don't like as much as these previous four. Oedipus from Sophocles' play Oedipus Rex. His attempts to defy fate and prevent disaster, ultimately leading to him fulfilling fate and reaching disaster, parallel Magnus's efforts to avert the heresy by warning the Emperor, only to unwittingly cause catastrophe. Each of these figures are defined by hubris, the pursuit of their own fate, and their shackles to fate imposed upon them. Oedipus's blindness at the end of the play in some ways mirrors Magnus's fracture following the Battle of Prospero, with each of the two trapped by the consequences of their actions. Now, if we step a little farther back, there's a couple more mythological figures who are even less fitting, I think, but they're famous enough that we should talk about them. So Prometheus, the Greek mythological figure who steals fire from the gods to give it to humanity, parallels Magnus's attempts to lead humanity into a psychic awakening as a sort of psychic messiah. Each of these figures are ultimately punished for their defiance of higher powers, but they are different enough that I don't think they're a great metaphor. Prometheus is ultimately a selfless figure, while Magnus's actions are clouded by pride and a desire for recognition. Similarly, the character of Satan from Milton's famous work Paradise Lost is a figure of immense power and charisma who, like Magnus, falls from grace due to hubris and rebellion against a divine figure. Each of these figures see themselves as misunderstood and betrayed. They justify their own actions as noble while descending further and further into corruption. But it's a little on the nose to talk about Magnus's transformation into a Daemon prince mirroring Satan's fall from heaven. Ultimately, Magnus's complexity as a character means that no single literary comparison captures him fully. But by understanding these characters, these figures from mythology and literature, we can see the tragic themes of hubris, ambition, misunderstanding, and miscommunication highlighted in his story. Another way of putting this is, if you read several books, you understand each book better than when you read it on its own. Anyway, let's talk about Magnus on his homeworld. Magnus landed in the lap of a somewhat declining human civilization on Prospero, and was adopted as a ward of the scholar leaders of Prospero, being taught everything they could, as fast as they could, to try to keep up with his voracious intellect. This childhood, surrounded by scholars, philosophers, and psychic tutors, is a fascinating one to compare to the upbringings of Rebute Gilliman on Macragge and Perturabo on Olympia. Each of these three Primarchs were raised in civilized, structured societies, and were quickly recognized as extraordinary by their adoptive caretakers, and the values and environments of their homeworlds shaped their characters, their priorities, and their emotional needs in different ways. There are some shared themes to their upbringings, though. They were immediately recognized as exceptional, and their talents quickly elevated them above their peers, and even above their adoptive guardians in many ways. Each Primarch shaped their own respective society, even from a young age, but their emotional responses to this responsibility diverged. Each were educated by the elites, by the intellectuals of the ruling classes, providing them with access to advanced knowledge, philosophy, leadership principles, and ultimately knowledge of warfare, each of them having to balance intellectual pursuits with leadership responsibilities, with the emphasis on these elements varying depending on their societies. Partially despite and partially because of their privileged upbringings, all three of them were isolated in their own ways, in their godlike abilities set apart from humanity. Magnus's incredible power and intellect set him apart from the other Psychers of Prospero. Guilliman's charisma, brilliance, and leadership abilities set him apart even from the other elites of Macragge, and Perturabo's raw intellect set him, as he saw it, above the people of Olympia. Magnus, being raised on Prospero, a planet deeply scarred by the warp, but home to a highly intellectual and psychic, we can call it a refugee civilization. The scholars and psychers of Prospero had retreated there from other human worlds during the Age of Strife and were barely clinging on. But they had culture. The scholars and psychers of Prospero were his teachers and his adoptive family, and they were able to share with him this culture of seeking hidden truths and mastering psychic power. Magnus absorbed their philosophy of enlightenment and curiosity, prioritizing knowledge above all else. He consumed knowledge faster than his mentors could provide it, creating a dynamic where his adoptive family looked up to Magnus as much as they taught him. This instilled in Magnus a sense of, let's say, overconfidence bordering on hubris, but also a longing for deeper understanding, which he felt at the time could never truly be fulfilled. Magnus's immensity of psychic power further made him unique among his peers, even on a world full of psychers. This further isolated him emotionally, as no one on Prospero could fully understand or rival his abilities. Because of this, from an early age, Magnus pursued perfection, seeking to improve himself and others through learning and gaining abilities and exploring sorcery, developing a worldview centered on progress, mastery, and intellectual curiosity, rather than caution. Guilliman, meanwhile, grew up in the civilized, orderly, vaguely Roman society of Macragge, governed by aristocratic ideals and a strict sense of justice and hierarchy. His adoptive father, Connor Guilliman, was, of course, a noble statesman. We'll talk about him later. He was a consul. He gave Guilliman a firm foundation in governance, diplomacy, and military strategy. Macragge ultimately valued pragmatism, discipline, and civic responsibility among its elites. This shaped Guilliman into a builder and unifier. His upbringing taught him to value structure, discipline, institutions, and service to the greater good, fostering a deep sense of responsibility towards humanity. His pragmatic nature was nurtured by the practical needs of Macragge, where order and governance were paramount. His calm and composed demeanor was shaped by his structured environment, which provided stability and a sense of purpose. Unlike Magnus, he did not struggle with isolation to the same extent, as he was firmly within a family, and his talents were used within an institutional context to unify and uplift his people. everything he did was about the relationships between himself and other people, be they his peers, his family, or his enemies. Guilliman's early education thus emphasized building lasting systems and ensuring the survival and continuity of humanity's culture, giving him a forward-thinking institutional mindset. Perturabo was raised on Olympia, a planet of city-states plagued by constant infighting, political intrigue, and warfare. His adoptive father, Damikos, the tyrant of Logos, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, valued Perturabo's intellect and military acumen. He valued him as a tool of conquest, not as a son. Thus, the culture that Perturabo grew up in was one of expediency and pragmatism, with little room for emotional bonds or idealism, very similar to the Emperor's behavior. From an early age, Perturabo was treated as a means to an end, again, similar to the Emperor's behavior, leading to his deep-seated bitterness and distrust of others. Unlike Guilliman or Magnus, Perturabo grew up feeling unappreciated and emotionally neglected because Damikos was a terrible person. This fostered a lifelong grudge against any perceived slights. Perturabo's genius was recognized early, but rather than being celebrated, it was exploited by those around him. He had the weight of expectation without the support of a family. This left him feeling trapped and undervalued, driving his desire to prove his worth through conquest, perfectionism, and honestly, petulance, showing himself to be better than others. Like Magnus, Perturabo's genius set him apart from others, but rather than fostering curiosity and joy, it fueled Perturabo's misanthropy and disdain for those he deemed inferior, which ultimately was everyone. Both Magnus and Perturabo can be seen to have felt isolated in their childhood due to their immense talents, but while Magnus sought understanding and connection, Perturabo sought to prove himself better than others, becoming bitter and resentful. Comparing Magnus and Guilliman, we can see that both of them grew up in structured civilized societies, with Magnus seeking to uplift his society by transcending the limitations of knowledge and power, while Guilliman sought to uplift his society by building systems to support the people. Comparing Guilliman and Perturabo, we can see that each of them were pragmatic and disciplined, but Guilliman's environment provided support and fostered hope and collaboration, while Perturabo's world punished weakness, instilling distrust and bitterness. Thus, we can see that the scholar, the builder, and the cynic were shaped by their upbringings. Their emotional needs, worldviews, and their eventual fates were each crafted in their childhood in unique ways, and thus even privileged environments compared to, for example, Angron, Mortarion, or Kurz, can produce radically different outcomes depending on the culture, expectation, and emotional connections available to each Primarch. Now, it's worth talking about the exact context of the role of psychic powers in 40k, because we're going to be talking about that a lot. In 40k, there are many sources of danger for psychers, not just the daemons of the warp. Psychic individuals who are untrained or otherwise vulnerable can be preyed upon by a variety of predators whose life cycle includes a portion in the warp, and who use psychic mortals as a means of reproduction. The enslavers, aka Chiron, are the most notorious of these, although they were more prominent in earlier 40k versions, and they never really showed up on the tabletop a whole lot, but they're important in the backstory because they are ultimately the end of the war in heaven between the Necrons and the Old Ones. The enslavers drove mortal life nearly to extinction once, thereby incentivizing the Necrons to enter their long sleep as they awaited the repopulation of the galaxy. In his early life, Magnus fought to cleanse Prospero of another similar species, the Cyclops. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. They were hideous insects which preyed upon psychic individuals, and they had long ago killed most of the population of Prospero, thus sending the world into decline. This makes Magnus similar to Lionel Johnson, who fought to exterminate the great beasts of Caliban. Similarly, Magnus took the mantle of leadership of Prospero and worked to prevent its extinction and rebuild its lost splendor. This makes him similar to Fulgrim, the Phoenician, who fought to rescue his homeworld from slow decline and extinction. Each of these three confronted existential threats to their homeworlds, although of different manners, and took upon themselves the mantle of restoration, leadership, and transformation. But despite these shared themes, their methods, emotional responses, and outlooks were shaped by the unique conditions of their respective worlds, thus highlighting similarities and contrasts that allow us to learn more about each of them. Magnus's battle against the Cyclops was a fight for psychic survival. He was trying to prevent these warp-born insects from preying on his people and laying their eggs in the Psykers' minds. As you can guess, having eggs laid in your mind results in gruesome deaths when the eggs hatch. The Cyclops had already substantially preyed upon much of Prospero's population, leaving behind only a fragile remnant of scholars and psychers trying to rebuild. Thus, Magnus's efforts were a physical battle and also a fight to reclaim the spiritual and intellectual vitality of Prospero. The great beasts of Caliban were massive, chaotic monstrosities. They were mutated physical embodiments of the corruption wrought by the warp on Caliban's ecosystem. Lionel Johnson fought these creatures to protect humanity and to purge the planet of its inherent corruption. His efforts were driven by his deep sense of personal responsibility. The extermination of the great beasts made Caliban safe for human civilization. Meanwhile, unlike Magnus and Lion, Fulgrim's challenge on Chemos was not an immediate external predator, but rather the slow death of a civilization due to its depleted resources and failing, inefficient systems. His fight was against entropy and decay, harnessing his charisma, genius, and and leadership, there we go, to revitalize Chemos through industrial innovation and efficient governance. His leadership ultimately saved Chemos from extinction, turning it into a thriving world, though it revolved around him. Comparing these three, Magnus and Lion fought against physical monsters tied to the warp. Lion killing them through simple material means, guns, swords, and Magnus dealing with these creatures using his psychic talents as well as his bare hands. Fulgrim's challenge was subtler and slower, requiring reconstruction and inspiration rather than warfare and extermination in order to prevent his world's collapse. Meanwhile, Magnus and Fulgrim each focused on rebuilding and preserving knowledge and culture, while Lion's approach was more militaristic, defined by destruction and purification. For Lionel Johnson, the culture of the knightly orders was merely a means to an end. Magnus assumed leadership of Prospero as a sort of scholar king, an intellectual and psychic guide of a decimated people. His leadership was deeply intertwined with intellectual pursuits, seeking to restore Prospero's lost grandeur through knowledge, sorcery, and the psychic awakening of its people. Or they were already psychers. You know, the further psychic empowerment of its people. Thus, Magnus embodied the role of savior and teacher, focusing on enlightenment as the key to survival and progress. Lionel Johnson's leadership on Caliban emerged from his ability to eradicate threats. He was, simply put, the greatest warrior on Caliban, rising through the ranks of the Knights of the Order and further improving this already elite force of warriors so that they could defend their planet and enforce his vision of unity by exterminating all of their enemies. His leadership was shaped in large parts by isolation, as he placed discipline and martial prowess above emotional connection or cultural preservation. Fulgrim's leadership of Chemos, meanwhile, was marked by charisma, beauty, and innovation. By revitalizing Chemos' failing industries and governance with his natural genius and his magnetic presence, he was able to inspire its people to achieve greatness. Fulgrim's leadership was deeply tied to his aesthetic ideals because he understood that people needed a positive vision to fight for, not just continuing to survive. He believed in perfection and culture as salvation, because mere survival was not worthwhile. Thus, Magnus and Fulgrim focused on rebuilding and advancing their worlds, with Magnus emphasizing knowledge and psychic growth, and Fulgrim prioritizing beauty and culture in order to inspire his people to do better. Lion's leadership was more militaristic, focusing on eradicating threats in order to maintain order. He never took much of an interest in fostering culture or intellectual progress. Meanwhile, Magnus and Lion each faced existential threats tied to the warp, but their responses highlight their differences, with Lion seeking to kill all of them so that there would be no threats remaining, and Magnus seeking to kill all of them in order to transcend the limitations of his current culture and lead his people into a new golden age. Despite his brilliance and power, or maybe because of it, Magnus craved connection and approval. His psychic abilities isolated him, even among Prospero's psychic culture, because none of them could truly match his intellect or potential, not even his teacher Amon. He sought fulfillment in teaching, guiding, and fostering progress, but this made him increasingly dependent on recognition and external validation. This emotional isolation foreshadows his tragic relationship to the Emperor, whose rejection shatters him. Magnus and Fulgrim each had this need for recognition and connection, but Magnus sought it through teaching and intellectual pursuits, with Fulgrim seeking it through cultural and aesthetic pursuits. He wanted people to admire him. Lion's emotional isolation was perhaps more absolute because he grew up alone in the forest, so he sought neither recognition nor connection, focusing instead on duty and survival. Each of these three Primarchs represent hope and salvation for their worlds, but their methods and emotional journeys reflected their unique flaws and strengths. We can see them embody different facets of the Emperor's ideals here, with Magnus reflecting his intellect and psychic mastery, Lion reflecting the Emperor's unyielding discipline, and Fulgrim his vision for human excellence and the flourishing of human culture. Their early lives show how these traits were taken to extremes or left unbalanced, sowing the seeds of their tragedies. After unifying the people of Prospero under his leadership, and exterminating the Prospero strain of the Cyclops species, not the whole species, like it existed elsewhere in the galaxy, but They no longer existed on or near Prospero. Magnus had perhaps the longest period of consolidation of his success that any Primarch experienced prior to contact with the Imperium. During that period, he expanded Prospero's knowledge of the warp and started to learn about the powers and beings that existed in the warp. His good friend and one-time mentor, Amon, a powerful and knowledgeable psychic in his own right, had a great deal more caution, and he warned Magnus that delving too deeply into the warp is dangerous. Magnus immediately ignored this advice, going on long astral projection journeys into the warp. Fuck. We can learn a lot from this time in his life about the character and emotional needs of Magnus. This period of consolidation after victory, with long years of peace and intellectual exploration, provides unique insight into Magnus's character, emotional needs, and flaws, which inform our understanding of his older years. Unlike most of the Primarchs, who spent their early lives immersed in conquest and survival, and then were found by the Emperor immediately after they achieved victory, Magnus had the rare opportunity to build, reflect, and explore, to shape his worldview, kind of similar to Guilliman. So he devoted himself to his knowledge, his ambition, and ultimately his hubris. His actions during this time show us his emotional vulnerabilities, with his insatiable thirst for understanding and his lack of caution sowing seeds of his eventual downfall. He was the scholar king of Prospero, with his actions demonstrating his immense intellectual drive and belief in the transformative power of knowledge. He viewed his psychic abilities and viewed the warp as tools to elevate himself and his people. He believed that understanding these forces would be the key to unlocking humanity's potential. But he rejected Amon's caution. This highlights his confidence in his own abilities, as he believed that his strength and intellect made him uniquely suited to master the warp. But this was ignorance, because he did not understand the full scale of the dangers of the warp. Amon was wise, but lacked the full context himself. Thus, Magnus needed the Emperor to give him knowledge of the scale of the dangers that faced him in the warp, and the Emperor instead wanted to maintain secrecy and control. Magnus's immediate dismissal of Amon's warnings reveal his overwhelming self-assurance, his hubris, his tendency to ignore advice when it conflicts with his own goals. This, unfortunately, was not helped by the Emperor later. He trusted his own judgment above all else, believing that his innate brilliance placed him above the limitations and fears of others. But this, of course, just led to catastrophic consequences later in his life, because no one ever really stopped that. Magnus's success in unifying Prospero and leading its people into a new golden age shows his natural charisma and leadership ability, with his actions reflecting his belief in uplifting others through knowledge and enlightenment. This is a theme that remains central to his character even after his fall to chaos. Very interesting. But his tendency to impose his vision on others foreshadows his inability to consider alternate perspectives. This is what causes later conflicts with the Emperor and his brothers, among other things, but that's the main one. During this time in his life, we can see Magnus's unrelenting thirst for knowledge define his personality. He saw the warp as a boundless frontier for discovery, so his intellectual curiosity and ambition were very strong in leading him to explore it. His astral journeys into the warp reflect his belief that mastery over the unknown is essential to progress, an attitude that made him a visionary, but also blinded him to risk. This also highlights his hubris, as he assumed that his innate power and intelligence would shield him from the dangers of the warp. Magnus's dismissal of Amon's warnings reveals his impatience with caution and limitation. He viewed warnings as unnecessary constraints meant for beings who were beneath him. He preferred to trust his own instincts and his abilities over the wisdom of others. This can be seen as confidence, yes, but more importantly, arrogance. He believed that he could navigate the warp without falling victim to its dangers. Having unified Prospero, Magnus then saw himself as its protector and guide, creating a sense of self-imposed isolation through paternalism. He didn't delegate well. He placed the burden of progress and leadership on himself because he believed that no one else could shoulder it as effectively as he could, because he didn't respect others as much as he had, let's call it vanity, and respected his own abilities. This paternalistic attitude made him dismissive of advice, even from people that he respected, because he saw himself as the ultimate authority on matters of knowledge and power. Magnus's obsession with the warp was partially driven by his need to prove himself to his people and to himself, and eventually to the Emperor. His deep dives into the warp can be seen as a way of seeking ultimate mastery in order to validate his own idea of self-worth as a psychic being. But this emotional need for validation through learning created a blind spot, because he saw the caution that Amon and eventually the Emperor would tell him as an implied limitation on his potential, thus leading him to an immature, childish response, saying, oh, if I just do that thing they warn me to not do, and I succeed, then it proves how good I am. Interestingly, Magnus craved intellectual connection so much that he sought it not only from his peers, but also from entities in the warp. His willingness to engage with warp beings and bargain with them for sorcerous knowledge suggests a longing for understanding and camaraderie that went beyond mortal constraints, because he believed that such entities could offer insights that no human could provide. This need for connection is ironic, because his actions then pushed him further away from Amon and his other peers on Prospero, isolating him in the pursuit of forbidden knowledge, and making him easier to be preyed upon by the evil parasitic demonic entities of the warp. The Emperor never told Magnus the full story about chaos, so Magnus never grasped the full danger he was in until he fell. Magnus's emotional satisfaction came from his ability to master forces that others could not. His disregard for Amon's warning shows that he wanted to feel secure in his superiority, but also that he might fail or lose control if he heeded caution. Yes, this drive is a strength in his determination and confidence, but more importantly, it's a flaw in his inability to acknowledge his limits. Magnus's desire to connect with others and his inability to follow good advice about caution led him to be overconfident in his ability to distinguish truth and camaraderie from manipulation. Thus, his later relationship with Tzeentch, as his pursuit of sorcerous knowledge ultimately led him to be trapped in a web of deceit. Magnus's belief in his own ability to control the warp thus reveals his overestimation of his own power. The hubris born of pride, a deep need to prove himself, and his fascination with the warp demonstrates the inherent danger of unchecked curiosity, with his pursuit of forbidden truths and sorcerous power blinding him to the risks of doing so. This period of his life is in many ways a microcosm of his eventual fall, showing how his emotional needs and flaws repeatedly led him to ignore caution and push too far, because Amon did not have the full picture to warn Magnus of the full scope of the dangers, and the Emperor refused to warn Magnus of the full scope of the dangers because of his desire for secrecy. Thus we can see that Magnus's early years on Prospero, as a visionary leader and scholar, shaped his strengths as being inextricably linked to his flaws. His intellect, ambition, and determination were all linked to his dismissal of warning, his longing of connection even at the cost of being manipulated, and his pursuit of mastery even at the cost of being entangled with forces he did not understand. His craving for validation, understanding, and control set him on a path where these greatest assets of his became his undoing. Magnus's journeys into the warp were what drew the attention of the Emperor, leading him to rush over to Prospero to meet Magnus earlier than would have otherwise occurred. Thus, the Thousand Sons Legion were also brought there to meet Magnus much earlier than would have otherwise occurred. At the time, the Thousand Sons Legion was suffering from a terrifyingly high incidence of their genetic flaw, the mutation known as the flesh change. Because of it, their numbers had dropped to around 1,000. There's numerological stuff going on with Tzeentch, don't worry about it. Certain voices in the Imperium, notably Malcador the Sigillite, had openly been calling the Legion a failed experiment and advocating that they be disbanded. But with the discovery of their Primarch, the Emperor decided to give Magnus an opportunity to rescue them and rebuild, like how Fulgrim had earlier done with the Emperor's Children Legion. I think that this timing, in which it was only by ignoring the warnings of Amon that his legion was brought to him in time to be saved, affected Magnus deeply. I think that it convinced him that warnings about the warp were themselves dangerous to heed due to terrible opportunity cost. This interpretation of the timing of Magnus's discovery and its profound effect on his worldview is tragic, which makes me more confident that it is right. Let's go through it in more detail. So the Thousand Sons' genetic flaw was the flesh change. It was a horrifying mutation tied mostly to their psychic nature. They didn't so much have it back during the unification wars on Terra before their psychic awakening. It was on the brink of destroying them. And so, many in the Imperium, including one of the most powerful people in the Imperium, Malcador the Sigillite, were openly, publicly advocating that the Legion be dissolved. Magnus's astral projection journeys into the warp directly drew the Emperor's attention to him, accelerating their meeting. And then, by diving deeply into the warp, Magnus accelerated his meeting with the Emperor and gained the tools to save his legion, which meant that it reinforced his belief that the warp was not inherently dangerous, but instead misunderstood. Thus, Amon's warnings were proven in Magnus's eyes to have been an obstacle rather than a prudent safeguard. Had Magnus heeded Amon's warnings and been more cautious, from his view, the Thousand Sons might have been condemned and disbanded before Magnus had any opportunity to save them. What Magnus learned is that hesitation is dangerous. This would shape Magnus's future actions, leading him to prioritize action over caution, even when the potential risks were catastrophic. He believed that bold action in the face of danger, rather than caution, is the key to success. Now, interestingly, Magnus's salvation of the Thousand Sons mirrors Fulgrim's rebuilding of the Emperor's Children, but with some key differences. Fulgrim focused on discipline and perfection, staying true to who they were, whereas Magnus was approaching his legion's problems as a doctor. He was a scholar and sorcerer, so he sought to treat their psychic illness through psychic means. The state of the Thousand Sons would have deeply affected Magnus, as he saw his legion as an extension of himself. Their suffering from the flesh change mirrored his own struggles with his psychic gifts and the dangers of the warp. He felt a profound sense of responsibility to protect and guide them, reinforcing his belief in his unique role as their savior. And then, Magnus's eventual partial success
reinforced his belief that knowledge and mastery could solve any problem, that mastery over the warp was the ultimate path to enlightenment and salvation. Magnus's belief that action outweighs caution and that the warp can be mastered are rooted in this early experience, where these philosophies succeeded, at least in Magnus's eyes. These beliefs created a fatal blind spot, as Magnus came to view warnings about the warp as short-sighted or even dangerous. This belief became a core part of Magnus's character, driving his later decisions and blinding him to its corruptive influence, paving the way for his eventual fall to Tzeentch. The lesson Magnus learned from this period, that warnings and caution can lead to missed opportunities, is echoed in his decision to use sorcery to warn the Emperor about Horus's betrayal. Just as ignoring Aemon's warnings had led to his legion's salvation, so Magnus saw, Magnus believed that ignoring the Imperium's ban on sorcery would have the opportunity to save the Imperium itself. In both cases, Magnus acted out of a sense of urgency and responsibility, but the stakes of the latter decision were far greater and it didn't go great for him. It led to his damnation. The Emperor did not put a great deal of time into trying to fix the genetic flaws of the legions, such as the Wolfen or the Red Thirst, after a legion was introduced to its Primarch. He had a lot of stuff to do, and he trusted his tools, the Primarchs, enough that he was willing to delegate to them. Thus, Magnus was under immense pressure to fix the flesh change, and in keeping with the saying that to a hammer every problem looks like a nail, he was obviously bound to use psychic means to try to fix it. There were probably other means he could have attempted. He could have traveled to Terra or Luna with the remaining legionnaires to consult with the greatest gene smiths that he could find. He could have asked the Emperor for access to forbidden genetic knowledge, like what Korax would eventually do. Or he could have asked the Emperor directly for assistance. However, none of those options were feasible for him personally, mostly due to his hubris, arrogance, and overconfidence. So, how much was his decision to try to fix the flesh change psychically due to his trying to live up to the confidence that the Emperor had in him? How much was due to his own personality flaws? I don't know. This decision is one of the critical turning points in his story. It highlights the interplay between external pressures, notably the Emperor's confidence in him, and internal flaws, such as his hubris, arrogance, and overconfidence, hinging on the structure of how the Emperor relates to the Primarchs. How the Emperor related to the Primarchs was generally not great, and it was not great in a few different ways. In one, the Emperor's decision to entrust Magnus with the salvation of the Thousand Sons pretty much on his own, that's the burden of expectation. That's not a great way to interact with the guy. It places an immense burden of responsibility on him. By giving him the chance to save the Legion rather than disbanding it, the Emperor was effectively saying, I trust you to solve this. But he was also implicitly heard by Magnus as meaning, don't bother me with this problem, it's yours now. Magnus deeply admired the Emperor and craved his approval, so he saw this as a test of his worth and an opportunity to prove himself. This pressure to validate the Emperor's trust made him feel that failure was not an option, pushing him towards taking immediate action. The Emperor rarely intervened directly to solve the genetic flaws of his legions, preparing to delegate such tasks to the Primarchs themselves. What Magnus saw in that is the implicit message that the Emperor trusted him to fix it. Magnus understood that this was placing responsibility on him, and this reinforced Magnus's sense of responsibility for his own legion, thus discouraging him from seeking outside help. The Emperor's taciturn, distant nature played a role here as well. Magnus was accustomed to interpreting the Emperor's silence as confidence in his abilities, but this also meant that Magnus lacked direct guidance or any oversight or any other channels of communication with the Emperor. Any of those might have tempered his overconfidence. Instead, the Emperor was only going to learn anything from Magnus when Magnus decided to tell him. Magnus was supremely confident in his intellect and his psychic mastery. Magnus was supremely confident in his intellect and his psychic mastery, believing that there were no problems he could not solve if he applied his abilities. He viewed the flesh change as a psychic phenomenon, which it in part was, given its connection to the warp and the Thousand Suns' psychic nature. So this made it a problem that he felt uniquely equipped to handle. His hubris blinded him to the possibility that other methods might have been more effective or less risky. Even genetic manipulation with its concomitant risks. Another problem is that Magnus was notoriously impatient with those he perceived as slower or less capable than himself, including many of his brothers, and pretty much all humans. So asking for help from the Imperium's mortal specialists would have been very difficult for him. Consulting with the Emperors or asking the Imperium's genesmiths for help would have required Magnus to relinquish control over the situation and admit that he could not solve the problem alone, which would be a terrible blow to his self-image. He needed to feel independent and self-sufficient, which made it unthinkable for him to ask others for help. Now, should he have asked for help? Yeah, obviously. He needed to get over himself. But hubris and arrogance are difficult things to get around. Real humility is a very difficult thing. And so, instead, Magnus's arrogance made him dismissive of the dangers of using psychic means to address the flesh change, and dismissive of asking anyone else for help. He saw psychic power as the ultimate tool for solving all problems. So he believed that his mastery of the warp was superior to any other method. This overconfidence thus prevented him from fully appreciating the risks of his approach, including the potential for corruption or unintended consequences. The decision to try to fix the flesh change psychically is best understood as a combination of external pressures and internal flaws in a structure which reinforced each other. The Emperor's delegation of responsibility, the trust placed in Magnus to save the Thousand Suns, played directly into his need for validation and his belief in his own superiority. The Emperor's silence further reinforced that, with Magnus interpreting the Emperor's trust as a challenge to his abilities, feeling that he had to prove himself worthy of his father's confidence. This thus reinforced his overconfidence, leading him to pursue the most audacious and risky solution, but the one that he saw as being the obvious choice, using psychic power. Magnus's hubris and arrogance isolated him from alternative perspectives, notably Aemon's cautious advice, and also made him resistant to seeking outside help. His unwillingness to share the burden of solving the flesh change with others made him then believe that psychic means were the only viable solution, because those were under his direct control. While there were other paths Magnus could have taken, each of them would have been very challenging in ways that his personality would make difficult to navigate. Magnus could have fucking asked for help, asshole. Could have sought help from the genesmiths on Terra or the experts on Luna. Could have appealed directly to the Emperor. He could have taken his sons to Terra or asked them to come help him on Prospero. Any of these would have required him to admit that he could not solve the problem alone, his pride preventing him from doing that. He lacked the humility to do what was right for his sons. Plus, at least at the start, he might have felt that taking the time for such consultations would feel too long. He saw psychic intervention as a more direct solution and thus felt that it was faster and more efficient. This was wrong, or at the very least, it was not fast or efficient. So it's hard to tell whether the alternatives would have been faster. But he could have certainly afforded to take, like a decade to go to and from Terra and learn a bunch of stuff, bring some experts back maybe. Ultimately, Magnus's choice to attempt a psychic solution to the flesh change reflects the structure that the Emperor had placed him in, which made his external circumstances and internal flaws fit together more closely. Ultimately, his decision to fix the flesh change psychically eventually had partial success, allowing him to save the 1,000 Suns, at least in public, and rebuild his legion. But this choice planted the seeds of their eventual corruption and fall to chaos. They were not completely doomed or fated to fall. That required choices to be made later. But it made those choices available to him and much more accessible to him. It made the choice of damnation an easier one for him to make, because it tied the Legion's fate to the warp and its dangers. Amon's earlier warnings about the warp echo the Emperor's later warnings when he was teaching Magnus before he left, and so both of these were dismissed by Magnus due to Magnus's overconfidence and arrogance. This is a pattern in Magnus's behavior, where he prioritizes his own judgment over the advice of others, leading to disaster. Magnus's intense desire to live up to the Emperor's expectations drove him to take bold and risky actions, even when they carried the potential for disaster. This burden of expectation became a key factor in his eventual fall, because he continually sought to prove himself while ignoring the dangers of his methods. Ultimately, Magnus's decision to try to address the flesh change psychically was shaped by the external pressure of the Emperor's confidence in him, the external factor of the Emperor's silence and distance interacting with the internal flaws of Magnus's own hubris, arrogance, and impatience in ways that reinforced each other. Magnus did not feel like he could ask for help because that would disappoint the Emperor, and he felt that he did not need to ask for help because of his arrogance in a system where no one was pushing him to ask for help or report on progress or anything. Thus, Magnus was pushed forward towards the solution that he saw was right, one that seemed to validate his greatness but ultimately laid the foundation for his downfall. A tragedy of Magnus is that his greatest strengths, his intellect, his psychic power, his ambition, were preyed upon to make his undoing, because they blinded him to the dangers of his own actions, and Tzeentch took advantage of that. Let's go back a little bit. Magnus and the Emperor bonded well, with the Emperor taking a surprising amount of time and effort to teach Magnus about the warp and astral project with him. He took more time to mentor and teach him directly than he did with 16 of the other known Primarchs. Only Horus received greater direct mentorship, and that's because Russ hadn't been found yet. The Emperor taught Magnus a great deal about the warp and psychic powers, and crucially, he warned Magnus about the inimical, untrustworthy entities which existed in the warp, and which attempted to manipulate mortals to their own ends. He mostly kept the existence of daemons a secret from the Primarchs and the Astartes, so that's an interesting choice. Now, what were Magnus's emotional needs with regards to the Emperor at this time? It seems like the Emperor was trying to improve Magnus as a tool, like a smith at a forge. But in doing so, he was accidentally meeting many of those emotional needs. The intense focus and attention the Emperor gave Magnus during this time was viewed by the Emperor as a mentorship to try to refine Magnus as a tool for his own plans, but inadvertently helped Magnus to feel valued. Let's take a look at Magnus's emotional needs in this context, and how the Emperor's actions met or failed to meet them. Magnus, a being of immense psychic power and intellect, was profoundly isolated from others, even among his peers on Prospero, even among his brother Primarchs later. The Emperor's willingness to teach Magnus about the warp, psychic powers, the hidden truths of the universe were deeply fulfilling for Magnus. Willingness, that's singular, was deeply fulfilling for Magnus, as it gave him the sense of being understood and valued. He needed connection with someone, and this shared experience of astral projection together into the warp forged an unique bond between them, allowing Magnus to feel a level of intimacy and camaraderie that he never experienced with anyone else. Magnus craved validation of his worth and recognition of his greatness. The Emperor's intense one-on-one focus on mentoring him satisfied this need immensely. By spending more time with Magnus than with the other Primarchs, the other Primarchs had already been found, the Emperor was conveying an implicit acknowledgement of Magnus's importance and potential, thus reinforcing Magnus's sense of pride and loyalty. Magnus interpreted this attention as proof of his unique connection to the Emperor, fueling his belief that he was destined for a special role in the Emperor's plans, which he was with the Golden Throne, but whatever. The Emperor's teachings had helped Magnus to form a self-identity, a clear purpose. Magnus saw himself with the purpose of mastering the warp, helping the Emperor achieve his vision of a united galaxy, and guiding humanity's psychic evolution. This sense of purpose was formed alongside and intertwined with Magnus's intellectual ambitions, giving him a reason to channel his power and curiosity in service to a greater cause. Magnus felt that his role was a duty and a privilege, deepening his devotion to the Emperor. And it's likely that the Emperor did not really see the future of humanity's psychic potential as being an immediate thing like Magnus did. That was one of the Emperor's nebulous, far-in-the-future goals he was going to get around to sometime. But Magnus saw himself as the psychic messiah. He was going to bring humanity into a psychic awakening during the Great Crusade. The Emperor's warnings about the dangers of the warp and its entities, even though they were only partial warnings, were still more than he gave any other Primarch. This amount of trust, giving Magnus secret information, provided Magnus with a sense of trust and security, with the Emperor positioning himself as a teacher and protector. Magnus believed that this secret knowledge from the Emperor's guidance, would shield him from the perils of the warp. This made a huge sense of overconfidence because he felt safe in his father's wisdom. The principle here is right. Magnus needed information, and Magnus needed to understand the dangers. The problem is that the Emperor, even though he was willing to give him some information, still withheld quite a bit. If he'd given him more accurate knowledge about the sheer scale of the dangers of the warp and the nature of the Chaos Gods, that goes against the Emperor's plans for secrecy, but also Magnus might have been appropriately cautious for once in his life. But the Emperor saw Magnus as an extraordinary tool, a psychic powerhouse uniquely suited to help him conquer the galaxy and control the warp. And so his mentorship of Magnus was pragmatic, focused on refining Magnus's abilities to make him a more effective instrument of his plans. Yes, the emphasis on teaching Magnus about the dangers of the warp shows that the Emperor did recognize the unique, or at least uniquely large, risks associated with Magnus's abilities, and he was seeking to minimize those risks. But he was doing this to make him a more effective tool, not to make him an informed adult. Thus, he miscalibrated. He was not going to give him all the knowledge he could in order to minimize the risks. He was going to give him the minimum amount of knowledge he could in order to bring risk down to what he saw as an acceptable level. But he misjudged that. Anyway, while the Emperor's intentions were to use Magnus as a tool, they were just expedient. His actions inadvertently fulfilled many of Magnus's emotional needs. The time and attention the Emperor devoted to Magnus gave him a sense of connection and validation, which the Emperor did not consciously intend to provide. The Emperor's willingness to share hidden knowledge and astral project with him as, training, created a bond that Magnus felt went beyond a mere teacher-student relationship and into father-son, which the Emperor did not view in that way. Getting secret knowledge made Magnus feel special, which the Emperor did not care about. So their bond had something of a dual nature. From Magnus's perspective, the Emperor's mentorship was not just a matter of instruction, but rather it was a relationship of profound filial significance. He was the son of the Emperor. He saw the Emperor as a kindred spirit, someone who truly understood psychic gifts and shared Magnus's vision for humanity. Magnus's emotional attachment to the Emperor deepened as he felt seen, valued, and included in the Emperor's plans. From the Emperor's perspective, Magnus was a means to an end. He was a tool, an uniquely capable tool for mastering the psychic evolution of humanity. Yes, the Emperor cared for Magnus in some sense, but his focus was on shaping Magnus's abilities rather than making him a better person or a more informed adult, able to make his own choices. And certainly, he did not care about nurturing his emotional needs. This pragmatic relationship, this utilitarian approach, created an imbalance in their relationship, with Magnus's emotional investment being far, far greater than the Emperor's emotional investment. Despite the positive aspects of their bond, this period of mentorship planted the seeds of tragedy to come. The Emperor's decision to teach Magnus about the warp, but only give him partial information about its dangers, had the unintended consequence of giving Magnus just enough knowledge to believe that he could master the warp. That is to say, he saw the dangers as the Emperor described them to him as being surmountable. Magnus's belief in his own abilities, combined with the sense of validation that he got from the Emperor and the additional training that he'd received from the Emperor in the use of psychic powers, led him to thus be so confident in his abilities that he ignored caution and he overreached, ultimately opening the door to his fall. Now, had the Emperor had an actual ongoing relationship with Magnus and checked in with him and stuff, then Magnus's overreach would have been noticed by the Emperor and corrected. Maybe say, whoa, hold on. No. Remember those dangers I told you about? Maybe I understated them. What you're doing is insanely risky, and here's why. And then tell him about the chaos gods and stuff. Anyway, Magnus's emotional reliance on the Emperor created a fragile foundation for their relationship, which was heavily imbalanced because Magnus put in so much more emotional weight. When the Emperor later rejected Magnus's use of sorcery at the Council of Nicaea, Magnus saw this as a betrayal of their bond, shattering his trust and setting him down a path of desperation, we'll call it. Magnus believed that his bond with the Emperor was unique and special, which it was in some sense, but also it was much shallower than Magnus thought it was, because the Emperor was not putting in any work on his side. The Emperor's utilitarian view of their relationship meant that the connection was inherently one-sided, with Magnus on one side thinking of himself as the Emperor's son and venerating the Emperor as his father and mentor, and on the other side, the Emperor's like, oh yeah, he's one of the guys that does stuff for me. This imbalance of expectations ensured that when conflict arose, it would feel deeply personal and irreparable to Magnus. Had the Emperor had a stronger bond with Magnus, it would have shown itself in more frequent contact and checking in with him, and thus gave him the opportunity to correct Magnus's behavior in a less harsh manner. If you let a problem get out of hand, you got to fix it in a harsh punishment, you know? The Emperor's mentorship of Magnus thus reflects his failure to balance pragmatism with emotional connection. By meeting Magnus's emotional needs accidentally, unintentionally, the Emperor was allowing Magnus to create a one-sided bond, which he did not care to build from his end. He did not care to sustain that bond, and this led to devastating consequences later. Magnus's emotional investment in the Emperor led him to view his father's silence as approval rather than neglect. Every time Magnus did something and the Emperor didn't say, whoa, hold on, stop, Magnus was like, oh yeah, that's right, Daddy likes what I'm doing. That's not how he talked, but he's not here to stop me because he's a fictional character, so whatever. Anyway, his need for connection, validation, and purpose made him deeply loyal to the Emperor, but also it made him very vulnerable to feelings of rejection, and thus made him vulnerable to manipulation. The relationship between Magnus and the Emperor during this period was one of great potential, but fragile foundations. The Emperor's mentorship inadvertently fulfilled many of Magnus's emotional needs, creating a deep bond of trust and admiration, but a bond which was ultimately one-sided. The Emperor's utilitarian approach to Magnus combined with Magnus's emotional dependence, and thus ensured that their bond would fracture the first time that it was severely tested, thus setting the stage for the tragedy of Prospero. Let's get into the warnings a little bit more. The Emperor gave Magnus more knowledge of the entities of the warp than any other Primarch, but he still held back. If he had opened up to Magnus and trusted him with full knowledge of the terrible power and inhuman horror of the Chaos Gods, if he had shown him otherworldly visions of the realms of chaos within the warp while astral projecting, I feel that perhaps it might have been enough of a shock to scare Magnus out of his hubris and arrogance. It's an interesting alternative to the path he chose, you know? By withholding key truths about chaos and just giving him a little bit of knowledge, he understated the dangers. This inadvertently enabled Magnus's overconfidence. If he had shattered Magnus's hubris and arrogance by revealing the full, unvarnished horrors of the warp and the chaos gods, then maybe Magnus's belief that his psychic mastery and intellect could allow him to navigate the warp safely and control its dangers would have been stopped. That belief was always wrong. Magnus was in much more danger than he thought, and he never realized this until he was already damned. Let's take a look at why the Emperor withheld this knowledge, and how revealing it might have been able to change Magnus's trajectory. First off, why did the Emperor withhold the truth? Well, the Emperor kept the full truth of the warp and chaos hidden from his sons and the wider Imperium, all of his armies, most of his closest advisors, because of his belief that knowledge of chaos inherently invites corruption and gives more power to the chaos gods. By denying chaos a name, by denying chaos attention, he hoped to weaken its influence and reduce its ability to manipulate the minds of mortals. This belief led him to treat chaos as a forbidden subject, even for Magnus, whose unique psychic gifts made him the most vulnerable to it. The Emperor's distant utilitarian nature influenced his decision to withhold the truth from Magnus. To fully reveal the Chaos Gods and the realms of chaos, the Emperor would have needed to show vulnerability, admitting that the depths of the warp's power were so great that he could not overcome them himself, admitting to his own struggle against chaos, maybe even admitting to how he himself had gained power from chaos and sorcery and stuff, which he later then denied to his sons. This could have created an emotional bond between father and son, something the Emperor was likely unwilling to risk. That's at least one interpretation of why he never made a father-son connection with Magnus. Maybe he feared that such bonds could cloud his judgment or create unwanted dependencies. Perhaps there's other explanations. The Emperor believed that the limited knowledge he had provided to Magnus was sufficient to equip Magnus for his role as humanity's psychic vanguard. He saw Magnus's hubris as an asset, allowing him to approach the warp without fear or hesitation. He should have noticed that this was a quite horrible flaw, but by underestimating Magnus's emotional and intellectual vulnerabilities, the Emperor was setting Magnus up for failure. He thought, yeah, I can give Magnus limited knowledge about the dangers of the warp and tell him, hey, show more caution, man, and Magnus will do what I say because he serves me, instead of actually grappling with Magnus's internal decision-making processes and what he valued and why he was going to immediately ignore that warning. As an alternative, the Emperor could have revealed the true nature of the Chaos Gods. Horrible psychic parasites, inimical to life. Their hunger for mortal emotion and their interest in using mortal ambition as a tool to ensnare mortals and bring them into damnation. Their ability to corrupt even the purest intentions through manipulation and deceit. The horrors of eternal servitude seen in the demonic hosts and the fallen beings trapped in endless cycles of torment. Meaning mostly, Eldar captured by Slaanesh, but there's alternatives also. While astral projecting, the Emperor could have shown Magnus the outskirts of the realms of chaos without so much danger that they would certainly be doomed. Probably. The churning madness of Tzeentch's domain, with its infinite shifting paths and treacherous promises of knowledge. The grotesque excesses of Slaanesh, where pleasure turns to pain and souls are consumed in a never-ending spiral of debauchery. The eternal stagnation of Nurgle's garden, where hope is drowned in decay. Or the endless bloodshed of Khorne's realm, where rage fuels an unquenchable thirst for slaughter. Any of these, ideally all of these, might have been able to shock Magnus out of the path he was on. The Emperor could have shown Magnus the fate of those who fall to chaos, the eternal torment of daemonhood, where mortals are twisted into grotesque caricatures of their former selves as eternal slaves of the powers they serve. The enslavement of the soul with even the most powerful daemons, puppets of the Chaos Gods. The destruction of entire civilizations through chaos corruption, the fall of the Eldar, the galaxy-wide consequences of hubris and ignorance. This plan would not be without risks, but it had such great possible benefits. They could have made a breakthrough, shattering Magnus's arrogance. Witnessing the unfiltered horrors of chaos might have been enough for the shock and fear to get Magnus out of the path that his hubris had placed him on, forcing him to recognize the limits of his power, the limits of the Emperor's power, and the dangers of arrogance. This would have been a critical moment where he could have had some humility. Magnus might have been able to then approach the warp with greater caution and respect. The Emperor's openness there might have deepened Magnus's trust in his father, reinforcing their bond and giving Magnus a reason to obey the Emperor's decrees and follow the Emperor's warnings about sorcery. Now, one of the risks is that it would backfire, exposing Magnus to the full horrors of chaos and the vast power discrepancy between mortals and the powers of chaos might have created such a sense of existential dread that it would drive Magnus towards desperation and recklessness. He might have responded by trying to double down on his quest for mastery, believing that only through total control of the warp would he be able to protect himself and his sons and all of humanity from its dangers. If Magnus perceived the Emperor's warnings as insufficient or manipulative, then the revelation of the vast powers of the warp might have eroded his trust in the Emperor, thus making him more vulnerable to Tzeentch's influence. But Magnus was a smart guy. I believe he would have been able to see that the dangers of the warp and the great power that the powers of the warp possessed, the grand scale of the Chaos Gods and their eternal game, meant that he had to stay the fuck away from that stuff because it was an arena that was bigger than him. Now, the problem here is timing. The timing of this revelation was crucial. The Emperor needed to show Magnus these truths early in their relationship, ideally on Prospero, when, a couple decades after they first meet, while astral projecting. That might be able to cement Magnus's loyalty and caution. If he had decided to tell him later, like at Nicaea, that would have been after Magnus had already begun to explore forbidden knowledge. To a hammer, everything looks like a nail. For someone using forbidden knowledge, the way to try to get what you want is to use more forbidden knowledge. That's the problem of Faust. He tried to burn his books. The Emperor feared that revealing the true nature of chaos to anyone would draw attention to it, increasing the power of chaos and increasing the likelihood of temptation and corruption. But if he had confronted Magnus with the horrors of chaos in the first few decades of the Great Crusade, the first few decades of Magnus's participation in the Great Crusade, there we go, noticing Magnus being on the wrong track, paying any sort of attention to Magnus, he might have inadvertently planted the seeds of curiosity and overconfidence. That was what the Emperor was worried about, because Magnus believed that he was uniquely equipped to master and control these forces. What the Emperor missed was that Magnus did not have any counterbalance pointing him towards caution. He had all of the emotional weight of his personality pointing towards action, and not touching something is caution, not action. The Emperor needed to give him information. This was the forbidden fruit. The Emperor believed that Magnus was already equipped to resist the warp's temptations, because he trusted in Magnus's loyalty to cause Magnus to obey him. This was a huge misjudge of his son's emotional vulnerabilities, which the Emperor did more broadly with all of his sons. The Emperor misjudged Magnus's resilience against temptation, but more importantly, he misjudged the nature of Magnus's loyalty. Magnus was loyal to the Emperor enough that he wanted to do his best as he saw it, and that meant ignoring what the Emperor told him to not do. But the Emperor's decision to withhold the truth from Magnus fits into a broader pattern of secrecy and control that he wasn't about to change. Just as he concealed the truths about the Webway Project and the Chaos Gods from most of the Primarchs, the Emperor, with Magnus specifically, believed that ignorance was a form of protection. The Emperor at least implicitly understood that those Primarchs, or at least this particular Primarch, who was the most vulnerable to something needed some more information about that thing than the others. Lionel Johnson did not need to know the full scope of the horrors of the Chaos Gods in order to choose to be loyal. Magnus needed that knowledge in order to choose to be cautious. He needed more knowledge than his brothers did. Now, both Magnus and the Emperor suffer from hubris, believing that their knowledge and power are sufficient to protect themselves. The Emperor's refusal to fully educate Magnus reflects his belief in his own ability to control things, such as the warp and also his tools, the Primarch. This belief is then mirrored tragically in Magnus's eventual overreach. This decision to withhold the truth, leading to disaster, highlights the theme of miscommunication that runs throughout the Horus heresy. By failing to trust Magnus, or Lorgar for that matter, with the full truth of chaos, Horus too for that matter. Anyway, the Emperor created a gap in their relationship that chaos was able to exploit. The first time that Magnus with Nicaea or Lorgar with Monarchia were really punished by the Emperor, the first time that they had their relationship with the Emperor really tested, they looked at their relationship with the Emperor and found that it was shallower than they thought. So they sought to fill that void, and they found chaos. Had the Emperor revealed the full horrors of chaos to Magnus, yes, the knowledge would have been useful. The information would have been useful. He might have gained enough wisdom to be cautious instead of arrogant when it came to chaos, and avoid sorcery and bargains with demons. It might have been enough to shock him out of his hubris and instill the caution and respect that he needed to navigate the warp safely. But that's not the most important part. The most important part is that it would have built trust between Magnus and the Emperor. The Emperor did not value that. What he valued was obedience, and he believed that Magnus's obvious loyalty would make him obedient. The Emperor's choice to withhold knowledge reflects his flawed understanding of his son's emotional needs. Not just with Magnus, but especially with Magnus. The Emperor met Magnus in, according to canon sources, the 840th year of the 30th millennium. But the Thousand Sons did not rejoin the Great Crusade until after their gene seed had been stabilized, at least temporarily, by Magnus. Canon sources put the date of their next battle in the Great Crusade at the 900th year of the 30th millennium. Thus, even with the extensive time that the Emperor spent teaching Magnus directly, Magnus spent decades trying to fix the flesh change. We can imagine the growing desperation of Magnus as his remaining sons are falling to the flesh change one by one before his eyes, helpless to save them. And still, he did not ask for help from the Emperor or from mortal experts or from the broader Imperium. This time in Magnus's life reveals much about his character and his emotional needs and his emotional flaws. Magnus bore the weight of responsibility, the immense burden of saving his legion by himself. Because the task was given to him by the Emperor and then the Emperor fucked off and didn't talk to him, Magnus saw this as a personal test of his worth. Every failure to stop the flesh change from killing another one of his sons was, to Magnus, a personal failure. He is watching them succumb to a horrifying fate one at a time, unable to help them. This sense of responsibility consumed him, reinforcing his belief that only he could solve the problem. The flesh change was not a simple death. It was a grotesque transformation into something monstrous. This was especially traumatic for a Primarch as psychically attuned and so emotionally connected with his sons. His psychic sensitivity meant that he felt the suffering of his sons on a deep mental level. He was very empathic to their suffering. This compounded his desperation. His failure to save them was a constant source of pain and guilt, driving him to ever greater extremes in his efforts, with, again, no one paying attention to what he was doing or checking in. The combination of responsibility, guilt, and emotional isolation took a toll on Magnus, with his growing desperation blinding him to alternative solutions and making him increasingly dependent on his own abilities. This whole time period was deepening his hubris and his arrogance, even as he met with failure. This period of suffering hardened Magnus's resolve, but also encouraged his existing recklessness and overconfidence. So, why the fuck didn't he ask for help? Well, Magnus's refusal to ask for help, even as his legion teetered on the brink of extinction, is a defining aspect of his character during this period. Most especially, his hubris and overconfidence contributed to this decision. Magnus believed that his psychic mastery and intellect were unmatched, which is accurate. He was the second most powerful psyker right after the Emperor. This led him to conclude that he was the best equipped person to solve the problem of the flesh change. Seeking help, even from the Emperor, but especially seeking help from mortal Imperial gene smiths or the gene experts on Luna, would have required Magnus to admit that he could not succeed alone. That was something his pride would not allow, with the overconfidence making him blind to the possibility that others might offer valuable insights or solutions. Magnus feared that asking for help would be seen as a sign of weakness or incompetence by the Emperor, but also by his brothers. If I understand the canon correctly, Magnus had not met any of the other Primarchs yet, but he, knew about them. The Emperor told him that he wasn't the only Primarch. Having been entrusted with the task of saving his legion, and with this inflated idea that every other Primarch was being put under the same sort of stress by the Emperor, Magnus believed that failure would diminish his standing in the Emperor's eyes and in the eyes of his siblings. This fear of being judged or rejected reinforced his decision to rely solely on himself. He wanted to prove himself to himself and to others. And he saw the task of curing the flesh change as an opportunity to prove his worth to the Emperor and to the Imperium. Successfully solving the problem through his own efforts would have validated his belief in his greatness and his unique destiny. The desire to prove himself made Magnus view asking for help as an admission of inadequacy, which, he feared being judged by other people about that, but more importantly, his own ego could not tolerate that. Magnus's early years on Prospero, his unique scale of his psychic power compared to his peers, and also the nature of Prospero being isolated from the Imperium, left him feeling isolated from his brothers and from the broader Imperium. He viewed the gene experts on Terra and Luna, he viewed his fellow Primarchs even, as being inferior to himself, making the idea of seeking their help seem unnecessary or futile, at least at first. But more so, his lack of trust in others from his isolation reinforced his decision to work alone. It's a little silly, but that's just how his brain works. He was isolated from them. He didn't have a chance to learn to trust them, so he decided to not seek them out. That's a rough thing to deal with. This decades-long, prolonged struggle to save the Thousand Sons reveals several key emotional needs that Magnus may not have even recognized within himself. Watching his sons die one at a time to the flesh change heightened Magnus's need for connection and belonging. His relationship with the Thousand Sons was deeply personal, as he saw them as an extension of himself and of his legacy. The loss of his sons to the flesh change left him feeling increasingly isolated and vulnerable, thus making him desperate. Magnus's refusal to ask for help suggests a deep need to prove himself, a need for validation. He wanted to prove to the Emperor, his brothers, and himself that he was capable of overcoming any challenge. This need for validation then led him to push himself to greater and greater extremes, even as the situation grew more dire. The flesh change represented a loss of control over his legion and his destiny, which Magnus found intolerable. His efforts to cure the flesh change were as much about regaining a sense of control as they were about saving his sons. This need for control blinded him to the risks and consequences of his actions, because he was focused solely on achieving his goal. Magnus's refusal to ask for help reflects the isolation of exceptional individuals, a recurring theme in Warhammer 40k. His immense psychic power and intellect set him apart even on a planet full of psychic scholars, but they also made him feel alone and misunderstood, with this isolation ultimately becoming weakness, because it prevented Magnus from forming the connections and alliances and relationships that might have saved him. Magnus's pride and overconfidence highlight the tragic cost of hubris and arrogance. His refusal to seek help, even as his legion teetered on the brink of destruction, demonstrate how pride can blind individuals to their own limitations. This hubris endangered the Thousand Sons by prolonging the amount of time it took to find a solution, and only getting a partial solution, and also foreshadowed Magnus's later decision to try to use sorcery to warn the Emperor when he learned that Horus was being turned to treason on Davin. The Emperor's decision to entrust Magnus with saving the Thousand Sons thus reflects his faith in Magnus's abilities, but not his trust to give Magnus enough knowledge or help to actually fix the problems. He is just placing an impossible burden on Magnus without providing the support or guidance he needed. That's not a good thing. He's hurting Magnus by doing this. The Emperor's failure to recognize Magnus's emotional vulnerabilities contributed to the tragedy of this period. Magnus's experience during this period reinforced his belief in the illusion of his self-sufficiency. His eventual partial success in fixing the flesh change through risky psychic methods validated his decision to rely solely on himself, even though this approach carried immense risks. The desperation Magnus felt during this period planted the seeds of recklessness and overreach. His willingness to take extreme risks to save his sons foreshadowed his later use of forbidden sorcery, driven by the same combination of desperation and need for validation. Magnus's emotional reliance on the Emperor's trust and validation made him increasingly vulnerable. When this trust was later called into question at the Council of Nicaea, Magnus was left with no emotional foundation to fall back on, thus leading to his desperation and his eventual fall to chaos. These decades that Magnus spent struggling to save the Thousand Sons and just finding failure after failure were a period of immense pressure, emotional isolation, and growing desperation. His refusal to seek help reflects both his hubris and his deep need for validation, as he sought to prove himself worthy of the Emperor's trust. This period shaped Magnus's character and set the stage for his later decisions. The lessons he learned or failed to learn here echoed throughout his life. If the Emperor or any sort of observer had checked in on Magnus even once a decade, then the ongoing lack of progress, losses of Marines, and non-participation in the Great Crusade after the first decade, or the second decade, or the third decade could have set off alarm bells. The Emperor could have ordered Magnus to accept outside help. He could have returned from the front lines to personally help. He would have had the opportunity to do something, anything, instead of nothing. Instead, Magnus was isolated in a soap bubble made of trust and expectation that was just ready to pop. The Emperor's great failure with Magnus here, out of his various other failures, is that he left his son in complete isolation, burdened with an impossible task, and provided neither oversight nor support. This extended period, during which Magnus struggled alone to save the Thousand Sons, was a ticking time bomb, and it could have been defused at any point if the Emperor had had somebody check in or offer guidance. The Emperor trusted Magnus more than most of his sons due to his extraordinary psychic abilities and intellect. This trust was expressed by delegating the task of curing the flesh change entirely to Magnus, without providing any oversight or assistance. But this trust was misplaced because it ignored Magnus's emotional vulnerabilities and the enormous pressure he faced. The Emperor may have believed that if Magnus encountered more difficulty than the Emperor expected, Magnus would ask for help. Magnus was never going to ask for help. More so, it's almost certain that the Emperor did not expect that Magnus would even try to ask for help. Rather, the Emperor assumed that Magnus would succeed simply because of his unparalleled gifts. This is an immense expectation, and because of it, Magnus felt that he had to live up to the Emperor's faith in him. Magnus feared the consequences of failure. And yes, consequences here are quite substantial. Failing by having to ask for help would have meant the Emperor's disappointment. That's bad. Failing by acknowledging that the flesh change could not be cured, that would have meant the deaths of all of his sons. The Emperor's expectations thus blinded him to the reality of the situation. It was so dire that Magnus was desperate and struggling and needed help and was never going to ask for help. The Emperor, of course, was focused on the Great Crusade. It was his top priority to expand the Imperium, and this contributed to his lack of attention to Magnus's plight. He saw Magnus's task as a low priority issue, one that would be resolved in time by Magnus, and this detachment shows us yet another example of the Emperor's broader failure to balance his grand vision with the needs of individuals, such as his sons. Magnus was left to shoulder the burden of saving his legion alone. The only people he had to help him were the people on Prospero and the Marines from his legion. This led to his growing desperation, frustration, and isolation. The longer the flesh change persisted, the more Magnus had cause to doubt his own abilities, creating a sense of internal conflict that fed his hubris and arrogance as a defense mechanism against admitting vulnerability and what he saw as inadequacy. The lack of any oversight or support from the Emperor deepened Magnus's sense of alienation from the broader Imperium. That is to say, because the Emperor wasn't asking him how he was doing, Magnus did not feel that he had permission to ask for help from the broader Imperium. Meanwhile, the Thousand Sons were on Prospero, working with their father and training, but not fighting in the Great Crusade. Their absence from the Great Crusade was a source of growing shame and pressure for Magnus. Other legions were out there earning glory and expanding the Imperium to serve their father. The Thousand Sons were sidelined, fighting a battle against their own genetic flaw. This reinforced Magnus's belief that he had to fix the problem alone to restore his legion's reputation and earn the Emperor's approval. Because if he was only able to fix their genetic flaw by consulting with outside experts, while other legions were fighting without needing outside help, that would mean that his legion would be relegated to second class, at least in his own mind. This bubble of trust and expectation and isolation that the Emperor created around Magnus was inherently unstable. Magnus knew that if he failed, the trust that the Emperor had placed in him might shatter, and the Thousand Sons could face dissolution or execution. This fragile situation thus made Magnus increasingly reckless and desperate, seeking to protect his legion, his self-image, and his father's faith in him. If the Emperor, or any observer sent by the Emperor, probably the Custodes, maybe Malcador, had checked in on Magnus periodically, they would have identified obvious warning signs of his growing desperation and isolation, the continued losses of legionnaires, the lack of progress, the avoidance of asking for outside help, the Thousand Sons' non-participation in the Great Crusade, Magnus's growing view that it was only through psychic might that the flesh change could be cured, rather than through more physical means, such as gene engineering. The Emperor could have ordered Magnus to seek help, probably from the gene smiths of Luna or Terra, or maybe from his brothers. Or he could have ordered Magnus to accept help from himself, the Emperor. This would have required Magnus to set aside his pride and hubris, thus why it was likely only possible by a direct order from the Emperor. But it would have then led to a more effective and collaborative solution to the flesh change, rather than relying on fucking Tzeentch. And of course, the Emperor could have returned to Prospero to personally help Magnus with the flesh change. He was unparalleled in his knowledge of genetics and the warp, so his involvement might have resolved the problem far more effectively and quickly than Magnus's psychic experiments. This could have also reinforced the emotional bond between Magnus and the Emperor, showing Magnus that he was valued as a son, not just as a tool. That when he was hurting, or when his own sons, the Marines, were hurting, the Emperor wanted to help. Even without intervening directly, the Emperor could have assigned, for example, a custodian to oversee Magnus's progress, to advise him, to report to the Emperor about the progress or lack thereof. This could have provided Magnus with guidance and support, while thus acting as a check on his recklessness. The Emperor's failure to have anybody check in on Magnus reflects his broader failure as a father. He refused to be a parent, and his inability to balance trust and oversight thus created a sense of isolation and abandonment among most of his sons, particularly Magnus. This detachment made the Emperor blind to the warning signs of his son's struggles until it was too late. Magnus is unique here only in how he was struggling so early after being found. Maybe not even then, because Angron and Lorgar, to some extent, were struggling right after being found. But, he took less time than, say, Perturabo, Anyway, Magnus's isolation mirrors the experiences of other Primarchs who were also left to struggle alone with their burdens, notably Angron and Lorgar. This pattern of isolation underscores the tragedy of the Primarchs, with their emotional needs consistently being ignored in favor of what the Emperor saw as his grand vision. The Emperor's isolation from Magnus was read by Magnus as trust, which is probably fair, but that unintentionally fed his hubris and arrogance, with Magnus interpreting that trust as validation of his own belief in his own superiority. This hubris made Magnus dismissive of alternative solutions and unwilling to ask for help, and thus increasingly reckless in his approach to trying to solve the flesh change himself. Had the Emperor intervened or provided support during this period, the trajectory of Magnus and the Thousand Sons might have been dramatically different. That is to say, some sort of solution to the flesh change might have been found without the involvement of a chaos god. With the Emperor's help, or with the involvement of the Imperium's gene smiths, the flesh change might have been cured or tamed through genetic engineering, rather than through risky psychic means. This would have thus strengthened the Thousand Sons' connection to the Imperium, and reduced their emotional dependence on the warp. That is to say, by knowing that they were only saved from the flesh change through mastery of the warp, they were thus all individually emotionally dependent on the idea that mastery of the warp was what was really important. Anyway, periodic check-ins or personal intervention by the Emperor could have reinforced the emotional bond between Magnus and the Emperor, thus making Magnus more loyal and cautious, reducing his vulnerability to manipulation by addressing Magnus's growing desperation and isolation. The Emperor might have thus been able to prevent the overconfidence and recklessness that eventually led to Magnus's fall to chaos. A more empathetic and engaged approach could have helped Magnus to navigate his vulnerabilities and fulfill his potential without succumbing to hubris. Thus, the decades-long isolation of Magnus on Prospero, after the Emperor returned to the Great Crusade and left Magnus to try to fix the flesh change, combined with the Emperor's failure to intervene or check in, created a perfect storm of desperation, hubris, and a sense that he had to be isolated and fix it himself, or else he was a failure. Magnus was left to shoulder an impossible burden alone, with what he believed to be the trust the Emperor placed in him, becoming a trap rather than a source of strength. Had the Emperor taken even minimal steps to provide oversight, he would have noticed that something was going wrong and would have reacted by giving him more support. This would have led to greater emotional connection, and thus much of Magnus's tragedy and the broader tragedy of the Horus Heresy might have been changed or maybe averted. Of course, in the end, Magnus found a cure for the flesh change, or at least a temporary fix, by using sorcery, losing one of his eyes in the process. He went against the Emperor's warnings and consorted with demonic entities whose malevolent nature he did not comprehend due to the ignorance that the Emperor allowed and encouraged. Magnus made a bargain with one of the powers of the warp, believing himself to have gotten the better of the deal, with an entity he did not understand, leading him to use powers whose immense corrupting influence he did not appreciate. All of this was a trap set by Tzeentch to put him on a path of relying on sorcery and being comfortable bargaining with daemons. Having floundered for decades, drowning in failure and despairing for his sons, Magnus finds a solution in sorcery. Obviously, he was going to have a very high opinion of sorcery from then on, and he was going to continue making bargains with warp entities for the rest of his life, no matter what anyone else said. This is the second most tragic turning point in Magnus's story, perfectly encapsulating the intersection of his desperation, hubris, and ignorance, all of which were exploited by Tzeentch, and some of which were crafted by Tzeentch's manipulation of the circumstances. The cure for the flesh change was gained through sorcery at the cost of his eye, but more importantly, the cost of his innocence. This became the foundation of Magnus's lifelong belief in the efficacy of sorcery and his reliance on the warp as a tool. And it could have been prevented. The Emperor could have done something so that Magnus did not feel a need to go down this route. Magnus's decades of failure to cure the flesh change left him desperate. Watching his sons succumb to horrifying mutations while the Legion dwindled in number created in him a profound sense of helplessness and despair. That desperation made him vulnerable to taking extreme measures, because he felt that any solution, even a forbidden one, was better than doing nothing. That is to say, the possibility of Magnus facing the extinction of his legion, the deaths of every last one of his sons from the flesh change, thinking, oh, I could use sorcery, and then thinking, oh, but Father says not to use sorcery. He was obviously going to use sorcery. He was not going to sit back and do nothing because Daddy said so. This long isolation, lack of oversight, and absence of external support pushed Magnus to a point where sorcery felt like his only option. That's the point. That's why Tzeentch arranged things this way. Now, it's tempting to think that because of his desperation and failure to achieve any progress, it would have harmed his confidence, but rather it enhanced his arrogance, thus leading to overconfidence. He believed that his psychic mastery would allow him to control any force or entity that he encountered. His hubris led him to underestimate the dangers of sorcery and the malevolence of the warp entities he bargained with. And his ignorance, because of the Emperor's partial information given to him, led him to believe that the Emperor's warnings were overly cautious and misguided, reinforcing his belief that he knew better. Magnus's eventual success in curing the flesh change was deeply validating, or at least treating the flesh change. It reinforced his belief in the efficacy of sorcery and his own superiority as a psychic being. This need for validation blinded him to the long-term consequences of his actions, with his immediate success being overshadowing the risks in his mind. Now, you know who could have given him a better understanding of the risks he had taken? The Emperor. The Emperor could have asked him, hey, congratulations on fixing your legion's problem. How did you do it? And he never did. Magnus's bargain with Tzeentch is not like super explicitly detailed in canon sources, but it's a trap designed to entangle him in the web of chaos. We all know that. Tzeentch thrives on manipulating the ambitious and curious, offering knowledge and power in exchange for seemingly minor costs, which escalate over time. Magnus believed himself to be in control. He saw this bargain as a transaction he could manage, but he failed to realize that the true cost of it was far greater than what he thought he was paying. In the Black Librarian novel Grey Knights, there's a bit where a Daemon prince is getting a bunch of power from Tzeentch, and it's described that the lesser powers are given gifts by Tzeentch, which look good but will ultimately doom them. Anyway, by using sorcery to cure the flesh change, Magnus unknowingly bound his legion's fate to the warp, because the solution was inherently tied to a power of chaos. This reliance on sorcery created a vicious cycle, with Magnus and the Thousand Sons becoming increasingly dependent on the powers of the warp to fight, yes, but also to maintain their own stability. This subtle corruption of chaos ensured that Magnus's reliance on sorcery would only deepen, setting him on the path to eventual servitude to Tzeentch, and setting his legion on the path to the eventual damnation of Ahriman's rubric. The Emperor's failure to fully educate Magnus about the true nature of the Chaos Gods left him vulnerable to Tzeentch's manipulation, because Magnus saw the warp as a fundamentally neutral force. He saw its dangers being no greater than that what a sufficiently skilled and intelligent psychic could handle. He did not understand the cosmic malevolence of the entities he encountered, so he trusted in his own power rather than heeding the Emperor's warnings. Because sorcery succeeded where all other methods he had tried had failed, and because he had not tried methods which required outside help, Magnus came to view sorcery as the ultimate tool, one that could solve problems that no other force could address. This apparent success validated his belief that psychic power and knowledge were superior to other forms of problem solving. For example, conventional science. And it made him dismissive of criticism. He had succeeded where he believed no one else could have, and so he saw opposition to sorcery as being rooted in ignorance or fear, and not legitimate critique that he needed to engage with. Magnus's focus on the immediate success of curing the flesh change in the short term blinded him to the long-term consequences of his actions. The subtle corruption of the Thousand Sons, the binding of their fate to the warp, and the true nature of the power of chaos that he had negotiated with in the warp were all overlooked in his apparent moment of triumph. He rationalized the loss of his eye as a minor cost compared to the major benefit of the survival of his legion, but he failed to recognize that the eye was not important. It was a symbol of his growing entanglement with chaos. Magnus's success with sorcery made him increasingly resistant to the Emperor's warnings about its dangers. Thus, when the Emperor later banned sorcery at the Council of Nicaea, he banned all psychic powers, but specifically sorcery also, Magnus saw this as a betrayal or rejection of his achievements, deepening the rift between them. His belief in the righteousness of his actions made him unable to see the bigger picture of the Emperor's concerns about chaos. He didn't understand that the Emperor was so angry about Magnus rejecting his warnings because the warnings were actually important, and that's why the Emperor overcorrected. Magnus's reliance on sorcery reflect the classic tragedy of hubris, with his belief in his own superiority leading him to underestimate the dangers of the warp. His success in apparently curing the flesh change, but really only temporarily treating it, reinforced his arrogance, making him blind to the manipulations of Tzeentch and the risks of sorcery. Magnus's bargain with Tzeentch highlights the cost of desperation, as his emotional and psychological state made him vulnerable to manipulation. His willingness to take extreme measures to save his legion demonstrate how Magnus's desperation was able to override his caution and reason. And his success led him to believe that caution was a negative. The Emperor's failure to properly educate Magnus about the true nature of chaos ensured that Magnus would be ignorant and thus more likely to fall into Tzeentch's trap, Tzeentch's manipulations. By withholding key information and leaving Magnus to struggle alone, the Emperor created the conditions for Magnus's eventual fall. Magnus was overconfident, Magnus was ignorant, Magnus was desperate, and Magnus was isolated. And if any four of those things had been addressed, then he would not have fallen. Any one of those things could have been addressed by the Emperor. Even just assigning an observer to report back to the Emperor, oh man, you would not believe what this guy is doing, and he's not succeeding, making no progress. I don't know what he's going to try next. The Emperor would have intervened, force him to accept outside help. But instead, Magnus's reliance on sorcery to cure the flesh change made it a core part of his personal identity and his legion's culture. This set him on a path where psychic power, and ultimately sorcery, becomes his solution to every problem, further entangling him with chaos. Magnus was or became, it's hard to tell whether he was before, a firm believer in the ends justifying the means. His use of sorcery had saved his legion from extinction. This belief thus made him more willing to take risks and make bargains with the warp in the future, because he saw himself as capable of managing any consequences. Curing the flesh change gave Magnus a sense of triumph, but because he did it while isolated, it deepened his isolation from the Emperor and his brothers. He knew that none of them would have understood or approved of his methods, and he believed that none of them would have understood the desperation he had faced. This isolation thus made him more vulnerable to Chaos's influence, with him turning to the warp for validation and connection. Magnus's cure for the flesh change, gained through sorcery, was ultimately a Pyrrhic victory. It preserved his legion in the short term and allowed them to then fight in the Great Crusade, but it ultimately bound them to the warp and set Magnus on a path of overconfidence and reliance on sorcery, which would eventually lead him to be corrupted. The Emperor's failure to prepare Magnus for the dangers of chaos, his refusal to ask any questions after Magnus's success, and his failure to have any observer or communication ensured his isolation while he was struggling. All of that created the conditions for his eventual tragedy, with Magnus's greatest triumph becoming the foundation for his eventual fall. There are a number of parallels which might be drawn from Magnus here. Odin giving his eye for knowledge, Kratos bargaining with Ares, Faust. Different examples emphasize different aspects of Magnus's story. Through metaphor, through example, we can explore his quest for knowledge and power, his desperation to save his legion, and his tragic bargain with destructive forces. But because of the nature of metaphor, each individual example will fall short in fully capturing the complexity of Magnus's character. In Norse mythology, Odin sacrificed one of his eyes to drink from the well of Mimir, gaining immense knowledge and wisdom in return. This is certainly what Games Workshop was going for. Like Odin, Magnus gave his eye as the price for gaining the knowledge and power which he believed necessary to save his legion. For each of these two figures, the act of sacrifice symbolizes a desperate, perhaps pathological hunger for understanding that overrides concerns about personal loss and the dangers of their desperate attempts. Odin's sacrifice is framed in Norse mythology as a wise and noble act, though that's inverted in the God of War video games. Magnus's bargain is meanwhile tainted by hubris and ignorance, as he did not fully comprehend the nature of what he was bargaining with, or one could say, bargaining against. Odin's sacrifice granted him true wisdom, while Magnus's cost was far greater, binding him and his legion to the corrupting influence of Tzeentch. Odin's act is presented as a calculated and self-aware decision, but Magnus's choice was made in a state of desperation and overconfidence. Odin emerges wiser and more prepared for the challenges ahead, while Magnus is trapped in Tzeentch's web, blinding him to the true cost of his actions. And, of course, Odin's sacrifice is made to gain knowledge from a neutral cosmic force, while Magnus's bargain is made with a malevolent entity intent on manipulating him. In the modern mythology of the God of War series of video games, Kratos makes a bargain with Ares, the Greek god of war, to gain power in exchange for his servitude. But the deal ultimately leads to his corruption and immense regret. He does things that he never would have agreed to, even knowing the cost. Both Magnus and Kratos make their bargains in moments of desperation. Magnus in a decades-long attempt to save his legion, and Kratos in a seconds-long moment in a battle to try to survive and gain the power to defeat his enemies. In both cases, the bargain grants immense power, but at a terrible cost. Kratos becoming a pawn of Ares, just as Magnus becomes a pawn of Tzeentch. Both of these characters believe that they can control the terms of the bargain, but they are ultimately manipulated by the forces they serve. Kratos eventually regrets his deal, because it leads to the death of his family. Similarly, Magnus's deal sets the stage for the destruction of Prospero and his fall to chaos. Had they understood the cost it would ultimately incur, each of them would have chosen to not do the deal, even knowing the cost that not doing the deal would incur. Now, Kratos' tragedy is deeply personal, focused on his family and his personal quest for redemption. Magnus's tragedy, by contrast, is cosmic in scale, involving the fate of his legion, his father's vision, and the Imperium itself, just as it is also deeply personal and focused on his sons, his Marines. Kratos' bargain is driven by a simple, instinctual desire for survival and the power to protect and the power to kill his enemies, while Magnus' decision is motivated by a mix of altruism, hubris, isolation, emotional need, ignorance. There's a lot of shit going on there. In the legend of Faust, a scholar bargains with Mephistopheles, that is, the devil, for knowledge and worldly pleasures. Faust enjoys the benefits of the deal in the short term, but ultimately realizes the damning consequences of his actions. Both Faust and Magnus are driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, viewing their bargains as necessary to achieve their goals. Magnus sought the power and knowledge to save his legion, while Faust sought knowledge for its own sake. He was, lonely and unhappy. Who isn't, my guy? Each of these bargains are made with malevolent forces, thus making for a good metaphor here. Mephistopheles is in many ways similar to Tzeentch, and in both cases, the bargainers believe they have outwitted their counterpart, only to discover that they themselves have been manipulated. The deals lead to gradual corruption, as Faust and Magnus both become increasingly entangled in the forces they sought to control. Faust's corruption is personal. Magnus's corruption also drags his legion with him due to their connection to the warp. Faust's deal is framed as a moral failing driven by greed and ambition, whereas Magnus's bargain, while tainted by hubris, is rooted in a genuine desire to save his sons, making his motivations more complex and sympathetic. Faust's deal, likewise, affects his own soul, while Magnus's bargain has far-reaching consequences for his legion, his father's vision, and the galaxy as a whole. By looking at the story of Magnus bargaining with Tzeentch and comparing it to these metaphors, we find some strengths in the parallels. Odin captures the idea of sacrifice for knowledge. Kratos mirrors the desperation and loss of agency inherent with the bargain. And Faust represents the corruption of ambition and the consequences of bargaining with malevolent forces. But these parallels are, of course, limited. None of these figures fully encapsulate the emotional complexity of Magnus's story, particularly his relationship with the Emperor. The cosmic scale of Magnus's tragedy and its implications for the Imperium far exceed the personal dimensions of the other characters. While these parallels are thus useful, in general, you learn more about a story by reading other stories. Magnus's tragedy is unique and poignant in its combination of emotional vulnerability, with his desperation to save his sons and prove himself to his father, his hubris and overconfidence combined with his ignorance to make him believe that his mastery of the warp made him invulnerable to his dangers, and in the cosmic consequences, the far-reaching impact of his bargain on the Imperium, his legion, the Thousand Sons, and the broader fate of the galaxy. If you would like to explore alternative figures for metaphorical comparison, please like and comment, and then make your own darn video. Now, let us consider two stories which stand in stark contrast to Magnus. First, the temptation of Christ. Mark chapter 1, verses 12 to 13. At once the Spirit sent him out into the wilderness, and he was in the wilderness 40 days, being tempted by Satan. He was with the wild animals, and angels attended him. And then a bit longer, Matthew 4, 1 through 11. Then Jesus was led by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. After fasting 40 days and 40 nights, he was hungry. The tempter came to him and said, "If you are the Son of God, tell these stones to become bread." Jesus answered, "It is written, man shall not live on bread alone, but on every word that comes from the mouth of God." Then the devil took him to the holy city and had him stand on the highest point of the temple. "If you are the Son of God," he said, "throw yourself down, for it is written, he will command his angels concerning you, and they will lift you up in their hands so that you will not strike your foot against a stone." Jesus answered him, "It is also written, do not put the Lord your God to the test." Again, the devil took him to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their splendor. "All this I will give you," he said, "if you will bow down and worship me." Jesus said to him, "Away from me, Satan, for it is written, worship the Lord your God and serve him only." Then the devil left him, and angels came and attended him. The story in Luke is very similar. Luke 4, 1 through 13. Jesus, full of the Holy Spirit, left the Jordan and was led by the Spirit into the wilderness, where for 40 days he was tempted by the devil. He ate nothing during those days, and at the end of them he was hungry. The devil said to him, "If you are the Son of God, tell this stone to become bread." Jesus answered, "It is written, man shall not live on bread alone." The devil led him up to a high place and showed him in an instant all the kingdoms of the world, and he said to him, "I will give you all their authority and splendor. It has been given to me, and I can give it to anyone I want to. If you worship me, it will all be yours." Jesus answered, "It is written, worship the Lord your God and serve him only." The devil led him to Jerusalem and had him stand on the highest point of the temple. "If you are the Son of God," he said, "throw yourself down from here, for it is written, he will command his angels concerning you, to guard you carefully. They will lift you up in their hands so that you will not strike your foot against a stone." Jesus answered, "It is said, do not put the Lord your God to the test." When the devil had finished all this tempting, he left him until an opportune time. Now, I don't know the full import of these different versions and the slight differences between them, so I have not picked one. But, regardless of version, the temptation of Christ is a profound contrast to Magnus's tragedy, where Magnus falls into hubris and desperation, making a deal with malevolent forces to achieve what he sees as a necessary goal. Christ rejects temptation, trusting in the providence of God the Father, and refusing to compromise his mission for immediate relief or power. By contrasting this ancient myth with this modern legend, we can highlight themes of obedience, faith, and self-control versus pride, desperation, and compromise. Christ enters the wilderness in a state of physical weakness, fasting. This sets him up for vulnerability, with the devil then tempting him with offers of relief from suffering, that is, turning stones to bread. Yet he remains spiritually resolute. The devil tempts him with power and dominion, the kingdoms of the world, and divine proof of his identity, jumping from the temple. And so, despite his vulnerability, Christ responds to these temptations with faith, humility, and trust in God's will, rejecting each temptation. He does not believe that he himself knows best. Rather, he believes that God knows best, and what he needs to do is trust in God. Magnus faces his own temptation at a moment of vulnerability. He's had mounting decades of failure and isolation and despair, watching his sons succumb to the flesh change. Where Christ fasts and abstains, Magnus's vulnerability grows from his over-reliance on his own power, his emotional investment in saving his sons and his grief as they die, and his isolation, preventing others from helping him. Thus, Tzeentch presents sorcery as a solution to Magnus's problem, a solution to Magnus's suffering, much like Satan presented Christ with temptation. Each of Christ's responses to Satan is rooted in Scripture and obedience in God's will, demonstrating his trust in God's providence, rather than trusting in his own desires or what he thinks is a good idea. Christ refuses stones to bread, trusting that God will provide for his physical needs. Christ rejects the idea of jumping from the temple to test God's protection because he recognizes that that act would be arrogant. And Christ refuses the dominion over the kingdoms. He refuses to bow to Satan because he acknowledges that power gained through evil is inherently corrupt. Christ's responses reflect his humility and his faith. He does not seek to prove his power or control the situation. He does not seek to relieve his own suffering. He trusts in God. Magnus, meanwhile, faced with the temptation of sorcery, responds with hubris and overconfidence. Instead of seeking help from the emperor or from the broader Imperium, instead of trusting in the ability of others to help solve his son's ailment, Magnus relies solely on himself, believing that his psychic mastery makes him immune to the dangers of the warp. Magnus's decision is driven by desperation, unable to bear the thought of losing his legion. And his emotional vulnerability blinds him to the long-term consequences of his actions. We should look at the role of faith. Christ's rejection of Satan's temptations demonstrates his unwavering faith in God, even in the face of suffering and vulnerability. By refusing to turn stones to bread, Christ acknowledges that his mission is not about satisfying physical needs. It's about spiritual fulfillment through obedience to God. This faith is rooted in the sense of having a greater purpose, allowing Christ to resist immediate gratification for the sake of the divine plan. We see this again later at Christ in the Garden of Gethsemane. Meanwhile, Magnus has lack of faith. Magnus's bargain with his decision to engage in a bargain for sorcerous power reveals a lack of faith in the emperor and in the broader Imperium. He does not trust that the Imperium's gene smiths could solve the flesh change, and he does not trust that the emperor would respond to an admission of vulnerability with help. Instead, he places his faith in his own abilities and the power of his sorcery. This lack of faith reflects Magnus's emotional isolation. Yes, he had a prideful belief that only he could save his legion, but he also believed that the emperor would not help him if he asked. Rather, he believed that he would be punished by the emperor for failing to fix the problem himself. The consequences of the contrasting decisions here. Christ's rejection of Satan strengthens his resolve and reinforces his role as the divine example of obedience and faith. By refusing to compromise his mission, Christ remains true to his divine purpose and emerges from the wilderness victorious over temptation, spiritually fortified. His victory over temptation sets the stage for his ministry and his eventual sacrifice, ensuring the fulfillment of God's plan. Magnus's acceptance of Tzeentch's offer sets him on a path of corruption and tragedy. The treatment for the flesh change through sorcery saves his legion in the short term, but it binds them to the warp, making them dependent on sorcery. The decision also deepens Magnus's reliance on the powers of chaos, making him more susceptible to Tzeentch's manipulation. Instead of emerging stronger, Magnus's choice ensures that his greatest triumph becomes the foundation of his ultimate downfall. The story of the temptation of Christ, regardless of which version in the gospel, emphasizes the importance of faith, humility, and trust in a higher power, while Magnus's story highlights the dangers of hubris and self-reliance. Where Christ places his trust in God, Magnus places his trust in himself, leading to his downfall. Further, we can see Christ's refusal to compromise his mission, reflecting his belief that the ends do not justify the means. In contrast, Magnus's willingness to bargain with Tzeentch demonstrates how compromise with malevolent forces lead to unintended and catastrophic consequences. The story of the temptation of Christ underscores the possibility of spiritual growth and redemption through resistance to temptation. That is to say, temptation retreats in the presence of virtue. Magnus's story is about corruption and tragedy. He is unable to resist temptation because he lacks faith in the emperor and the broader Imperium. And perhaps his lack of faith is somewhat justified, but his inability to resist temptation ensures his eventual fall to chaos. We see thus two responses to vulnerability and temptation. Christ's faith and humility allow him to resist temptation and remain true to his mission. Magnus's hubris and desperation lead him to compromise with forces he cannot control and does not understand. These stories thus serve as moral opposites, with Christ achieving victory over Satan through faith and abnegation of his own needs, and Magnus exemplifying the tragic cost of arrogance and compromise. Unfortunately, to fully explore things, we must now reference later events which we will not be going into in great detail until later. So, when Magnus attempts to warn the Emperor of Horus's betrayal and Horus's fall to chaos, he attempts to do so with his own personal psychic abilities, for reasons we'll get into later. And he ultimately resorts to sorcery, bargaining for the power to help him warn the Emperor. So, let us keep in mind both of these instances of Magnus bargaining with powers beyond his comprehension, while we consider the second story we're going to compare, the agony in the Garden of Gethsemane. Once again, I don't understand the differences between the multiple versions. I'm just going to give you the versions that I have. I'm not deciding one to be the best version. Mark 14:32-42. They went to a place called Gethsemane, and Jesus said to his disciples, "Sit here while I pray." He took Peter, James, and John along with him, and he began to be deeply distressed and troubled. "My soul is overwhelmed with sorrow to the point of death," he said to them. "Stay here and keep watch." Going a little farther, He fell to the ground and prayed that, if possible, the hour might pass from him. Abba, Father, he said, everything is possible for you. Take this cup from me, yet not what I will, but what you will. Then he returned to his disciples and found them sleeping. Simon, he said to Peter, are you asleep? Couldn't you keep watch for 1 hour? Watch and pray so that you will not fall into temptation. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Once more he went away and prayed the same thing. When he came back, he again found them sleeping because their eyes were heavy. They did not know what to say to him. Returning a third time, he said to them, are you still sleeping and resting? Enough. The hour has come. Look, the Son of Man is delivered into the hands of sinners. Rise, let us go. Here comes my betrayer. Matthew 26:36 through 46. Then Jesus went with his disciples to a place called Gethsemane, and he said to them, sit here while I go over there and pray. He took Peter and the 2 sons of Zebedee along with him, and he began to be sorrowful and troubled. Then he said to them, my soul is overwhelmed with sorrow to the point of death. Stay here and keep watch with me. Going a little farther, he fell with his face to the ground and prayed, my Father, if it is possible, may this cup be taken from me. Yet not as I will, but as you will. Then he returned to his disciples and found them sleeping. Couldn't you men keep watch with me for 1 hour? He asked Peter. Watch and pray so that you will not fall into temptation. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. He went away a second time and prayed, my Father, if it is not possible for this cup to be taken away unless I drink it, may your will be done. When he came back, he again found them sleeping because their eyes were heavy, so he left them and went away once more and prayed the third time, saying the same thing. Then he returned to the disciples and said to them, are you still sleeping and resting? Look, the hour has come, and the Son of Man is delivered into the hands of sinners. Rise, let us go. Here comes my betrayer. Luke 22:39 through 46. Jesus went out as usual to the Mount of Olives, and his disciples followed him. On reaching the place, he said to them, pray that you will not fall into temptation. He withdrew about a stone's throw beyond them, knelt down and prayed, Father, if you are willing, take this cup from me, yet not my will, but yours be done. An angel from heaven appeared to him and strengthened him, and being in anguish, he prayed more earnestly, and his sweat was like drops of blood falling to the ground. When he rose from prayer and went back to the disciples, he found them asleep, exhausted from sorrow. Why are you sleeping? He asked them. Get up and pray so that you will not fall into temptation. The agony in the Garden of Gethsemane is a striking counterpoint to Magnus's 2 acts of bargaining with warp entities, the first, of course, being during the flesh change debacle, and then the second being his later attempt to warn the Emperor about Horus's betrayal. Both the stories center on characters facing immense emotional turmoil, responsibility, and desperation. But Christ's response in his story is fundamentally different to Magnus's response in his 2 stories. Christ submits to divine will, trusting in a plan beyond his understanding, while Magnus, consumed by hubris and isolation, places his faith in his own abilities and bargains with forces beyond his comprehension. Let's examine this parallel in more detail and explore what it reveals about Magnus, the Emperor, and the narrative roles they fulfill. There's a sense of desperation and weight of responsibility in each story. In the Garden of Gethsemane, Christ faces the emotional weight of his impending betrayal and crucifixion. He prays in anguish, asking God to take the cup from him if possible, but ultimately submits. Your will be done. This moment captures Christ's human vulnerability as he experiences sorrow, fear, and exhaustion. Despite his suffering, Christ places his faith in the divine plan, demonstrating his trust in God and his willingness to accept his role, no matter the cost to him personally. On Prospero, trying to fix the flesh change, Magnus also faces an immense burden of responsibility, the survival of his legion and the fate of his sons. And then later, also on Prospero, Magnus again faces an immense burden of responsibility. He has this information about Horus's betrayal and Horus's fall to chaos, but in each of these two cases, unlike Christ, Magnus does not turn to a higher power for guidance. Magnus's desperation drives him to bargain with demonic entities, believing that his master of sorcery will allow him to control the situation. Instead of submission to a greater plan, Magnus acts out of hubris and fear, unable to accept his limitations or trust in the Emperor's wisdom. Magnus's attempt to warn the Emperor mirrors Gethsemane in its emotional intensity, because he faces the enormity of Horus's betrayal and the impending civil war, though he doesn't see the exact sides that are going to be developing. Like Christ in Gethsemane, Magnus here knows that the stakes are cosmic, but he refuses to submit to the Emperor's forbidding sorcery. He refuses to just send an astropathic message, or get on a ship and travel to Terra as a courier. Instead, he bargains with the warp again, believing that the end justifies the means. This act of rebellion and overreach contrasts starkly with Christ's obedience, highlighting Magnus's inability to relinquish control or trust others. Christ's words, "Not my will, but your will be done," embody the ultimate act of faith and humility. He recognizing that his suffering is part of a greater plan. And so, even as he longs for relief from suffering, he willingly accepts it to further the plan. This submission reflects Christ's perfect trust in God. Meanwhile, Magnus has hubris. His refusal to submit reflects his belief that his psychic mastery and intellect make him uniquely qualified to solve problems that others cannot. His choice to rely on sorcery, despite the Emperor's warnings, shows that he is unable to trust in a higher power or accept the limitations of his knowledge. Magnus sees submission to the Emperor's dictates as weakness. It's a mindset that ultimately leads to his corruption and fall. Part of this is not Magnus's fault. Christ had perfect trust in God. Magnus only had the Emperor and the Imperium available to trust, neither of whom really deserved it. Despite his anguish, Christ was able to maintain a sense of connection and trust with God, praying earnestly for strength. And he seeks comfort and support from his disciples, or at least the closest of his disciples. And though they fail to support him in the way that he asked, highlighting human vulnerability, he still felt comfortable asking them again, "Guys, I need your help." And so even in his isolation, as the disciples fall asleep anyway, Christ is sustained by his faith and his understanding of the greater purpose of his sacrifice. Magnus's story is defined by emotional isolation, much of it self-imposed, but also a substantial portion imposed by the Emperor. He refuses to ask for help because he has pride and belief in his own superiority, but also because the Emperor has not demonstrated that he's worthy of being trusted with vulnerability. Unlike Christ, Magnus lacks a sense of connection to a greater purpose. His reliance on sorcery deepens his isolation as it alienates him from the Emperor and from his brothers. and this isolation makes Magnus increasingly vulnerable to manipulation by Tzeentch. He seeks validation and power in the wrong places, but it's really hard to argue that seeking validation in the Emperor would be the right place. Christ's trust in God allows him to face his suffering with courage and resolve, knowing that his sacrifice will fulfill a greater purpose. This trust is rooted in God's trustworthiness. It's rooted in Christ's faith and love for God, who deserves both things. This sustains Jesus even in his darkest moments, both in the garden and in the trials he faces afterwards. Meanwhile, Magnus's lack of trust in the Emperor is honestly understandable. The Emperor has shown himself to be untrustworthy. But that drives Magnus's reliance on sorcery, as he believes he must trust in his own abilities. He must solve problems on his own. His mistrust stems partly from the Emperor's refusal to fully educate him about the dangers of chaos. It's hard to trust someone who's keeping you ignorant. But it's also rooted in Magnus's own arrogance and his inability to see himself as part of a larger plan. Because he doesn't see himself as part of the broader plan of the Imperium, he sees the forbiddance of sorcery in the Imperium as not applying to him. By rejecting trust, rejecting the option of submission to the plan, Magnus ensures his own downfall, as his reliance on sorcery leads him deeper into Tzeentch's grasp. If he had trusted in the plan, if he had allowed himself to go along with the idea that sorcery is forbidden even to him, then once he found out about Horus, he would have just fired off a high-priority astropathic message. Hey, Horus is bad now. I'll tell you why. I'm on a ship. Anyway, we can see obedience versus rebellion as a theme in the contrast here. The agony at the Garden of Gethsemane is a story of obedience, faith, and submission to divine will. Christ's willingness to accept suffering reflects his perfect alignment with God's plan. Magnus's story, in contrast, is one of rebellion and overreach. His refusal to trust in the Emperor or accept his warnings about the warp or accept his forbidding of sorcery leads him to compromise his principles and bargain with destructive forces that he cannot understand. When we consider hubris, Christ's humility allows him to fulfill his mission and achieve redemption for humanity, while Magnus's hubris and arrogance lead to his corruption and the destruction of Prospero. Thus, the danger of pride. And then, of course, there's the tragedy of isolation. Christ seeks connection with God and with his disciples. Magnus isolates himself, believing that his unique gifts set him apart from others. This isolation leaves him vulnerable to manipulation and corruption, as he lacks the emotional support and guidance needed to resist temptation. Thus, the agony in the garden serves as a narrative opposite to Magnus's 2 acts of bargaining with the warp. Christ submits to God's will and finds strength in faith. Magnus relies on his own strength and succumbs to hubris. Christ finds the redemptive power in submission to a higher purpose, while Magnus's failure to trust anyone else and his failure to accept any limitations on him lead to disaster, thus underscoring the tragic cost of arrogance and hubris. There's probably also an example to be drawn between Buddha speaking with Mara under the Bodhi tree, but I don't know enough about Buddhism to do a good job of that. Please, one of you, make your own video. The reaction of the Thousand Sons Legion to meeting Magnus was one of awe, reverence, and immediate connection. but it was not immediately religious devotion. This response was amplified by their dire circumstances at the time, with the flesh change ravaging their numbers and the legion teetering on the brink of extinction. The seeming cure for the flesh change brought by Magnus later elevated their admiration to quasi-religious devotion, creating an intense emotional and cultural bond between the legion and their psychic messiah. The Thousand Sons, like all legions, yes, even the Night Lords, were genetically predisposed to revere and follow their Primarch. But their reaction to Magnus was especially profound. Magnus's immense psychic presence immediately established him as a being of near godlike stature to his sons. All of them, or depending on canon, many of them were psychers, many of them quite powerful psychers and deeply attuned to the warp. Even arriving in the same star system as Prospero, they would be able to immediately note the blazing beacon in the warp that was Magnus. His psychic gifts and his intellect aligned perfectly with the Thousand Sons' genetically predisposed identity, making him a natural and beloved leader, and thus they took to his homeworld's culture, the scholarly psychic Prospero, with vigor. At the time of Magnus's arrival, the Thousand Sons were suffering from the flesh change, a devastating mutation that had reduced their numbers to very few. The exact thing gets a little iffy, but slightly more than 1,000, I think. Magnus's arrival offered thus a sense of hope and salvation, as they believed, out of their desperation, that he might be able to save them from their grim fate. His ability to connect with them psychically further deepened their sense of relief and trust, as he could understand their burden in a way that no one else could, especially in the Imperium. The Thousand Sons had long been outcasts within the broader Imperium due to their psychic nature and the stigma associated with the flesh change. Magnus, a powerful psyker, leading a world of psychers, embodied everything that they hoped for and offered them acceptance and understanding that they had not found elsewhere. Thus, there was an immediate sense of kinship and loyalty. Magnus was their leader and a reflection of their own identity. Magnus's decades-long quest to cure the flesh change, culminating in his, at least temporarily, causing it to subside using sorcery, elevated him from their beloved leader to a psychic messiah in the eyes of the Thousand Sons. The Legion saw his actions as miraculous, reinforcing their belief that Magnus was uniquely capable of leading them and protecting them. But this act also solidified their reliance on psychic power and sorcery, because it was now a foundation of their survival. The Legion's gratitude for being saved from extinction translated into unshakable loyalty to their Primarch, in much the same way as the Emperor's children had unshakable loyalty to Fulgrim. Though with Fulgrim it was merely conventional leadership that saved them. With Magnus, the Thousand Sons believed that their survival was entirely due to his unique genius and immense psychic mastery. This was further reinforced by their isolation, their sense that no one outside the Legion understood or cared about them the way that Magnus did. The cure for the flesh change thus allowed the Thousand Sons to fully embrace their psychic nature without fear of mutation or rejection. That is, the flesh change was still there. It popped up later, in a particular event with the Space Wolves we'll talk about later. But they were able to at least go into battle without fearing that they would immediately burst into mutations every time. And so, under Magnus's leadership in the Great Crusade, the Thousand Sons came to see themselves as the pinnacle of psychic evolution, the Emperor's most enlightened sons. This validation strengthened their bond with Magnus and their shared sense of purpose as scholars and masters of the mystic arts. The treatment for the flesh change, while celebrated, also created a sense of dependency on Magnus. The Legion came to believe that it was only through Magnus's immense psychic power that they were kept safe from the flesh change, thus reinforcing their reliance on him and their separation from the broader Imperium. Thus, as their reliance on sorcery deepened over time, their vulnerability to manipulation by Tzeentch likewise deepened. The success of Magnus's treatment for the flesh change reinforced the Thousand Sons' belief in their superiority over other legions. This pride, this sense that they'd had such a great flaw as a cost of their power, but now that they had overcome that flaw, they were just better than everyone. That contributed to their growing isolation, because they viewed other legions as brutish or unenlightened, and they viewed each individual non-psychic Marine in other legions as being relatively underpowered compared to those of the Thousand Sons. Then later, their reliance on sorcery even further alienated them, because it became a defining part of their identity, but it was still a point of contention within the Imperium, even more so than psychic power was. The treatment for the flesh change and Magnus's leadership fostered an atmosphere of unquestioning loyalty, where his decisions were rarely, if ever, challenged. This blind loyalty ultimately proved to be a double-edged sword, as it made the Thousand Sons less likely to question Magnus's reliance on sorcery or his more risky decisions. Their devotion to Magnus became so absolute that when it developed a crack just before the battle at Prospero, it shattered outright. But we'll talk about that later. To the Thousand Sons, Magnus was their savior, their psychic messiah, and symbol of their identity. His ability to cure their ailment made him the embodiment of their hopes, and his immense might and knowledge made him the example of their aspirations to try to live up to. The problem, then, is that they unquestioningly went along with his worse decisions. This dynamic mirrors the Emperor's relationship with humanity, where the savior becomes a source of strength and a point of vulnerability. The Legion's reliance on Magnus and sorcery shows the danger of over-dependence on a single figure or ideology. Magnus's treatment saved them in the short term, but it also bound them to the warp and made them vulnerable to corruption. The Thousand Sons' pre-existing pride in their psychic abilities was then amplified through the mirror with Magnus and his own hubris after they met him, creating a feedback loop that amplified their vulnerabilities. Their belief in their own superiority blinded all of them to the dangers of sorcery and made them less willing to listen to warnings and caution and forbidding by the Emperor, thus eventually leading to their downfall. Overall, the relationship of the Thousand Sons to Magnus is a source of strength and a tragic flaw, reflecting the larger themes of hubris and dependence. The Thousand Sons Legion was given its name by the Emperor as an honorific after they won the final victory in the Terran Unification Wars. It is very unusual that the Legion's name was not changed by their Primarch. What reasons may Magnus have considered when deciding whether or not to change their name? Well, the first obvious option is that he may have been honoring the Emperor's gesture. The name the Thousand Sons was given to the Legion by the Emperor himself as an honorific after their victory in the Unification Wars, much like the name the Luna Wolves was assigned to Horus's Legion during the Unification Wars after a battle against the Gene Smiths of the Moon. Magnus admired and revered the Emperor more than most of his brothers, and thus perhaps he felt a deep emotional connection to the name as a mark of his father's acknowledgement and approval. That is to say, changing the name might have felt like rejecting the emperor's gift. Then, of course, by the time Magnus met his legion, their numbers had dwindled to quite few. By the time he stabilized their numbers with the treatment for the flesh change, they had dwindled to slightly more than 1,000. There's some numerology bullshit with Tzeentch that we don't need to get into. Thus, the name the Thousand Sons took on a new meaning, symbolizing their resilience and survival. Thus, keeping the name was the same thing as changing it to a new name that happens to have the same words. But, that's some literary bullshit we don't need to get into right now. Unlike some of his brothers, notably Perturabo, Magnus did not feel the need to distance himself from the pre-Primarch era of his legion. He wanted to honor his legion's history and their achievements before his arrival. Thus, Magnus had respect for the past and his belief in continuity. So even as he reshaped the legion in his image and in the culture of Prospero, he was placing himself in an existing tradition. Besides which, by keeping the name, Magnus reinforced the idea that the legion was an extension of himself, his sons, his spiritual family, rather than just being a military force. That is to say, Magnus may have interpreted the name as being something of a reflection of himself, or perhaps even a prophecy that that's how many legionnaires would survive to be his new legion. In this sense, Magnus might have felt that no name change was necessary because the legion was already the extension of his vision and values. Now, though they fought in the last battle of the Terran Unification Wars, which overlapped with the start of the Great Crusade, the Thousand Sons only fought in the Great Crusade briefly before being sidelined when the flesh change first appeared alongside their psychic awakening. Then, after Magnus was found, it was decades before his seeming cure was developed. Because of that, they didn't start the Great Crusade in earnest until almost 100 years after most of the other legions. I wonder, can we see any evidence of this affecting how they thought, felt, and acted? Well, it likely had a profound effect on their perception of themselves, their relationships with other legions, and their actions on the battlefield, but there is only limited textual evidence. Unfortunately, I am more than happy to speculate and extrapolate wildly from scant evidence. Just you fucking wait for the Alpha Legion episode. This period of sidelining and later entry into the Great Crusade shaped the Thousand Sons as a legion that was deeply aware of its outsider status and so prideful. Before Magnus arrived, the Thousand Sons were already viewed with suspicion and disdain by many within the Imperium due to their psychic nature, which was widely known during the Psychic Awakening, and the horrifying mutations of the flesh change, which was not so widely known, but it was widely rumored. The high mortality rate within the Legion owing to the flesh change, and their thus inability to deploy effectively in the Crusade, gave some within the Imperium reason to see them as a failed experiment. These early attitudes fostered a sense of alienation and resentment among some of the surviving Thousand Sons, who felt misunderstood and unfairly judged. This, of course, is just an extension of them already feeling misunderstood and unfairly judged due to growing up as Psykers on Terra, wherein Psykers were alternately hunted to nearly extermination or used as weapons. The arrival of Magnus and his, decades later, seeming treatment for the flesh change gave the Legion a new lease on life and deepened their reverence for their Primarch. It encouraged them to think of themselves pridefully as having overcome their weakness, But that, combined with the delay in joining the crusade, gave them a sense of needing to prove themselves once they finally entered battle. They were acutely aware that other legions had already earned glory and accolades while they had been sidelined. Thus, they believed that they needed to outshine other legions to earn the respect they craved. Their reliance on psychic power and their deep commitment to knowledge and scholarship also set them apart from other legions, and they were fully aware of this distinction and encouraged it. It made them proud of their uniqueness and also reinforced a sense of isolation. They saw themselves as more enlightened than their brothers. This intellectual superiority thus made it difficult for them to fully integrate or form strong bonds with other legions. Many of the other legions viewed the Thousand Sons with wariness, and others with outright hostility, because of their psychic abilities and their delayed entry into the crusade. The use of sorcery and psychic powers clashed with the cultural values of some of the more traditional legions. Even those who used psychers, for example the Imperial Fists, they had librarians, but Rogel Dorn only barely put up with them. Thus, this lack of understanding and trust contributed to the Thousand Sons' isolation from the broader Imperium. Despite this, Lorgar admired the Thousand Sons for their scholarly pursuits, and Fulgrim found some common ground with them in their pursuit of perfection after near extinction. But even these relationships were tempered by the pervasive stigma against psychers that the Emperor explicitly made into policy. Thus, when the Thousand Sons finally entered the crusade, they fought with an intensity and precision that reflected their desire to make up for lost time. They specialized in quite rapid victories, using their psychic powers to outmaneuver, outthink, or overwhelm their enemies. Plus, their campaigns often involved them seeking to recover knowledge or artifacts as a scholarly or exploratory component alongside the military conquests. The Thousand Sons' thoughtful nature allowed them to approach compliance efforts with diplomacy or intellect more often than some of the more brutal legions, such as the Iron Warriors or World Eaters. Their preference for knowledge and understanding set them apart, with Magnus's influence allowing them to attempt diplomacy more often. But then their psychic nature put off some cultures they encountered in much the same way as they put off the Imperium overall. Overall, the approach earned them respect in some quarters, but contributed to their reputation as outsiders, because legions who valued decisiveness and military conquest over diplomacy saw them as weak. Overall, their early struggles with the flesh change, leading to their sidelining from the crusade, left an emotional scar on the legion. Magnus's treatment provided relief, but the memory of their near extinction fostered a sense of insecurity and fragility, which they did not really engage in. Instead, they sought to mask it with pride and ambition. As always, an unaddressed emotional vulnerability leads to vulnerability to manipulation. The stigma against the loyal Great Crusade era Thousand Sons reflects a broader theme in Warhammer 40,000, the fear of the unknown and the consequences of misunderstanding or rejecting difference. The Imperium's mistrust of Psychers and its failure to fully support the Thousand Sons created the conditions for their eventual rebellion. That is to say, the Imperium's mistrust of Psychers led to Leman Russ deciding it was reasonable to try to kill them, and so the Thousand Sons could only rebel in order to survive. We thus see the dangers of fear and prejudice. Each legion's structure and techniques were changed upon meeting their Primarch, often quite drastically, as with the Dark Angels, and sometimes less so, as with the Word Bearers. The Thousand Sons were substantially overhauled by Magnus with respect to their use of psychic powers. During their earliest participation in the Great Crusade, before Magnus was discovered, the Legion's use of psychic powers was quite basic and untrained. During their fights against the Cyclops on Prospero, the scholar psychers of Prospero had developed 5 main lines of psychic powers. Magnus taught these to the Thousand Sons in 5 specialist groups called cults, which existed outside the Legion's main structure. Kind of like the hecaton whatever of the Dark Angels. There were the Athenaeans, telepathy, Corvidae, precognition, Pavoni, biomancy, that's like altering biological processes, Pyre, fire of course, and Raptora, telekinesis. That's like especially making telekinetic barriers, not just moving objects. The Dark Angels, what was it called? Hecatonistica. That was their those secretive orders of scholar warriors who existed outside the formal structure of the Dark Angels Legion. They specialized in the weaknesses of specific enemies or the use of specialist weapons. Let's compare these. They're both specialist groups operating outside the formal structure of their respective legions, but they reflect the philosophical and cultural differences between their Primarchs. They had different, perhaps contrasting approaches to knowledge, specialization, and unity. The cults of the Thousand Sons were rooted in psychic mastery and scholarly exploration. They represented Magnus's belief in the boundless potential of the human mind to harness and understand the warp. The 5 cults organized around specific psychic disciplines, thus allowed the Marines to refine their abilities and collaborate on mastering the intricacies of their chosen fields. This approach reflects Magnus's philosophy of pursuing enlightenment and specialization through study, with each cult pushing the boundaries of what was possible with psychic power. Meanwhile, the Hecatonistica were less about exploration and research and more about practical application. Each order was focused on exploiting specific enemy weaknesses or mastering certain weapons, reflecting Lionel Johnson's pragmatic and strategic mindset. The Hecatonistica were not driven by intellectual curiosity, but more so by the tactical necessity of overcoming foes efficiently. This approach reflects the Dark Angels' focus on discipline. But interestingly, there's also the Dark Angels' focus on secrecy. One did not know which of one's squad mates may be members of which of the Hecatonistica. Their specialization served the greater purpose of victory, not individual aggrandizement. In the Thousand Sons, the cults were designed to amplify the individual strengths of each Thousand Sons Marine, making them more effective as scholar warriors and psychic specialists. The existence of the cults allowed the Thousand Sons to approach battle with creativity and adaptability, using their psychic abilities in ways tailored to the challenges at hand. This structure thus encouraged collaboration and innovation, with the Astartes working together to advance their knowledge and refine their techniques. The Hecatonistica, being secret, were subservient to the Legion's broader goals. They functioned as tools of war, not avenues of personal growth and personal advancement. Members of the Hecatonistica were expected to keep their knowledge secret, reflecting the cloistered nature of the Dark Angels. Unlike the cults, which encouraged open collaboration, the Hecatonistica operated in isolation, with each order focusing on its specific area of expertise, in part to prevent dangerous knowledge from being accessed by those who couldn't handle it. But in another part, it was because Lionel Johnson had some psychopathology that went unaddressed. The cults were a direct reflection of Magnus's intellectual and spiritual philosophy, emphasizing enlightenment and mastery of the warp. Magnus saw his legionnaires as scholars and seekers, with the cults providing a framework for them to expand their understanding of psychic power. The cults were a way for Magnus to relate to his sons, as they saw him as the master of each of the disciplines, and he saw the cults as a way to empower his sons, giving them a sense of identity and purpose aligning with his own vision. Meanwhile, the secrecy of the Hecatonistica mirrored the lion's own tendency to withhold information and keep his plans close to his chest. Thus, the cults of the Thousand Sons fostered a culture of collaboration, intellectualism, and experimental research, reinforcing the Legion's identity as scholars and mystics. This approach created a strong sense of unity among the Thousand Sons as they shared a common purpose in their pursuit of knowledge. But perhaps it made them more isolated from other legions. It encouraged their reliance on psychic power and their scholarly pursuits, which set them apart. For the Dark Angels, the Hecatonistica reinforced the secretive and hierarchical culture of the Dark Angels, with each order functioning as a secret, self-contained unit of specialized knowledge. This approach created a legion that was highly disciplined and efficient, but also bred internal mistrust, leading to division. Secrecy and compartmentalization were central to their culture, so that meant that you could have secrets show up that you did not want. Now, the internal politics of the Thousand Sons were primarily with regards to these cults, with members vying for a position among the 9 members of the Rahati, Magnus's inner circle of advisors. There's some similarity to the Mournival of the Luna Wolves Legion. Membership in the Rahati came not just with the standard political benefits of having the ear of the powerful, but also having close proximity to Magnus strengthened the powers of the members of the Rahati. Membership and prominence among the Rahati changed frequently because their powers waxed and waned with the tides of the warp. I feel that this may have been intentional on Magnus's part, not just to encourage competition and self-improvement, but also to serve as a sort of barometer for what the warp was doing. The cults created an environment where psychic mastery was the primary measure of success, with members striving to outdo one another within their disciplines, because if they achieved great enough power, it could lead to promotion within the cult and potentially a seat on the Rahati. This encouraged continuous self-improvement and the pursuit of ever greater knowledge, aligning with Magnus's philosophy of enlightenment. And it can also be seen to have some sort of healthy competition, a positive force fostering innovation, and ensuring that meritocratic psychers rose to prominence. The natural waxing and waning of different psychic powers influenced by the warp ensured a level of fluidity in leadership positions, which prevented stagnation and ensured that no single individual held too much power for too long. Thus, perhaps Magnus made the Rahati in this manner to intentionally encourage his sons to push themselves, to grow, to use their competitive nature as a tool for collective advancement, like President Lincoln's cabinet. But besides that, the differing membership in the Rahati may have allowed Magnus and the Thousand Sons Legion overall to gauge the shifting tides of the warp. By looking at the membership, one could have insight into the current state of the Imperium. Further, this ensured that the Council remained adaptive and responsive to the ever-changing challenges posed by the warp, rather than falling into stagnation or rigidity. Now, this constant flux could also create instability, as those who lost their position might harbor resentment or seek ways to regain their prominence for selfish means. Magnus seems to have viewed this as a necessary trade-off for the system's dynamism, but it created underlying tensions within the Legion. That is to say, the cults, the Rahati, reinforced the Legion's collective identity as scholars and masters of the warp, allowing them to have a sense of unity despite the competitive nature of their internal politics. And and members of different cults may have seen their own attempt to master themselves as part of a larger intellectual and spiritual mission, but at the same time, the cult's specialization created divisions within the Legion, with members of different disciplines pursuing their own goals and priorities. These divisions were not as overt as in certain other legions, but competition for resources and influence, particularly membership in the Rahati, are one weak point that can be exploited by outside forces to sow discord. The cult system and the Rahati encouraged ambition and experimentation and self-improvement. It did not reward caution. Thus it made the Legion vulnerable to hubris and overreach, reflecting Magnus. Trying to gain membership in the Rahati, or trying to keep membership in the Rahati, made them more willing to take dangerous risks or delve into otherwise forbidden knowledge, believing that they could control the consequences, but only if they maintained their membership. This tendency towards overconfidence mirrors Magnus's own hubris quite well, but the constant shifts in power created opportunities for subtle corruption as individuals sought to gain an edge over their rivals. Now, like the Mournival of the Luna Wolves, the Rahati served as an inner circle of advisors, but the two groups functioned quite differently. The Mournival emphasized balance and stability, its members chosen to represent different aspects of the Legion's culture, with the Rahati, by contrast, being defined by fluidity and competition. They represented different aspects of their Legion's power, and unfortunately the dynamic nature of membership in the Rahati reflects the Legion's alignment with Tzeentch even before their fall. The constant shifts in power and influence within the Rahati served as a microcosm of the Legion's eventual fate, showing the dangers of unrestrained change and unpredictability due to the warp. Mortarion, Rogel Dorn, Corax, and Leman Russ were all quite vocal in their disapproval of the Thousand Sons. Their exact reasoning and manner of disapproval varied, with Mortarion outright banning psychic powers in the Death Guard, the Imperial Fists having an active and organized librarium, and the Space Wolves having their librarians delude themselves into thinking that they were using some sort of mystical connection to Fenris and not using the power of the warp at all. Other legions were sometimes skeptical of Magnus's frequent use of diplomacy, trickery, guile, the use of psychically altered spies called Hidden Ones, and the use of telepathic manipulation to bring worlds into Imperial compliance. In addition, Magnus's focus on collecting knowledge during the Great Crusade was often seen as a distraction by outsiders. With all of that, the fact that the Thousand Sons fought alongside other legions and other forces in the Crusade is a testament to their strength. So great were the capabilities and deeds of the Thousand Sons during the Great Crusade that even their detractors could not help but ask them to fight alongside them sometimes. They faced significant skepticism, mistrust, and outright hostility, but the Thousand Sons were still willing to work alongside other legions and Imperial forces. This speaks volumes about, one, their immense strength, tactical acumen, and strategic contributions, making other legions want to ask them when they're in a pinch, and also, though their psychic powers, guile, and scholarly pursuits set them apart, they wanted their deeds on the battlefield to prove their worth to their detractors. They wanted to be included. The most obvious and consistent source of tension came from fear and mistrust of psychic abilities, a sentiment that was pervasive across the Imperium, encouraged by the Emperor. Mortarion, of course, was the most vocal and extreme detractor, outright banning psychic powers within the Death Guard, and thus viewed the Thousand Sons' mere existence as reckless and dangerous. His hatred of Psykers, remember, was rooted in his upbringing on Barbarous, where Psyker warlords dominated and oppressed the population. Now, Rogel Dorn was skeptical of psychic power, but pragmatic. The Imperial Fists maintained a librarium, and they were quite powerful in battle. But later, after the Council of Nicaea, Rogel Dorn did not simply have his librarians fight as regular Marines and just not use their psychic power. Rather, he imprisoned them. So he viewed the Thousand Sons' unrestrained use of sorcery during the Great Crusade as excessive and unnecessarily risky. His was, I think, more similar to the general policy among the Primarchs, though the standard for how librarians were organized and trained was set by the White Scars, and later popularized by the Codex Astartes when Guilliman more or less adopted the White Scars model. Anyway, another source of distrust was that many Primarchs, particularly the more direct and martial figures like Russ and Angron, disapproved of Magnus's preference for diplomacy and guile, especially his use of telepathic manipulation in order to achieve compliance rather than just straightforward conquest. Those Primarchs valued honor in combat and saw Magnus's methods as underhanded or even cowardly, believing that victory through manipulation was a cheapening of the Crusade's purpose. This is, of course, stupid. The ends justify the means. Bringing a population into the fold, annexing it without bloodshed, is better. Now, Magnus's use of the hidden ones, the psychically altered spies, to help the compliance process reinforced the perception that the Thousand Sons did not trust others to think or act independently, which in some cases was accurate. A third source of mistrust was the idea that the Thousand Sons' relentless pursuit of knowledge and artifacts during the Great Crusade was seen as a waste of time and resources by their peers. Yes, other legions would go out of their way to get STC fragments, but that was explicitly endorsed by the Emperor. So while other legions were focused on military conquest and compliance, Magnus directed his legion to gather and preserve psychic knowledge, which others viewed as either irrelevant, indulgent, or dangerous. This focus on intellectual pursuits isolated the Thousand Sons from other legions who saw their efforts as selfish or contrary to the goals of the crusade. The mistrust and skepticism of their peers left the Thousand Sons isolated within the Imperium, making it difficult for them to build lasting alliances. Their reputation as sorcerers and manipulators created a barrier to cooperation, because many feared that working with the Thousand Sons would leave them vulnerable to exploitation. This was not an insurmountable barrier. They did have some allies among the Imperial army, but it was certainly a hurdle. In general, the Thousand Sons were used as a scapegoat for broader fears and anxieties about Psykers and the warp. Their actions were thus scrutinized more harshly than those of other legions, with any perceived misstep reinforcing negative stereotypes. This created a self-fulfilling cycle of mistrust, where their attempts to prove themselves were often dismissed or misunderstood. The Thousand Sons' scholarly and intellectual culture often clashed with the more martial and pragmatic cultures of other legions, as well as the cultures of some elements of the Imperial army. Their reliance on diplomacy and manipulation created friction with those who valued directness and some sense of honor in battle. And their ideas about building up human knowledge of the Imperium, building up of knowledge of the Empyrean, the warp. Their idea of Magnus as a kind of psychic messiah made them seem aloof and detached from the practical goals of the crusade. But then sometimes people knew they were in a bind and needed the might of the Thousand Sons to back them up. The Thousand Sons had unparalleled psychic prowess. Their psychic abilities were a massive tactical advantage, allowing them to turn the tide of battle in ways that other legions could not. Their precognitive abilities through the Corvidae cult allowed them to anticipate enemy movements and enemy decisions, both in the heat of battle and also on a more strategic level. Even those who distrusted psychic power could not deny its effectiveness, forcing them to rely on the Thousand Sons in critical situations. The Thousand Sons' use of telepathy, manipulation, predicting the future, wild psychic powers allowed them to achieve victories that brute force could not. Magnus's philosophy of understanding and controlling the warp allowed his legion to approach the challenges that they faced with flexibility and creativity, adapting to situations where others might struggle. This adaptability made them valuable allies, even to some legions that disapproved of their methods. And then, of course, at a larger level, Magnus's preference for diplomacy and peaceful compliance often prevented unnecessary bloodshed, earning him respect from the broader imperial apparatus. The Thousand Sons' ability to negotiate and manipulate allowed them to bring worlds into compliance with minimal loss of life, preserving resources and manpower for the broader crusade. One example we'll talk about is the pacification of Agoru. The Thousand Sons fought alongside the Space Wolves after bringing the Agoru system into compliance. There's like an outbreak, whatever. This was a rare degree of camaraderie. Magnus's diplomatic skills allowed them to first achieve compliance without unnecessary bloodshed, and then their willingness to fight alongside a legion that didn't respect them and didn't like them when a new threat emerged showcases the strength of their approach. The Thousand Sons' ability to overcome mistrust and criticism and try over and over again to work alongside others reflects their resilience and their determination to prove themselves. Despite their outsider status, they remained committed to the crusade and demonstrated their worth through their actions. The mistrust and isolation faced by the Thousand Sons highlight the Imperium's fear of the unknown and its failure to embrace diversity. The story is thus a cautionary tale about the dangers of rejecting those who do not conform to established norms. Now, of course, the Thousand Sons' use of psychic power and telepathic manipulation and the psychic hidden ones raises questions about the morality of their methods and the balance between pragmatism and principle. Their ability to achieve compliance with minimal bloodshed contrasts with the more brutal methods of other legions. But what is the use of bringing the population into compliance if you're doing so by directly changing the minds of their leaders, like a carpenter with a piece of wood? Is it a violation of human dignity to whatever extent that was respected during the Great Crusade? I don't know, man. Make your own video. I'll watch it. Now, let us discuss some specific engagements of the Thousand Sons during the Great Crusade. On Kashat, the Thousand Sons brought the world into imperial compliance without combat. On Nekordo, 200 Marines of the Thousand Sons conquered the planet in 6 hours. On the Night World of Valnum, 60 Marines of the Thousand Sons defeated the ruling Night House in 500 seconds. Rhyobia was a planet whose rulers had psychic powers and a great library of knowledge related to psychic powers. And so when the Raven Guard were preparing to take the planet and burn its library, the Thousand Sons preempted them by rushing over there and conquering the planet first to take the contents of the library for themselves. Similar sort of situation. On Zoa, The Night Lords and Thousand Sons fought together to conquer a planet, but Magnus gained lasting enmity for the Night Lords due to the immense number of civilians they killed, and also due to them destroying a library of knowledge related to psychic powers. I won't get into which of those was more important to Magnus. The Thousand Sons were sometimes able to gain the respect and allegiance of other Imperial forces just due to their deeds. On Megorania, the Thousand Sons defended some damaged Titans from the Mechanicum, the Legio Lacrima, from a horde of orcs, thus earning the respect and allegiance of the Legio. On the three moons of Kamenka Ulizarna, the Thousand Sons fought alongside elements of the Imperial army and the Titans of the Legio Astorum against the orcs in a bloody campaign which lasted 2 years. Each of those Imperial forces suffered immense losses as a result, but without the Thousand Sons they would have just lost. In one of their greatest victories, there were several star systems called the Golden Apostles in a strategic location, held by a civilization of coexisting humans and Xenos, which had a powerful naval force. Magnus used precognitive psychic power to set a trap for the enemy fleet, thus causing their defeat in a decisive battle and allowing for the rapid conquest of their star systems. These various engagements showcase the strengths, philosophies, and methods of the Thousand Sons during the Great Crusade, allowing us to see a great deal about the character of the Legion and their Primarch, as well as their relationships with other Imperial forces. Kashat shows us the case study of the Thousand Sons' use of diplomacy and psychic manipulation, valuing the preservation of life and resources in compliance campaigns, but not so much the autonomy of the human mind. This approach reinforced the mistrust of other legions, but was too valuable to the Imperial apparatus to be banned. Engagements like Nicordo and Valnum underscore the Legion's ability to use psychic powers to devastating effect, able to achieve decisive victories with minimal resources, thus reinforcing their reputation, but also feeding their sense of superiority. Rhyobia and Zoa show the Thousand Sons prioritizing the preservation of psychic knowledge over strict adherence to military protocol, sometimes resulting in some amount of friction between the Thousand Sons and other legions. These incidents demonstrate their arrogance and disregard for the opinions of other legions, as they believed that their actions were justified by the importance of the knowledge in question. The campaigns deepened the Thousand Sons' sense of isolation, as it reinforced their perception that other legions lacked their enlightenment and higher purpose. The destruction of the library at Zoa was especially painful for Magnus, as it represented what was to him the loss of irreplaceable knowledge. It was as if someone had destroyed an STC printout in front of Ferrus Manus. The engagement at Megorania highlights the Thousand Sons' selflessness and heroism, risking their lives to protect their allies. Their ability to work effectively with the Mechanicum-aligned Legio Lacrima afterwards contrasts with their tense relationships with other Astartes legions, even those that they successfully fought alongside. Perhaps this says something about the place that pragmatism has in the Mechanicum. The war at Kamenka Ulizarna reflects the Thousand Sons' endurance and determination in the face of overwhelming odds, but their heavy losses reinforced their sense of existential desperation, as they were never a numerous legion. And then, of course, their masterstroke against the Golden Apostles demonstrates how their use of foresight and precognition gave them immense strategic advantage. This victory thus enhanced their reputation as a formidable force in the Imperium, but also reinforced their reliance on psychic powers. In general, we can see the Thousand Sons' actions reflecting what they believe to be a pragmatic approach to warfare, prioritizing strict efficiency and preservation of the eventual compliant world over strict adherence to imperial doctrine. But we can contrast that with their obsessive behavior with regard to psychic knowledge. The destruction of libraries and the loss of knowledge were particularly painful for the Thousand Sons, but the presence of such knowledge could make them act in ways which might be deemed unwise in the larger tactical picture, as a counterpoint to their general pragmatism. Let's go back to Agoru. We talked about some specific engagements. Agoru's worth looking more deeply into. Magnus first gained the imperial compliance of Agoru by diplomacy, and then afterwards he had the Thousand Sons explore an Eldar structure on the planet and learned about the Webway. The Emperor had not told Magnus anything about the Webway or its dangers, which is wild considering how often the Imperial forces fought the Eldar. After the Webway Gate was accidentally opened by one of the Thousand Sons, the damaged section of the Webway to which it was connected let through Daemons, which were ultimately defeated by Magnus, the Thousand Sons present, and an allied force of Space Wolves. Magnus was quite happy about the Space Wolves' performance in battle, but the incident ultimately resulted in an increase of the Space Wolves' suspicions of the methods of the Thousand Sons, rather than bringing them together. But despite his suspicions and reservations, shortly after the Battle of Agoru, Leman Russ requested the assistance of Magnus in the conquest of the Arc Reach cluster. In that campaign, the Space Wolves and Word Bearers had conquered 4 out of the 6 worlds of Arc Reach without too much difficulty, but they needed assistance for the remaining 2. The Thousand Sons were instrumental in key victories, especially in the 6th world, but there was an incident where tensions flared, which deserves some discussion. Magnus was disgusted by the massive numbers of civilians killed by the Space Wolves and Word Bearers, while Leman Russ was convinced that their society could not be brought into compliance with the Imperial truth if it was left intact. This erupted into a skirmish between the 2 legions. A Marine of the Thousand Sons overexerted his psychic powers, and he experienced the flesh change in front of the Space Wolves, before then being killed by Leman Russ. Lorgar, of all people, had to step in to prevent Magnus and Leman from fighting each other. These events at Agoru reveal the deep philosophical, cultural, and tactical differences between the Thousand Sons and the Space Wolves, and these simmering tensions that erupted briefly at Arc Reach presaged the culmination at the tragedy of Prospero. At Agoru, the unleashing of Daemons through the Webway Gate highlights the dangers of ignorance and hubris, as Magnus and his legion were tampering with forces they did not fully understand. The Emperor could have taken this as a sign that he needed to teach Magnus more so that he'd be better able to avoid the dangers of the Webway, but he didn't. The joint effort of the Thousand Sons and Space Wolves to defeat the Daemons at Agoru could have bridged the gap between the 2 legions. Magnus was impressed by the Space Wolves' ferocity and effectiveness in battle, seeing them as valuable allies despite their differences. But in exchange for Magnus's compliment, the Space Wolves responded with further mistrust. That is to say, the Space Wolves' mistrust of psychic powers only deepened after witnessing the unintended consequences of the Thousand Sons' methods, rather than the Thousand Sons' effectiveness in cleaning up after themselves. At Arc Reach, the heart of the conflict between Russ and Magnus lay in the fundamentally different philosophies regarding compliance. Magnus believed that the societies could be reformed through education, diplomacy, and thus have preservation of their knowledge and culture be a boon to the Imperium overall. He saw the wholesale destruction of civilian populations as a betrayal of the Imperial truth's promise of enlightenment, whereas Russ held a far more dogmatic and brutal view. He believed that societies resistant to the human truth sometimes had to be utterly destroyed in order to be rebuilt from the ground up to prevent future rebellion. Russ was not at the Angron or Kurz extreme, but still, to Russ, mercy was a weakness, and non-compliance was a death sentence. The world could be colonized later by imperial settlers as long as the world was not first put to exterminatus. Thus, while Magnus viewed the massacre of civilians on the Sixth World of Arcreach as disgusting, Russ viewed Magnus's disgust as naive idealism. The skirmish between the Thousand Sons and Space Wolves at the Sixth World of Arcreach was the first time that I have seen in canon that the Thousand Sons' flesh change was apparent in front of members of another legion. Leman Russ executed the Marine immediately, further escalating tensions. Maybe Magnus could have had some hope of treating the Marine, or maybe he was just going to euthanize the Marine. Dunno. But it was his son, so it was his choice. Russ should have butted out. Russ viewed it as a necessary act to neutralize a dangerous threat, but for Magnus it was an insult and betrayal of the trust between their legions. Russ never gave a thought to how he would react if someone else from another legion executed a wolfen-afflicted space wolf. This is because he lacks insight and is bad at introspection. Magnus was outraged at the loss of his son and the dismissive attitude of Russ towards the Thousand Sons' struggles with their genetic curse, the flesh change. I don't know how much Magnus knew about the Space Wolves' struggles with the Wolfen, but the hypocrisy on display here is astounding. This moment deepened Magnus's fear of losing his legion and deepened his belief that other legions could not understand or appreciate their plight. He, Magnus, was their psychic messiah, and nobody else could be trusted. If Russ had instead let Magnus deal with the Marine, and then after the battle confided in him, hey, we've got this thing called the Wolfen. It's at least kind of similar. I understand some of your pain. I empathize with you. They would have gotten along better, you know? Anyway, Lorgar, of all people, had to keep the peace between them. If I understand the timeline correctly, this was pre-Monarchia. So Lorgar still outwardly adhered to the imperial truth in front of others, but he had not yet started on the path towards chaos. He was just worshipping the Emperor. Anyway, the clash of philosophies between Magnus and Russ here is mostly one of idealism versus pragmatism, but there are deeper problems. Magnus embodies the Emperor's intellect and curiosity, his belief in the power of knowledge to shape the future. He is a fundamentally hopeful, optimistic facet of the Emperor's personality. Russ embodies the Emperor's dominance and ruthlessness, his willingness to make hard choices to maintain hierarchy and internal order. His is a fundamentally pessimistic facet, and thus, when they met, Russ was not willing to put aside his own preconceived notions in order to empathize with Magnus. These events altogether reinforced the isolation and mistrust faced by the Thousand Sons. Russ could have chosen differently. He could have chosen empathy and compassion. He could have chosen vulnerability, sharing his own struggles with the Wolfen in his legion. Instead, he placed himself in a position of feeling better about himself at not being like those guys in the Thousand Sons, and in doing so, he was harming his brother Magnus. These events altogether show how Magnus's desperate need for understanding and acceptance, both for himself and his legion, was met with an immense lack of empathy from his brothers, thus reinforcing Magnus's reliance on his own abilities and his growing willingness to defy the Imperium in order to protect his sons. The Webway incident at Agoru foreshadows the dangers of the warp and the corruption creeping into the Thousand Sons practice. Magnus's failure to heed the Emperor's warnings about the warp was already becoming apparent. He continued to use psychic powers. He continued to go to random alien artifacts and push random buttons with no sense of caution because, again, we talked about earlier, Magnus had learned earlier in his life that caution was bad. So he just went full ahead without fully understanding the consequences or risks of what he was doing. Magnus's beliefs and his assurance, his self-assurance of his own abilities, led him to overreach with disastrous consequences. The events at Ikoru and Arc Reach foreshadow the tragic arc of Magnus and the Thousand Sons, with their greatest strengths becoming their greatest weaknesses. Their psychic power, their idealism, their intellect and curiosity, because those strengths were not tempered by caution and they were not met by others with empathy. While they were at the time united in their loyalty to the Emperor and Imperium, the fundamental differences between the Space Wolves and Thousand Sons created rifts between them that would ultimately be exploited by chaos, notably the chaos-corrupted Horus later. The Emperor's failure to address the Thousand Sons' challenges with the flesh change, and his failure to foster any sort of understanding between his sons, left Magnus and his legion vulnerable. The lack of guidance and oversight created by the Emperor made the conditions in which tensions could escalate, ultimately contributing to the cracks in the Imperium's foundations, which would rupture at the Horus Heresy. Okay. Having now examined the deeds of the Thousand Sons during the period of Magnus's early interstellar leadership, let's talk about what we can learn about Magnus from this period. His deeds and decisions reflect his immense intellect, ambition, and desire for knowledge, but also show us his vulnerabilities, his hubris, and his yearning for validation and connection. We can see in his legion's efforts to get psychic libraries that Magnus was intensely devoted to knowledge, viewing it as the most powerful tool to shape the future of the galaxy. This is also shown in his delving into forbidden technologies, or at least technologies he was ignorant of, such as the Webway Gate at Ikoru, reflecting a belief that ignorance was the enemy of progress. This devotion extended beyond himself into his legion. He sought to mold the Thousand Sons into scholar warriors, guardians of truth and enlightenment. Please note that the Emperor was never interested in making transhuman scholars, such as those in the Thousand Sons or Word-Bearers. He only ever wanted warriors. We can see that there was an evidence of Magnus's need for recognition for his intellect and ideals. He particularly needed his father and his brothers to appreciate the value of his intellectual pursuits and his belief in the transformative power of knowledge. He wanted validation and reassurance that his preference for diplomacy and psychic power and study was effective. No, he wanted validation that his methods were superior to the brute force methods of his peers. And he needed freedom to explore and experiment. He felt that pursuits of his interest in the warp and psychic knowledge and ancient technologies made him feel purposeful and special. Now, Magnus's primary emotional connection was to the Thousand Sons. The trauma of the flesh change and the near destruction of his legion defined much of his early leadership. His desperate attempts to cure the flesh change, ultimately resorting to dangerous sorcery, underscore his unwavering loyalty to his sons. His willingness to stand against criticism and mistrust from other legions further highlights his protectiveness towards the Thousand Sons. We can see that Magnus needed reassurance. Magnus had the emotional need for acknowledgement from his father, the Emperor, that he was a capable leader and that the Emperor believed in the potential of the Thousand Sons and their psychic gifts. He needed acceptance from his brothers. Magnus craved understanding and respect from his fellow Primarchs for his methods and the challenges his legion faced. Their mistrust and disdain deepened his sense of isolation and insecurity. Magnus was trying to prove his value to the Imperium in order to silence those who viewed the Thousand Sons as flawed or dangerous. He wanted to amass such a record of victory, even with his small legion, that anyone who questioned whether they should exist would have the record of their battlefield successes prevent anyone from listening to them. The problems that we learn about Magnus are mostly that Magnus's hubris and overconfidence were recurring themes in his leadership. He believed in his ability to master the warp and psychic powers, no matter what Emperor or anyone else said. His exploration of the webway at Agoru is perhaps the most obvious point of this, with his hubris making him blind to the long-term consequences of his actions. Thus, he was vulnerable to manipulation by Tzeentch. Magnus needed control and certainty. He had the emotional need to feel that he was in control of his powers and his destiny, thus leading him to reject warnings and pursue perhaps overly risky endeavors. He needed others to respect his decisions and have trust in his judgment, even when they diverged from conventional imperial doctrine. And honestly, he sought validation for his belief that knowledge and intellect could overcome any obstacle. The problem there was that this made him resistant to admitting vulnerability, because he wanted reassurance of his invincibility. Ultimately, all this stuff came together to make Magnus isolated from his brothers. Because of his psychic gifts and his unorthodox methods, the mistrust directed at the Thousand Sons, making Magnus want to shield them from criticism, making him more defensive and alienated from others. And all this isolation just pushed Magnus further towards his own legion and his own intellect, relying only on himself and his sons rather than seeking collaboration or support. Magnus wanted to feel like he belonged, like he was an integral part of the Brotherhood of Primarchs, but his differences left him feeling like an outsider. He wanted his brothers to see the value in his methods and the challenges that he faced, rather than dismissing or mistrusting him. We talked earlier about how Russ could have empathized with Magnus regarding genetic flaws of a legion, but instead, Russ chose enmity, and the lack of oversight or guidance from the Emperor left Magnus feeling abandoned, but also the lack of censure from the Emperor left Magnus feeling trusted. Both of these together compounded his sense of isolation. The problem there was that Magnus had a deep belief that he had the moral high ground. He believed deeply in the moral superiority of his methods, particularly his emphasis on diplomacy and preservation of knowledge and elevation and enlightenment of humanity. Yeah, let's put it that way. That's nice. His disgust at the actions of the Space Wolves and Word Bearers during the Arc Reach campaign reflects his sense of moral clarity and his belief that other legions were too quick to resort to unnecessary brutality. But by thinking of himself as holding such a moral high ground rather than being humble, Magnus found himself further isolated, because this all created a divide between himself and his brothers. That is, Magnus wanted others to recognize that his approach was both effective and morally right. He wanted to believe that his actions were serving a greater good, aligning with his vision of the Imperium as an engine of enlightenment rather than oppression. Perhaps Magnus may have hoped that his deeds during the crusade would bridge the gap between himself and his brothers, leading to reconciliation. But ultimately, no matter how many victories the Thousand Sons won, it was never going to lead to the reconciliation he hoped for. Their continued mistrust deepened as they saw the Thousand Sons continue to use psychic powers. Magnus was certainly not going to stop doing that. Magnus's relationship with the warp was central to his identity, his greatest strength and his greatest vulnerability. His skill at psychic power allowed him to achieve incredible feats, but his lack of caution and his over-reliance on sorcery set him on a path towards corruption. His attempts to explore the webway and his reliance on warp-based methods for compliance reflect Magnus's unwavering belief that the warp could be understood and controlled. Magnus needed to feel that he could conquer and control the warp despite its dangers. This need drove his relentless pursuit of knowledge and his rejection of warnings and caution from others. He wanted the autonomy to explore psychic phenomena and psychic technology without interference or judgment, and that just wasn't a good idea. He was seeking to prove to himself and others that his methods were not dangerous. He wanted to reassure others, and honestly, he wanted to reassure himself of safety. But this was despite mounting evidence to the contrary. All this put together shows us that Magnus's early interstellar leadership reveals a Primarch driven by intellect, ambition, and a desire to protect and uplift his sons. His mastery of the warp, his moral clarity, and his devotion to knowledge were perhaps his greatest strengths, but they were also weaknesses because they left him vulnerable to hubris, isolation, and corruption. His emotional needs during this period center on connection with others, validation, belonging, trust. But this lack of having these emotional needs met pushed him into isolation and overconfidence as a coping mechanism, which did not do him any favors. Now, one of the primary defining characteristics of Magnus was his isolation. He tried his best to fight alongside his brothers and do a good job in the Great Crusade, and in return he was shunned, feared, hated, and disrespected. Not one of his brothers came to Prospero to meet him in the roughly 6 decades before Magnus and the Thousand Sons joined the Great Crusade. None of them sent apothecaries from their own legions to help with the flesh change. Those legions which used librarians, such as the White Scars, never made an attempt to send any of their librarians on sabbatical to the Thousand Sons to learn from them. Meanwhile, on Zoa and Arc Reach, Magnus showed himself to be concerned with the lives of humanity. He was acutely distressed by the massacre of civilians performed by his brothers. If we take on one hand the evidence of his being isolated and mistrusted, and on the other hand the evidence of his care for the lives of ordinary humans, we can note how he never fell into bitterness. I think it's useful to compare him during the Great Crusade era with Perturabo. They each had themes of isolation, mistrust, and being misunderstood, but they responded to these experiences in drastically different ways. We can see then, I believe, that it was the choices that they made that led to them having such different experiences. Now first, how were they each isolated? Magnus, despite his efforts to integrate with the Imperium and fight in the Great Crusade, was shunned and mistrusted by many of his brothers. His psychic powers, focus on knowledge, and methods of compliance set him apart, fueling suspicion and fear. No Primarch visited him on Prospero before he joined the Crusade. None of them offered aid for the flesh change, none of them sought to collaborate with the Thousand Sons for their own librarians, and his methods of diplomacy and psychic powers were seen as untrustworthy. Meanwhile, Perturabo's isolation stemmed from his difficult personality and the thankless tasks assigned to him, first by the Emperor and then later by Horus. His brothers respected his skill in siegecraft only sometimes, but they largely avoided him due to his cold demeanor and perceived lack of charisma. Unlike Magnus, who sought over and over again to engage and connect, Perturabo chose to retreat further into himself, viewing his isolation as evidence of injustice and mistreatment by others. Each of them were mistrusted by the Imperium. The Thousand Sons were mistrusted because of their psychic powers, which many in the Imperium viewed as dangerous and corrupting. With even those legions that used librarians, notably the White Scars, keeping their distance, unwilling to engage with Magnus on an intellectual level. Meanwhile, Perturabo's Iron Warriors were mistrusted due to their brutal methods, often being assigned to siege campaigns that other legions avoided, but that the Iron Warriors felt that they were too strong to complain about. Because of this, the Iron Warriors developed a reputation as a blunt instrument, reinforcing their sense of alienation and fueling their bitterness toward the Imperium. In response to isolation and mistrust, they made different choices. Magnus chose resilience and care for humanity. He never allowed his isolation to harden into bitterness, and despite being shunned and mistrusted by both transhumans and humans, he maintained a deep care for humanity, as seen in his distrust over civilian massacres on Zoa and Arc Reach. His empathy for humanity reflected his belief that the Imperium and that the transhumans of the Astartes and Primarchs should be a force for enlightenment and protection, not merely conquest. Magnus's response to isolation was to double down on his ideals, seeking to prove the value of his methods and to protect his sons from the mistrust of others. Meanwhile, Perturabo responded to his own isolation with bitterness and resentment, viewing himself as a scapegoat for the Imperium's most grueling tasks. His emotional needs for recognition and appreciation went unmet, leading him to see his brothers and the Emperor as exploitative and unjust. Over time, this bitterness consumed him, turning him into a figure defined by spite and nihilism. Magnus wanted his brothers and the Imperium to understand his methods and to see the value of what he did. He longed for collaboration with his brothers, and he needed reassurance that his efforts were recognized and appreciated, especially in light of the isolation that he and his sons had. Perturabo had many similar experiences. He needed recognition. He wanted acknowledgement and appreciation for the sacrifices that he and the Iron Warriors made in their thankless campaigns. He craved respect from his brothers and the Emperor, feeling that his genius was overlooked and taken for granted. And he wanted fair treatment. His bitterness stemmed in large part from his perception that the Emperor played favorites and assigned him the most grueling tasks without consideration for the emotional well-being of him or his sons. They had so much overlap between how they felt and what their emotional needs were, and they chose to respond in different ways. Magnus's leadership style was to use empathy and grand vision to seek to mold the Thousand Sons into scholar warriors who could protect and enlighten humanity in preparation for humanity's elevation and psychic awakening. He fostered a culture of intellectual curiosity and specialization within his legion, emphasizing the value of knowledge. Despite his hubris, Magnus genuinely cared for his sons and humanity, striving to prove that psychic power was a force for good. Perturabo, meanwhile, led with discipline and hierarchy, demanding absolute obedience and efficiency and punishing the slightest misstep. He fostered what he saw as a culture of stoicism and endurance, emphasizing the importance of duty over personal fulfillment. His leadership style reflected his resentment and frustration, as he sought to impose order on a galaxy he viewed as inherently flawed. Ultimately, the main philosophical difference here was that Magnus had idealism and hope. He believed in the transformative power of knowledge. Even in the face of mistrust and isolation, his idealism had purpose. It kept him focused on the long-term goals of the Imperium. He viewed himself as a figure of enlightenment and hope, whereas Perturabo chose cynicism and despair. He believed in the inevitability of suffering, so he adopted a fatalistic worldview. His focus on the short-term expediencies of war blinded him to the larger vision of the Imperium, leaving him embittered and disillusioned. In each case, Magnus and Perturabo were harmed emotionally by their isolation, with Magnus's isolation leading him to hubris and overreach, and Perturabo's isolation leading to bitterness and brittleness. Ultimately, Magnus's empathy for humanity and refusal to succumb to bitterness highlights the power of compassion as a source of resilience. Idealism and care for others can survive even in the face of mistrust and isolation. You, watching this, can choose to care for others even when other people hurt you. Don't be like Perturabo. His bitterness underscores the dangers of unchecked resentment and the emotional consequences of being treated as a tool rather than a person. Don't treat other people like they're means to an end. And when other people treat you badly, seek out recognition, appreciation, and emotional support from someone else. You won't have your emotional needs met if you don't ask for them to be met. Now, back to the Thousand Suns. Due in large part to the incredible battlefield effectiveness of the Thousand Suns, and the frequency at which their battles were won with limited casualties due to the effectiveness of their psychic powers, there are noted examples in canon of Magnus having good relations with portions of the Mechanicum and the Imperial Army. Once again, we can contrast with Perturabo, in which case commanders of the Imperial Army saw assignment to fight alongside the Iron Warriors as a death sentence, a punishment detail, due to the high casualties incurred in many of his siege campaigns. Using those comparisons as a baseline, why did not even a single other Astartes legion become regular allies with the Thousand Suns to fight alongside them frequently? This puzzling, almost paradoxical dynamic is unfortunately quite explainable from the nature of the flaws of the imperial structure. The primary reason other legions avoided forming alliances with the Thousand Suns was the imperial-wide mistrust of psychic powers, which was encouraged and institutionalized by the Emperor. Even among other Primarchs, many of them shared the Imperium's suspicion of Psykers and the Warp. The Emperor himself warned against over-reliance on psychic powers, and he encouraged fear of the Warp. Thus, there was a general mistrust of the Thousand Suns' methods. Unfortunately, the Thousand Suns' isolation reflects a broader theme in 40k, the danger of being different in a culture that values conformity. Magnus's pursuit of knowledge and enlightenment were noble, but they set him apart in a galaxy that mistrusted what it could not understand. The inability or unwillingness of the Primarchs to choose to support or trust each other reveals the fragility of the Emperor's vision for the Imperium. Magnus's isolation serves as a cautionary tale about the consequences of mistrust and lack of connection. And, of course, Magnus's isolation was partially self-inflicted due to his hubris and arrogance. It made him somewhat dismissive of others' concerns. His story illustrates the double-edged nature of genius, where brilliance can inspire while also alienating. Ultimately, though, the isolation of the Thousand Sons from other legions during the Great Crusade is a complex interplay of mistrust, cultural differences, fear, and Magnus's own flaws. Part of the failure to have alliances was the failure of Magnus to build alliances with other Astartes, as part of the consequences of isolation, as well as misunderstanding of others towards them. Yes, there were philosophical and cultural differences, with Magnus prioritizing diplomacy and the acquisition of psychic knowledge and such, with the Thousand Sons preferring to have minimal civilian casualties. There was some amount of intellectual elitism and belief in superiority. There may have been some amount of envy among other legions for the remarkable success of the Thousand Sons on the battlefield with their minimal casualties and efficiency. There may have been some amount of fear of corruption, considering that their fear of the warp might have led them to believe that fighting alongside the Thousand Sons would expose their own forces to similar risks. Maybe they thought that prolonged contact with that legion would expose them to corruption or contamination. Ultimately, the isolation that happened between the Thousand Sons and Magnus and other Astartes deepened Magnus's reliance on himself and set the stage for the betrayal and tragedy that would eventually follow. What facet of the Emperor may be best embodied by Magnus? Magnus is a deeply complex character, and because of that, the facets he could embody could be drawn from multiple interpretations, depending on how we view him. So let's try a few and see what sticks. The first obvious one to try is that Magnus has immense psychic power, so perhaps he's the embodiment of the Emperor's psychic potential. His mastery of magical arts, his vast intellect, and his innate connection to the warp reflect the raw psychic potential of the Emperor. The Emperor, of course, was the most powerful psyker in human history, and it seems that he saw Magnus as his heir in the realm of psychic power, at least in some ways. For example, the amount of time that the Emperor personally spent teaching Magnus about the warp, as well as trusting him with some knowledge of the warp, which he did not trust to other Primarchs. Like the Emperor, Magnus viewed the warp as a tool that could be used for the benefit of humanity, though he lacked the Emperor's full knowledge of the risks involved. So he tended to overestimate how much he could use it and master it. Magnus's intellectual curiosity and willingness to delve into forbidden areas of the warp. Yeah, delve is a ChatGPT word now. Look, I like the word, okay? It's like you're going spelunking. Anyway, mirrors the Emperor's willingness to push boundaries in his pursuit of progress. While on the other end, he also reflects some of the Emperor's willingness to engage with weakness. Or perhaps engage is the wrong word. It shows the Emperor's willingness to do things that show weakness. There we go. Hubris, the Emperor's belief in his own infallibility, was mirrored in Magnus's overconfidence in his ability to control the warp. Each of them underestimated the danger of chaos, ultimately leading to catastrophe. And then, of course, there's the problem of isolation through superiority. The Emperor's psychic and transhuman might made him aloof and unrelatable to others. Similarly, Magnus's immense power set him apart from both the people on Prospero and also his brother Primarchs, leaving him also isolated and misunderstood. But Magnus was not just a psychic warrior, he was a scholar. Perhaps we can see him as the embodiment of the Emperor's intellectualism. The Emperor's role as a scholar, teacher, and preserver of knowledge is a profound part of his identity, and Magnus was certainly the Imperium's most intellectually curious and learned Primarch, though Lorgar certainly tried. Magnus sought to understand the universe, much like the Emperor, who envisioned a future of scientific enlightenment and progress for humanity. Magnus's reverence for knowledge and his belief in its power to transform the galaxy directly reflect the Emperor's own aspirations. Magnus saw libraries and archives as sacred spaces. His willingness to save and use the knowledge of conquered worlds reflects the Emperor's belief that knowledge is power. Further, Magnus was a mentor to his sons. He strove to imbue the Thousand Sons with the same love of learning he had, the same love of learning that the Emperor had impressed upon him in their meeting, turning them into scholar warriors. This parallels the Emperor's view of himself as a mentor to humanity, guiding it toward enlightenment. But Magnus also reflects certain weaknesses of the Emperor, which are associated with the role. There's the lure of forbidden knowledge. The Emperor himself sought to hoard dangerous truths and dangerous information, keeping them away from humanity and the Mechanicum, if you don't count the Mechanicum as being human, for fear of misuse. Magnus, by contrast, sought to embrace all the psychic knowledge he could find, even that which he should have feared, leading to disaster. Then there was the how hubris showed itself in scholarship. Magnus believed that his superior intellect and understanding would allow him to overcome dangers that others feared, such as diving too deeply into the warp, yet another display of his hubris. But what was the point of being a scholar and teacher if you don't have a vision? Magnus had vision. He was a transformational messianic leader. Magnus is the embodiment of the Emperor's transformative vision. The Emperor saw himself as a messiah figure, destined to lead humanity to a new golden age of progress and enlightenment and safety. Magnus viewed himself as a psychic messiah, a savior and transformative force for humanity, who would guide humanity into a psychic awakening. Like the Emperor, Magnus believed in the power of enlightenment to lift humanity from ignorance, superstition, and fear. He saw the Thousand Sons as instruments of change, bringing progress and understanding to the galaxy. And in this, he had visionary ambition, a clear vision for the Imperium as a force for enlightenment, peace, and progress, much like the Emperor's dream of the imperial truth, neither of which came true. Magnus certainly inspired loyalty and devotion in the Thousand Sons, much as the Emperor inspired various forces under his command to follow his vision for the galaxy. But he also had the Emperor's arrogance. They each overestimated their ability to control events and underestimated the resistance they would face, as well as underestimating the amount of work it would take to actually put their changes into effect. Further, Magnus, like the Emperor, often assumed that others would follow his vision given his example, without his needing to explain it or justify it. Because of the failure to communicate, he had a history of misunderstandings and alienation from his brothers. Perhaps Magnus, with his 1,000 sons, could be seen as the embodiment of the Emperor's role as a father. Now, while the Emperor was the genetic and symbolic father of the Primarchs, he never tried to be their emotional father. Magnus embodied the emotional and intellectual aspects of parenthood far more deeply than his creator. Magnus's relationship with the 1,000 Sons reflects his protective instincts and his willingness to work hard and sacrifice for his sons, even at great personal cost. This is, in part, a very good thing. Magnus had protective love, as evidenced by his efforts to cure the flesh change. His resorting to dangerous sorcery reflects his unconditional love for his sons and his willingness to do whatever it took to save them. This contrasts with the Emperor, who ordered the executions of the Primarchs of the 2nd and 11th Legions. He viewed the Primarchs as tools, not as his children, and not as individuals. Magnus sought to nurture the Thousand Sons intellectually and spiritually through mentorship and guidance and love, mirroring the ideal of a caring father figure, which the Emperor never was. But Magnus did reflect some of the weaknesses of the Emperor, as embodied by the Emperor's terrible track record as a parent. Like the Emperor, Magnus was sometimes blind to the faults and flaws of those he cared for, especially his own legion. His belief in the Thousand Sons' superiority blinded him to their growing reliance on sorcery, much as the martial success of Horus blinded the Emperor to Horus's emotional needs. Further, we can see a trend of overprotectiveness. Magnus's refusal to seek outside help for the flesh change stemmed from his desire to shield his sons from the judgment and mistrust of others, among other reasons. This is a choice that ultimately isolated them further. And we can see this as an extension of the Emperor refusing to seek outside help for curs, or Angron, or Mortarion, in order to try to shield their image, which, of course, he viewed as an extension of himself. Now, while all 4 of these facets are present with Magnus to some degree, with psychic power being the most literal and direct interpretation, but not fully capturing the emotional depth of his character, the role of scholar, with Magnus's intellectualism and devotion to knowledge strongly aligning with the Emperor's vision of an enlightened Imperium, the role of messianic leader reflecting Magnus's idealism and ambition and belief in his destiny, the role of father is perhaps the most emotionally resonant interpretation, with Magnus's love and sacrifice and determination for the Thousand Sons highlighting his humanity and vulnerability in a way which was rare among the Primarchs. The best interpretation of which of these roles fits this tragic and emotionally rich character the best depends on the specific lens through which we view him. But perhaps we can get more clarity by looking at some more facets of the Emperor which we have not yet explored. His story, layered with tragedy, hubris, brilliance, and vulnerability, might point us towards other interpretations of his role. Maybe those aren't the best, but at the very least, they'll give us a mirror with which to shine additional light on the better interpretations and understand them more. Magnus might be a creator and builder. The Emperor created the Primarchs and built the Imperium as his attempts for the vision of humanity's future. He built systems of governance, monumental technological projects like the Astronomicon, and tools like the Astartes to achieve his aims. Magnus shares this facet through his desire to shape the Imperium in his vision of enlightenment and progress. But on the other hand, Magnus lacked the Emperor's discipline as a creator. The Thousand Sons were brilliant, but were never quite stable due to Magnus's inability to foresee the consequences of his choices. One of the Emperor's core missions was to unify humanity under a single government and, to some extent, one overarching culture. He sought to bring all people under the banner of the Imperium and unite them through the imperial truth. Magnus similarly sought to bring unity, but on a spiritual and intellectual level. He wanted to uplift humanity into embracing a psychic enlightenment, to strive for collection understanding of the warp, and rethinking how people think, rethinking how human culture relates to the warp. Magnus's preference for diplomacy over war, and his efforts to incorporate knowledge from conquered worlds rather than destroying the knowledge, further demonstrate his commitment to integration rather than destruction. But ultimately, Magnus misunderstood the dangers of the warp, and his desire to unify humanity underneath the ideal umbrella of psychic awakening was ultimately misguided in his approach, leading to his corruption by Tzeentch. Perhaps a visionary. The Emperor was a visionary, always focused on the grand arc of history and the future of humanity. He was willing to make unimaginable sacrifices in the present to ensure a better future, even at the cost of the Primarchs' well-being. Though, looking at how he negotiated with the Navigators and the Mechanicum back in Sol System to bring them into the fold without changing their organizational structure, we can see he was also willing to make short-term sacrifices for expediency. Let it not be said that the Emperor lacks for hypocrisy. But Magnus also had a grand vision, the ascendancy of humanity through psychic enlightenment. He believed that by mastering the warp, humanity could overcome its limitations and achieve a new golden age. Magnus's idealism reflects the best and worst aspects of visionary thinking, the ability to inspire great achievements and the tendency to overlook immediate dangers. We can see this in Magnus's underestimation of the malevolence of the beings of the warp. Ultimately, Magnus embodies many facets of the Emperor, and his complexity makes him a central figure in exploring the Emperor's own strengths and failures. I think that scholar is the best description of the facet of the Emperor best embodied by Magnus. Yes, even more than Lorgar. Because looking at how he holds himself as a visionary helps us to see that his view of himself as a scholar was deep and broad. Anyway, moving on. The Custodes worked closely with the anti-psychic nulls, the Sisters of Silence, especially when the Emperor used these two organizations together to fight psychic and demonic entities in the Great Crusade. That brings us to an interesting question about how did the Custodes act toward Magnus and the Thousand Sons. The Adeptus Custodes, having a unique position among the forces of the Imperium, the Emperor's bodyguards and closest agents, had their perspective on Magnus and the Thousand Sons shaped by their role as witnesses to the Emperor's intentions, enforcers of his will, and protectors of the imperial truth. Because of these close confidants with the Emperor and their close collaboration with the Sisters of Silence, they had a great deal of wariness of psychic power, thus creating a complicated and antagonistic relationship between the Custodes and the Thousand Sons. The Custodes were fundamentally tied to the Emperor's vision of the warp, his deep caution about it, and they were told more about the warp than were any of the Primarchs. I don't remember exactly where I saw this. I think it was in the Custodes Codex, but when they're becoming Custodes, they have to be exposed to daemons of each of the four great chaos powers and overcome them in order to make it as a Custodes. I don't know whether that was true back in the Great Crusade. Anyway, the Custodes recognized the Emperor's own psychic mastery, but it seems that they held the view that the Emperor was unique in his position as being both human and psychic, which is a position found in certain members of the Inquisition and Ministorum later in the Imperium. So, because of that, they were often mistrustful of other psychers due to their knowledge of the dangers of the warp, and given their close collaboration with the Sisters of Silence, who were often tasked with suppressing and neutralizing psychic or demonic threats. The Custodes were acutely aware of the corrupting influence of the warp and the dangers posed by psychers, especially those insufficiently disciplined or improperly trained. They generally saw Magnus and the Thousand Sons as being insufficiently disciplined due to their willingness to use sorcery. The Custodes' close alliance with the Sisters of Silence meant that they never really relied on psychic powers. Instead, they were skeptical towards psychic powers, using the sisters just to neutralize rogue psychers or alien psychers or warp entities that posed a threat. The Custodes overall viewed Magnus and his legion with some amount of respect. They admired the Thousand Sons' power and effectiveness on the battlefield, but they didn't like it. They had a great deal of wariness, well aware of the inherent risks of their psychic methods, and the Custodes won their victories mostly just relying on their own martial might and the Sisters of Silence. So they didn't have a great deal of respect or appreciation for the Thousand Sons' reliance on psychic power in battle. The Custodes' deep loyalty to the Emperor made them especially sensitive to Magnus's overconfidence and experimentation. They recognized that his disregard for the Emperor's warnings could lead to disaster. Now, how did the Custodes think about Magnus and the Thousand Sons is a different question from how they acted towards them. Generally speaking, how the Custodes acted towards the Thousand Sons was distance. The Thousand Sons' mastery of psychic warfare made them a formidable force, often achieving victories with minimal casualties or defeating enemies that other legions might have struggled with. And that's when they had to fight. They often brought enemies into the fold through diplomacy. The Custodes were consummate warriors. They respected the efficiency and effectiveness of the legion's warfare. They recognized their unique strengths, but they disapproved of their methods, and they did not want to go anywhere near them. The Custodes had the role of watchers and protectors. They were sometimes tasked with monitoring legions and Primarchs who had overstepped. We see this with Lorgar. We'll get to that later. They could have closely watched the Thousand Sons to ensure that their use of psychic powers did not stray too far from the Emperor's vision. Their proximity to the Emperor made them privy to his concerns about the dangers of the warp, thus reinforcing their skepticism towards Magnus and the Thousand Sons. But so far as I can see in canon, they were not specifically tasked to watch Magnus and the Thousand Sons during the Great Crusade. And given that Magnus often fought somewhat at a distance from the main body of the Great Crusade, they didn't have so much cause to fight alongside him. Now, unlike the Primarchs, the Custodes were less prone to interpersonal rivalry, or for that matter, interpersonal friendship or familial bonds. Their loyalty was solely to the Emperor. Thus, their interactions with Magnus and the Thousand Sons, as with many of the legions, were formal and detached. This professional detachment, of course, reinforced Magnus's sense of isolation. The Custodes worked closely with the Emperor, but they withheld trust or close communication. Now, all of this is besides the flesh change. The Custodes were quite vigilant for the possibility of the Astartes to go bad. The Custodes never really trusted the Astartes at all. Because of this, the Custodes must have suspected that if the Emperor ended up needing to sanction, perhaps lethally sanction, the Thousand Sons Legion, as he had done with the 2nd and 11th Primarchs, it is likely that as well as the Emperor's executioner, Leman Russ, the Emperor would have had the Custodes and Sisters of Silence go along with the plan, as they eventually all did together on Prospero, but that wasn't with the Emperor's order, so whatever. Now, the Sisters of Silence were anti-psychic warriors. They were psychic nulls, and the close relationship between the Custodes and the Sisters would have reinforced the Custodes' wariness of the Thousand Sons. They were, by their nature, the antithesis of psychic power, and thus a constant reminder of the dangers that Magnus sought to master. Their close partnership with the Custodes on campaign against psychic and demonic entities thus further cemented the distance between the Custodes and the Thousand Sons. The Thousand Sons would not have been willing to fight alongside them while the sisters were on the same battlefield. It would have weakened them. Thus, the dynamic makes a symbolic tension, with the sisters and custodes essential to the Emperor's efforts to control the warp, and Magnus and the Thousand Sons representing the Emperor's facet of attempting to harness it. Perhaps we can see here a bit of an explanation for why, getting ahead of ourselves a little, when Leman Russ flew the fuck off the handle and decided to kill Magnus and the Thousand Sons, even though the Emperor had not directly ordered him to do that, why did the Custodes go along with that plan? Well, even if the Custodes knew the orders of the Emperor, they may have jumped at the chance to kill the Thousand Sons, who they long distrusted. Now, on the other hand, how did the Thousand Sons think about the Custodes? From the perspective of Magnus and the Thousand Sons Legion, the Custodes represented both an object of ambition, an example to live up to, and also a source of frustration. They were elite warriors, loyal servants of the Emperor, most trusted by the Emperor, embodying the ideals of discipline and excellence that Magnus valued. But they were also entirely unwilling to engage with psychic power, and they were detached and mistrustful of the Thousand Sons. Magnus thought of his own legion, the Thousand Sons, as being the greatest and most elite force of the Imperium. He has to have felt some sort of kinship between the Thousand Sons and the Custodes, who, of course, also believed that about themselves. The Custodes' distance and caution regarding the Thousand Sons highlights the theme of isolation that defines Magnus's story. Those who worked most closely with the Emperor picked up on how he did not fully trust them, thus leading them to also not trust them, deepening the isolation of the Thousand Sons. The Custodes' mistrust of the Thousand Sons reflects the Emperor's deeper failure to reconcile his own use and dependence on psychic power with his warnings about its dangers. While the Emperor trusted Magnus with immense knowledge, he failed to provide the oversight and support needed to guide Magnus effectively. The relationship between the Custodes and the Thousand Sons underscores the tragedy of mistrust within the Imperium. Had the Custodes been able or willing to act as mediators to Magnus, they might have provided some amount of guidance and connection that he desperately needed, as well as possibly being able to serve as an early warning sign to the Emperor. You know what? Let's talk about that in more detail. Despite the friction between the Custodes and the Thousand Sons, they needed a Custodes observer. A Custodes advisor or liaison attached to the Thousand Sons could have acted as a critical intermediary between Magnus and the Emperor, potentially helping to mitigate the growing issues and isolation that ultimately led to Magnus's fall. The Custodes' unique position as loyal agents of the Emperor, with direct access to communication with him, combined with their direct knowledge of the Emperor's goals and concerns, could have provided guidance, oversight, and emotional support, perhaps, to Magnus, while, more importantly, serving as a trusted voice in the Emperor's ear. A custodian observing the Thousand Sons would have been able to provide oversight, ensuring that their actions aligned with the Emperor's expectations and avoiding dangerous deviations such as sorcery. Magnus, driven by his intellect and hubris, often ignored warnings from those that he viewed as inferior. So a Custodes observer, acting as the Emperor's direct proxy, perhaps could have provided measured advice that Magnus might have been more inclined to respect than advice coming from someone else. Now, he might have still gone against that advice because he disregarded the advice of the Emperor sometimes, but it would have been something. More importantly, the custodian would have been able to identify key moments of risk and see growing threats such as Magnus's decades-long failure to cure the flesh change, culminating in his decision to attempt to use sorcery. A custodian advisor sometime in the first few decades could have insisted on seeking the Emperor's help, even if it meant going behind Magnus's back to do so, instead of resorting to dangerous, untested, sorcerous, warp-based methods. This would have been an early warning system to the Emperor, keeping the Emperor informed about Magnus's actions, particularly regarding his growing reliance on sorcery, and thus allowing the Emperor to intervene earlier, potentially preventing the Thousand Sons from becoming reliant on sorcery, potentially giving Magnus an opportunity to have help from the outside forced upon him. And then also by attaching a custodian to the Thousand Sons, the Emperor could have signaled his continuous investment in them, and also his oversight. This would work especially well if the custodian were one of many advisors from the Greater Imperium. The Imperial Army, the Armada Imperialis, later renamed the Imperial Navy, the Mechanicum, various other organizations would obviously do well to provide a liaison officer to each Primarch, so why not the Custodes? Incidentally, the novel The Emperor's Finest by Sandy Mitchell is a fantastic novel about a Imperial Army, Imperial Guard, liaison officer attached to a Space Marine chapter. I highly recommend it. Now, one of Magnus's greatest emotional needs was connection and validation from the Emperor. During the decades that he was attempting unsuccessfully to cure the flesh change, what he got from the Emperor was isolation. A custodian serving as a liaison could have served as a bridge to facilitate communication and understanding, such as it was, between father and son. By adding an extra line of communication, it could have reduced his sense of isolation and abandonment. And by making regular reports, the Custodes could have thus received word from the Emperor and conveyed the Emperor's concerns and expectations to Magnus. Magnus's problem, as we went over earlier, was that he was left alone, thus making him feel both unsupported and also inherently trusted. If the Emperor didn't want him to do whatever he thought was right, the Emperor would have had an opportunity to say, no, don't do that. Having an observer there would have implicitly said, there are things that you could do which would make me tell the Emperor, hey, he's doing something bad. So watch it. Now, more importantly, though, they could have understood Magnus's struggles. A custodian could have reported on Magnus's challenges and successes, giving the Emperor a clearer picture of his son's emotional and intellectual state, thus perhaps encouraging the Emperor to provide additional guidance or support, especially after the first decade or so of failing to cure the flesh change. Magnus often felt isolated and misunderstood by both the Emperor and his brother Primarchs. A custodian advisor stood outside of the Primarchs. Perhaps he could have acted as a trusted confidant, helping Magnus to navigate his emotional challenges. The Custodes' presence might have reassured Magnus that his efforts were recognized and valued by the Emperor. And this could have helped the Emperor as well, not just by improving Magnus's morale, but also by reducing miscommunication. A custodian could have clarified misunderstandings between Magnus and his brother Primarchs, perhaps preventing unnecessary tension and rivalry. Now, besides just helping the Thousand Sons to have the flesh change cured without sorcery, there are also practical contributions to consider. The Custodes are elite warriors and scholars in their own right. Perhaps they could have made practical contributions to the Thousand Sons campaigns and their internal structure. The Custodes' battlefield expertise and knowledge of imperial strategy might have complemented Magnus's more cerebral and psychic approach, thus perhaps improving the Thousand Sons' performance in joint campaigns. They might have provided feedback on the politics between the Thousand Sons and the Greater Imperium, helping Magnus to manage his image more effectively and reduce miscommunication and misperception. By providing a Custodes a Custodes presence, the Emperor perhaps could have ensured that the Thousand Sons adhered more closely to imperial norms and expectations, perhaps reducing friction with other legions. The Custodes might have been tasked with monitoring the Thousand Sons' adherence to the imperial truth, discouraging practices like sorcery that deviated from the Emperor's vision. Further, they might have, by making regular reports on the use of sorcery by the Thousand Sons, encouraged the Emperor to make a decision about the place of sorcery and psychic power in the Imperium sooner, rather than waiting to hold something like the Council of Nicaea after Ullanor. Ultimately, the Custodes' knowledge of the warp and their close collaboration with the Sisters of Silence on campaigns against daemons made them uniquely suited to spot early signs of chaos corruption. They were trained to identify the influence of warp entities. They might have thus detected Tzeentch's growing influence on Magnus during his astral projection journeys, and thus on the Thousand Sons, before such stain became irreversible. A custodian could have warned Magnus against making bargains with warp entities. He could have reinforced the Emperor's cautionary teachings by telling Magnus about his own battles, the custodians' own battles against entities of the warp. Now, it's certain that Magnus might have resented the Custodes' presence at least a little and possibly a lot, viewing it as an insult to his autonomy or an unnecessary interference, at least until any given custodian proved their value. The Thousand Sons' reliance on psychic powers and their intellectual elitism might have clashed with the Custodes' skepticism towards the warp, and the Custodes were not particularly diplomatic sometimes. Being placed as observers rather than commanders might have limited their ability to intervene subtly. But overall, I think it would have been a really good idea, assigning some Custodes to observe Magnus and the Thousand Sons and report back to the Emperor once the Emperor left Prospero might have served as a crucial intermediary, providing oversight, support, and better communication between Magnus and others, such as the Emperor, thus mitigating Magnus's sense of isolation, guiding him away from dangerous paths, and fostering a healthier connection between the Thousand Sons and the broader Imperium. But all of this would have been dependent on how the Emperor responded to the Custodes' reports on Magnus's needs, successes, and failures. Now, there is something to consider. The period in which Magnus was trying and failing to help his sons, with whom he had been united, only to learn that they were in grave danger, was the period of his life pre-heresy, in which Magnus's hubris, pride, and arrogance were at their nadir. Man, I hope I'm using that word right. In the hypothetical of having some custodians as advisors to Magnus, during that period, I feel that potential resentment on the part of Magnus may have been avoided by having the custodians arrive as a package deal just before the Emperor leaves, with a number of other observers and experts and adepts from the wider Imperium and Mechanicum and Magus Biologus and stuff, while Magnus was struggling to fix the flesh change. An advisor who began his relationship during that period may have been able to help Magnus retain humility as the flesh change was being treated and afterwards. In canon, by fixing the problem without mortal assistance, Magnus launched immediately into hubristic messianic arrogance. Thus, the period of Magnus's greatest humility, when he was desperate, uncertain, and failing to save his sons from the flesh change, was an unique and fleeting moment in his life, and it was wasted. It presented the perfect opportunity for forcing Magnus to accept outside help. This timing and context might have potentially prevented or tempered Magnus's later descent into hubris and arrogance, and the Emperor did not do that. As Magnus watched his sons fall to the flesh change one by one, unable to save them, he was despairing, uncertain, emotionally vulnerable, and thus emotionally open. His immense intellect and his confidence in his psychic powers had proven insufficient to solve the flesh change. This created an emotional gap in his self-image, making him more receptive to guidance and collaboration than at any other point of his life. His determination to save his sons meant that he was deeply invested in their survival. This desperation might have made him more willing to accept outside help, suffering a cost in his own self-image, but being willing for once to set aside his pride to achieve his goals. This was the time when Magnus was faced with the limits of his abilities. He had the potential for humility here, to reinforce his accurate self-perception as being limited and make him collaborate with the wider Imperium. Instead, in canon, he came out of the experience believing that he could do anything. To soften Magnus's pride and to address the practical challenges he was facing and make him more willing to accept a custodian advisor, the custodes might have been accompanied by a group of Imperial experts and specialists, especially from the Mechanicum's Adeptus Biologus and other gene experts and such. The genitors of the Adeptus Biologus could have assisted in researching the genetic flaws of the Thousand Sons, with their practical genetic knowledge complementing Magnus's psychic abilities. Perhaps Imperial scholars, representatives from Terra's libraries, and the Imperium's broader scientific institutions might have collaborated with Magnus to provide new perspectives and new research methodologies. Given sufficient incentive, it is conceivable that one of the gene lords of the semi-autonomous lunar genetic collective, which were, as far as I can tell in canon, still around, just slowly dying, might have been persuaded to help. If Magnus had been presented by a delegation with practical skills to be able to directly support his efforts to cure the flesh change, it would have reinforced the idea that the Imperium valued and trusted him. Working alongside the delegation could have fostered positive connections between Magnus and the Thousand Sons and representatives of the wider Imperium, thus reducing his isolation. And by receiving this outside assistance as the Emperor left Prospero, Magnus might have had hope and may not have fallen to the depths of desperation which led him to Tzeentch. Once the flesh change was cured or treated, a custodian advisor might have helped to ensure that this victory did not then lead to the unchecked hubris and arrogance that defined Magnus's later actions in canon. He might have framed the success as a shared victory between Magnus, the Thousand Sons, and various imperial institutions, thus reinforcing the idea that cooperation, rather than solitary brilliance, is key to victory. If he was very lucky, Magnus might have seen the value of humility, patience, and collaboration going forward into the Great Crusade. Besides even the practical assistance, the presence of these various outside experts would have signaled the Emperor's direct support and endorsement of the Thousand Sons' legitimacy, helping to counteract the mistrust they faced from other legions and from Malcador and from various people calling for them to be disbanded. Had outside help been forced upon Magnus during the period of his greatest humility and struggle, the long-term effects might have been transformative for him. It might have helped Magnus to feel connected to the Imperium, reducing his sense of alienation. The guidance from a custodian and the cooperation from the delegation might have taught Magnus the value of teamwork and mutual respect, thus tempering his later arrogance. And by framing the delegation as a gesture of trust and support, the Emperor could have fostered a deeper emotional connection with Magnus by addressing one of his greatest emotional needs, to be seen and validated as he struggled. Put together, this is one of the pivotal moments in Magnus's story where a different decision could have been made. Introducing custodian advisors and an imperial delegation during Magnus's struggle with the flesh change might have addressed the practical needs of attempting to cure the flesh change and also his emotional needs during a time of humility and desperation, thus tempering Magnus's later hubris, strengthening his bond with the Emperor and the greater Imperium, and integrating the Thousand Sons more fully into the Imperium. One of the great tragedies of Magnus's story is that he was never truly supported or guided in the ways that he needed. This scenario underscores how the Emperor could have chosen to act differently, and thus alter the fate of Magnus, the Thousand Sons, and the Imperium itself. Before Magnus was found, the flesh change, the genetic flaw of the Thousand Sons, had led to substantial political pressure that the Legion be dismantled as a failed experiment, most notably from Dorn and Russ. Canonical evidence suggests that the forgotten Primarch of the Second Legion was executed after Guilliman was found, and before Magnus, though, as with most things related to the forgotten Primarchs, this is not completely certain. Canon suggests that Leman Russ and the Space Wolves Legion had been the enforcers who sanctioned the Second Legion. Canonical evidence also suggests that Dorn and Guilliman had argued for the execution of the Primarch of the Second Legion, and also argued that the Marines of the Second Legion be salvaged by transferring them to another legion, likely to have been the Ultramarines. Thus, the idea of sanctioning a legion would have been fresh in everyone's minds. There were, however, two key differences with the Thousand Sons to make their situation different from what we believe the situation to have been with the Second Legion. First, arguments were made for them to be killed due to problems with the Marines of the Thousand Sons, not the Primarch, a bottom-up problem rather than a top-down problem, as seems to have been the case with the Second Legion. And then second, Magnus had not yet been found. The Space Wolves, Thousand Sons, and Blood Angels all had genetic flaws which caused suspicion to fall upon them. But Russ had dealt with the problem of the Wolfen successfully, and Sanguinius had not yet been found either. If Russ had fixed his legion, bringing the Wolfen more or less under control, who is to say that the Thousand Sons could not be fixed? If it were to be assumed that the flesh change could not be fixed, then why would you also not assume that the Red Thirst could not be fixed? Thus, I have two thoughts about the Emperor's thinking towards the Thousand Sons once Magnus was found. First, the Emperor was desperate for a cure or a treatment to be found as well, because if the Thousand Sons could not be cured, then he might lose just one legion. He might instead lose 2 legions. Thus, he was willing to give Magnus all the time he needed. Magnus was, though he did not know it, working not just to save his own legion, but also to save the Blood Angels from their political peril that they were in because of the Red Thirst. Second, if Magnus had been unsuccessful, the Emperor may have been hoping for a slow, drawn-out death for the Thousand Sons instead of a quick execution. There is canonical evidence to show that the executions of the Primarchs of the forgotten 2nd and 11th Legions hit the Emperor hard. So let's get into this. The idea that the Emperor was desperate for a cure or treatment for the flesh change ties into the political realities of the Emperor's situation at the time, and the precarious position of both the Thousand Sons and Blood Angels legions within the broader Imperium. The execution of the Primarchs of the 2nd and 11th Legions were a recent and painful memory, a reminder of the political pressure and consequences of a legion's failure. If Magnus failed to cure the flesh change, there was already a precedent for sanctioning the flawed legions. Thus, it would have resulted in the Thousand Sons being sanctioned, and then there would have been no political will to give any leeway to the Blood Angels, and they likely would have also been sanctioned. The Emperor was really invested in the Great Crusade, of course, so losing the Thousand Sons and Blood Angels in quick succession just after losing 2 Primarchs would have been a huge blow to the momentum of the Great Crusade and the Emperor's ability to present the Primarchs and the Space Marine legions as his perfect tools for uniting the galaxy. Leman Russ had successfully dealt with the Wolfen issue, apparently. There's limits to that, but pretty well. That provided the Emperor with evidence that genetic flaws could be mitigated or contained. Thus, it gave him hope that Magnus could do the same for the Thousand Sons, and it also gave him political ammunition to try to save the Thousand Sons and the Blood Angels instead of just sweeping them away. Magnus's incredible psychic potential was an invaluable asset to the Emperor, particularly given the role that psychers would play in the Imperium's very near future, such as the Webway Project. Allowing him the opportunity to save his legion was thus part of the Emperor's long-term plans for Magnus. He needed Magnus to be loyal so that he could install Magnus on the Golden Throne. While the Emperor is portrayed as coldly pragmatic, his willingness to give Magnus extra time suggests at least some amount of perhaps sentimentality, or, if we're being less charitable, desperation. The stakes of losing another legion, perhaps 2 legions, and perhaps losing the allegiance of one Primarch, Magnus, may have forced him to thus act with unusual patience. By investing so much in Magnus's success, the Emperor may also have been motivated by a desire to demonstrate that genetic flaws could be overcome as a broader political project that would have implications not just for the Thousand Sons and Blood Angels, but for the broader Astartes project overall. Remember, even though the Custodes were ostensibly loyal to the Emperor, they had their own ideas sometimes, and one of those ideas were that the Astartes were bad and flawed and shouldn't be around. The Emperor needed ammunition to make sure that his own custodian guard did not work counter to his purposes. As for Magnus, if the Emperor was indeed desperate for Magnus to succeed, this may have added another layer of pressure to Magnus's efforts. Magnus was, as far as I can tell, not aware of the broader political stakes. He just thought it was about his legion's life or death and didn't see beyond that. But the Emperor's decision to leave him isolated with full trust that any methods he wanted to pursue would be implicitly allowed meant that Magnus was burdened by the Emperor's trust and expectation and hopes for success without intervention. Further, as a psychic matter, Magnus may unknowingly have carried the fate of the Blood Angels on his shoulders, as their genetic flaw would have been the next political target if the Thousand Sons were sanctioned. There's at least some amount for possible psychic empathy stuff going on between the legions, or mediated by the Emperor, or psychic residue, or whatever. We're not going to get into that too much. Now, as for if he failed, the idea that the Emperor might have been prepared for the Thousand Sons to fade away slowly, dying a individual medical death one at a time, rather than face the trauma of another public mass execution, offers a poignant lens through which to view his relationship with the Primarchs, and with this legion specifically. The Emperor's apparent grief over the sanctioning of the Primarchs of the 2nd and 11th Legions, and possibly some unknown but large number of Marines within those legions, shows that he would have been reluctant to repeat that experience. It's not common that canon shows us something about the Emperor's emotions. He had emotions about this. Allowing the Thousand Sons to fade away over time with a less public, quiet medical death may have been a less painful alternative to him. Now, while he clearly placed a great amount of faith and confidence in Magnus, he may have viewed Magnus's efforts as a long shot. That is to say, he may have thought that the Thousand Sons just could not be saved and viewed Magnus's efforts as a last-ditch gamble, not a guaranteed solution. If Magnus failed, the Thousand Sons' decline could have been quietly managed rather than a big public spectacle, and then Magnus could have been quietly consoled and then moved on to another project. The execution of the Primarchs of the 2nd and 11th Legions may have caused substantial political fallout, with debates among the Primarchs and factions within the Imperium, which would explain a lot about why the Emperor erased a bunch of people's memories about them. So allowing the Thousand Sons to fade away may have meant that he didn't have to pursue a similar controversial path. Now, what all this says about the Emperor is, first and foremost, emotional detachment and avoidance. His reluctance to engage emotionally with his sons or with the legions may have extended to his handling of his failures. By avoiding direct confrontation with Magnus or the Thousand Sons, and by avoiding directly trying to help, he could sidestep the pain associated with his memory of sanctioning a legion, and also avoid the pain of realizing that the Thousand Sons' genetic flaw was due to the Emperor's genetic design of them. The Emperor's decision to leave Magnus isolated as a long-shot hope, rather than trying to put all the resources he could into it, suggests a willingness to accept the risk of failure as part of a plan. This approach reflects his broader pattern of treating the Primarchs as tools, trusting them to solve their own problems, and finding ways to make them useful even when they can't fully fix a problem. So, for example, Fulgrim never got the Emperor's children up to full numerical strength. They were always one of the smaller legions. Now, for Magnus, we can see isolation and despair. If the Emperor was preparing for the Thousand Sons to fade away, his decision to leave Magnus without support can thus be seen to deepen Magnus's sense of isolation and abandonment, because the Emperor was explicitly trying to not share in the emotional weight of what was happening. This, in turn, may have thus contributed to Magnus's desperation, eventually turning him to sorcery. By not intervening directly, by not being willing to engage with his own feelings about his failures, the Emperor missed an opportunity to guide Magnus and the Thousand Sons toward recovery, potentially averting their ultimate fate. Each of these interpretations are consistent with aspects of the Emperor's character, and they need not be mutually exclusive. It is entirely possible that the Emperor was desperate for Magnus to succeed, while also preparing for what he viewed as a more likely possibility of failure, adopting a wait-and-see approach that left Magnus isolated. In either case, the tragedy lies in the Emperor's failure to engage directly with Magnus and the Thousand Sons, out of emotional avoidance and the misplaced belief that the demands of the Great Crusade called him away from his son in need. This hands-off approach was consistent with the Emperor's broader, distant treatment of his sons, but it ultimately contributed to Magnus's isolation, and thus his eventual hubris and fall. Remember the story of the one lost sheep. You go help the one lost sheep, even if it means leaving the other 99 for a while. Now, the Emperor was not Jesus. He was not about to do that. The Emperor was a politician and autocrat. He was highly cognizant of the political reality of his situation. If the Emperor had thrown his full weight, the full resources of the Imperium behind fixing the genetic flaw of the flesh change, and then failed spectacularly after spending an excessive length of time and a great deal of resources on that one problem. Remember, Magnus worked on it for perhaps as long as 60 years and did not find any long-term success with conventional non-sorcerous means. So what would have been the political fallout for the emperor if he had tried for that long and failed publicly? We see in the Horus Heresy the way that many Primarchs were quite upset when the emperor was stepping back from the front lines, and that was after 2 gigantic victories against the existential threats of the Rangdan and the Orcs of Ulanor. Magnus was found right near the beginning, during some of the most crucial times of the Great Crusade. If the emperor had devoted significant time and resources to fixing the flesh change during the early Great Crusade and had been unsuccessful, or maybe not even if he'd been unsuccessful, but especially if he failed, that would have had catastrophic political fallout across the Imperium for the emperor. This scenario forces us to imagine the potential breakdown of trust and authority at the very moment that the emperor was trying to consolidate an interstellar empire and cement the loyalty of the Primarchs. The Primarchs' perception of the emperor would have reacted poorly to such a high-profile failure. They each embodied a facet of the emperor and thus reflected his ambitions and his flaws. Early in the Great Crusade, the emperor was still crafting and peddling an image as an infallible, godlike figure to his sons and to the broader Imperium. If he had failed to cure the flesh change despite dedicating decades of personal and institutional effort to it, it would have shattered the illusion of his omnipotence. Primarchs like Dorn and Guilliman, who had argued for the sanctioning of the 2nd and 11th legions, might have started to openly question whether the emperor was capable of making the right decisions for the Imperium as a whole, or whether he was blinded by sentiment. Horus, the golden child, always concerned with his emperor's attention and favor, might have resented the emperor's devoting so much time to the Thousand Sons instead of leading the crusade. This could have planted seeds of bitterness in Horus for his feeling of being abandoned far earlier than canonically occurred. The Space Wolves, led by Leman Russ, were already highly skeptical of psychic powers and genetic tampering. Russ might have seen the Emperor's obsessive focus on the flesh change as a misplaced priority, trying to fix psychers who Russ believed were fundamentally broken. This would have deepened his distrust of the Thousand Sons and would have associated the distrust he had of psychers with his thoughts about the Emperor's judgment, thus leading him to question the Emperor's judgment. And it's a very dangerous thing for your executioner to start doing. Other forces within the Imperium who had been vocal critics of the use of psychic powers might have interpreted the Emperor's fixation on the Thousand Sons as favoritism towards psychers and a disregard for the more practical concerns of the Imperium's non-psychic humans. This could have led to open political bickering, which is not something that an authoritarian wants to encourage. Even more empathetic Primarchs who might have supported the Emperor's efforts might have questioned the wisdom of such an intense focus on a single problem while the crusade raged for several decades, potentially. The Great Crusade is framed as a nearly unstoppable campaign of conquest in the Imperium's propaganda, but in canon it was fraught with challenges. Several of the fronts of the Imperium stalled for decades at a time, even with the best efforts of the Emperor and the Primarchs. The Imperium did not have unlimited manpower. It relied heavily upon continuous advancement so that they could recruit from new worlds that they annexed. It's like a Ponzi scheme. It only works as long as you have momentum. If you get bogged down, you find that you don't have enough to pay your debts. The Emperor stepping back for decades to focus on the flesh change could have had severe practical and symbolic consequences. Now, that doesn't mean that he should have stayed completely out of it. He could have put institutional effort towards fixing the flesh change. We'd mentioned sending advisors from a number of disciplines, people from the Mechanicum, Adeptus Biologus, but whatever. Anyway, back to the Emperor. His presence on the front lines was a morale booster and a rallying point for the Imperium's forces, in addition to his strategic genius and unparalleled might. His absence for a prolonged period might have thus slowed the Crusades' pace and emboldened its remaining enemies. Particularly at that point in time, the massive Orc empires which still threatened the Imperium. Without the Emperor's unifying leadership, the Crusade may have become fragmented, with Primarchs pursuing their own agendas rather than a unified strategy. Now, allocating significant resources to cure the flesh change would likely not have diverted substantial manpower and materiel away from the Crusade, because there's a different part of one's expertise. That's on the science side of things. But if the Emperor's own expeditionary fleet had been stationed in Prospero at the time, then perhaps that would have contributed to a loss of manpower in key battlefronts. If there had been any resulting victories in critical fronts, it could have further eroded the Imperium's early momentum and caused other legions to resent the apparent favoritism towards the Thousand Sons, thus leading to interlegion tensions. Further, if the Emperor failed to cure the flesh change after publicly being a big part of the attempts to cure it, it might have cast doubt on the entire Astartes program, particularly among Imperial leadership. If one legion could be written off as a failed experiment, what assurance was there that others wouldn't face similar issues? The Custodes already believed that the entire Astartes project was a failed experiment. Any uncertainty could have eroded political support for the Emperor's vision of unity through the legions. More broadly, the Emperor's status as a near mythical figure within the broader Imperium depended on his aura of invincibility and propaganda about his perfection. A visible, prolonged failure would have undermined the faith of Imperial bureaucrats, planetary governors, and ordinary citizens in the Imperium's ability to be led by the Emperor. The Adeptus Mechanicus, well, then they were called the Mechanicum. The Mechanicum, already uneasy about the Emperor's reliance on Psychers, might have viewed the failure of the Emperor here as proof that the Emperor's vision was flawed, weakening the crucial alliance between Mars and Terra. Any giant public failure by the Emperor would have empowered factions within the Imperium to act up, especially those opposed to the Astartes program or skeptical of the Primarchs. Factions might have lobbied for a greater focus on traditional human armies, or questioned the Emperor's broader vision of genetic enhancement and psychic development. They might have lobbied for a weakening of the political power wielded by Primarchs. And because the Primarchs were publicly the Emperor's sons, that would have necessarily translated to a weakening of the Emperor's political power. Thus, the Emperor's political failure to cure the flesh change would have been immense. But besides that, if he had emotionally invested in them and then fail it, it would have been personally devastating, thus further compounding the emotional distance and detachment he already exhibited. Guilt and avoidance most of all. The Emperor's detachment masked his grief and regret over the fate of the lost sons he had from the 2nd and 11th Legions. A high-profile failure to save the Thousand Sons might have caused him to emotionally withdraw further, not just from Magnus, but from everybody in general. And he was already a pretty withdrawn guy. The Emperor might have also interpreted Magnus's failure to save the Thousand Sons as a reflection of his flaws as a creator, thus deepening his skepticism towards the Primarchs as a whole, making him more likely to view them as flawed tools rather than sons facing difficulties. Magnus's emotional fallout is perhaps more complicated. Already prone to arrogance and self-isolation, he would have responded poorly to the Emperor's failure But there's a couple different ways it could have gone. He might have become bitter and resentful for the emperor failing his sons, his legion. He might have interpreted the emperor's failure as evidence that the emperor lacked true understanding of the warp's power. He might have decided that only his methods could achieve results. But on the other hand, he might have interpreted the emperor's vast effort as evidence that he cares. And sometimes people die and get sick and have horrible warp mutations, and these things happen, and you just have to move on with your life. It might have fractured his relationship with the emperor, as his respect for the emperor was tied to his belief in the emperor's power. But it might have drawn him closer to the emperor. They would have been working closely together for 60 years, sharing hardship and sharing in their grief for their joint failure. This is tough to predict. People are complicated. Magnus is very complicated. Overall, the emperor's decision to isolate himself from the process of trying to cure or treat the flesh change is understandable, but not defensible. The emperor throwing his full weight behind curing the flesh change and failing would have been a political, logistical, and emotional catastrophe. It would have shattered the illusion of his infallibility, alienated his sons, slowed the Great Crusade, and fractured the Imperium's fragile unity. All of that is completely understandable. We can see why he did it, but it's not respectable. There was a precarious balance which the emperor tried to maintain between his public image of perfection and pragmatically getting things done. He decided that refusing to engage deeply with the problems his sons were having was the way to be practical, and this just set the stage for further tragedies. The emperor made the wrong call here. These are all valid points. They're important considerations which the emperor may have indeed considered before carefully titrating how much support to give Magnus and ultimately leaving him on his own. However, it's not what a father does. What did King David say about the death of Absalom, who had killed one of David's sons and attempted a coup against David? What did Jesus say about the lost sheep? The emperor did not appreciate the depth of responsibility a leader or father or a god bears for their followers or children, even when those children are flawed or when they stray from the path. Maybe especially then. I'm calm now. 2 Samuel, chapter 18, verse 33. And the king was much moved, and went up to the chamber over the gate, and wept. And as he went, thus he said, O my son, Absalom, my son, Absalom, would God I had died for thee. O Absalom, my son, my son! King David's lament over Absalom, who had rebelled against him and sought to usurp his throne, is one of the most emotionally raw moments in all of literature. Despite Absalom's betrayal, David's grief is not tempered by thoughts of justice or political pragmatism. It is purely the anguish of a father who has lost his child. The emperor could have fucking learned something. King David's lament shows that a father's love can persist even in the face of rebellion and failure. The emperor refused to let himself feel this kind of emotional connection, opting instead for detachment and cold pragmatism. His inability to grieve, to feel, or to express love for his sons dehumanized their relationships, making reconciliation impossible once cracks started to form. David's grief is compounded by his own culpability. His failure to fully discipline or reconcile with Absalom earlier in life created the conditions for Absalom's rebellion. Similarly, the emperor's refusal to intervene in Magnus's struggles or to provide emotional support set Magnus on a path of desperation and rebellion. David's lament, "If only I had died instead of you," is the pit of despair and regret of a father who knows that his own action and inaction played a role in his son's downfall. If the emperor had allowed himself to feel something, he might have seen the danger in leaving his Primarchs isolated and unsupported, dealing with their problems without help. In the book of Luke, chapter 15, Jesus tells us a story about a shepherd. Suppose one of you has 100 sheep and loses one of them. Doesn't he leave the 99 in the open country and go after the lost sheep until he finds it? And when he finds it, he joyfully puts it on his shoulders and goes home. Then he calls his friends and neighbors together and says, "Rejoice with me, I have found my lost sheep." In this parable, Jesus emphasizes the value of every individual life and the duty of the shepherd, the duty of any leader or father, to care for the weakest and most vulnerable of those under their responsibility, even if it means leaving everyone else in your responsibility to have less attention for a while. What could the emperor have fucking learned? Responsibility for the vulnerable, maybe? Magnus, burdened with the genetic flaw of the flesh change in his legion and the immense psychic power that isolated him, was the most vulnerable Primarch. The parable suggests that Magnus, like the lost sheep, required direct attention and care to save him. The emperor's focus on the metaphorical 99, the broader crusade, due to a number of completely reasonable, justifiable considerations, is understandable. And yet, what if he had chosen to help anyway? What if he, like the shepherd who leaves his flock to find one lost sheep, had done everything he could to help the son who needed his help the most? This could have been the turning point in his relationship with all the Primarchs, setting a standard for personal attention which would have been vital for later Primarchs, notably Lorgar and Kurz. The shepherd in the parable does not reprimand the lost sheep for wandering. He rejoices in its restoration. If the emperor had embraced Magnus's struggles and guided him back to a safer path away from sorcery, he might have created a stronger bond and prevented future tragedy. Both King David and Jesus in the Bible demonstrate selfless love, which is demanded of them by the responsibility they have, responsibility which the emperor tried to claim for himself, but despite his genius and vision, he failed to embody that selfless love. The emperor viewed his sons and the Imperium and all of humanity overall as tools. He did not want to have children. His refusal to form emotional connections with his children created a vacuum of love and guidance that chaos was eager to exploit. Honestly, it's a wonder that more Primarchs didn't fall. His decision to leave Magnus isolated was rooted in what he believed to be pragmatic considerations and self-preservation of political considerations, and it ignored the deeper emotional needs of his sons. Love, support, belonging, to have a father fucking care about them sometimes. The examples of King David and of Jesus show that a leader's duty extends beyond governance or control. Those are the privileges of power. The cost is compassion, sacrifice, love, a willingness to shoulder the burdens of others. You have to fucking put in the work if you have responsibility. The emperor's refusal. I'm so mad. Hold on. I'm calm now. The emperor's refusal to engage emotionally with anybody, left Magnus feeling abandoned, thus driving him into the arms of chaos. By failing to seek the lost sheep, metaphorically, the Emperor lost more than just Magnus. He lost Prospero, the 1,000 Sons, untold lives in the Horus Heresy. We're not even going to talk about Lorgar yet. Thematically, this all is great for Warhammer 40,000. 40k thrives on tragedy and irony. The Emperor's failure to embody the paternal love of King David or the divine love of Jesus while trying to be a god and setting himself in the position of fatherly authority amplifies the story's emotional resonance. This is a stark reminder that even the greatest people can falter through a lack of humanity. Had the Emperor been able to express the love and vulnerability of David, he might have been able to reconcile with Magnus before it was too late. Had he embraced the duty of the shepherd to prioritize the lost sheep over the broader crusade, the heresy might have been averted. No, would certainly have been avoided. While Jesus sought out the lost sheep and David grieved for a rebellious son, the Emperor refused to engage emotionally with anybody, treating everyone else as tools rather than people in need of guidance and love. This failure of responsibility sealed Magnus's tragic fate, underscoring the enduring lesson that the most powerful leaders cannot succeed without compassion and human connection. Considering Magnus, if he had failed to save his legion, I believe that the Emperor had not intended for Magnus to be executed. There is some suggestion that the Emperor intended Magnus to be the one to sit upon the golden throne to power the human-made webway portal once that project had been completed. Thus, the Emperor would have needed to keep this useful tool around. And this adds a terrible irony to the ultimate fate of both Magnus and the Emperor. The Emperor's webway project required an extraordinary psychic individual to stabilize and power the portal. And while the Emperor initially took this role upon himself, it is reasonable to assume that he eventually intended to pass it on to someone else. Magnus, being the second most powerful psyker in the Imperium, would have been the natural choice. Placing Magnus upon the Golden Throne would have meant that the Emperor would be isolating him from the rest of the Imperium, limiting the perceived danger that Magnus posed as a psyker, while still harnessing his abilities for the good of humanity. This, I feel, aligns with the Emperor's tendency to treat his sons as tools. Magnus's unique talents would make him indispensable, ensuring his survival, even if the 1,000 Sons were deemed expendable. Now, the Emperor did understand that Magnus's immense psychic potential made him a prime target for chaos corruption. That's why he told Magnus a few limited pieces of information about the warp that he kept from others. Placing Magnus on the Golden Throne might have been a way to shield him from the influence of chaos by binding him to a specific controlled task in a highly controlled environment. The implications of this plan for Magnus are tragic. His immense potential meant that he would have been the perfect candidate for such a monumental role, and he may have even leapt at the chance had he been told about this plan. But his isolation and the Emperor's lack of emotional connection and the Emperor's lack of information sharing ensured that he never acted in a way to support this plan that he might have approved of. Now, we can see this potentially as Magnus being an unwitting tool. If the Emperor planned to place Magnus on the throne, it may have been that he saw Magnus less as a son and more as a battery. Magnus's intellect, curiosity, and emotional depth would have been irrelevant to this role. His value would have been purely functional. This utilitarian view would have been devastating to Magnus if he ever came to believe that that's what the Emperor thought of him. His loyalty to the Emperor was deeply personal, rooted in admiration and love. If he found out that he loved someone and in return they thought of him as a double A, it would have been a crushing betrayal. But there's irony here. The Emperor's refusal to tell Magnus anything about the Webway project, or for that matter, the full nature of chaos or his plans for Magnus, contributed to Magnus's fall. Had Magnus understood the stakes and his potential role in the Emperor's vision for the next step of humanity, he might have been more cautious in his actions and, for example, would not have broken through the defenses around the Webway trying to do the right thing, warning the Emperor. He would have used a fucking astropath like a normal person. But by the time Magnus broke the Edict of Nicaea to try to warn the Emperor of Horus's betrayal, he was already firmly on the path to his doom. His hubris, isolation, and desperation were all exacerbated by the Emperor's cold detachment. All of this ensured that Magnus would be consumed by the forces that the Emperor sought to protect him from. A simple act of transparency. Sharing his plans with Magnus, maybe making it sound good, you can do a little salesmanship, buddy, might have prevented Magnus's fall entirely. Instead, the Emperor chose secrecy because he was like that, believing that withholding information was safer than trust, when in fact, trust is the only safe option. Through the lens of the Fisher King, Magnus's fall is linked to the destruction of the Webway project. It's an unhealed wound in the Imperium. I'm sure we'll talk about it more later, but I want to talk about it now. The Golden Throne, a machine designed to connect humanity through the Webway, to guide humanity away from the threat of chaos, becomes a symbol of isolation and stagnation, connected to the great rift which demons try to get through. Magnus's fall transforms him into a figure of the Emperor's failure, a figure of immense potential who is undone by arrogance, secrecy, and betrayal. That is, both the Emperor and Magnus can be described that way. If the Emperor intended Magnus to sit upon the Golden Throne, then this further underscores the tragic irony of their relationship. Magnus was the son most suited to understanding and supporting the Emperor's projects and the Emperor's vision, but instead he was cast aside by the very policies of secrecy and detachment that the Emperor believed were necessary for success. In treating Magnus as a tool rather than a son, the Emperor ensured Magnus's fall and ensured that the Emperor would be entombed upon the Golden Throne himself. Some of the traitor Primarchs, notably Perturabo and Angron, would have needed to be treated differently over a long time span in order for them to have a chance at having their emotional needs met sufficiently to stay loyal. With others, though, there were a limited number of windows in which a change could have been made. Mortarion had 1, the death of Nekara. Kurz had 2, meeting the Emperor and confiding in Fulgrim about his visions of the future. I believe that Magnus had exactly 3. Treating the flesh change, the moment in which he is at his most vulnerable and least arrogant, the council at Nicaea, the moment in which he feels betrayed, and warning the Emperor about Magnus by trying to communicate directly instead of using an astropath. Magnus's greatest mistake. Let's go through these a little bit before we move on. Magnus's struggles to cure the flesh change represent the period in which he was the most vulnerable emotionally. The pressure of saving his legion weighed heavily on him, and his isolation from the emperor and his brothers only exacerbated his sense of desperation and loneliness. This was the first and potentially most significant window of opportunity for intervention, but it wasn't the only such. What Magnus needed was to feel that the emperor valued him as more than just a tool or a solution to a problem. He needed personal support to counteract his growing hubris and arrogance, which he was using to try to shield himself from the sense of isolation. He needed guidance and reassurance. The absence of the emperor left Magnus to flounder. Had the Custodes had an advisor to see how he was doing, that might have provided a stabilizing influence. The emperor could have intervened personally, but that might not have been necessary. If the emperor had sent geneticists, psychic experts from other legions, people from the Mechanicum, to assist Magnus in trying to cure the flesh change through mostly conventional ways, it would have demonstrated that the emperor cared about Magnus's burden and Magnus's success. If the emperor had framed the challenge as a shared struggle rather than Magnus's sole responsibility, it would have alleviated Magnus's growing desperation and his need to rely on dangerous sorcery. And if the emperor had explained why he couldn't personally help, the Great Crusade, got to go help with that, it might have reduced Magnus's feelings of abandonment. Children understand that their parents have to go to work, Meeting Magnus's emotional needs during this period might have prevented his descent into hubris and arrogance and overconfidence. If Magnus had been taught to see his abilities as part of a broader collaboration, rather than the sole answer to every problem, he might have been less susceptible to Tzeentch's manipulation. Now, we're going to talk a lot more about Nicaea and Magnus trying to warn the emperor about Horus later. I'm just going to touch on it a little bit. In general, the Council of Nicaea was the turning point for Magnus when his belief in the emperor's trust and approval was shattered. Magnus's emotional needs at this point were respect for his expertise. He needed to feel that the emperor valued his understanding of the warp, even if the emperor ultimately chose to limit the use of psychic powers. He needed some sense of fairness and acknowledgement. He needed the emperor to address him directly and acknowledge his contributions, rather than just treating him as a subordinate whose opinions did not need to be solicited. And he needed to hear from the emperor that the decision was not a condemnation of him personally, but a precautionary measure for the safety of the Imperium, that he still trusted Magnus. What he needed was likely a private audience with the emperor before or after the council to explain his decision, reaffirming his faith in Magnus while stressing the risks posed by psychic powers. But more likely, what Magnus needed was a compromise. The emperor could have worked with Magnus to establish stricter guidelines for the use of psychic powers, to allow the Thousand Sons to retain what was special about them while not going into sorcery. If the emperor had shown Magnus that the decision was a painful and necessary one that he did not enjoy, rather than a punishment delivered to Magnus emotionally, it might have preserved Magnus's loyalty and respect. Now, when Magnus discovered Horus's betrayal, he saw it as an opportunity to prove his worth and loyalty to the emperor, but his decision to use sorcery to try to warn the emperor directly instead of using an astropath like a normal person was his greatest mistake, shattering the Webway project and dooming Prospero and the Thousand Sons. Magnus's emotional need here was for reconciliation. He wanted to prove his loyalty and redeem himself in the emperor's eyes after the Council of Nicaea. His desire to warn the emperor was as much about validation as it was about duty. After the Council at Nicaea, after the Edict of Nicaea, Magnus needed reassurance that the Emperor understood Magnus's actions came from a place of loyalty and love for the Emperor. If the Emperor had had a better channel for communication with Magnus, if he had provided Magnus with a direct means of contacting him during emergencies, Magnus might not have felt the need to resort to sorcery. This could have been, for example, a custodian with a special access or decryption code to use with an astropath, Even if Magnus had fucked up royally and destroyed the webway, if the Emperor had responded to Magnus's warning with compassion and understanding, and if he'd believed him, rather than just getting angry and not believing him, Magnus might have been saved from despair and eventual rebellion, and Horus's rebellion would not have been able to get off the ground. Yeah, the Webway project was broken forever. That sucks. But that doesn't mean that Magnus was incorrect about his warning of Horus. His warning about Horus. Magnus's fall was not inevitable. It hinged on a few critical moments in which Magnus's emotional needs were not met. The Emperor could have met his emotional needs at those points. By providing guidance, transparency, and compassion, the Emperor could have helped to prevent Magnus from descending into hubris, despair, and rebellion. Instead, the Emperor's detachment and secrecy ensured that Magnus was lost to the Imperium, like so many of his brothers. The Emperor was not the only one who could have helped to meet Magnus's emotional needs, but I focus on him because it's so egregious. For the purpose of continuity, I gotta put my hat back on. Magnus's fall to chaos was not inevitable. Despite his flaws of hubris, arrogance, and overconfidence, there were numerous sources of strength which could have potentially grounded him and reinforced his loyalty to the Emperor and to the Imperium. These sources of strength could have helped Magnus to overcome his isolation, temper his recklessness, and avoid the traps laid by chaos. Magnus's immense psychic power made him uniquely valuable to the Emperor, but it also isolated him from his brothers. The trust that the Emperor showed in him was a stabilizing force, which could have helped to keep him loyal. He adored the Emperor and sought his approval above all else. Magnus's relationship with his brother Primarchs was fraught with mistrust and tension. However, he had academic and intellectual concerns, among other traits and interests, which could have fostered meaningful connections to help him to be loyal. And a bond with his brothers could have thus given Magnus more emotional support and shared perspective, the acceptance of his peers to counter the isolation he felt. Magnus's greatest emotional connection and source of strength was with his legion, especially after he cured the Thousand Sons of the flesh change. His sense of responsibility and pride in the Thousand Sons was a powerful anchor. The Thousand Sons represented Magnus's greatest success and his deepest connection to humanity. Their survival and loyalty gave Magnus a purpose beyond his own ambitions. Their devotion to Magnus was a mirror for him, reflecting his own humanity and reinforcing his connection to the Imperium. The Emperor, or a custodes advisor, could have framed the Thousand Sons' survival as a joint effort between Magnus and the Imperium, strengthening Magnus's ties to the broader Imperial project. Magnus had relationships with Imperial institutions. Magnus and the Thousand Sons had strong relationships with the Adeptus the Mechanicum, and with portions of the Imperial army, which appreciated the Legion's immense martial capabilities and were glad to fight alongside them instead of, for example, the Iron Warriors. These connections could have been cultivated further to create a network of allies within the Imperium. As it was, positive relationships with outside imperial organizations counteracted some of the hostility that Magnus felt from other sources, even Mortarion and Russ. Collaboration with Mechanicus Magi and Imperial Army generals gave Magnus external validation for his intellect and methods, reducing his reliance on the Emperor's approval. Most importantly, Magnus's great source of personal strength was his own intellect and curiosity and his academic considerations. He was one of the most intelligent and curious of the Primarchs, with a passion for knowledge rivaling that of the Emperor or Lorgar. This trait was a source of hubris, but it was also his greatest source of strength. He challenged it into pursuits that aligned with the Emperor's vision, his martial efforts, his attempts to improve his legion, his overarching messianic view of uplifting humanity into a psychic awakening. His love of learning made him open to new perspectives and ideas, which sometimes counterbalanced his arrogance. This could have been further encouraged by assigning Magnus to assist in the Webway project, giving him a sense of purpose and importance, and encouraging Magnus to mentor other psychers across the legions could have reinforced his sense of responsibility and connection to the Imperium. Last thing we're going to talk about right now. Despite all of his flaws, despite his arrogance and his isolation from humanity, Magnus cared deeply about humanity. His distress over civilian massacres during joint operations with other legions shows that he valued the lives and dignity of ordinary people in a way which was very rare among the Primarchs. Magnus's compassion for humanity grounded him, reminding him of the larger purpose of the Great Crusade and the Imperium and the Astartes, and reinforcing his loyalty to the Emperor's vision of an unified humanity. This trait countered his isolation by connecting him to the broader human experience. Magnus viewed himself as a protector of humanity, and he thought of his own psychic powers as a sacred duty, rather than just a personal, self-aggrandizing talent. Magnus had numerous personality flaws, but he also had numerous sources of strength to anchor his loyalty to humanity and the Imperium and the Emperor. There are ways that these sources of strength could have been encouraged and called upon. If he had had a custodes advisor, for example, it would have counteracted his isolation by encouraging his good points. Instead, it so happens that the way the cards fell, his hubris and isolation overcame his strengths and his loyalty. Magnus's character and personality are deeply complex, filled with strengths and flaws. While many of his traits, notably his hubris and overconfidence, contributed to his fall, the root of those traits, his self-confidence, for example, if tempered and properly directed, could have served as additional sources of strength to reinforce his loyalty to humanity and the Imperium and the Emperor. Magnus's insatiable thirst for knowledge and his desire to understand the mysteries of the warp were among his defining traits. Magnus's love of knowledge could have been directed towards constructive pursuits. For example, studying the Webway project, cataloging psychic phenomena, exploring the Imperium's forgotten lore. By assigning him tasks aligned with his own intellectual curiosity, the Emperor could have helped Magnus to find a purpose that kept him loyal, despite the challenges he faced. His desire to learn, that is to say, could have helped him to grow past his flaws, if it was paired with outside guidance. Magnus could have become the Imperium's greatest scholar and a guiding light for its intellectual and psychic advancement, giving him a sense of purpose and grounding his actions in service to humanity. Magnus had a filial reverence for the Emperor, viewing him as the source of paternal authority and the embodiment of wisdom. His loyalty to the Emperor was one of his strongest traits, but it twisted him into hubris, thinking of himself as the Emperor's closest son. Magnus's devotion to the Emperor could have served as an anchor to his loyalty if the Emperor had reciprocated it with trust and guidance, rather than being kept at arm's length. His need for the Emperor's approval could have been used by the Emperor as a way to teach him responsibility and restraint. The Emperor could have set clear expectations for Magnus's behavior and goals to limit Magnus's use of sorcery as an expression of filial love rather than submission to outside caution, which, remember, Magnus did not trust people who told him to be cautious. Magnus cared deeply for humanity and sought to protect humanity. His compassion could have been a powerful motivator for loyalty if the Great Crusade had been framed as a mission to uplift and protect humanity, rather than, as it was often, a mission to uplift and glorify the Emperor and the Primarchs in public. By connecting Magnus's actions to the broader goal of saving humanity, the Emperor could have tied Magnus's efforts to a cause greater than himself. His care for his legion, particularly his determination to save the Thousand Sons from the flesh change, shows that Magnus was capable of great selflessness. If this trait had been nurtured, it could have been a counterbalance to his hubris, with his empathy grounding his decisions in the protection and betterment of humanity, rather than his own pride and ambition. Magnus had intellectual courage, rare among the Primarchs. He was not afraid to tackle the most difficult and dangerous problems, even when others hesitated. His willingness to dive into the unknown and confront the mysteries of the warp shows incredible courage and determination. Magnus's intellectual courage could have made him the Imperium's greatest explorer of the warp, uncovering its secrets and helping humanity to avoid its dangers, if he had been able to learn humility through guidance. His bravery in facing the unknown could have been directed towards constructive endeavors, developing a deeper understanding of the warp to then help humanity into a psychic awakening. And all of this could have happened if his courage had been tempered by wisdom. He needed to not be a reckless seeker of forbidden knowledge, but he was only going to listen to anyone telling him to be cautious if he had been shown the true scope of the risks. Magnus's love for the Thousand Sons and his determination to save them were defining aspects of his character, with his sense of responsibility for his sons driving many of his decisions, even those that led to his downfall. If Magnus had felt that the Imperium shared his commitment to their survival and success, then Magnus's loyalty to his legion would have been a stabilizing force. What this would have meant was the Emperor's active support in treating the flesh change by giving him outside experts to help him. His dedication to the Thousand Sons could have taught him humility, showing him that his role as a leader was to serve others rather than to serve his own ego. But that was only possible if he had other people to thank for a joint victory in treating his son's genetic flaw. Magnus shared the Emperor's vision for a unified humanity free from its shackles. His belief in the uplifting of humanity was sincere, even if it was later corrupted by Tzeentch. Magnus's belief in the Emperor's vision could have been reinforced by framing his role in the Imperium as essential to the Imperium's success. If Magnus had felt that his intellect and psychic powers were critical to the Great Crusade, he might have been less tempted by chaos. His vision for the future could have been aligned with the Emperor's goals if the Emperor had taken the time to tell Magnus about some of his projects and what he was working on, and if he had taken the effort to show Magnus the grave dangers of the powers of the warp, rather than just saying, they're dangerous, don't go there. Magnus possessed numerous traits which led him to tragedy, but which could have anchored his loyalty if they had been properly nurtured. The reason these traits became liabilities was that they were combined with his isolation and hubris and arrogance. If the Emperor or if his brothers had met some of Magnus's emotional needs and guided him, his strengths could have been turned into greater strengths, and some of his weaknesses could have been turned into sources of loyalty. Magnus's eventual fall to chaos and rebellion against the Emperor was the result of a confluence of unmet emotional needs and deep-seated personality flaws. His unparalleled potential as a psyker made him a prime target for Tzeentch, but it was the intersection of his emotional vulnerability, isolation, and unchecked flaws that allowed chaos to ensnare him so effectively, and it is worth looking at them in detail. First, of his unmet emotional needs. Though certainly not unique to Magnus, he craved validation and recognition. In Magnus's case specifically, he craved the validation of the Emperor, who he viewed as a psychic peer, his only psychic superior, and he craved the recognition of his peers for his intelligence, power, and his contributions to the Imperium. While the Emperor initially and accidentally gave him some of this through their close mentorship on Prospero, it was not sustained. The council at Nicaea, then, was particularly devastating because Magnus interpreted the Emperor's decision as a rejection of everything he stood for, undermining his self-worth and loyalty. The impact of this was that the lack of sustained validation left Magnus desperate to prove himself. This desperation fed into his existing overconfidence, leading him to take greater risks with the warp and lean more heavily on sorcery, in a misguided attempt to demonstrate his worth. Magnus needed to feel trusted and emotionally connected to the Emperor and to his brother Primarchs. Instead, he was met with a cold detachment from the Emperor, and he was met with mistrust from many of his siblings, and only a brief tolerance from his other siblings. The Emperor's secrecy, especially about chaos, left Magnus isolated and vulnerable. He longed for understanding and inclusion, but instead, by being kept at arm's length, he felt misunderstood and undervalued. This pushed him towards a path where he sought understanding and validation elsewhere, initially from himself and from his sons, but ultimately from the entities of the warp. Magnus's relationships with his brothers were fraught with tension, mistrust, mutual disdain, and occasionally violence. He yearned for companionship and brotherhood, but his psychic abilities and his intellectualism, honestly, set him apart, leading him to be shunned by certain of his brothers, and openly ridiculed by others such as Russ, Dorn, and Mortarion. None of his brothers made significant attempts to form a close bond with him, and no legion became a consistent ally of the Thousand Sons. Without strong fraternal bonds, Magnus lacked the grounding influence of trusted peers who could challenge his hubris or offer emotional support. He lacked anyone to push back against him when he needed it. His isolation from his brothers thus made him more susceptible to manipulation. Magnus worked tirelessly for decades to save his legion from the flesh change, and this incurred immense personal sacrifice to him. Not just his eye, that's just the outward manifestation of it. Despite this, his efforts to save his legion, and then his efforts to serve in the Great Crusade, went largely unnoticed and unappreciated by the wider Imperium, except in those rare occasions when they were so far up against the wall that they needed to call on him because they had no other real option. All through the Great Crusade, Magnus and the Thousand Sons were treated with suspicion rather than gratitude or appreciation by their peers. This lack of acknowledgement for Magnus's sacrifices and the efforts of his sons reinforced Magnus's feelings of alienation and underappreciation, thus making him more likely to turn to the first entity to offer what appeared on the surface to be understanding, but really Tzeentch just offered the illusion of recognition and power. Magnus needed what everyone needs, someone to understand and empathize with his unique struggles. Now, as the Imperium's second most powerful psyker, and perhaps foremost scholar, he had different unique struggles than any of us. What he needed was the Emperor to explain the dangers of chaos. Without that, Magnus felt ignorant and abandoned. A closer bond with a sympathetic brother might have fulfilled this need, offering Magnus a confidant and sounding board, even in the absence of the Emperor helping to dispel his ignorance about the full dangers of the warp. Without understanding and without empathy from a fraternal source, Magnus was isolated in his struggles, and he accurately felt isolated. This led to him seeking answers, and what he looked was inside himself, and what he found was in the warp. Magnus's arrogance was perhaps his most defining trait, his hubris. He could not have chosen otherwise without outside support or outside influence, or at least it would have been very difficult for him to choose otherwise. He believed that his mastery of his psychic powers made him uniquely capable of understanding and controlling the warp, but this hubris blinded him to the dangers of sorcery and of chaos, leading him to dismiss warnings from others, including the Emperor. Magnus's overconfidence made him believe that he could bargain with entities of the warp and use sorcery without consequence, paving the way for his gradual corruption. He could have turned aside at any time, but in order to do that, he would have needed to abandon his arrogance, his overconfidence, his pridefulness, or his hubris. He consistently overestimated his abilities. From his attempts to cure the flesh change unaided, to his decision to warn the Emperor psychically during Horus's rebellion, during Horus's corruption, it was before Horus openly rebelled, rather than just go through an astropath like anybody. He believed that his powers made him infallible, and this overconfidence was exacerbated by the lack of external checks on his behavior. Within the Thousand Sons, nobody was going to challenge him directly, and he had no close confidants from outside the Thousand Sons. This meant that Magnus took reckless risks and wild swings, culminating in his catastrophic mistake of breaking the Edict of Nicaea to try to warn the Emperor personally, instead of, once again, using an astropath like anyone. Why did he do that? Well, he was very impulsive, yet another of his personality flaws. Despite his intelligence, Magnus often acted impulsively, driven by emotion and a need to prove himself, and fed by his hubris, believing that any idea he has must be amazing. His decision to use sorcery to warn the Emperor about Horus was the prime example of the flaw of impulsivity, but not the only example. His impulsiveness was amplified by his isolation, as he had no trusted advisors or confidants who were willing to temper his decisions. This made him very vulnerable to manipulation, because Tzeentch could just capitalize on his tendency to act before considering the consequences, or to act after actively disregarding the potential consequences. Magnus's desire to control and shape events to his will, meanwhile, was both a strength and a weakness. He sought to impose order on the galaxy, like his father and his brothers, and he sought to impose order on the warp, believing that he could bend its chaotic nature to his purpose. This need for control extended, of course, to his legion, as seen in the organization of the Thousand Sons into psychic cults. But when Magnus realized that he could not control the warp, it was too late. He had already been shattered into his component personality pieces by Russ. This final realization that he could not control the warp shattered his worldview and left him grasping at straws. Ultimately, what he found was Tzeentch, which offered the illusion of control, in the sense of giving up on the idea that control was possible. Despite his intelligence, Magnus was profoundly naive and ignorant about the true nature of chaos and the malevolent entities of the warp. His belief that he could bargain with these beings and emerge unscathed was rooted in ignorance. This was partially the Emperor's fault, as Magnus was not warned about the full extent of Chaos's malevolence, but only partially. We cannot assign the entire blame to the Emperor here. Magnus's naivete, which he took no efforts to counteract, made him easy prey for the dread beings of the warp, with Tzeentch exploiting his arrogance and ignorance to manipulate him, until his only choice was to flee to the only savior available to him. Thus, we see Magnus as a tragic figure caught in a storm of unmet emotional needs and unchecked personality flaws, which were expertly manipulated by a malevolent outside force, and which were not alleviated by any allies. Magnus's isolation, desire for validation, arrogance, and hubris made him vulnerable to the temptations of chaos, while the Emperor's detachment, his brother's rejection of him as a peer or family, and the secrecy clouding Magnus's views of the warp, ensured that his various vulnerabilities went unaddressed, and his most impulsive decisions did not have access to any outside friend who could have pushed back on him. Magnus's story is a cautionary tale about his own decisions, yes, but also how the dangers of isolation, unchecked ambition, and the failure to address emotional needs show us the tragedy of the community around him. That is, all the people who could have and should have been part of a community around him, but who refused the call. Had the Emperor, or even a single one of Magnus's brothers, recognized and nurtured his strengths, while helping to navigate his flaws, Magnus's fall might have been avoided. Magnus could have decided to not do what he did at any time. He was not doomed to his fate, but it was so unlikely that he would choose any other path without outside assistance that we can say reasonably
He needed outside assistance. One of the core ideas of this project here, talking about all the Primarchs, is that the Emperor was definitely not going to meet the emotional needs of his sons. He just was not. Okay? My central theme for this project is that maybe the Primarchs could have helped to meet each other's emotional needs as brothers instead of relying on the Emperor for that. Magnus's isolation was one of the most significant factors in his fall, and meaningful relationships with even one of his brothers might have grounded him, tempered his hubris, and given him a sense of connection to the Imperium beyond his relationship with the Emperor. I wonder what opportunities for friendship and connection with other Primarchs could have been good opportunities for Magnus, and should Magnus have done specific things differently so as to not turn his brothers away? I wonder which of his brothers may have been the most likely to extend an olive branch to Magnus, but perhaps missed their chance. Magnus shared potential common ground with many of his brothers, even those who distrusted him. Perhaps some of these connections could have been developed into meaningful relationships with time, effort, and mutual understanding. Fulgrim's love of perfection and personal mastery and self-improvement aligned quite well with Magnus's scholarly pursuit of psychic advancement and improvement. They were each intellectuals who took pride in their work and had an appreciation for creation and creativity. They could have bonded over their shared passion for learning and self-mastery, with Magnus respecting Fulgrim's, let's say, conventional perfectionism, and Fulgrim perhaps coming to admire Magnus's psychic talents. Fulgrim's pride, however, worked poorly here, with Fulgrim's pride and Magnus's arrogance leading to neither of them initiating a friendship with each other. Perhaps earlier collaboration, perhaps during a mutual exploratory mission ordered by the Emperor or Horus, or perhaps even during a joint artistic venture, could have sown the seeds for mutual respect. Sanguinius and Magnus each bore the weight of a legion with a genetic flaw, understood the burden of protecting their sons from judgment, were found quite close together, one after the other, in the Great Crusade, and Sanguinius had visions of the future, giving him some ability to understand Magnus's precognitive abilities. Perhaps Sanguinius's empathy and charisma might have counterbalanced Magnus's isolation and hubris. His kind and understanding nature might have helped Magnus to feel less judged and alone, and Magnus, in turn, could have admired Sanguinius's strength, compassion, and moral fortitude. But Sanguinius was focused on his own legion, and Magnus's lack of humility prevented him from seeking to initiate such a connection. Perhaps a shared campaign or a conversation about their shared burdens might have built a bond, but it just never happened. Lorgar is perhaps the best option for him. They were, the two of them, the most scholarly and intellectual of the Primarchs. Each of them shared an interest in scholarly pursuits, metaphysics, and the mysteries of existence. They were each spiritual figures who sought deeper meaning in the galaxy. They could have had some deep philosophical bond, and they might have been able to collaborate on projects trying to understand and explore the warp, with their shared intellectual curiosity working to bring them closer together. But Lorgar pursued his truth in a different way from Magnus, centering his focus on a religious adoration of the Emperor, and working all on his own, off on his own little miniature Great Crusade. Meanwhile, Magnus disdained religious worship, and yet at the same time saw himself as a kind of psychic messiah. Thus there was a wedge between them,
Perhaps scholarly debate might have fostered mutual respect between them, but as it was, they were each isolated, and they never found each other, and they were certainly never pushed together by outside sources, like Horus or the Emperor telling them to collaborate. As War Master, Horus was a natural leader and diplomat who valued the contributions of all his brothers. He and Magnus both believed in the Emperor's vision and wanted to prove themselves. And Horus had a gift for understanding how best to utilize each of his brother's gifts and strengths together to greater effect. He had a talent for forging bonds with his brothers. Meanwhile, Magnus highly respected Horus's charisma and leadership. A closer bond with Horus might have given Magnus a confidant and ally within the Primarchs, and Horus might have sought to use Magnus more closely within the Great Crusade rather than somewhat isolated, as he was while the Emperor was at the forefront of the Great Crusade. Unfortunately, Horus did not speak up for him at Nicaea, which we'll talk about later, and then his fall to chaos tainted any potential friendship. There was a window of time there where they could have formed a stronger connection before Horus was corrupted, and thus this might have tempered Magnus's arrogance and given him an advocate among the Primarchs. Now, of course, Magnus's own actions and personality were the most significant role in his isolation. Yes, he was often mistrusted by his brothers for his psychic abilities, but he might have mitigated his distrust by approaching his brothers with humility, openness, and collaboration, rather than boisterously and boastfully announcing himself as the Imperium's psychic messiah. He could have shown some fucking humility. His arrogance alienated his brothers as much as his psychic powers. It made it difficult for them to trust or respect him, or like him for that matter. By showing humility and understanding and acknowledging his own limitations, Magnus might have invited collaboration rather than suspicion. He might have, for example, sought advice from other Primarchs about the flesh change, rather than being secretive and isolated about it. This might have fostered a sense of mutual respect and reduced his isolation. Fulgrim, who had similarly worked to bring his own legion back from the brink of extinction, would have been the obvious choice for this. Perhaps Magnus could have tried to build bridges through collaboration during the Great Crusade. He might have actively sought opportunities to work alongside his brothers on campaigns or projects, to showcase his abilities while learning from his brothers' strengths and their legion's strengths. We talked earlier about philosophical discussion with Lorgar. We talked earlier about discussion of genetics with Sanguinius. Just anything to try to create mutual understanding, rather than just waiting patiently, not understanding why no one's asking you to help. For that matter, he could have addressed their concerns directly. Many of Magnus's brothers mistrusted his use of psychic powers, and many of them had good reason to do so. If Magnus had taken the time to explain his methods and explain that he understood the risks and was actively trying to mitigate those risks by listening to the Emperor, some of his brothers might have had some of their fears partially alleviated. That would have been a little better than nothing. Magnus could have invited skeptical brothers like Russ or Dorn to observe the Thousand Sons' practices and see their effectiveness firsthand, rather than have all the information they hear about them come filtered through third parties. Magnus could have done more. He could have done anything to foster connections with his brothers. But some of his brothers also missed opportunities to extend an olive branch to Magnus. Sanguinius, the first or second most empathetic of the Primarchs, and the one found immediately after Magnus. He was perhaps the best positioned to reach out, especially given their shared burden of genetic flaws. a gesture of solidarity, such as a visit to Prospero, might have strengthened their bond. As War Master, Horus had not just an opportunity, he had a responsibility and obligation to unify the efforts of the Primarchs. A stronger effort to include Magnus in his plans, or to mediate conflict between Magnus and other more skeptical brothers, such as Horus's best friend Mortarion, might have reinforced Magnus's loyalty. I refuse to believe that Horus, the consummate professional and most charismatic person in the galaxy, lacked the skill to improve Magnus's reputation without alienating everybody else. Magnus's isolation was not inevitable. Anyone could have chosen differently. Opportunities for connection existed with several of his brothers, some of whom shared traits or interests which Magnus might have found to be the foundation of a meaningful friendship. But Magnus's own flaws alienated many of his brothers, and their mistrust of Psykers and lack of effort to bridge the gap between them meant that neither of them approached an attempt at friendship from either direction. Anyone could have tried to foster a stronger bond of brotherhood with collaboration and mutual respect. Anyone could have perhaps given Magnus an opportunity to find the emotional support he needed to temper his flaws and resist temptation. Everyone has the ability to choose, and we choose every moment of every day to help other people or to leave them adrift dealing with their own shit unaddressed. This is just the fate of humanity writ small with a couple dozen people. If you have friends who need help, you can choose to help them, or you can choose to leave them adrift. Your friends, any of them, might be Magnus, needing any amount of friendship and connection to choose to be better. I'm calm now. We've discussed this in pieces already, but let's coalesce what we have found and fill in some missing pieces to try to make a cohesive picture. How did the Emperor act and think with regards to Magnus after learning of his existence through the warp and before the eventual destruction of the Webway project? That's quite a long arc, going from before the discovery of Prospero up to the early days of the Horus Heresy. I think we can see that before Magnus's great Webway catastrophe, the Emperor's relationship to Magnus was shaped by a mix of admiration, trust, secrecy, which undermined that trust, pragmatism, and tragically and understandably, by, everything we know about the Emperor, emotional neglect. This dynamic laid the groundwork for Magnus's greatest achievements and also his most catastrophic failures. The Emperor's first awareness of Magnus came through the warp while Magnus was still an infant in gestation on Terra. And then, after he was scattered to Prospero, he again found Magnus in the warp while Magnus was astral projecting. Magnus, with his extraordinary and precocious psychic power, reached out to the Emperor, establishing a psychic connection to his father that none of his brothers could replicate. The Emperor thus had the foundation of his understanding of his son Magnus as admiration. Magnus's psychic potential exceeded that of any of his brothers, in some areas rivaling the Emperor himself. This was the foundation of the Emperor's hope for the Primarch project, even while they were still in gestation tubes underneath the Himalayan mountains. He viewed Magnus as the perfect tool to help the Emperor shape and protect the Imperium, particularly in matters related to the warp. And if Magnus was this powerful, who knows how powerful each of his brothers would be in their own areas. Now, The Emperor, for all his mastery of psychic power, and for all he believed he was the master of himself, he was emotionally unprepared for any connection. This makes sense, as he remained emotionally unprepared for human connection up until he died. Thus, he had surprise at a reaction to his vulnerability. This led him to suppress his feelings of paternal attachment, because he believed that emotional vulnerability would compromise his ability to lead humanity. This is a mistake, and is understandable but not defensible. How the Emperor acted towards Magnus was pretty straightforward. He, on the one hand, encouraged Magnus, maintaining and reinforcing the psychic link between them, while he taught Magnus knowledge of the warp and fostered his growth as a psyker. But at the same time, despite this unprecedented connection, he kept his distance. He refrained from openly showing affection, almost certainly out of fear of becoming too emotionally attached to Magnus or losing sight of his ultimate goals. We see much of this same pattern mirrored between his first gaining an understanding of Magnus while Magnus was in gestation, and then later discovering Magnus on Prospero. After Magnus's astral projection drew the Emperor's attention, and Prospero was found, the Emperor rushed there, finding Magnus much sooner than expected. And what did the Emperor find? A thriving civilization of psychers under Magnus's leadership, unified through knowledge and psychic power. Magnus welcomed the Emperor eagerly, and they quickly established a bond. The Emperor was so proud. Magnus represented the realization of one of the Emperor's core ambitions, a civilization which was attempting to master the warp, to serve humanity in a psychic awakening. Magnus's intellect, charisma, and psychic abilities reinforced the Emperor's belief in the Primarch project. The Emperor was particularly impressed by Magnus's ability to lead, his intellect, and later his capacity to try to take on curing the flesh change on his own. Thus, the Emperor trusted Magnus a great deal and granted Magnus significant autonomy. Of course, part of that autonomy was simply that the Emperor was detached from him. He withheld critical knowledge about the warp and the nature of chaos, believing that such forbidden knowledge would corrupt Magnus and compromise his role as a tool for the Great Crusade. He never considered whether withholding that knowledge could also lead to corruption, but, whatever. Now, the actions of the Emperor towards Magnus, especially immediately after finding him, were mentorship, spending significant time with Magnus, teaching him about psychic powers, longer and more intensive mentorship than given to most of Magnus's brothers. But at the same time, secrecy, with the Emperor keeping Magnus ignorant of key dangers, especially the Chaos Gods and the true nature of the warp. This secrecy reflected the Emperor's mistaken belief that ignorance is a defense against corruption. The Emperor assigned Magnus massive responsibility, especially saving an entire legion from their genetic flaw by himself, delegating responsibility entirely to one person, Magnus. This decision stemmed from trust in Magnus's ability, yes, and a pragmatic desire and, honestly, a political move to distance himself from the potential fallout of failure. That is to say, after uniting Magnus with the Thousand Sons, the Emperor largely stepped back in a mirror of how he distanced himself from the infant Magnus to avoid emotional attachment. This decision was a turning point in their relationship, with the Emperor leaving Magnus to grapple with the challenges of leadership on his own. The Emperor trusted Magnus to succeed where he himself had failed, believing that Magnus was qualified to cure his legion's genetic flaw, but also not giving him any tools or support to try to aid in that effort. The Emperor was perhaps impatient, focused on the broader goals of the Great Crusade. He recognized the importance of saving the Thousand Sons, but believed that that was a secondary concern, a secondary priority. The Emperor's classic emotional detachment, as we see with many of the stories of the Primarchs, prevented him from recognizing Magnus's growing emotional vulnerability during this period, as he became more and more desperate. He saw Magnus as a tool, not a person, not a son. He did not consider the emotional toll of Magnus's struggles. To the extent that he understood Magnus to be struggling, he simply viewed Magnus as an overheating engine, not a person nearing a breaking point of desperation. The Emperor treated Magnus with minimal intervention, giving no direct support to Magnus in his efforts to cure the flesh change, even as decades passed with little progress. He did not send assistants. He did not send gene smiths from Terra. He did not send apothecaries from other legions who had dealt with their own problems. He failed to provide emotional support or guidance or reassurance, leaving Magnus to grapple with decades of failure and mounting desperation alone. By delegating Magnus to fix the flesh change independently, the Emperor was testing Magnus's resourcefulness and resilience, but leading Magnus to be isolated, and implicitly saying to Magnus, "You should not bother me with your problems." Now, when Magnus finally cured the flesh change through sorcery, the Emperor remained unaware of Magnus's methods for doing so. Magnus's successful stabilization of the Thousand Sons allowed them to rejoin the Great Crusade, where they achieved great victories, and the Emperor was quite satisfied with that. Their ongoing successes on the battlefield reinforced the Emperor's belief in his own judgment. Their prowess in battle, and Magnus's growing reputation as a scholar and psyker and diplomat validated the Emperor's faith in his son. But also the Emperor was quite complacent. He assumed that Magnus's success indicated that he did not need oversight or guidance in order to succeed. But this meant he never asked Magnus about the honestly dangerous lengths he went to try to save his sons. The Emperor gave him distant praise, congratulating him on his legion's achievements, but never taking steps to investigate how they were accomplished, never trying to reconnect with Magnus emotionally. The Emperor continued to assign Magnus responsibilities without addressing Magnus's needs or vulnerabilities. This led Magnus to himself not view addressing his own vulnerabilities as a priority, and it led him to deepen his own arrogance. Throughout the entire period of knowing Magnus, and especially during the Great Crusade, the Emperor's actions and inactions reveal key mistakes. He was overconfident in Magnus, honestly. As a reflection of himself and his own psychic power, the Emperor took his own overconfidence in his own abilities and transferred that to being overconfident in Magnus. That is to say, he saw enough of himself in Magnus that it blinded him to the need for oversight or guidance of him. Then, of course, by withholding critical knowledge about the Chaos Gods and the true nature of the warp, the Emperor was leaving Magnus vulnerable to manipulation by Tzeentch, a malevolent entity, a horrible psychic parasite that Magnus was in no way prepared to deal with. Magnus wrongly believed himself to be completely in control, and thus fell into a trap he might have avoided given proper knowledge. Just like all of his sons, the Emperor failed to address Magnus's emotional needs. For example, validation, connection. We talked about these earlier. This neglect deepened Magnus's isolation and made him more susceptible to feelings of abandonment. And ultimately, this isolation meant that warning sign after warning sign were not seen, or as they were understood through third parties, they were ignored. Magnus's reckless use of psychic powers, his legion's growing reliance on sorcery, and their fascination with the warp were clear warning signs that the Emperor ignored, assuming that Magnus could handle any dangers on his own. Thus, in the lead up to the Great Webway catastrophe, the Emperor's actions and thoughts towards Magnus were marked by a dangerous combination of trust marred by secrecy and detachment. The Emperor admired Magnus's potential and invested some amount of time into his mentorship, and then left him alone, treating Magnus as a tool that needed to be set up or assembled, not a son who needed to be taught and coached. Magnus remained isolated, emotionally unfulfilled, and ill-prepared to resist temptation. Had the Emperor attempted to be a father, he might have addressed Magnus's emotional needs, provided some sort of ongoing guidance, and perhaps shared knowledge to try to protect him. He might have prevented the Great Webway catastrophe. Instead, the Emperor's detachment and secrecy allowed Magnus's flaws to fester, setting the stage for catastrophic event after catastrophic event. Well, that's all well and good, but it's all kind of theoretical. What specific actions could he have done? Well, there was a standing directive in the Great Crusade from the Emperor that the recovery of STC fragments was of the highest priority for all expeditions. This ensured that the Emperor and the Mechanicum were not relying on the varying individual interest that each Primarch had for the mysteries of technology. Perhaps the Emperor could have had a similar directive for libraries of warp or psychic knowledge, telling his Primarchs that such information was to be collected intact, given to the Sisters of Silence for handling, and transported to Terra for the Emperor's own personal review, to determine if any of it would be of great use for the Imperium to use safely. He could have pointed out to recalcitrant Primarchs that the Imperium was absolutely dependent on astropaths and navigators for its functioning, and that perhaps some isolated pocket of humanity on some backwater planet had independently developed psychic techniques which would one day be just as valuable to the Imperium as astropaths and navigators. Perhaps this might have avoided friction between the Thousand Sons and the Raven Guard on Rhyobia, and might have avoided part of the friction between the Thousand Sons and the Night Lords on Zoa. This would have allowed the Emperor to single out Magnus for praise after putting in a great deal of effort in recovery of psychic libraries. And he could have singled out Magnus for the honor of being the first to receive newly reviewed works as the Emperor's most trusted psychic champion and exemplar. This policy would have meant that the Emperor would have an opportunity to have trusted servants, especially the Sisters of Silence, quarantine and discard chaos-tainted material before ultimately distributing whatever safe information was found. This proposal would be in line with the Emperor's broader strategies during the Great Crusade, and as an official directive, it might have avoided numerous political conflicts, trying to further the Imperium's goals, and perhaps even incidentally address some of Magnus's emotional needs. What the Emperor understood in the immediate lead up to the Council at Nicaea was that the Imperium needed a clear directive for the warp and for psychic power. A standing policy similar to that for recovery of STC fragments might have declared that all psychic and warp-related knowledge was for the exclusive and sole viewing and prerogative of the Emperor.
This would have established an unified protocol for dealing with such material in a safe manner, avoiding the ad hoc, destructive, and often naive decisions made by the Primarchs and expedition leaders throughout the Great Crusade. A unified policy might have prevented some amount of friction between the legions due to differing priorities. We mentioned Rheobia and Zoa already, which stemmed largely from differing attitudes towards psychic knowledge. A clear directive made with the highest authority would have made these disputes moot by removing individual discretion from the expeditionary fleet leaders, even Primarchs. Instead, just letting everyone, indeed forcing or obliging everyone, to push off that responsibility entirely onto a third party, the Sisters of Silence, able to handle material safely. Legions like the Space Wolves or Imperial Fists, who were deeply suspicious of psychic knowledge, would have been unhappy about this directive. But the general anti-psychic stance of the Sisters of Silence might have helped to alleviate such concerns. If they had been told, yes, the directive is to recover rather than destroy such material, but ultimately almost all of it's going to be destroyed anyway, maybe they would have just gone along with it. An unified policy could have helped to ensure that no valuable knowledge was lost due to simple mistrust or ignorance. Might have created a standardized approach for dealing with psychic materials, and by dispatching the Sisters of Silence throughout the expeditionary fleets, it might have allowed them to safely handle and transport such material, some of which was, of course, very dangerous. Now, I said some of Magnus's emotional needs might have been accidentally met by such a policy. Magnus's mistrust that he faced from his brothers was a major contributing factor to his fall. If the Emperor made a big standardized policy like this, then this directive might have provided an opportunity to validate, include, and uplift Magnus within the Imperium. The Emperor could have praised Magnus publicly as the Imperium's foremost expert, champion, and exemplar with regards to psychic powers, entrusting him with the honor of being the first to receive newly reviewed knowledge, that is, after it had been screened for corruption. Magnus's successes in recovering libraries of psychic knowledge would have thus been publicly acknowledged and publicly lauded, reinforcing his sense of value and inclusion, while at the same time, the Emperor would have thus had ample room to discard sorceress knowledge from among the materials collected. The Emperor could have thus tried to align Magnus's interests with the broader goals of the Great Crusade. It might have reduced his isolation and framed the work of the Thousand Sons as an essential contribution to the Imperium. Perhaps this might have fostered collaboration and mutual respect between the Thousand Sons and the psychic librarians of other legions, rather than suspicion and rivalry. One of the most important opportunities here would be that the Emperor would have been able to review the materials collected to destroy chaos-tainted works, thus helping to prevent Magnus from being exposed to dangerous knowledge, while still allowing him to feel trusted and valued, and while still giving him the carrot of more psychic knowledge. If he had maintained regular contact with Magnus throughout this process, it might have helped to address Magnus's emotional needs for validation and connection, helping to ensure his loyalty through strength of character. Now, I'm not going to say that the Thousand Sons would have given over all the material they find to the Sisters of Silence immediately, like they would supposed to. But at least if the Sisters of Silence were tasked with evaluating, or at least transporting for later evaluation, collected knowledge for signs of chaos taint before it was distributed for study, then it would have reduced the risk of Primarchs and Astartes being corrupted by dangerous materials, and it would have allowed the Emperor let's call it a lesser crime to punish him for. That is, failing to give material to the Sisters of Silence in a timely manner, which would have carried a lesser punishment, rather than waiting until everything builds up, and then just deciding at the Council of Nicaea to punish Magnus quite severely. Once knowledge was reviewed and deemed safe, valuable psychic knowledge and techniques could have been shared with legions that demonstrated responsible uses of such power. Especially, we might note, the White Scars, with their model librarian program, thus allowing the Imperium to benefit from psychic advances while limiting less trustworthy psychers to less dangerous techniques. More to the point, and a reason why it's very confusing why the Emperor never tried such a policy, such a directive would have further centralized and reinforced the Emperor's authority. It might have ensured that psychic knowledge was treated with the same respect and caution as technological knowledge, and told everyone that the Emperor was the only one powerful enough to judge that. By centralizing control, the Emperor could have further accumulated power into his person as an autocrat, which he was very interested in. It's really weird that he did not do this in this particular case, and instead left decisions to individual Primarchs. Ideally, the Emperor would have been able to demonstrate trust in Magnus and the Thousand Sons by allowing them to take a leading role in recovering psychic knowledge, while also protecting them by only letting them study already screened knowledge. This trust would have been a powerful counterbalance to the mistrust that Magnus faced from many of his brothers, helping to foster a greater sense of inclusion within the Imperium. By making it clear that all psychic knowledge belonged to the Emperor personally, everyone would have been obliged to handle it according to strict protocols for fear of offending the throne. This could have discouraged independent actions by Primarchs who might otherwise have acted on their own initiative to destroy knowledge which would have been useful to keep around, or to study knowledge before it was screened, even when it was quite dangerous. Now, this directive could have avoided certain conflicts and certainly would have strengthened Magnus's loyalty, but it would have had its challenges. Notably, Primarchs like Russ, Mortarion, and Dorn, who were deeply suspicious of psychic powers, would likely have resisted the Emperor's directive. But, again, if the Emperor had framed it as a purely pragmatic decision to try to keep the Imperium safe, then they might have begrudgingly gone along with it. If this directive had been mishandled, it might have reinforced Magnus's sense of being valued, yes, but might also have fed into his hubris if it was not carefully managed. The Emperor would have needed to balance public praise for Magnus with guidance to ensure that Magnus remained grounded. As another point, such a standardized practice, such a proposal, would have made it easier to explain the presence of outside observers and advisors among each legion. The Custodes, for example, often worked quite closely with the Sisters of Silence. Further, a custodian would have the authority to review items and artifacts found, enforce quarantine and safe handling procedures, and order certain chaos-corrupted material to be purged immediately without review. Perhaps this might have specifically avoided, for example, Fulgrim's handling of the Lair Blade, or it might have warned Lorgar against trying to go too close to the Eye of Terror, though of course that has its own issues. We'll get into that when we talk about Lorgar. He was already lost by that point. The Custodes, by their very nature, were above the politics of the legions, and they were completely loyal to the Emperor's will, making them the ideal agents to enforce strict protocols for quarantine and review. And with the Sisters of Silence, they would have had a safe pariah, a psychic null, with which to carry out those directives. This approach could thus have helped to safeguard the Imperium from certain catastrophic events, but more importantly, in some cases, it might have fostered a greater sense of trust and collaboration between the legions and the Custodes, and given the Custodes a clear avenue by which to observe the legions and report back to the Emperor, even regarding non-psychic stuff. Let's go through this with a specific example. The Laren Blade was a chaos-tainted artifact discovered during Fulgrim's final victory against the alien Lair. Fulgrim foolishly kept the blade himself, despite what any custodian would have recognized to be a clear corrupting influence. This ultimately led to Fulgrim being possessed by the Daemon within the blade. A custodian advisor could have recognized the blade's corruption and ordered it to be purged or quarantined immediately by the Sisters of Silence. Fulgrim's hubris might have made him resistant, yes, but the Custodes' authority came directly from the Emperor, giving him the power to enforce such decisions. Preventing Fulgrim from getting personal access to the Laren Blade might have thus helped to prevent Fulgrim's possession, and slowed or even stopped the corruption of the Emperor's Children Legion. Beyond the specific values of chaos-tainted stuff, just the mere presence of the Custodes as a standard part of the advisors and liaisons around the Primarchs would have provided an early warning system. The Custodes were trained to recognize the signs of chaos corruption, though how good they were at their jobs varied. Their presence in the legions would have provided the Emperor with a way to observe the Primarchs and allowed him to intervene before corruption or unwanted practices took root. Any observation of, for example, Lorgar's practice would have allowed the Emperor to intervene much earlier than he did. Several Primarchs, notably Lorgar, Magnus, and Fulgrim, were undone by their hubris. A custodian might have helped with that, offering practical advice and enforcing limits when necessary by reporting back to the Emperor and having the Emperor tell the Primarchs, hey, stop doing that. It's reasonable to expect that there would be challenges. Certain Primarchs might have resisted the authority of Custodes advisors, viewing them as meddlesome or undermining their authority, or even viewing their ideas about how to dispose of potentially tainted objects as unnecessary. The Death Guard, for example, already had policies on how to destroy chaos and psychic tainted human civilizations and works. Or I guess also Xenos civilization. Whatever, you get it. And of course, the Custodes, for all their loyalty and training, were fallible. Yeah, that's a good word. That's a kind word. They were not immune to mistakes and misjudgments. There's always a risk of underestimating the danger that they saw, or misunderstanding the actions of a Primarch. Once again, we'll get into Lorgar later. This system might not have prevented the heresy entirely, but it might have significantly mitigated its impact by incidentally bringing more attention from the Emperor to specific Primarchs earlier. Now, back to the Thousand Sons. A system in which psychic knowledge is centralized in the Emperor's authority and disseminated from the Imperial Palace would have allowed a carrot to help to enforce the Emperor's rules, instead of just a stick of punishment and bans. If a legion were prevented from getting access to psychic knowledge which was being given as a reward to other legions who were behaving themselves, that would have been a great mid-level punishment for Magnus, as opposed to the top-down harsh ruling at Nicaea. Similarly, being offered choice morsels of psychic knowledge and psychic lore not granted to less capable servants would have been a great mid-level reward for Magnus, as opposed to the blanket approbation and endorsement which Magnus seems to have expected at Nicaea. Magnus could have had a fancy title, the Master Magus of the Crusade or something, like how Dorn was the Praetorian. I'm just saying, a scalable system of rewards and punishments without resorting to the extremes of blanket condemnation, or unqualified praise would have let the Emperor dial into the behavior he wanted from Magnus. The Emperor's approach at Nicaea, entirely binary and inflexible, left Magnus feeling deeply betrayed and humiliated, understandably so, whereas a more nuanced system, with carrots to incentivize compliance and smaller sticks to deter hubris, might have tempered Magnus's behavior while helping to preserve his loyalty and his emotional investment in the Imperium. So once again, if Magnus broke the rules, he could have been temporarily barred from accessing advanced psychic knowledge, or he could have been temporarily not given new stuff while other legions were. Persistent violations might have led to the appointment of additional advisors or the imposition of stricter guidelines on how the Thousand Sons were able to handle material when it was first found. In severe cases, perhaps the Custodes would have been in a good position to report specific transgressions directly to the Emperor. The Council at Nicaea was a pivotal moment for Magnus, and was the Emperor's maybe second greatest mistake. The Emperor's decision to side with the most extreme side of Magnus's detractors, imposing a blanket ban on psychic practices, alienated Magnus and deepened his feelings of betrayal. And it also caught the librarians of other legions in the crossfire. The Emperor needed a more nuanced system in order to try to avoid this outcome. But instead, just like at Monarchia with the word bearers, the Emperor found that his detachment and lack of knowledge about what his sons were doing led him to, unfortunately, wait until things were way out of control, and he felt that he needed to impose a severe punishment in order to try to correct an extreme situation, rather than doing a more mild punishment much earlier before things got out of hand. That, then, would have allowed the Council at Nicaea to be an open dialogue and an opportunity to address the dangers of psychic powers, unclouded by his worry and anger towards Magnus. Instead of imposing a blanket ban, the Emperor would have had the emotional space to consider a more nuanced way to ensure accountability. Let's call it that. Unfortunately, the Emperor did not address the use of psychic powers in the Imperium early on. The Council at Nicaea was something that the Emperor put off as long as he possibly could. Even while planning to elevate Horus to War Master, the Emperor still didn't want to deal with the matter of psychic powers. It was instead the open, public recurrence of the flesh change at Arc Reach which forced the Emperor's hand. If the Emperor had called such a council earlier, the matter of psychic powers could have been addressed before the Thousand Sons became entrenched in their ways and grew too reliant on sorcery. An earlier council at Nicaea equivalent could have been a moment to create policy before the tensions surrounding the matter reached a boiling point. That is, by intervening early, before the sides had crystallized and entrenched their own positions, the Emperor might have fostered a more productive discussion to try to build consensus among the Primarchs, rather than an acrimonious political debate. Perhaps such an open discussion might have happened after a few of the Thousand Sons' early successes. During that time frame, Magnus had already achieved several remarkable feats, including apparently curing the flesh change so far as observers could see, and leading his legion to decisive victories both in negotiation and on the battlefield, using psychic powers. These early successes were impressive to outside observers, but also raised concerns among those skeptical of psychers. At this point, the debate over psychic powers had not reached the extreme polarization seen later. Many of the Primarchs were still forming their own opinions on the matter, and their views might have been influenced by the Emperor's guidance and open discussion. For that matter, at that early time, I believe Mortarion and Corax had not yet been found, so that's another point. The Emperor at that time had the emotional space for the tone of a council or discussion about psychic powers to be an emotionally neutral discussion of policy to define its safe and responsible use, rather than an emotionally charged time to punish Magnus for overstepping. The Emperor could have thus established clear guidelines for the use of psychic powers in the Great Crusade, which he did not want to put the effort into doing. He put this off as long as he possibly could. But by doing so, he might have prohibited sorcery and the invocation of warp entities and the negotiation with warp entities to emphasize the dangers of such practices and help to shepherd the Thousand Sons away from such practices before they became entrenched. By taking a proactive stance on setting rules about psychic powers, rather than procrastinating, the Emperor could have reinforced his authority and set a clear precedent for dealing with such issues. This might have made later challenges, such as the events leading to the burning of Prospero, less likely. Now, why did the Emperor put it off so long? Well, there are challenges associated with such a broad attempt to deal with a complicated, thorny issues. Several of the Primarchs who had already been found, notably Russ, certainly would have opposed the use of psychic powers altogether, leading to heated debates even at that early stage, with less political polarization than later, but still some amount. And Magnus was already quite confident and hubristic regarding his own abilities. This would have made him resistant to any restrictions, even if they were imposed early. The Emperor would have needed to handle him with some amount of care to avoid alienating him. Further, what the Emperor really was worried about was that setting rules about the use of psychic powers would point people towards understanding chaos and the warp's true dangers. That is, saying to people outright, "Do not deal with the entities of the warp," would have necessarily meant admitting that entities were in the warp, which he really, really wanted to keep secret. Now, there are also opportunity costs of doing this so early. Notably, the concept of a formalized structure of the Astartes Librarius was formed later, in large part by Jagatai Khan, based on the Path of Heaven of his homeworld Chagoris's traditions. If the council had been called too early, Khan would not have yet been found by the Emperor, and thus some sort of middle ground wherein the use of psychic powers in the Great Crusade was tightly curtailed might not have had an example in practice to point to. Now here's how I imagine an early council going, if handled well. The Emperor frames the council as a forum to celebrate psychic potential and establish guidelines for its responsible use. He acknowledges Magnus's achievements and invites him to speak about the Thousand Sons' successes. Magnus passionately defends the use of psychic powers, presenting evidence of their effectiveness in the Great Crusade. Magnus would of course dismiss concerns about its dangers as just being superstition, and then skeptical Primarchs, probably Leman Russ, maybe Dorn, would have argued against the use of psychic powers, citing the dangers of corruption seen on many of the worlds that they had fought on during the Great Crusade. Such Primarchs would have advocated for strict oversight, and some of them would have argued for outright banning of the practice, even if Mortarion had not yet been found. Then, the Emperor could establish clear guidelines prohibiting sorcery and the invocation of warp entities, while allowing limited, controlled use of psychic powers, and acknowledging the importance of astropaths and navigators to the Imperium. This, then, would be the time to assign advisors from the Custodes and Sisters of Silence within the legions to give advice on psychic practices and ensure compliance with the new guidelines. Not to get too far into the realm of fan fiction, but this sort of thing could have been done if the Emperor had put in a bit of work. But he really did not want to do that, especially not so early. So he just put it off until the pot was boiling over and he could not avoid a big scene. The Emperor's terrible canonical decision to ban psychic powers at the Council of Nicaea was likely motivated by a few different factors coming together, rather than a single rationale. We should probably look at the different emotional, political, practical, and strategic considerations because each of them plays a role in the decision and ends up amplifying its flaws. First, I argue, probably most importantly, it was an emotional response to Magnus's use of sorcery. At its core, the Emperor's emotional reaction to Magnus knowingly and repeatedly violating the Emperor's warnings about going deep into the warp to bargain with demons was frustrating to the Emperor. And honestly, is quite rude on Magnus's part, so that's completely understandable. He had warned Magnus directly. He had taught Magnus at least something about the dangers of the warp and chaos. Yet Magnus ignored these lessons in his arrogance. The Emperor saw Magnus as a reflection of himself, an embodiment of psychic potential. And thus, Magnus reminded the Emperor of his own reckless experiments with the warp in ages past. That is to say, seeing Magnus make similar mistakes provoked an emotional reaction rooted in the Emperor's own unresolved and unaddressed relationship with his own flaws and his own history of mistakes and trauma. Further, he was afraid of losing Magnus. The Emperor was almost certainly already aware of the subtle corruption at work within Magnus and the Thousand Sons due to their use of sorcery. Thus, his frustration may have been heightened and amplified by a sense of helplessness as he saw Magnus drift closer to danger. Rather than working through his emotions, the Emperor chose to not address his emotions. He fell back on his usual strategy of projecting the appearance of a cold, authoritarian, dispassionate decision. But this suppression blinded him to the personal stakes. That is to say, by not addressing his emotions, he allowed them to rule him. By denying his own emotions, he also denied his ability to recognize how much influence his emotions were having on him. He could not possibly make a decision separate from his emotions. Now, politically, there were concerns with the anti-psychic faction of the Imperium, notably Leman Russ and Mortarion being the most vocal. That placed immense pressure on the Emperor from the outside to take decisive action. These anti-psychic Primarchs were deeply distrustful of Magnus and the Thousand Sons, though the Space Wolves did occasionally ask the Thousand Sons to fight alongside them, such as at Arc-Reach. They saw their methods as dangerous and antithetical to the Imperial truth, though occasionally useful in a desperate circumstance. These voices carried significant weight, particularly given their reputations for loyalty and practical thinking, and Mortarian's close political alliance to his best friend Horus. The Emperor was acutely aware of the simmering tensions among his sons, and the need to present a united front during the Crusade. The anti-psychic faction's demands seemed like a simpler choice to appease and maintain cohesion. That is, by ruling in favor of Magnus, the Emperor risked alienating Leman and Mortarion, and he viewed their support as critical to the Crusade's success. However, this political calculation, which led him to side with the anti-psychic faction, went too far. A blanket ban on psychic powers was neither practical nor aligned with his own beliefs, but he didn't want to go through the hard work of negotiating a middle path. Now, on a purely practical level, the Emperor had valid reasons to fear the widespread and uncontrolled use of psychic powers. The problem is that should have led him to make a broad policy decision early, but instead he retreated from that, putting it off and procrastinating as long as he could. The Emperor knew better than anyone the inherent risks of dealing with the warp, but the Primarchs and their legions lacked the knowledge inherently. He wanted them to not have knowledge of the warp, but that came with it a lack of discipline necessary to safely navigate its dangers. This made psychic powers a potential liability. By the time of Nicaea, it was becoming increasingly evident that the Thousand Sons were tainted by their reliance on sorcery, the most visible and undeniable sign of this being the recurrence of the flesh change publicly at Arc-Reach. The Emperor saw this as a vulnerability. The Imperium was already engaged in a galaxy-spanning campaign of conquest, and its resources were stretched thin. The Emperor feared that widespread misuse of psychic powers would leave the Imperium vulnerable to warp incursions and chaos corruption. The problem there is that the Emperor overcorrected with a blanket ban aimed at minimizing risk. Yes, it came at the cost of alienating Magnus and the Thousand Sons, but that wasn't the Emperor's primary concern. Rather, it was fear and uncertainty related to psychic powers. Specifically, fear of chaos and its influence on the Imperium. The Emperor's mistaken choice was motivated by the Emperor's knowledge of the true nature of chaos and the existential threat it posed to humanity. His choice was to try to make knowledge of chaos and the warp forbidden and secret. This left the Primarchs ill-prepared to deal with these dangers and led the librarians of those legions to be at more risk when using psychic powers. But the Emperor's authoritarian style of leadership was rooted in a deep need for control. The unpredictable and often dangerous nature of psychic powers threatened his sense of control, prompting an extreme response. Magnus's immense psychic power was combined with arrogance and hubris. This made the Emperor view him as a potential threat, but also made him view everyone else using psychic powers as a potential threat. The blanket ban on psychic powers was an attempt to limit Magnus's political influence and mitigate the risks he posed, but also it was an attempt to prevent anyone else from becoming like Magnus. The Emperor's own hubris and arrogance also played a role in this decision. He believed that his vision for humanity and was infallible, and that his infallible authority was absolute. That sentence got away from me a little. The problem was, this led him to believe that he was the only one who could be trusted with any knowledge of the powers of the warp. He dismissed even the possibility of alternative approaches and imposed a blanket ban as a unilateral decision despite any potential collateral damage, such as the depth of Magnus's emotional needs and feeling betrayed by the decision. The Emperor assumed that Magnus and the Thousand Sons would comply with the ban without question and just go on fighting in the Great Crusade. This failed to account for their pride and attachment to their own psychic powers. But further, it also assumed that everyone else in the Imperium would just go along with the plan and never encounter chaos corruption. But using psychic powers wasn't the only chance to be exposed to chaos corruption. Thus, the Emperor's plan to try to weaken the Chaos Gods by denying people from knowing about them led to the Chaos Gods not being opposed by active counterweights of people choosing to not serve them. All in all, the Emperor's emotional response at Nicaea occurred because he was denying his own emotions and allowed them to rule him by not addressing how he actually felt. But at the same time, he was denying the existence of chaos and hoping that lack of knowledge about them would weaken chaos. But just as with his own emotions, simply denying that they exist meant that they went unaddressed and were able to operate without opposition. Had the Emperor called the council earlier, established clearer guidelines in a middle ground, used a more nuanced approach, or engaged with his own emotions about Magnus, the Emperor might have avoided this outcome by making a more dispassionate, pragmatic approach. Instead, his decisions at Nicaea, perhaps his second greatest mistake, exemplified the flaws in his leadership style and the tragic consequences of his inability to connect emotionally with his sons and his inability to address his own emotions. Some Primarchs argued openly for the proposed policy of full psychic bans, Mortarion being the most prominent. Some Primarchs, as an alternative, worked politically for the policy of full psychic bans, but did not speak openly at Nicaea. Magnus, meanwhile, spoke alone for his proposed policy and had no support from outside the Thousand Sons. He seems to have thought that his messianic fervor would carry the day, having done no political moves in preparation. He made no plans to prepare the political field ahead of time. The compromise position of an officially endorsed librarius with substantial restrictions was proposed at Nicaea with limitations, oversight, and a ban on sorcery or negotiations with warp entities. And this position had wide public support from multiple legions. But even though this proposition was favored by Chagatai Khan and may have been crafted with his personal input, Khan was not willing to speak in public in favor of it. Other Primarchs whose legions already had a librarius, notably Dorn, also refused to speak publicly. This leads us to two big questions. First, if any Primarchs had publicly thrown their weight behind the compromise position, like how Mortarion threw all of his political weight behind a full psychic ban, might that have possibly swayed the Emperor's decision? And second, if any Primarchs, like Khan, had approached Magnus with some sort of anonymous straw poll showing him how many Primarchs were privately in favor of each position, could Chagatai have maybe convinced Magnus to be the public face of the compromise position? That is, would it have been possible for the popularity of a psychic ban to scare Magnus into supporting a political compromise, or was such a compromise completely outside of his character? Okay, so first, I believe that prominent Primarchs such as Chagatai Khan might have been able to significantly sway the Emperor's decision had they spoken publicly in favor of compromise. The Emperor was not making the decision at Nicaea in a vacuum. He was trying to balance the opinions of his sons and the Imperium's political landscape. And the compromised position had significant merit by balancing the utility of psychic powers with the need for oversight and safety. The problem is that by the time of Nicaea, the public discussion had evolved into a polarized debate between Magnus's small pro-psychic policy and Mortarian's slightly larger plurality position of a total ban. There were no prominent voices championing the middle ground. Thus, the compromise position lacked political weight, as it lacked legitimacy as a serious alternative. Had Jagatai Khan, the architect or advocate of the compromise position, spoken in its favor, perhaps it might have provided a voice of reason to counter Mortarian's fiery rhetoric, especially if Dorn, respected for his practical judgment, had supported the compromise. It might have been able to lend additional weight and credibility to the position as being a dispassionate, practical option. Man, it's bright in here. Anyway, the Emperor often made politically calculated decisions to try to maintain unity within the Imperium and among the Primarchs, and he didn't always call it right, but he was at least trying. If Primarchs had spoken in favor of the compromise, like how the Primarchs, Mortarion and Magnus, were speaking in favor of the extremes, it might have provided the Emperor with political cover to adopt it without alienating either faction. The anti-psychic Primarchs, notably Mortarion, might have been more likely to accept the compromise if it was endorsed by respected brothers like Jagatai Khan, who he was not prepared to politically oppose due to their widespread popularity. And the pro-psychic Thousand Sons, led by Magnus, might have seen the compromise as a tolerable middle ground if the alternative was a total ban. Ultimately, the Emperor's eventual decision to impose a blanket ban on psychic powers alienated Magnus in part because of the perception of favoritism. It seemed to favor the anti-psychic faction entirely. Public support for the compromise position might have allowed the Emperor to present his decision as a balanced and fair resolution, rather than a simple political victory for Mortarion and Russ. Now, the more complicated question of maybe could a advocate for the compromise position have convinced Magnus to support the compromise position out of a fear that the full ban would otherwise win the day. This question depends heavily on Magnus's personality and emotional state at the time, and I think it's possible that Jagatai Khan might have persuaded Magnus to champion the compromise position, but it would be unlikely due to several obstacles in the way. Magnus had a messianic view of himself. He didn't think of himself as a politician or general. He thought he was the psychic messiah of the Imperium. He saw himself as the Emperor's chosen representative of the Imperium's psychic future, uniquely qualified to lead humanity into a psychic golden age. This made him absurdly overconfident in his own abilities, including his political abilities. He believed that he alone was sufficient to sway the council in his favor, even without political groundwork, any alliances, any preparation at all. And he saw the compromise position as a betrayal of his ideals, shackling the psychic future of humanity. To him, psychic powers were not tools to be restricted. He thought that they were the key to humanity's future. He believed that any restrictions or oversight was an insult to his vision. Magnus was unlikely to voluntarily step back from his maximalist position unless he was given overwhelming evidence that his stance would fail, and thus the straw poll. If Jagatai had conducted an anonymous survey of the Primarchs, and he was politically neutral enough that they may have been willing to answer his question about that, he may have been able to show Magnus that the compromise position had broad support, and the psychic ban had significant momentum, and that absolutely no one was on board with Magnus's side. This might have made Magnus reconsider his approach. That is, Jagatai needed to approach Magnus and frame the straw poll as a warning that both he and Magnus were at risk of losing unless the compromise had additional political momentum in the form of Magnus speaking up about it. That might have forced Magnus to reevaluate his position out of fear that the total ban faction would win the day. Whereas if Jagatai presented the compromise as a chance for Magnus to gain a partial victory and preserve his ideals, Magnus would probably have entrenched himself stubbornly. Unfortunately, this whole plan would have required anyone else to approach Magnus with care and emotional intelligence, neither of which were particularly strong suits for most of the Primarchs. And also, honestly, most of the Primarchs had not much skin in the game at Nicaea. They saw their psychic librarians as tools who could be useful on the battlefield, like a tank or a gun, but not indispensable tools. Now, for Jagatai Khan specifically, probably the most in favor of the compromise position out of all the Primarchs, he was somewhat politically an outsider. He was not particularly close to Magnus. He often kept himself aloof from his brothers, focusing instead on his own goals and ideals and fighting with his own expeditionary fleet off in the outskirts of the Imperium. He was hesitant to involve himself deeply in the Nicaea debate. That's why he didn't speak publicly about it. So his involvement could have been pivotal, but it would have required Jagatai Khan to be willing to engage in a level of politicking and personal involvement and engagement that he might not have been willing to invest. On the other hand, Khan's interest in not making public political statements himself may have instead be a reason in favor of his asking Magnus to join the compromise position, because then it would have been a way for Khan to influence the debate without exposing himself to public politics. That is, Magnus was already planning to speak publicly, so this approach would allow Khan to avoid taking a public stance while still steering the outcome in a direction he deemed pragmatic and balanced. Magnus's conviction as a true believer made him a powerful orator. Had he been able to channel this into the compromise position, perhaps he could have brought many Primarchs and Imperial leaders on board. Magnus had the most to lose from a blanket ban on psychic powers. And honestly, he had a huge amount of ego on the line. He had a deep sense of pride, viewing himself as the Emperor's champion of psychic power. It's possible that the compromise position could have been framed as a way for Magnus to publicly demonstrate his wisdom, leadership, and political acumen. By advocating for the compromise position, Magnus could have positioned himself as a reasonable and pragmatic statesman, outmaneuvering Mortarion by positioning Mortarion as a political extremist. For this approach to work, Magnus would have to be willing to put aside some of his pride and arrogance and realize that other people's opinions mattered in the realm of politics. That's a really difficult thing for anyone to do, especially a messiah. Really, I think the only way to do it would be for Khan to appeal to Magnus's ego by framing the compromise as Magnus's idea, a way for Magnus to show leadership and guide the Imperium at least one step towards a psychic future. Had Magnus been convinced to champion the compromise position, it's very likely that the Council at Nicaea would have taken a very different course. Instead of arguing for unrestricted psychic use, Magnus could have positioned himself as a pragmatic and reasonable advocate for psychic powers, a welcome surprise to the Emperor. This would have improved his standing among his brothers, defused much of the animosity surrounding the Thousand Sons, and been a public signal to the Emperor that he was willing to accept some restriction and step back from his use of sorcery. With Magnus leading the charge and Jagatai Khan quietly supporting him behind the scenes, the compromise position might have gained significant traction. Perhaps other Primarchs, with at least some skin in the game due to their use of a librarius, like Dorn and Guilliman, might have been willing to lend their support if Magnus demonstrated a willingness to compromise. And, as we briefly mentioned before, Mortarion would have been positioned as a political extremist. Now, there is risk of the Overton window shifting, but let's not get into that. Anyway, the Emperor might have been willing to accept a compromise if Magnus had championed it, because the Emperor's emotional reaction would have been blunted. That is, he was so angry hearing Magnus talk openly about how it was his right and his duty to use psychic powers without restriction, even though many of those restrictions were things the Emperor had told to him in person as a warning. Hey, don't use sorcery. Instead, in canon, the Council at Nicaea was a tragedy of missed opportunities, poor communication, and high emotions with extreme political polarization. Magnus's hubris on the one end, the Emperor's lack of emotional engagement, and the reluctance of any moderates to speak out at all contributed to a decision that alienated Magnus and set the stage for his eventual fall. Let's switch topic a little bit. The first Marines recruited for the Grey Knights chapter, what would eventually be called Chapter 666, were drawn primarily from the survivors of loyalist factions within legions that had fallen to chaos. This unique and highly secretive recruitment process was carried out under the direct supervision of Malcador the Sigillite, the Emperor's trusted regent, and the result were the Knights Errant, the proto-Grey Knights, who laid the foundation for the chapter. These individuals had shown exceptional loyalty, resilience, and psychic potential in the face of corruption during the Horus Heresy, with a significant portion being recruits from loyalists who had previously been within a legion before the legion turned traitor. These individuals had thus resisted the corruption of chaos and demonstrated unshakable loyalty to the Emperor. Further, these loyalists had some first-hand knowledge of fighting against the powers of chaos, for example, at Istvan III, and that made them uniquely suited to combat demonic entities. Other recruits came from loyalist legions that fought against Horus during the Horus Heresy, particularly if the individual displayed psychic aptitude. The Grey Knights were designed to be a psychic-heavy chapter, uniquely attuned to combating demons. Recruits had to show extraordinary psychic resilience and power, an unbreakable will, and an incorruptible nature, because any susceptibility to chaos would compromise the chapter's mission. Thus, many of the Knights Errant, many of the early Grey Knights, were chosen specifically because they had already encountered chaos and resisted its influence. Malcador personally oversaw the formation of the Grey Knights during the final stages of the Horus Heresy, with Titan, the moon of Saturn, chosen as their headquarters. The origins of the Grey Knights were deliberately shrouded in secrecy in order to protect the Imperium from the full truth of the heresy and chaos's pervasive threat. Thus, their connection to the traitor legions has always been a closely guarded secret, both within and without the Grey Knights. Now, given that legions encountered the forces of chaos, that is, the Cygnus ambush against the Blood Angels, and encountered chaos-corrupted cultures, notably the Lair, we can see in canonical sources for 40k, and also some expectation that there were similar encounters which just didn't make it into the books. There existed Marines who had encountered and fought against the forces of chaos and resisted its corruption even before the Horus Heresy. Man, it's bright in here. Anyway, had the Emperor not just put his head in the sand regarding the threat of chaos, the Knights Errant could have been assembled earlier. So here's the question. What effect would an extant organization of Knights Errant have had by testifying at the Council of Nicaea? I think they could have profoundly altered the trajectory of the Imperium and its stance on Psykers. An organized, credible body of veteran warriors with first-hand experience resisting the forces of chaos and using psychic powers to fight against chaos would have gone a long way. The Knights Errant would bring first-hand accounts of fighting against chaos and the demonic, providing undeniable evidence of the threat's existence. Their testimonials could include detailed descriptions of psychic warfare and the role that psychic powers played in resisting demonic entities, challenging the idea that all psychic practices were inherently dangerous or heretical. The Knights Errant's testimony could shift the focus of the Council from a binary ban psychers versus allow psychers politically polarized debate to a more nuanced discussion about the controlled and disciplined use of psychic powers, not necessarily pointing towards Jagatai Khan's compromise position, but pointing towards some sort of compromise position. The Grey Knights would certainly have advocated for an establishment of strict safeguards and training protocols. Magnus the Red's arguments in favor of psychic practices could have gained significant support from the Knight Errant's accounts, as they would have provided tangible proof of the strategic and defensive utility of psychers in combating warp-tainted foes. But at the same time, the Knights Errant would have also criticized Magnus's lack of restraint as dangerous, and presented their own disciplined approach as a political counterexample. Now, the reason that the Emperor, who had himself fought against demons, did not do this sort of thing was that the Emperor was not ready to publicly acknowledge the existence of chaos. This was a mistake. This revelation would have changed the tone of the entire Great Crusade. And if it had occurred prior to the catastrophe at Monarchia, it would almost certainly have prevented the Horus Heresy. By shedding light on the dangers of chaos, the Imperium could have begun to prepare its forces for the spiritual and psychological aspects of war, which were largely ignored during the Great Crusade and parts of the Horus Heresy. The Knights Errant would likely have argued for the continued existence of the Librarius within the Astartes legions as a controlled and monitored organization within each legion, thus preventing the dissolution of the Librarius after Nicaea, but also might have been able to prevent legions like the Thousand Sons from falling into isolation after the decision at Nicaea. Now, it is likely that testimony from the Knights Errant might have created friction within the anti-psychic Primarchs Leman Russ and Mortarion, because they would have seen the Knights Errant as an Emperor-endorsed excuse to legitimize psychic practices. Mortarion and the Death Guard had already successfully fought against chaos-tainted cultures without the use of psychic powers, so they saw the use of psychic powers as being unnecessary. This is itself a mistake, but we don't need to get into that right now. Further, had the Knights Errant been established earlier, a liaison from them to support Magnus might have led Magnus to be less likely to overreach with his psychic and sorceress experiments, avoiding the catastrophic events that led to the Space Wolves being sent to Prospero. The problem with all of this counterfactual is that the Emperor refused to openly confront the truth of chaos, both within the Primarchs and the Imperium at large. He mistakenly believed that ignorance of chaos would protect people from it by starving chaos of power. Instead, ignorance of chaos merely meant that people lacked the tools to fight against chaos. This mirrors the Emperor's own relationship to his own emotions. He attempted to act in an emotionally dispassionate manner by denying himself a connection or engagement to his own emotions. But that just meant that he could not recognize when he was being ruled by his emotions. So he ended up lacking the tools to make good, reasonable, rational decisions informed by his emotional state, and instead made emotional, impulsive decisions ruled by his unconscious emotions. If the emperor had been able to reconcile his own nature and his own emotions, he might have likewise been able to reconcile his secretive nature with the necessity of preparing the Primarchs for the dangers they faced. Okay, back to Magnus. We have previously discussed a fellowship model for Primarchs learning from each other's legions. I have grave reservations about this regarding Magnus. Let's consider 4 main generalizable problems before we consider any possible specific option. Okay, leadership switch. Magnus might put so much focus on developing the librarius of another legion that their other specialties suffer, and they lose some of what made them uniquely capable. Full immersion. Magnus would be quickly identified by his foster legion as having psychic power, and would be moved into their librarius. This would have prevented him from learning about what service is like in the legions for the majority of brothers. Full immersion. A different Primarch paired with Magnus, with no psychic talent, might find his experience in the Thousand Sons to be quite stifled. That is, he would be sidelined, denied opportunities for advancement, and denied opportunities for taking greater responsibility because he lacked psychic powers, the one really, really important thing within the Thousand Sons. And further, the 4th consideration. With any sort of fellowship, if Magnus were separated from his legion for too long, that legion might suffer genetic instability and thus a recurrence of the flesh change. All in all, Magnus's great power, his legion's reliance on his presence, and the challenges associated with the relationship between psychic power and the broader legion structure present substantial risks, and I don't think it's a great option. If any of you want to talk in detail about any of these 4 options, go make your own video. That'd be great. I'm just going to speak a little bit about how they could be mitigated. If placed in command of another legion for a leadership switch, perhaps a shortened duration, a shorter fellowship period, might prevent Magnus from making sweeping changes to the legion's structure or priorities. That is, Magnus's objectives during the fellowship could be limited to areas where his psychic expertise would be useful without disrupting the legion's broader culture by overemphasizing the librarius and de-emphasizing what made the other legions special. That is, maybe he could develop battlefield coordination between psychically gifted and non-psychic Marines to a greater extent. Perhaps if he were placed within another legion in a non-leadership role, such as in the full immersion strategy, Magnus might be required to spend some time within the legion outside the librarius, performing duties alongside non-psychic Astartes to gain a broader understanding of the legion's structure. He might even rotate between different roles within the legion to gain a more comprehensive perspective. If a different legion were to be involved, but their Primarch lacked psychic power, they might instead focus on shared values, emphasizing areas of commonality, such as a shared commitment to scholarship or strategic thinking. Or they might even have the Thousand Sons assign mentors to the foster Primarch with non-psychic specialties, ensuring that he has meaningful opportunities to contribute and learn. Another option, of course, would be to assign a Primarch to swap with Magnus who does have psychic potential, notably Sanguinius, Lorgar, or Mortarion. But I'm not going to get into that. Now, the Thousand Sons relied entirely on Magnus to stabilize their genetic flaw, the flesh change. So if Magnus were separated from the Thousand Sons for too long, the flesh change could reemerge, leading to catastrophic losses. This might be mitigated by a shortened fellowship period, a shorter duration, or maybe regularly bringing Magnus back, even during the fellowship, to monitor their to monitor their condition and provide guidance. There we go. That sentence got away from me. Ultimately, though, even though there were ways to mitigate these four big risks, the unique nature of Magnus and the Thousand Sons present significant obstacles to the Fellowship model, to the point at which the serious risks mean I think it would be a bad option. It may be that Magnus's emotional needs and unique circumstances would be better addressed through a different way to help Magnus grow and change, rather than with a fellowship with a different legion. If a fellowship were to be used, the choice of partner legion and the structure of the fellowship would be critical. Let us now consider some specific risks and specific benefits of a fellowship between Lorgar and Magnus. These two Primarchs are so similar that perhaps it could be an option, though maybe not the best option. They share certain intellectual and spiritual proclivities, but their differences in ideology and emotional frameworks could generate substantial growth by bringing them into conversation with each other. Let us assume that regardless of whether it was going to be a leadership switch or full immersion, the Thousand Sons would end up discover Lorgar's heretofore unknown psychic potential. So first off, both Lorgar and the Wordbearers and Magnus and the Thousand Sons were driven by a thirst for understanding and scholarship. A fellowship could create opportunities for each to learn from the other. The Thousand Sons might teach Lorgar to reconcile faith with reason and intellectual inquiry, tempering his zeal with discipline and scholarship. Lorgar might learn the value of measured analysis over blind devotion. Meanwhile, the Wordbearers might offer Magnus a perspective on the emotional and existential dimensions of belief, helping Magnus to understand the importance of spirituality to humanity, and tempering his disdain for religious sentiment. This could make Magnus more empathetic towards non-psychic humans and his non-psychic brother Primarchs. Now, of course, Lorgar would himself be discovered to be psychic. There's no way that the Thousand Sons could miss it like how Magnus and the Emperor missed it. And once they discovered Lorgar's latent psychic talent, the Thousand Sons could guide Lorgar in developing his abilities effectively. By embracing his psychic potential, Lorgar could gain a greater sense of self-worth, potentially reducing his need for external validation. And meanwhile, the Wordbearer's focus on humanity's spiritual needs might challenge Magnus to reconsider his own priorities. He might come to appreciate the spiritual dimensions of human connection and human existence, fostering even greater empathy for the Imperium citizens. Let us remember from our discussion earlier, he was already disgusted when his brothers wholesale slaughtered civilians, so he was already on that pathway. Exposure to Lorgar's perspective might help Magnus to temper his hubris and recognize that by failing to take account of the value of perspectives outside his own intellectual framework, he was necessarily placing civilians at risk. Now, if the Fellowship succeeded, it might have fostered a cooperative dynamic between their legions, leading the Wordbearers and Thousand Sons to fight alongside each other more often, collaborating to bring worlds into compliance through a combination of psychic power, psychically augmented diplomacy, and ideological persuasion. Both legions prioritized knowledge and scholarship. This might have created a foundation for mutual respect, shared goals, and collaborative scholarship and intellectual inquiry. If done well, this might have substantially improved the Imperium. Now, those are all good things, but there are specific risks and specific flaws to this particular combination of legions, even beyond the four generalizable risks we already talked about. The greatest danger of the pairing is that they might reinforce each other's worst tendencies. The Wordbearer's fervent belief in higher powers could embolden Magnus's overconfidence in his own abilities, he could come to believe himself even more as a messiah figure. Conversely, the Thousand Sons' intellectual arrogance could validate Lorgar's belief that his spiritual insights are infallible. Each of the two Primarchs were prone to diving deep into dangerous knowledge. Together they may push each other into reckless curiosity, exploring forbidden areas of the warp and dabbling in sorcery, thus potentially accelerating their descent into chaos. And that's even if they avoided the ideological conflict and friction that could come from Magnus's disdain for religion and Lorgar's deep spiritual convictions. Each of these two Primarchs were highly susceptible to the influence of chaos and given inadequate preparation and foreknowledge by the Emperor with which to use to protect themselves. Magnus was overly proud, and the Word-Bearer's views on higher powers could validate Magnus's belief that he's above imperial authority, driving him further towards rebellion. Whereas Lorgar, being exposed to the Thousand Sons' sorcery, could accelerate his descent into the worship of chaos, as he might interpret the Thousand Sons' effective use of sorcery as evidence of the warp's benevolent power. Thus, though a fellowship between the Word-Bearers and the Thousand Sons presents the greatest opportunities for any fellowship involving the Thousand Sons, and their shared intellectual inclinations could lead to the most profound growth and mutual understanding, their susceptibility to chaos and the ways that their personalities would each amplify each other mean that even this is not a great option. I just don't think that a fellowship model is a good move for Magnus at all. So with the fellowship out of the way, let's consider an alternative. When the Emperor leaves the Great Crusade, following the Ullanor triumph, he could decide to inform Magnus of the Webway Project's existence and purpose, tell him that he needs his psychic expertise, and order Magnus to travel to Terra with a portion of his fleet and several of the members of his inner circle of advisors. Let's consider some questions about this. Would Magnus react well to this? Would he accept the order gracefully? How would the Thousand Sons react, not knowing exactly why their Primarchs or several of their highest officers were being brought to Terra? And how much would the answers to these questions depend on how the Emperor decided at Nicaea? I feel that this line of inquiry might give us an opportunity to examine Magnus's character a bit more deeply. Okay, how would Magnus react to the order? There are some positive factors to consider. Flattery and recognition foremost. Magnus craved validation from the Emperor. Being entrusted with knowledge about this secret project and being entrusted with a role to help with the project, arguably the Emperor's most important and secret endeavor, would feel like the ultimate expression of trust and respect. It would flatter his pride and his need for intellectual validation. And he would be drawn to the sheer scope and complexity of the Webway Project as an intellectual challenge. As a scholar and psychic master, he would relish the opportunity to work on a project of such profound significance. Magnus was eager to please the Emperor. He wanted desperately to prove his worth and live up to the Emperor's expectations. Being given such an important role would fuel his determination to excel. But there are also potential problems with this, most importantly of which, residual resentment from Nicaea, especially if the Emperor made a full ban on psychic powers, would create immense tension and resistance. That is to say, he would react by saying, "Holy shit, you've made a blanket ban on psychic power, and now you're telling me you need my psychic powers and expertise in secret? Fuck you, you hypocritical asshole." Anyway, Magnus would feel torn about splitting the strength of his legion into two big parts, especially if he still harbored concerns about the flesh change. And he might even see the order as a ploy to weaken Prospero by placing him far away from his legion's homeworld. But Ultimately, even with the downsides, with the Emperor presenting the Order as an opportunity for Magnus to showcase his unique talents and contribute to humanity's future, I feel it is likely that Magnus would accept it gracefully. The problem would be that Magnus's pride and paranoia could create resistance if he felt that the Order was motivated by political concerns. Now, how would the Thousand Sons react? Well, that's pretty straightforward. If they were given very little information about Magnus's departure versus if they were given a great deal of information, it would change their own perception of their status within the Imperium. Remember, the Thousand Sons revered Magnus as a near divine figure, especially after he seemingly cured the flesh change. So if they were told that it was for an important project, they would see his assignment there as a sign of his growing importance and a validation of the Legion's value to the Imperium. The problem then is given less information. If they weren't told why Magnus and some members of the Rahati were being drawn away, then they would be acutely aware of their precarious position within the Imperium. Magnus's departure might leave them feeling vulnerable, especially if they were left without strong political allies. The Thousand Sons already faced significant mistrust and suspicion from other legions. Without Magnus to advocate for them, they might feel even more isolated and vulnerable to political maneuvering or outright hostility from other factions within the Imperium. Now, remember, the Emperor banned psychic powers at Nicaea. As a result of that, Magnus and the Thousand Sons would interpret Magnus being sent away from Prospero to Terra as a political maneuver to neutralize and sideline him. The Thousand Sons would interpret the decision as a continuing lack of faith in their legion and their Primarch. They would view Magnus's departure as evidence that the Imperium intended to marginalize them. Whereas, if the Emperor instead supported a compromise position at Nicaea, Magnus would likely feel somewhat validated and more likely to interpret the Order as a genuine sign of trust, whereas the Thousand Sons would feel like they were being given political cover. That is, Magnus was being brought to Terra within the very innermost circle of the Emperor's trust and the innermost source of power within the Imperium. The Thousand Sons would thus feel more secure in their political position within the Imperium. Meanwhile, Leman Russ would lose his shit and fly off the fucking handle. But without being given an order to go to Prospero, yeah, he might react rashly, but it's very likely that he would not have invaded Prospero, and certainly not with the assistance of the fucking Custodes, as in canon. Now, there are some grand benefits for Magnus's involvement with the Webway project. Magnus's psychic expertise and intellectual brilliance could have accelerated the progress of the Webway project, potentially mitigating the risks posed by chaos incursions. Working closely with the Emperor on the Webway project could have strengthened Magnus's bond with the Emperor, addressing some of his unmet emotional needs, even if only by accident. But the Emperor would need to be careful. Magnus was still overconfident, arrogant, and hubristic. If given too much leeway, he might push the boundaries of the Webway project too far, potentially causing catastrophic damage or accelerating the risks of entrapment on the Golden Throne. If Magnus felt that his contributions to the Webway project were not sufficiently recognized or appreciated, or if he kept making risky suggestions that got shot down for being too risky, it might exacerbate his feelings of isolation and resentment. Overall, this alternative scenario presents opportunities and challenges, and if handled carefully, Magnus's involvement in the Webway project could have strengthened his bond with the Emperor, enhanced his sense of purpose, and grandly improved the pace of progress with the Webway project. But the success of this scenario would depend heavily on the Emperor's decision at Nicaea and his ability to reconcile his feelings about Magnus and his own emotional desires. I feel it would be a really great thing for the Imperium had Ferrus Manus and Magnus ended up working on the Webway project alongside the Emperor. But moving on. In canon, after the Edict of Nicaea banning psychic powers, there were 4 main reactions by the Primarchs who had previously used psychic powers in their legions. First, in keeping with the edict, the librarians of the White Scars and certain other legions put down their psychic staffs and picked up bolters and fought alongside their brothers using mundane weaponry and tactics. It went kind of okay, but their legion's combat effectiveness were diminished, and it opened them up to corruption because the word-bearers sent out chaplains to those legions, supposedly to counsel those librarians in how to be an effective part of the Great Crusade without using all their powers. But in reality, those same chaplains led to seeds of corruption as the word-bearers fell. After the Horus Heresy started, these legions eventually all had their librarians return to the use of psychic powers. A second, stranger option of the 4, Rogel Dorn went far beyond what the edict required. He imprisoned his librarians. In one of the Horus Heresy novels, we see during the Siege of Terra, Rogel Dorn briefly visited them to inform them of the Horus Heresy, as they had been kept completely in the dark. After the Imperial Fists Legion split into chapters following the Iron Cage campaign, the Imperial Fists successor chapters, except for the Black Templars, returned librarians to service. So thus we see the Imperial Fists chapter and the Crimson Fist chapter and stuff use librarians. Okay, third, the worst option. The Space Wolves continued to have their psychers use their powers unchanged, stupidly and hypocritically claiming that they had non-warp related Fenrisian supernatural powers. This astounding hypocrisy was never challenged by the Emperor, Horus, or anyone else in positions of powers. Fuck that guy. Anyway, the fourth option, Magnus withdrew the Thousand Sons Legion from the Great Crusade to sulk on Prospero. The Emperor seems to have decided that it was now War Master Horus's problem, because the Emperor had returned to Terra. Horus, meanwhile, seems to have been unbothered, or perhaps was procrastinating on dealing with the difficult problem of talking Magnus around. We can see, as a general oversimplification, that the first option, the good soldiers, can be seen in general as a way to try to do your best in the face of a bad decision made by a boss with limited foresight and limited understanding of the full complications of a decision he's made. We've all had a boss like that. But the other 3 options, I think, can all be seen as a deeper reflection of their Primarchs. Rogel Dorn imprisoning his librarians was an extreme interpretation of the Edict of Nicaea. This reflects his characteristic rigidity and moral absolutism, and I think we can only see this as being evidence of some amount of overall distrust in even his own psychically gifted sons, causing him to jump on the edict as an excuse, that is, an opportunity to do what he already wanted to do. This approach can certainly created or exacerbated internal tensions within the Imperial Fist Legion, but I think we can see it as Rogel Dorn being uncomfortable with psychic powers. Thus, the successor chapter, the Black Templars, with their continued total opposition to psychers, can be seen as a reflection of Dorn being torn about his own relationship with psychic powers among his sons. Meanwhile, the Space Wolves, pretending to be in compliance with the Edict of Nicaea was brazen and hypocritical because they were obviously using psychic powers. We can see this as cultural exceptionalism. The Space Wolves claiming that their powers were Fenrisian rather than warp-based allowed them to continue using their psychic powers while maintaining their self-image as above the dangers of the warp. What this speaks to is the lack of accountability. Russ viewed himself, the Emperor's enforcer, as being the Emperor's most specialist little boy, above the laws of the Imperium, invincible, morally superior, and outside of any rules that applied to anyone else. Fuck that asshole. The Space Wolves are tools. We can see here the Space Wolves' hypocritical reaction underscoring the selective enforcement of the edict and the Emperor's willingness to tolerate inconsistency for political expediency among his loyalists. Meanwhile, the Thousand Sons were also acting in an emotionally immature way, but they were just sulking like children. They weren't, harming anyone else by blatantly going against the rules. At least not in public. Yeah, his withdrawal to Prospero reflects a deep sense of betrayal, but it also demonstrates the Emperor's failure to engage, provide meaningful guidance, or support his sons. Overall, the Council at Nicaea and the Edict of Nicaea reveal flaws in the Emperor's approach to leadership and the inherent contradictions within the Imperium. The inconsistent enforcement of the edict, lack of accountability for the loyalist Space Wolves, and the overall willingness of the Emperor, even outside of the context of psychic powers, to sacrifice fairness or consistency for political expediency, created resentment and division among the Primarchs and within the Imperium, which made cracks which were exploited by Horus later. The Emperor's failure to engage with the emotional needs of his sons left some of those sons, notably Magnus after Nicaea, feeling isolated and betrayed. This was a recurring theme in the Emperor's relationships with his sons and contributed to many of the tragedies of the heresy. The impracticality of the edict becoming evident as the heresy unfolded meant that many legions just quietly returned their psychers to active service, either during the heresy or afterwards, as the need arose, thus showing the limitations of rigid blanket policies in a complex system like the Imperium, which the Emperor was generally not willing to engage with. Listen, the Emperor is a bad guy, but he's also occasionally stupid. And it's worth recognizing that. Okay, back to the Thousand Sons. One of the 5 main branches of psychic powers studied by the Thousand Sons was that of predicting the future. Withdrawn to Prospero following the Edict at Nicaea, Magnus meditated deeply. We can understand his emotions here quite keenly from our study of him so far. He was a deeply human figure who felt isolated, abandoned, and now betrayed. He didn't know what to do next, and he had no external guidance. And so, he turned to the thing he loved and trusted the most, his own psychic powers. So he wanted to see the future, to see what he should do. I wonder at the options he may have been considering here. If he foresaw, whether through just intelligence or the use of psychic foresight, the slow decline of his legion, would he have been willing to take extreme measures right then and there with no build-up? Maybe he would have taken his legion and the population of Prospero deep into the far reaches of the galaxy to try to escape the Imperium. He had already been isolated, cut off from his brothers, his fathers, and the broader Imperium, with the Edict of Nicaea making him feel as though everything he stood for had been rejected. He was desperate. He saw himself as the savior of the Thousand Sons and of psychic advancement for humanity. The possibility of failing them or leaving them to suffer was unthinkable. and despite his emotional turmoil, he was still arrogant and hubristic. Magnus still trusted his intellect and psychic powers above all else, and his belief in his own ability to fix things heavily influenced his decision-making. Magnus felt betrayed. He had poured himself into what he felt to be the Emperor's vision, but he also carried guilt for having been the catalyst for the edict, that is, using sorcery and having the flesh change incident at Archreach occur publicly. He didn't view himself as being morally in the wrong for either of those things, but he still thought that had he done something else, things could have turned out differently. This emotional landscape shaped the options he might have considered and the actions he may have been willing to take. Magnus might have considered taking his legion and the population of Prospero out of the Imperium, going into the far reaches of the galaxy or even into the warp itself to escape the Imperium. This would have been an extreme measure of self-preservation. But if Magnus foresaw the gradual decline of his legion or the hostility of the Imperium growing to the point of extermination, retreat could have seemed like the only way to save them. Magnus could have been contemplating outright rebellion against the Imperium, and he might have been using his psychic foresight to see how such a decision would go. This might have involved declaring Prospero an independent entity, and using his psychic powers to fortify it against any who came to challenge him, or it might have involved trying to draw up a warp storm, like how the Ruin Storm during the Horus Heresy isolated Ultramar. He might have been trying to make a warp storm around Prospero to stop anyone from invading. He might have believed that the Thousand Sons could create a haven for psychic progress and knowledge, free from the dogma and mistrust of the Imperium, to serve as a shining example of what the Imperium could have been had the Emperor embraced his vision. The problem there is that any such defiance would have drawn the ire of the Emperor and of his brothers, leading to a confrontation far earlier than the events of the burning of Prospero. Thus, these two options seem unlikely. His faith in the Emperor's vision and his ongoing belief that he was loyal to the Emperor would have kept him from breaking away entirely. He still believed in the possibility of reconciliation even though he felt betrayed, and if he had given up on the Imperium, it would have meant acknowledging that he had been defeated, which he was not going to accept. Okay, third option. Submission to the Imperium. In an act of contrition, Magnus could have chosen to humbly accept the Emperor's judgment and make overtures to repair the rift caused by the Edict of Nicaea. Maybe the part of him that desperately craved his father's approval might have believed that humility and obedience could win back the Emperor's favor and secure the future survival of his legion. Given his personality, this would have been the most difficult path for him to take. Submission to this punitary order. I hope that's the right word to use. Punitive. There we go. That's the word. Punitive order would have made submission to the Edict of Nicaea feel like a betrayal of his own identity and a betrayal of the cultural identity of his legion and his people on Prospero. And then, of course, there's the option of withdrawing, the canon option. He retreated into a passive role, focused on preserving the Thousand Sons, and waited to see how events unfolded with the Great Crusade under Horus and in the broader galaxy. By maintaining a low profile, Magnus hoped to avoid provoking the Emperor or his brothers, while continuing to support the Thousand Sons' development and psychic research in private, not necessarily in secret, but not making a big stink about it. Now, this option in canon left Magnus feeling powerless and irrelevant, his passivity clashing with his self-image as a transformational leader. Magnus hoped that his absence would cause the Imperium to realize how much it had relied on him, thus forcing the Imperium to recognize his worth and restore his place in the Great Crusade. This was kind of like John Galt in Ayn Rand's novel Atlas Shrugged. This decision was in keeping with Magnus's character, but it set him on a dangerous path of increasing isolation and increasing reliance on sorcery. For reasons of continuity, I'm going to move my phone and this green bin out of the way on camera. Now, Ayn Rand sucks as a philosopher and writer, so let's not engage further with the terrible novel Atlas Shrugged. Rather, I would like to compare Magnus's desire to see the future at this critical turning point in his life with the desire of Odysseus to hear from the sirens the lay of the future during the Odyssey. Both figures are deeply consumed by their need for understanding their fates, and both demonstrate the tension between the power of knowledge and the potential dangers of pursuing it. If we look at the two of them, I think that by looking at similarities and contrasts, we can find some insight into their emotional motivations. Magnus, in his isolation, mostly self-imposed, after the Council of Nicaea and the Emperor's ban on psychic powers at the Edict of Nicaea, is deeply troubled by the uncertainties surrounding the eventual fate of the Thousand Sons and the future of the Imperium. His desire to see the future reflects a desperate need for guidance, driven mostly by his own emotional turmoil, feeling betrayed by the Emperor and alienated from his brothers and the Imperium, but also a sense of responsibility, carrying the weight of the Thousand Sons' fate on his shoulders. Magnus wants to protect his legion from further suffering and possible extinction, especially given the recurrence of the flesh change at Arc Reach. And, of course, his ever-present hubris and arrogance, with Magnus believing that he can master the warp, see the future, and choose what the path will be. His trust in his own psychic abilities pushes him to seek knowledge of the future, despite the dangers of overreaching and despite this going directly against the Emperor's edict. In this moment, Magnus is seeking not just to understand the future, but more importantly, to control it. His yearning for answers makes him susceptible to temptation. Diving into the warp makes knowledge power and also peril. Someone more versed in addiction science than I might be able to make a good parallel there, but I don't know enough about that topic to talk about it. Meanwhile, in the Odyssey, Odysseus is famously curious about the prophecies of the sirens. Their voices lure sailors to their doom by singing songs of the future that promise to reveal the fates of men. Odysseus wants to hear the future because it will give him insight into his own fate and the fate of those around him. In this way, his desire for knowledge mirrors Magnus's search for certainty. And here we see Odysseus displaying a heroic flaw, believing that, like Magnus, his intellect and willpower will allow him to control the dangers he faces. In Odysseus's case, he orders his men to bind him to the mast so that he can listen to the siren's song without being driven to destruction by it. And just like the warp, the siren's song is inherently dangerous and tempting. The knowledge they offer comes with the risk of overwhelming the listener and leading them to their doom. Odysseus is not immune to the pull of that temptation, but he believes hubristically that by ordering his men to tie him up, he can avoid dying on the rocks. For both Odysseus and Magnus, the desire for knowledge is driven by curiosity, uncertainty, and hubris, but the manner in which they approach that knowledge differs greatly with how much they're trying to safeguard themselves. Magnus, in his search for answers, crosses a line that Odysseus is careful to avoid. Magnus bargains with chaos. His psychic explorations throughout his life have led him to contact dangerous warp entities. And while he initially believes himself to be in control, this is never true,
He is ensnared by the very forces he sought to understand. The risk of the overwhelming power of the warp is akin to the deadly allure of the sirens. And so Magnus, who did not have his men metaphorically tie him to a mast, fell to Tzeentch as the inevitable result of unchecked pursuit of forbidden knowledge. Magnus's need to feel like he can know and control the future, and his belief that his psychic prowess could protect him, leads to his downfall. His arrogance blinds him to the truth that the future is never fully knowable, and that certain knowledge is too dangerous to wield. In contrast, as we mentioned, Odysseus' response to the sirens is a study in restraint. Though he longs to hear their song, he knows that he must take precautions, because otherwise the temptation will overcome him. He orders his men to block their ears and have them tie him to the mast of the ship, rendering himself powerless to act on his desire, to throw himself into the sea to get closer to the sirens. In this way, Odysseus shows wisdom by acknowledging that this knowledge is dangerous, and it must not be allowed to control him. For Odysseus, the key to his success here is acknowledging his limitations, and acknowledging that he cannot control the knowledge that he desires. Magnus, meanwhile, plunges headlong into the unknown. Odysseus demonstrates that it's possible to understand one's fate without succumbing to the destruction of it, as long as one recognizes one's own destructive force of desire. Let's look at their emotional states here. Magnus is rooted in doubt and desperation here. His decision to meditate and seek the future is motivated by a desire for certainty in a galaxy that feels increasingly hostile. He wants answers to the questions plaguing him. How can I save my sons? What does the Emperor truly think of me? What role does psychic power have in the future of humanity? Magnus's emotional isolation and self-imposed exile on Prospero shape this response. The more he turns inward and seeks answers through his psychic power, the more he becomes disconnected from others, especially his fellow Primarchs, some of whom might have been able to offer emotional support or guidance in this trying time. Odysseus is motivated by a few different things, and I'm not a scholar of the classics, so I might be getting this a little wrong. It looks to me like he's not primarily motivated by desperation or doubt, but rather a longing for Penelope and Telemachus to know that his family is safe. His desire to hear the sirens reflects a sense of intellectual curiosity and a desire to prove himself the superior of other mortals. He wants to prove to himself that he can do what no other mortal could. But he also knows that this is only possible with outside restraint. He has some amount of understanding that some things must be left undiscovered because they cannot be safely pursued. The outcome of their actions is pretty straightforward. Magnus finds tragedy, and Odysseus finds his family. Magnus's decision to seek knowledge of the future by diving into dangerous realms of chaos results in his eventual corruption by chaos. His story is one of a man who believed he could control forces beyond his comprehension, only to be consumed by those forces. Meanwhile, Odysseus understands the need for restraint and understands his own susceptibility to temptation, and thus he is able to gain knowledge that he sought in a controlled, responsible way. While Odysseus does face many trials, and while everyone else on the boat dies, as far as I remember, his wisdom and emotional control ultimately lead him to safely return home and restore order. And so, by comparing Magnus and Odysseus, we can see that while both are driven by curiosity and a desire for answers about what's most important to them, Magnus is overcome by hubris, and Odysseus is able to understand his own weakness and thus engage in restraint. Magnus's inability to exercise restraint throughout his entire life and his willingness to seek knowledge beyond his control are mythic flaws, tragic flaws seen in many mythological figures, while Odysseus's counterexample shows us that wisdom lies in knowing our own limitations. Magnus's flaw, that is not just his pursuit of knowledge, it's his failure to recognize the inherent dangers in overreaching and failing to exercise restraint. In 40K, where the Emperor's own reluctance to show any paternal care leaves his sons adrift, the ability to balance wisdom with his desires to seek knowledge would have been the key to Magnus avoiding his tragic fate. While meditating, Magnus experiences perhaps the single greatest, most important, and most accurate instance of precognitive, prophetic visions in the Warhammer 40,000 setting. Magnus foresees the fall of Horus to chaos, Horus's betrayal of the Emperor, and the Imperium being torn apart by a gigantic civil war with the following Primarchs fighting alongside Horus: Fulgrim, Perturabo, Mortarion, Lorgar, Kurz, Angron, and Alfarius. The proper response here is to panic. What does Magnus do? He panics. Magnus frantically attempts to contact Horus to warn him away from the path he is on. But he finds out that the beginnings of his vision are already coming true, with Horus being treated for a wound by the Kinbrach anatheme. The first, possibly irreparable step of Horus's fall to chaos has already happened. The proper response here is, again, to panic. What does Magnus do? Magnus panics again, rather than carefully planning his next steps, or seeking counsel from trusted advisors, or working within the system. Magnus immediately decides to act with reckless urgency. In his desperation, he determines that the only way to avert the disaster he has foreseen is to bypass all intermediaries, such as astropaths, and contact the Emperor directly, believing, perhaps correctly, that only the Emperor has the power to prevent Horus's fall and the ensuing catastrophe. Magnus decides to use his psychic abilities to try to reach the Emperor, but in his panicked state, he does not consider the warnings he has been given about the dangers of diving too deeply into the warp. Instead, he pushes beyond the limits of his knowledge and caution, uses sorcery to amplify his psychic reach in order to try to reach the Emperor, and in doing so breaches the Emperor's psychic wards around the Terran webway fragment. Magnus's actions are driven by a combination of a few things. Desperation. He believes he's the only one who understands the gravity of the situation, and he feels the weight of responsibility to prevent catastrophe. Also, arrogance, with Magnus trusting his own abilities and judgment above all else, dismissing any risks and dismissing any limitations that have been placed upon him, which of course leads into naivete. Despite the Emperor's warnings, Magnus fails to fully comprehend the malevolent nature of the warp and the entities within it. Magnus believes he can use sorcery without falling victim to its corrupting influence, which is false. Why the fuck does Magnus do this? Emotional isolation. He has no one to turn to for guidance. He's isolated himself after Nicaea. His brothers either distrust or dislike him, and his relationship with the Emperor has been fractured by the Edict of Nicaea. The result is that Magnus panics, and his reckless use of sorcery is catastrophic. Spoiler alert, he inadvertently shatters the wards protecting the Imperial Webway project, allowing daemons to pour into the Webway and rendering it unusable for humanity's expansion. This is inarguably the most significant single act of sabotage in the history of the Imperium, even though it was unintended. It cripples the Emperor's most ambitious project, and directly contributes to the Emperor's ongoing reliance on warp travel and the Astronomicon, as well as preventing the Emperor from leaving Terra and preventing the Emperor from participating in any of the battles of the Horus Heresy until the last one, because he's busy in the webway. Deep breath. Okay, what does this tell us about Magnus? Magnus's response to his precognitive vision shows us a few key aspects of his character. He's a creature of action. He can't simply sit with knowledge and say it is what it is. He feels compelled to act. He feels obligated to do what he can. This is a strength. It shows his determination and initiative, but it's also a flaw as it leads to impulsive, rash, poorly thought out decisions when he is ruled by his emotions. Magnus believes in his own righteousness. He genuinely believes that he's doing the right thing. His actions are motivated by a desire to save the Imperium, but his hubris blinds him to how everyone else is going to see it, and blinds him to the risks and potential consequences of his methods. And then, as mentioned before, he's isolated. He lacks emotional support. He has no one around to temper his impulsive instincts or provide a second opinion. If Magnus had a trusted confidant, another of the Primarchs, a custodian, just anyone, he might have approached the situation with greater caution. And then, of course, Magnus underestimates the dangers of the warp. Despite being the second most powerful psyker in the Imperium, Magnus's intellectual arrogance prevents him from understanding or grasping the danger of the warp. He believes he can use its power without being corrupted, which is false and bad and wrong, and it leads to his downfall. All of these reactions highlight the tragedy of his character. He had noble intentions and an extraordinary gift, but his flaws rendered him incapable of wielding his power responsibly. He could have chosen to do otherwise. He could have chosen to send an astropathic message to the Emperor. In another life, Magnus might have been the greatest force for good in the Imperium, using his abilities to guide humanity through the perils of the warp into a psychic awakening. Instead, his inability to overcome his personal flaws led him to make one of the greatest mistakes in the history of the Imperium, further alienating him from his father and directly setting him on the path to fall to chaos. Let us consider who could have counseled Magnus to pursue less drastic and less impulsive action in this situation. Horus is not an option because he was horribly wounded at the time. Malcador and the Emperor were out because they were far away. Lorgar had already fallen to chaos by that point. I think that narrows it down to absolutely anyone else. Every Primarch, custodian, marine, or random man on the street would have said the same thing. Send the Emperor a message with an astropath. Get your legion aboard your fleet of warships and travel to Terra to warn the Emperor in person. Just anything but what Magnus actually did. It's likely that any of the 1,000 Suns even would have said, just use an astropath, father. Like, Magnus's fateful choice to use sorcery to contact the Emperor was reckless, yes, but it was also laughably unnecessary when compared to other safer options available. Unfortunately, it was entirely within his character. Magnus's impulsive choice to use sorcery was, at its core, a product of his isolation and hubris. By this point, Magnus was deeply isolated from his brothers, both physically on Prospero and also emotionally. He was isolated from the Imperium at large, having withdrawn from the Great Crusade, and he felt alienated from the Emperor. His emotional state was one of profound loneliness, and his instinct was to rely only on himself, his own immense intellect and power, rather than relying on anyone else, even an astropath. Magnus was hubristic. He believed himself to be the most knowledgeable and capable psychic in existence, which was wrong. He was second behind the Emperor, but whatever. The very idea that anyone else might have better advice or insights than what he'd already come up with himself seemed laughable to him. And of course, as mentioned, he was panicked. The overwhelming urgency of his vision pushed him to act immediately. He was not in a mental state to carefully weigh his options, and he sure as fuck was not in a mental state to ask anyone else for options. He was consumed by fear and desperation, but also by his own arrogance and pride. Despite having easy access to astropathic communication and the priority codes of a Primarch to demand the Emperor view the message immediately, Magnus disdains this option. He doesn't want to simply contact the Emperor through regular channels. He thought so highly of himself that he felt that it was beneath him to act like any other person may have. What a tool! Any custodian, any marine from outside, any of the Thousand Sons would have been adamant that Magnus avoid sorcery here at all costs. They would have said, "You are the Emperor's son, trust in him." A message sent by astropath or visiting Terra in person on a void ship will carry far more weight than openly defying the Edict of Nicaea by using psychic powers yourself to contact him. Fuck. It's worth remembering here that the Emperor had already explicitly warned Magnus about the dangers of sorcery, even if Magnus had some lingering resentment from the Edict of Nicaea. This should have been a moment where those warnings came roaring back to the forefront of his mind. And the fact that he ignored them entirely speaks to the depths of his feelings at that time. If Magnus had reached out to anyone else, they would have advised caution. Any outside counsel at all. This raises an important question. Why didn't Magnus seek outside counsel? The answer lies in his mental state during the moment, this fulcrum of history. I bet you can fucking guess what I'm about to say. Magnus was hubristic and arrogant. He believed that no one else could truly understand the gravity of the situation or the vision he received, and he believed that no one else could be trusted, not even an astropath. Their whole job is to deliver messages. But no, he had panic. He felt the need to act immediately, leaving no time to consult others. And he thought so highly of himself that he felt it was beneath him to ask for help, which I guess is not so bad as it could have otherwise been because he was already emotionally isolated. He did not have a close, trusting relationship with any of the other Primarchs, so he had no one to confide in or rely upon for advice. I'm calm now. Magnus's greatest failure here was not just the act of sorcery itself. It was his refusal to rely on anyone else. His character flaw, the inability to see his brothers and peers as his equal, his unwillingness to see other people as resources that he could turn to in times of need, meant that he placed all the responsibility on himself. So when he had a bad idea, there was no one to say, "Hey, bro, that's a bad idea." If Magnus had sought counsel, if he just sent an astropathic message, he would have saved the Webway project from destruction. He would have avoided breaking the Emperor's trust completely. He would have maintained a chance to repair his relationships with his brothers. And he may have even averted the Horus heresy entirely by delivering his warning in time and having the Emperor believe him. At the very least, he would have meant that the Emperor would not be shackled to Terra to prevent a flood of demons from overrunning Terra, which would mean that the Emperor would be able to personally lead the Loyalists at Istvan 3. But instead, Istvan 5, my bad. Instead, Magnus's isolation and arrogance drove him to act alone. he set in motion the events that would doom him and his legion. It was tragic, and it was entirely avoidable. Magnus could have chosen otherwise, and he did not. Okay, here's a counterpoint. Canonically, when Dorn was informed about Horus's treachery on Istvan III by the survivors who had fled on the Eisenstein, he was enraged and in denial. Perhaps Primarchs such as Dorn may have reacted similarly to Magnus saying such terrible things about 8 of their number. Maybe they might have reacted worse because of the psychic origin of the warning. Magnus's warning might very well have faced substantial skepticism, denial, and outright hostility from his brothers. The Emperor's sons were deeply complex individuals, and their reactions to such shocking news would have been shaped by their individual personalities, histories, and the varying degrees of animosity they had in their relationship with Magnus. Magnus had little credibility as a messenger. His reputation among his brothers was already contentious, with many of them distrusting psychic powers, thus making a warning based on psychic precognition, perhaps dismissed outright as unreliable or tainted by warp influence. Magnus's relationships with his brothers were largely superficial, and he lacked strong allies among them. Perhaps his warnings might have been seen as the ramblings of an isolated figure seeking attention or validation. However, even with Magnus's low credibility as a messenger, those predisposed to mistrust him would not listen, but others may have. Let us consider how certain key Primarchs may have reacted to Magnus's warning. Well, we know that Rogel Dorn's canonical reaction to news of Horus's treachery from a first-hand witness was rage and denial. He initially refused to believe that the greatest of his brothers could have betrayed the Emperor. And so, if Magnus let it slip that he had learned of this information psychically, Dorn's reaction would likely have been even harsher, accusing Magnus of manipulation or deceit, maybe even accusing him of fabricating this psychic warning. And given his duty-bound nature, Dorn likely would have struggled to reconcile the enormity of Magnus's claims with his rigid worldview. Russ almost certainly would have reacted with anger and aggression. I don't know how he would have viewed Horus after receiving such a warning, but he was already predisposed to dislike Magnus and distrust psychic powers, so he would have seen Magnus's warning as an attempt to trick him. He almost certainly would have dismissed Magnus's warning, accused him of arrogance and warp taint, and he would have asked the Emperor for permission to sanction Magnus. The difference there is, if the Emperor were not pissed off at Magnus for destroying the Webway project, the Emperor might not have given Russ that permission. Mortarion hated Psychers and was best friends with Horus. He would have immediately dismissed Magnus's warning. He would have accused Magnus of spreading lies and attempting to sow discord, and he would have refused to even listen to the warning, viewing it as inherently corrupt due to its source. Sanguinius, experienced with foreknowledge of the future, might have been one of the few Primarchs willing to hear Magnus out. He might have struggled to accept the enormity of the betrayal, particularly regarding Horus. However, Horus's attempt to sideline Sanguinius at Cygnus might have been questioned by Sanguinius, had he known the warning. Now, of course, once he recovered from the anathema, Horus would have reacted with manipulative deflection. He would already have been under the influence of chaos by that time, so he would have thus dismissed Magnus's warning as baseless paranoia, and used the warning as further proof that Magnus was untrustworthy, to try to turn other Primarchs against him. like how in canon he turned Leman Russ and the Custodes against Magnus. Now here's the big question. Ferrus Manus, this more independent-minded Primarch, might have been willing to listen, even though his reaction would have been tempered by skepticism, and he might have found the idea of such betrayal difficult to accept. But then, when Ferrus Manus was put in charge of the Istvan V fleet to attack Horus and Mortarion and Fulgrim and Angron, Ferrus would have had in his mind, wait a minute, other Primarchs were listed in Magnus's warning, and he might have been a bit worried about Perturabo, for example. Now, of course, why would Ferrus Manus in this counterfactual have been put in charge of the Istvan V fleet? Had the Emperor not been dealing with a broken webway, that is, had Magnus not broken the Terran webway fragment, the Emperor would have just taken personal command of the Istvan V fleet. Magnus's warning, even though it was accurate, would have certainly been difficult for any of the Primarchs and probably the Emperor to accept, simply because of the emotional weight of the magnitude of the betrayal he was foretelling. The idea that nearly half the living Primarchs would turn against the Emperor was unthinkable. Even for those not specifically named as doomed to treason, denial would have been the natural defense mechanism. And Magnus's delivery of the warning, assumedly by Astropath, would have been shaped by panic and desperation, thus making it harder for others to take him seriously. His emotional intensity would have been interpreted as exaggeration or hysteria. Magnus's approach to delivering such a warning would have certainly been shaped by his character flaws in this counterfactual, just as in canon. To improve his chances of being heard, what Magnus would need to do is use traditional methods, send a detailed report through astropaths, or delivering the warning in person, to the Emperor, and only after getting the message to the Emperor, then start spreading the message around everyone else. And he would have needed to frame his warning as a matter for investigation, rather than presenting it as undeniable truth. That would allow his brothers room to process the information without feeling forced to act immediately. Again, he could have skipped his brothers and just sent an astropathic message to the Emperor. Holy shit! Breathe. I'm calm now. Magnus made huge mistakes, and he had been set up to make these huge mistakes over the course of more than a century by the manipulations of Tzeentch. And even with the weight of manipulation hemming in his choices, he still had good choices, and he could have so chosen. Magnus's precognitive vision placed him in a difficult position, but not an impossible position. He was right to panic given the stakes, and it was reasonable to think that it would be unlikely for his brothers to take his warning seriously. But even though he lacked the emotional intelligence and political acumen to navigate the system as ideally, he could have still navigated the situation effectively by just sending a routine, high-priority astropathic message to the Emperor, and then getting his fleet and going to Terra to warn the Emperor in person just in case the astropathic message was not received. Magnus, if he were to warn the Emperor through astropathic message, or maybe in person, would have needed to include with the warning a statement that the origin of the information was a psychic meditative vision, which necessarily means a confession that he had gone against the Edict of Nicaea. Here's the question then. Would he have had the emotional intelligence to apologize for attempting a precognitive meditative trance in violation of the Edict of Nicaea? Maybe not. His emotional intelligence was far overshadowed by his hubris and his sense of self-importance all through his life. It seems unlikely given the factors we understand about his character and the emotional dynamics at play. Magnus's perspective on the Edict of Nicaea was that it was bad and wrong and stupid. He fundamentally disagreed with the edict. He believed that the emperor's ruling was short-sighted, and that psychic powers were a vital tool for the Imperium's future. His actions after Nicaea, immediately withdrawing to Prospero to sulk, and focusing entirely on his own vision of the Thousand Sons' destiny, demonstrated that he did not accept the emperor's decision. Magnus definitely rationalized his vision of his violations of the edict to himself. So it's very likely that he would be more likely to rationalize his violation to the emperor rather than apologize for it. In his mind, he saw the vision as necessary and justified, especially given how successful it was, foreseeing such immense danger. Then, of course, there's Magnus's lingering resentment from the edict. It would have made him reluctant to acknowledge that he had violated the edict at all, let alone apologize for breaking it. Magnus was highly intelligent and capable of empathy, but his emotional intelligence often faltered in moments of crisis. He consistently believed that he knew best. His overconfidence and arrogance and hubris blinded him to how others perceived his actions, and made it impossible for him to frame his behavior in a way that others would understand and forgive. Thus why he was unsuccessful at the Council of Nicaea. And of course, at the moment, he was desperate and isolated. His vision of the Horus Heresy was so overwhelming that it would have overridden his capacity for measured thought or self-reflection. He was, in canon, so focused on delivering the warning that he ignored everything, even the routine options of just delivering a message through normal channels. And without trusted advisors or allies to suggest even that, he certainly had no one to suggest that an apology might strengthen his case. Would Magnus have apologized eventually? Maybe. There's a case to be made. But at the moment, even though Magnus was capable of moments of introspection, the circumstances at the time make it doubtful that he would have apologized for violating the Edict of Nicaea when he delivered the warning. Instead, he would have tried to justify it, arguing that the vision was necessary to prevent a catastrophe. And he was so focused on conveying the urgency of the warning that he would have felt any apology would be a distraction from the critical message. Magnus's personality and circumstances make the kind of humility necessary for an apology unlikely. His pride and isolation were significant factors in the tragic escalation of events. He could have chosen differently, but it would have been a very difficult thing for him. Then, of course, we get to the question of, if Magnus had been able to deliver the warning to the Emperor via Astropath, thus avoiding the Webway catastrophe, or had he delivered the message to the Emperor in person by traveling there by a ship, would the Emperor have reacted well to the warning? It's hard to say how much the Emperor cared about the attempted warning itself, because in canon, it was overshadowed by how much Magnus screwed everything up in the delivery. The Emperor was generally a deeply pragmatic individual, prioritizing expediency, the survival and success of the Imperium, above all else. From this perspective, Magnus's warning would have been invaluable. A being of even greater psychic knowledge and power than Magnus, the Emperor, perhaps the only such being among mortals, the Emperor would have been uniquely positioned to double-check and verify Magnus's precognitive vision for himself. The Emperor definitely would not have ignored the warning, because he would understand its cosmic importance if
it were verified. Even if he were unable to disprove it, he would have had time to prepare for Horus's betrayal. And, as we said before, even if he were unable to prevent the initial betrayal at Istvan III, the Emperor would have thus been prepared to lead the fleet at Istvan V. Now, even without the Webway disaster, Magnus was still a deeply flawed and isolated figure in the Emperor's eyes. The Emperor would have been skeptical of Magnus's vision, knowing that the source of the warning was psychic precognition, a field fraught with subjectivity and potential corruption, and which was specifically banned to Magnus at the Edict of Nicaea. But the Emperor would have accepted the warning as at least being worthy of investigation. He might not have mobilized loyal forces to monitor Horus immediately, but he could have certainly been ready to act once Horus showed his hand. Now, the emotional level of the situation was already somewhat strained due to the events of Nicaea. The Emperor was frustrated that Magnus was apparently continuing to use psychic powers in violation of the Edict of Nicaea. But without the overwhelming disaster of the Webway catastrophe, the Emperor would have felt conflicted, because on the other hand, he would have been grateful for Magnus's attempt to warn him. If Magnus had been able to deliver such a warning humbly and expressed remorse for past mistakes, it might have opened the door for the Emperor to soften his stance towards Magnus. But given Magnus's typical arrogance, such humility seems unlikely. The likely response is the Emperor would say, "Thanks for the warning, stop using psychic powers," and he may have even sent Leman Russ to Magnus. Is just, given the lack of the emotional fallout from the Webway catastrophe, he would have been careful to word Russ's orders to prevent Horus from interfering. Now, let's look at the political dimension here. Getting such a warning by Astropath would have placed the Emperor in a politically delicate situation. He would need to consider the credibility of the warning and try to figure out how to validate the warning without drawing attention to Magnus's use of precognition. If other Primarchs viewed Magnus as unreliable or compromised, the warning might have been dismissed, and acting on Magnus's warning would have deepened existing divisions among the Primarchs, particularly between those loyal to the Emperor and those already predisposed to side with Horus. Now, it's also possible that the Emperor could have pretended that it was he, not Magnus, who had the vision. Hard to tell how that would play out. Let's not go into that. But even deeper than that, would the Emperor believe Magnus? That's the crux of the matter. The Emperor's reaction to the warning would hinge on whether he believed Magnus and took the warning seriously. If the Emperor believed the warning, he would have been able to act to counter Horus's growing influence. He might have prevented Sanguinius from being sent far away, outside of the reach of early events at Istvan, and he would have quietly strengthened loyalist forces in preparation for conflict, just waiting for Horus to show his hand, as he did at Istvan III. In canon, the Emperor dismissed the warning because he was so angry about the Webway catastrophe. He saw it as another example of Magnus's arrogance and recklessness, and he saw the corruption of Tzeentch within Magnus. So he summoned Magnus and the Thousand Sons to Terra for judgment. And then, of course, Leman Russ flew off the fucking handle and decided to just kill them himself. Thus, if Magnus had delivered the warning via Astropath, the Emperor's reactions to it would have been complex. And I feel that, given the Emperor's own priorities and biases and his own internal emotional life at the time, I think it's likely that the Emperor would have prepared to act on the warning, and thus made a quick end to the Horus heresy. I think it's very likely that he would not have dismissed the warning entirely, and I think it's very, very likely that he would not have acted upon the warning immediately. Instead, he would have waited for Horus to show his hand. Even if the Emperor had failed to act on the warning, and the trap at Istvan V eventually occurred as in canon, there would still be a big change from canon. If Magnus had sent the message via Astropath, the likelihood of the Emperor ordering the Space Wolves to go to Prospero in a manner that causes them to attack Prospero goes way, way down. That is to say, even if he had sent the Space Wolves to escort Magnus to Terra for further discussion about his continued use of psychic powers in violation of the edict, the Emperor would have known from Magnus's vision that he had to at least be wary of Horus, and as such he would need to phrase the order in such a way as to prevent Leman Russ from being faced with the opportunity for Horus to interfere and twist Russ's understanding of the Emperor's wishes. Thus, the likelihood of Leman Russ flying off the handle and burning Prospero might be avoided. We are thereby led to the idea of historical ripple effects in chaos theory. If Magnus had used a traditional method like an astropathic message, the Emperor's response to the perceived violation of the Edict of Nicaea would have been more measured, thus avoiding a chain of misunderstandings and manipulations, and thus everything gets changed with regards to what happens to the Thousand Sons in the early days of the Horus Heresy. The big reason for this would be that without the catastrophic webway breach, the Emperor's judgment of Magnus's actions would not be clouded by his intense emotions, and thus it would have been more tempered. He would have been upset about Magnus's use of psychic precognition, but he would have been focused on the content of the warning about Horus. The message would have come across as urgent and valuable, causing the Emperor to address the broader threat rather than focusing solely on Magnus's massive mistakes. If any of you want to go through exactly which things might have changed and how the Emperor would have done differently, just go ahead and make your own video. I'm not going to get too deep into that. Now, the big problem, when Magnus instead used his own psychic powers to try to speak with the Emperor directly, he found that the defenses around the webway at Terra were too strong, so he was unable to breach them with his own power. This is the truly critical time in his life. He could have chosen to retreat from that plan and just send an astropathic message. All the mistakes made before this, the bargaining with warp entities, his terrible decision to try to contact the Emperor directly instead of using an astropath, a lifetime of using sorcery, everything else could be washed away with humility and repentance. He just needed to choose differently. This time, though, is when he is most vulnerable. This was what Tzeentch was setting him up for his whole life. This is when Tzeentch makes its move, offering Magnus power in order to bind Magnus to Tzeentch. I claim that even if he had avoided damaging the Webway project somehow, after making this particular deal with Tzeentch, Magnus would still have been sanctioned by the Emperor. The Emperor was the most knowledgeable about chaos of anyone, save perhaps Lorgar, depending on your interpretation of canon, at this point. So he would have noticed the corruption and stain as soon as Magnus made contact. The Emperor could not abide a Primarch he knew to be tainted by chaos. I feel that this claim is well supported by the established dynamics of the Emperor's character in canon. Magnus's deal with Tzeentch would leave an indelible stain on his soul that the Emperor could not overlook or forgive. When Magnus was trying to breach the Emperor's defenses to deliver his warning, it was an act of monumental hubris. But that's all defensible and explainable and forgivable. Magnus striking a bargain with Tzeentch for the power to breach the Emperor's defenses is not. The Emperor would have immediately revealed that taint. Chaos corruption is not something that can be hidden from the Emperor's direct perception. And thus, Magnus already having been warned about the dangers of the warp and sorcery,
though notably not the Chaos Gods in specific, showing up on his doorstep via astral projection, marked by one of the Chaos Gods, would have meant that the Emperor would just give up on him. The Emperor understood that a Primarch tainted by chaos, no matter the reason, was a massive threat to the Imperium. Even though Magnus had acted out of desperation and good intentions, the Emperor could not risk tolerating such corruption in the Imperium. Thus, as in canon, the Emperor would have responded by sending the Space Wolves to bring Magnus and the Thousand Sons to Terra so that the Emperor could personally evaluate whether the Legion was tainted or just Magnus, and to what extent Magnus was tainted, and then figure out what he could do. While he might not have immediately ordered the destruction of the Thousand Sons, he could have ordered their disbandment, disarmament, or isolation until corruption was fully understood and purged from the Legion. But Magnus would have been a problem. Allowing him to remain in a position of power after being tainted by chaos would undermine the Emperor's authority and the legitimacy of the imperial truth. Thus, if Magnus were left alive, he would almost certainly have been stripped of his position as Primarch of the Thousand Sons and replaced by a trusted Legion Master from among any remaining Marines of the Legion. It's not completely clear that Magnus would necessarily be killed, and also, Magnus, being a proud and hubristic individual, might not have taken such punishment gracefully. But all of this is once again subject to chaos theory and the small changes that make ripple effects in history. So let's not get too deep into that. Overall, the story of Magnus is one of cascading failures, personal, systemic, emotional, at every step in his life. His hubris and the Emperor's emotional detachment combined to lay the groundwork for a tragedy that could have been avoided had Magnus chosen differently, and he would have been more likely to choose differently with greater understanding, humility, and personal connection with others. Now, I'm not completely certain about this, but it's possible that the Thousand Sons were so reliant on Magnus to treat and prevent the flesh change that they also were doomed at this moment. That is, either they would have followed Magnus into damnation, or their separation from him as Black Shields would have led to their decline and extinction as they once again suffered recurrence of the flesh change. They could have, and many of them did indeed become legionless Black Shields, but that was not a long-term option for survival. In this, we can see the continuing influence of the Fisher King concept in 40k, with the fate of the kingdom being tied to the king. The fate of the Thousand Sons Legion was so intimately tied to their Primarch's psychic prowess and the precarious balance he maintained between psychic power and the flesh change, that his separation from them, whether through sanction or rebellion or execution, would have spelled their doom. The seeming cure that Magnus developed for the flesh change was not a genetic fix to prevent it from occurring, but rather a psychic suppression. It was a treatment, not a preventative measure. It was a temporary solution that relied on his immense psychic abilities. And so without Magnus present, the Legion would lack the means to maintain this suppression. Since Magnus had made this his means of helping his Legion, no one had attempted to directly address the genetic flaw. The Emperor had not stepped in, the Mechanicum was not dealing with it, and no one else had the knowledge or inclination to help the Thousand Sons. They relied on Magnus as their only hope for survival. Thus, without Magnus to psychically stabilize the Legion's gene seed, the flesh change would have recurred, leading to the rapid degeneration and death of the remaining Thousand Sons. It might not have occurred immediately, but over the decades, they would have suffered a slow, agonizing extinction as one by one they were consumed by their genetic flaw. In canon, they fell to damnation, following Magnus into the arms of Tzeentch. This did not save them from the flesh change. Rather, their genetic instability was a pathway for chaos to further corrupt and mutate them, as seen in the eventual decision to use the rubric of Ahriman to transform them after Magnus's full fall to Tzeentch. Now, without Magnus, the Thousand Sons could probably still be helped or cured. Without Magnus's psychic treatment, his stabilization, the flesh change would have begun to decimate the Legion, and had the Emperor or another authority imposed a new leader on the Thousand Sons, a Legion Master from within them, that leader would not have had the psychic power to prevent their genetic collapse. They would have needed genetic help from a true expert from among the Emperor or the Adeptus Magos Biologus of the Mechanicum or the Gene Smiths of Luna. But the anti-psychic sentiment in the Imperium, especially as worsened following Nicaea, further isolated the Thousand Sons. So stripped of their Primarch, their psychic nature would have made them pariahs within the broader Imperial war machine, with no political might to demand help and without any allies, thus leaving them unsupported and consigned to a slow extinction. The Emperor's hands-off approach to the flesh change was not a decision he could easily walk back, because if he had the option of stepping in to cure their genetic flaw, why wouldn't he do that earlier? Why wait until now? Thus, we see that by placing the burden of solving the flesh change problem solely on Magnus, the Emperor tied the survival of the entire Legion to the success or failure of one individual. Tzeentch thus used the personal flaws of Magnus to bring his entire Legion with him. And so, we see the Fisher King problem. Magnus was isolated, and so the Thousand Sons were also isolated. Their reliance on psychic powers, mistrust from other legions, and lack of external support or political might left them vulnerable to internal collapse and to external attack. Unlike other legions who had strong alliances and broad support within the Imperium, the Thousand Sons, for the most part, stood alone. They had no one to advocate for them or provide aid when they needed it most. And thus, when Magnus was at the most pivotal point of his life trying to breach the Webway Gate's defenses, and he made his bargain with Tzeentch, the Thousand Sons' fate was sealed. Whether they followed their Primarch into the arms of chaos or were separated from him and left to face the flesh change alone, their continued survival as a legion was impossible. This tragic inevitability just underlines the failures faced by the Legion over and over. The Emperor's detachment, Magnus's hubris, and the broader Imperium's isolation of the Thousand Sons made a confluence of systemic and personal flaws that ensured their destruction could be caused by one individual. In contrast, had, for example, Angron been killed in battle, the World Eaters would have continued. Not a problem. Anyway, moving back to the Thousand Sons and Magnus. Faced with the knowledge of his misdeed and the Emperor's certain punishment, after he caused the Great Webway catastrophe, in canon, Magnus elected to try to go along with the punishment docilely. Due to shame, he was unwilling to speak with his legion about his plan. It's conceivable that this plan may have worked if the Space Wolves had indeed gone along with the Emperor's original orders to take Magnus captive and bring him to Terra. Magnus could have merely taken a shuttle into orbit to meet the Space Wolf fleet and left his legion on Prospero. However, at this time, Horus interfered and convinced Leman Russ to attempt to kill them all instead. Leman Russ, it should be noted, did not take very much convincing. And so, when they came under attack by the Space Wolves, the Thousand Sons, though unprepared and not warned ahead of time, they were not going to go down without a fight. They saw fighting as their only chance for survival. Thus, their open rebellion against the Imperial authority and Magnus's loyalty to his sons dragged Magnus into open rebellion into the Imperium. Here's the question. Was there a possibility for Magnus to respond to the Webway disaster through a different choice, maybe retreating, thus preventing the Thousand Sons from taking part in the Horus Heresy proper. Yes, they would have fallen to chaos eventually, but perhaps their absence during the heresy would have tipped the balance of forces in favor of the Imperium. I find this hypothetical fascinating because there are so few possibilities for any of the Primarchs or legions to be a truly neutral force during the Horus Heresy. Magnus did not necessarily need to make a different choice during or before the Webway disaster. He even could have made a different choice after the Webway disaster, but before the subsequent Space Wolves attack. For that matter, he could have even just sent his legion away and waited on Prospero alone for the Space Wolves. Anyway, after the catastrophic Webway breach, Magnus faced a number of choices, and we should go through them. But most of these choices were compromised by his emotions, especially his shame, in the face of the rapidly escalating situation. So option 1, submit and surrender. He could have just fully surrendered to the Emperor's authority, allowing himself to be taken to Terra for punishment without resistance. The problem there is that doing this effectively would have required Magnus to communicate his intentions clearly to his legion, convincing them to let him accept his fate. Magnus's shame and inability to face his sons prevented this. This option might have preserved the Thousand Sons, but only if Horus had not interfered, and thus Russ had stuck to the Emperor's original orders. More to the point, this required a level of humility from Magnus that he simply did not have. Option 2. Magnus could have immediately rebelled against the Imperium. He could have rallied his legion, told them that they were about to be attacked by the Imperium, and then prepared to defend Prospero from the Space Wolves, anticipating lethal sanction. While this would align in part with what ultimately happened in canon, it also would have ensured that the Thousand Sons were prepared for what was coming. The most intriguing option to me at this particular juncture is Magnus choosing to retreat. He could have gathered the Thousand Sons and left Prospero to hide in the far reaches of the galaxy, away from the Imperium and Chaos alike. This would have required Magnus to recognize the inevitability of punishment, the dangers of resistance pushing them farther into the grips of Chaos, and it would have required him to be able to face his legion, to explain to his legion that it was their chance for survival and self-preservation. This would have been difficult. But had they gone with this plan, it would have prevented the Thousand Sons from participating in the Horus Heresy altogether. The Horus Heresy, remember, just lasted 7 years after Istvan V. And Istvan V, as far as I can tell in canon, happened roughly the same time as the burning of Prospero. Maybe Prospero happened slightly earlier. So in order for retreat to succeed, several factors would need to align in order to let them escape the Imperium's initial hunt for them, and then stay away from the Imperium for 7 years. First off, Magnus would need to overcome his shame enough to communicate his plan clearly to his legion. He would need to convince them that retreat was their only chance for survival, and that staying to fight whichever legions were coming to fight them would doom them. The Thousand Sons would have to act quickly before the Space Wolves could arrive in force. This would require great speed and organization, both of which the Thousand Sons were excellent at. And then the Thousand Sons would need to evade the Space Wolves, who would pursue them relentlessly under Russ's leadership. But by using psychic powers cleverly, they could certainly have made a strategic withdrawal into the galactic fringe, or even into the warp. If the Thousand Sons thus retreated and did not join the war on either side, some substantial consequences would follow from this decision. Notably, the traitor forces at the Siege of Terra would be substantially weakened. The Thousand Sons were something of a force multiplier for Horus during the heresy. Their psychic capabilities and ability to summon demons was a huge part of the war plan. Their absence would thus weaken the traitor legions considerably. Now, while the Loyalists would still face significant challenges, the absence of the Thousand Sons from the traitor side could tilt the balance in certain key engagements, notably at the Siege of Terra. But it's also possible that the absence of the Space Wolves would have also had various historical ripple effects that we're not going to get into too much. Let's just leave it at the summoning of daemons was a cornerstone of the traitor battle plan, and they relied mostly upon the sorcerers of the Thousand Sons for this. Now, it's difficult to say exactly what would have happened to the Thousand Sons. It's possible they would have indeed fallen into the arms of Tzeentch entirely. But there could be an alternative view where after the deaths of Horus and the Emperor, Magnus attempts to reconcile with the Imperium after the heresy. Seems unlikely, but whatever. If you're familiar with the Soul Drinkers novels, there's also the possibility of them simply acting independently of either the Imperium or Chaos. Overall, though, for Magnus to choose retreat, he would need to overcome several emotional and psychological hurdles, notably shame and guilt. He would need to face his own emotions and realize that retreat might be the only way to protect his sons. This would require a level of humility and self-awareness that he's seldom achieved in his life. And he would need to trust the Thousand Sons to follow his lead and accept retreat as their best option, even in the face of disgrace and dishonor. They were warriors. They didn't want to retreat. But if he had been able to shift his perspective from immediate concerns to long-term survival, he may have been able to convince them that they could endure and perhaps even thrive if they escaped the Imperium's reach. The tragedy with any time in his life that we discuss the possibility of Magnus to make different decisions than in canon is that it would require Magnus to run counter to his pride and emotional vulnerabilities. His flaws combined with the failures of those around him, creating a cascade of events that led to his fall. It was not inevitable. He could have made different decisions himself, but it would have been very difficult for him to make different decisions without being a different person. He would have needed outside interference in order to make different decisions at certain critical junctures reliably. And as such, the possibility for him to choose differently in the immediate run-up to the burning of Prospero, that is, the possibility of retreat, highlights the potential for a different outcome, but also underscores the emotional and systemic challenges that would have made different decisions unlikely. All right, we have now reached the limits of our discussion of Magnus as a loyal or neutral Primarch. After this point, there is only chaos, a slave to damnation under the thrall of the capricious Tzeentch. Before we move on, perhaps there are other matters we could consider discussing regarding Magnus when he was still loyal. We've covered Magnus's character, decisions, and emotional needs in depth, especially his tragic loyalty, isolation, and moments of vulnerability. Perhaps we could consider exploring Magnus's potential as an administrator or diplomat, how he could have contributed to the Imperium's domestic governance. Could Magnus's intellect, telepathic abilities, and knowledge of the warp have made Magnus an effective administrator or diplomat? What unique contributions could he have made to the Imperium's governance or to intellectual development outside of war, especially in fostering understanding of the warp? What about organizing the Imperium's scholars? How could Magnus have been a part of the Imperium's librarius programs or regulating psychers had he stayed loyal? Beyond Magnus himself, we could also examine the broader role that a loyal Thousand Sons Legion might have played. What might have been their place in the Imperium had they remained loyal? Could they have worked alongside organizations like the Sisters of Silence as a chamber militant of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica? That is to say, they could have been a part of the Black Ships program, specializing in psychic policing and psychic recruitment. Could the Thousand Sons have worked to bridge the gap between the mistrust in psychers of the Imperium overall and the ever-present reliance that the Imperium has on psychic infrastructure in the form of astropaths and navigators. We've explored the Emperor's failures and detachment towards Magnus. But what about small moments of connection or potential regret? Did the Emperor feel any pride or joy in Magnus's loyalty and intellect? He certainly didn't express it. Could the Emperor have seen in Magnus a reflection of his own psychic potential? If so, did he envy or fear his son's brilliance, expressed in a manner that he himself could not do? Given their initial psychic connection before Magnus was even born, was the Emperor's detachment from Magnus particularly painful to him? What about the Imperial Army and the Adeptus Mechanicus? Well, Mechanicum back then. The Thousand Sons had notable relationships with portions of these two institutions during the Great Crusade. Could these relationships have served as a foundation for Magnus to gain broader allies or influence outside of the network of Primarchs? What role might the Mechanicum, especially the Magos Biologus, have played in helping Magnus to understand the flesh change or stabilize his legion? If anyone had intervened to force Magnus to accept outside help. Magnus's hunger for knowledge defined much of his character and drove many of his critical mistakes. Could his obsession with knowledge have been harnessed more productively? Could the Emperor have guided him differently? What are the limits of knowledge in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, and how does Magnus's pursuit of the unattainable reflect the broader tragedies of the setting? Now, this goes a bit into speculation, but given the tragedy of the story, it could be worth considering. If Magnus had remained loyal but damaged, or perhaps tainted, would the Imperium have had a path or the will to redeem or reintegrate him? Could Magnus have been forgiven or allowed to rebuild? And then perhaps we might discuss the hidden ones, mentioned only in hushed tones, in complete privacy, while possessing a concealed weapon. Spies beyond compare, impossible to discover, impossible to counter. A bomb placed delicately and lovingly next to your Vina Cava. How did the hidden ones influence the course of the Horus Heresy? How could they have influenced the run-up to the Horus Heresy differently had Magnus made different choices in their use? And what unusual events and strange decision-making might be attributed to the influence of the hidden ones of the Thousand Sons? Discussing any of these questions might perhaps add nuance to Magnus's tragic arc or reinforce the themes we've already discussed. If any of these stand out as particularly interesting, I invite you to leave a comment below and then go buy a webcam and mic and make your own video. I find it difficult to credit that the Emperor would have been willing to place Magnus in an area of significant, ongoing domestic responsibility in governance or administration, as the Emperor's long-term plan for Magnus seems to have been operating the Golden Throne for the Webway project. His ultimate goals meant that other assignments before then would necessarily be temporary. However, it could be worth examining anyway. How could Magnus have contributed to the Imperium's domestic administration and governance? If his duties were primarily to do with institutions which trained and regulated the use of psychic powers and sanctioned unregulated psychers, would those institutions have had a chance of surviving after he was no longer at their head? Installed on the Golden Throne. I feel that Magnus's potential contribution to the Imperium's governance, even if temporary, could have been profound due to his unique perspective on psychic powers and his intellectual brilliance, as well as his dedication to understanding humanity's relationship with the warp. Again, any such duties would have been temporary due to the Emperor's long-term intention for Magnus to operate the Golden Throne. So it's possible that the Emperor would have been even less likely to go with a non-military option for Magnus's responsibilities than with other Primarchs. But regardless, let's explore the possibilities and limitations of his possible contributions. Magnus would have been the obvious choice of person to create and oversee institutions training and regulating psychers across the Imperium, within the Astra Telepathica especially. This role would align with his skills, his interests, and his vision for humanity's psychic future. The Imperial Librarius within various legions that utilized psychers, Magnus would have been very useful in formalizing and expanding the Librarius program, creating an unified structure for training psychers for safe use of their powers within the Space Marine legions, and advancing their scholarly ambitions. His knowledge of psychic phenomena would have allowed him to develop training techniques which would have been very valuable, especially if, as we mentioned earlier, he had been brought over to the side of the compromise position prior to Nicaea by Jagatai Khan convincing him. Khan would have been very useful in setting up safeguards to minimize the risk of corruption within the Librarius. Then, of course, Magnus might have been good for overseeing the establishment of academies or scala to identify, recruit, and train psychers of particular potential found by the black ships. This might as well include specialized training for astropaths and navigators, in addition to the various other, perhaps more battlefield roles for sanctioned psychers. Magnus would have been the obvious person to lead an institution into research into the warp and psychic phenomena. In 40k canon, currently the purview of the Sisters of Silence. He would have been able to create a centralized repository of knowledge, or at least to formalize such an existing repository of knowledge. This might have included safeguards to preserve and restrict dangerous knowledge, though if we went with our earlier idea about the Emperor or the Emperor's institutions looking over knowledge collected in the Great Crusade before deciding whether it's safe or deciding to destroy it, then that might be a bit redundant. Anyway, Magnus would have been invaluable in establishing such institutions, but their long-term survival after his departure for the Golden Throne or after his death would be fraught with challenges. First, there's the centralization and siloing effect. If Magnus had too far centralized psychic knowledge or the power of the administration within himself, then those institutions might struggle without his direct oversight and political weight. This would make them vulnerable to stagnation, corruption, and attacks from other institutions. Magnus's hubris and overconfidence for the most part prevented him from sharing power or mentoring successors effectively. Without strong leadership in his absence, these institutions might devolve into disorder or splinter into competing factions, like what we see between the Astropaths and Sisters of Silence within the Adeptus Astra Telepathica in 40k canon. And then even if Magnus's institutions were successful, the deep-seated mistrust of psychers within the Imperium would make them especially politically vulnerable. Without Magnus's political weight as a Primarch and his authority to defend them, they might be dismantled or repurposed by more conservative forces. It's notable that in 40k, the primary institution responsible for research into psychic phenomena are the Sisters of Silence, who themselves are anti-psychic. As with every other part of his life, Magnus's potential as a domestic non-military leader would be hindered by his hubris and isolation and the mistrust that others had for him. But regarding this particularly, Magnus's visionary ideals might also clash with the slow bureaucratic nature of the imperial government. His reforms might be undermined by institutional inertia or active resistance. Thus, even if Magnus had successfully established psychic institutions before his departure, their survival would not have been guaranteed. They would rely on strong leadership, which was certainly not a given, the endorsement of other imperial institutions to give them legitimacy and protection after his absence, safeguards against corruption, because obviously an institution devoted to researching psychic phenomena would be of particular interest for Tzeentch to try to corrupt, and integration with existing structures, notably the Black Ships program for recruitment. Magnus thus had the potential to revolutionize the Imperium's handling of psychers, creating institutions which could have regulated and advanced humanity's psychic capabilities and knowledge. But his personal flaws, the deep mistrust of psychers in the Imperium, and the lack of political support would have meant the survival of these institutions would be precarious after his departure. To succeed, Magnus would have needed buy-in from others and some sort of decentralized authority, neither of which he was very good with. In the end, the most well-constructed institutions can fall victim to bureaucratic and political opposition. As an adjunct or alternative, perhaps we might consider Magnus working with another of the Primarchs on a grand project within the Imperium domestically. I wonder what pairings working on which areas might have been the most fruitful. Such pairings, uniting Magnus's psychic brilliance, intellectual curiosity, and mastery of esoteric knowledge, might have been very effective paired with the strengths and talents of his brothers. The first and most obvious choice would be Magnus working with Ferrus Manus on the Webway project. Magnus's psychic expertise and knowledge of warp manipulation would have been invaluable for stabilizing the Webway, fortifying it against chaos incursions, and helping to figure out just what the fuck all that Eldar technology is doing. Whereas Ferrus Manus's unparalleled skill in conventional, that is, non-warp, technological innovation would have provided the physical infrastructure to integrate human engineering with the Emperor's arcane Webway projects, the various xenotech that the Emperor was relying on, and the technology that the Emperor made himself custom for the Golden Throne. With Ferrus Manus and Magnus being brought into the Webway project and told information about it to assist the Emperor, the Webway project could thus have been advanced significantly. Together, they might have designed a network more resistant to warp incursion and capable of perhaps continuing the project after the Emperor's death, thus reducing humanity's dependence on traditional warp travel in the manner that the Emperor was hoping to achieve. Perhaps Magnus would have been a good choice to work with Rabute Guilliman regarding imperial governance. Guilliman's administrative genius and ability to devise long-term strategic solutions would have paired well with Magnus's intellectual insight and grand vision for humanity's psychic evolution. That is to say, Guilliman's administrative genius for Ultramar never really included a position for psychers. He just sort of wrote in the margins, and then the Black Ships take away our psychers just like everywhere else in the Imperium. Magnus's emphasis on determining individual potential and intellectual enlightenment might have thus complemented Guilliman's structural focus, ensuring that the Imperium's systems for dealing with psychers could be made more efficient and humane, allowing for a greater benefit to the Imperium than just using psychers as firewood. Together, they might have been able to overhaul the Adeptus Astra Telepathica and develop a framework for unifying humanity's disparate worlds under a more rational system for taking care of their psychers, with room for cultural and psychic growth. I think the most likely outcome would be that Guilliman would figure out a way to deal with psychers on the planets before the Black Ships get there, and then the Black Ships make a stop at Prospero to drop off the most promising candidates before continuing on to Terra with everyone else. Magnus's involvement might have helped Guilliman to be more open to the role of psychic power in imperial governance, potentially creating a safer, more enlightened system for fostering psychers, rather than just viewing them as a disease to be tolerated. We know that Magnus among the Primarchs has something of a humanitarian streak, as we see from his opposition to his brothers, notably Kurz and Russ, occasionally going too far in killing civilians during the Great Crusade. Perhaps he might have worked well with Vulcan then. Vulcan's compassion and dedication to protecting humanity would align well with Magnus's vision for a Great Crusade with minimal civilian casualties and with a greater role for psychic advancement. Magnus's knowledge of psychic potential might have allowed them together to establish ways to improve the lives of Imperial citizens, especially on the fringes of the galaxy, where they can't just rely on the black ships to solve their psychic problems. Perhaps they might have worked together to spearhead projects combining Magnus's psychic diplomacy skills with Vulcan's compassion and view for human dignity in order to create a more sustainable and compassionate Imperium with a greater focus on the well-being of its citizens. We know that Magnus worked pretty well, honestly, with Perturabo during the Horus Heresy. Perturabo's genius for siege warfare and military architecture was complemented by Magnus's ability to use psychic wards and esoteric technologies. Magnus provided insights into warp-based threats, which Perturabo's legion had lacked prior to the heresy. In the heresy, this was more offensive, allowing Perturabo to overcome defenses in the Imperial Palace by using summoned daemons. But it would have worked quite well defensive also, allowing them to work together to make defenses that accounted for enemy psychic powers. They might have collaborated on creating psychically protected fortresses and warp-resistant bastions across the Imperium to help protect humanity from physical and immaterial threats. With Perturabo's skill with technology, it may also have been a good idea for Magnus and Perturabo to work together to improve the Astronomicon. Unfortunately, this is a long shot, because when the Emperor was still alive, it seems like nobody seriously considered the need for a lot of work to be put into the Astronomicon, because it was judged to be a solved matter. As long as the Emperor was alive, he took care of the Astronomicon personally, and no one else needed any alternative. It was only after he was severely wounded by Horus that they realized, oh no, we have to have an alternative. Perhaps Magnus and Jagatai Khan would have been good choices to work together regarding exploration and communication in the Imperium. Jagatai's expertise in exploration and navigation might have been amplified by Magnus's psychic knowledge, allowing them to work jointly to help reform and improve the navigators and the astropaths of the Imperium. Each of them shared a fascination with freedom and the limits of human potential, albeit from different perspectives, and Khan was more knowledgeable about the use of librarians within the Astartes legions than most of his brothers, perhaps allowing him to be more open to such a pairing. Together they might have developed new methods for rapid and safe interstellar travel, finding new navigator routes, and allowing for more resilient and effective interstellar communication through astropathic choirs. Thus, such collaboration might have been able to lead to safer, faster, and more reliable systems for galactic expansion, helping the Imperium to better use warp travel through improved navigator skills, and to have improved interstellar communications with more effective techniques for astropaths. Magnus and Horus would have been good choices to work together on Imperial diplomacy. Also perhaps Sanguinius, but let's just talk about Horus for the moment. Horus's charisma and understanding of human nature would have been greatly enhanced by Magnus's psychic insight and telepathic skill. The use of telepathic Thousand Sons psychers might have added depth to Horus's diplomatic efforts, using his abilities to forge stronger bonds between the Imperium and the scattered worlds being reclaimed during the Great Crusade. But beyond the Great Crusade, they might have together established an unified diplomatic corps for the Imperium, promoting peaceful compliance and mutual understanding, and reinforced by the use of well-taught and well-prepared psychers from Prospero, not necessarily Thousand Sons Marines. Thus, the partnership might have strengthened the Imperium's political cohesion and reduced the need for militaristic compliance campaigns. Each of these partnerships highlights a different facet of Magnus's potential within the Imperium. The Magnus-Ferris collaboration on the Webway project stands out as the most direct path to revolutionizing the Imperium's future, but other pairings might have led to a more sustainable, effective vision for the Imperium, using psychic knowledge and psychic institutions to improve existing institutions and practices. Together, Magnus's brilliance might have been paired and tempered by his brother's strengths to reshape the galaxy for the better. Now, stepping back a little bit, just to talk briefly about the relationship between the loyal Magnus and the Emperor. It was a deeply tragic relationship, which was a microcosm of the larger tragedy of the Emperor's inability to effectively bond with others. Magnus embodied aspects of the Emperor which were central to his identity, but also sources of deep ambivalence within the Emperor, notably the pursuit of forbidden knowledge and the use of psychic power. The Emperor was unable to balance pride in Magnus's brilliance with fear of Magnus's flaws, due to the Emperor's own inability to balance his own concerns about his own concerns or acknowledge his own flaws. This led to a relationship defined by missed opportunities for understanding or connection. Ultimately, the Emperor's grief at punishing Magnus, whether for disobedience or the use of sorcery at the Council of Nicaea, was profound, but it was muted by his own attempts to be detached and utilitarian in his worldview. This grief underscores the central tragedy of 40K, the failure of extraordinary individuals to form the emotional bonds necessary to prevent their own destruction. Okay, now that that's out of the way, on to discussion of traitor Magnus. Magnus fought the Space Wolves at the latter portion of the Battle of Prospero, dueling Leman Russ and being grievously injured by Russ. Ultimately, Magnus avoided his own death and avoided the outright extermination of his legion by turning entirely towards Tzeentch and using his psychic might to help the remainder of his legion retreat via the warp to their new homeworld of Sortiarius. In this time, during the great effort of retreat, dying from his wounds, Magnus's self and soul split into a number of fragments which were scattered across the galaxy. Orion of the Thousand Sons gathered several of the most powerful shards together to resurrect Magnus, in time for him to participate in latter battles of the Horus heresy. Notably, the Thousand Sons did not play a part in the Battle of Istvan V. Now, I would like to suggest that this gathering of fragments, even more than bringing Magnus to his service initially, was the big goal of Tzeentch. By having events unfold in this manner, Tzeentch ended up with a servant who only had those portions of himself which Tzeentch liked. Remember, Tzeentch is the master manipulator and architect of endless schemes. This act of shattering Magnus into fragments via a proxy, Russ, and reconstructing him into a being of Tzeentch's liking through another proxy, Orion, represents a uniquely horrifying form of corruption, turning not just a person's loyalty, but even their very identity into something malleable. Magnus's physical and psychic fragmentation during his duel with Russ
is a moment of vulnerability and also a literal and symbolic fracturing of his identity. Turning to Tzeentch and having his essence fractured as a result of his near death with Russ effectively stripped Magnus of his autonomy, ensuring that what remained would be shaped entirely by his new master. This shattering of Magnus can be seen as a symbolic fragmentation, the breaking of his humanity and the loss of facets of his personality that had once made him a loyal servant of the Emperor and ally of humanity. Each shard of Magnus, embodying a different aspect of his former self, made echoes of the champion he once was, and interacts quite interestingly with the idea of the Fisher King. Magnus being fragmented can be seen as perhaps a partial fragmentation of the Imperium, making it less able to coalesce and work as an unified organization. The resurrection of Magnus by Ahriman, guided by Tzeentch, was not an act of full restoration, but rather an act of transformation by gathering selective, specific shards of Magnus and not others. Tzeentch wanted Ahriman to create a version of Magnus that was incomplete, stripped of the facets of his personality that might resist Tzeentch's influence. This new Magnus was thus more aligned with Tzeentch's goals and less interested in his previous goals of uplifting humanity. This new traitor Magnus embodied ambition, intellect, and a hunger for power, without the tempering elements of loyalty or the small amount of humility he had. Tzeentch's modus operandi is not like that of Khorne. He does not want to dominate outright. He wants to manipulate, twist, and reshape. In Magnus's resurrection, Tzeentch thus achieved a servant who was not just loyal, but fundamentally redefined in accordance with Tzeentch's will. This is a deeper form of corruption than simple allegiance. It's the erasure of identity. Tzeentch did not want an autonomous Magnus to willingly serve him. He wanted from the start to manipulate Magnus's nature and choices through long-term scheming in order to result in a tool to serve him. He knew that Magnus was a flawed individual prone to doubt, self-reflection, arrogance, and rebellion. By shattering and reshaping him, he ensured that Magnus would no longer be a tool of divided loyalty and his own autonomy. Rather, he was in many ways now an avatar of Tzeentch's ideals, embodying unchecked ambition, boundless intellect, and a willingness to manipulate and deceive in pursuit of power, while similarly believing that he retains some degree of autonomy, while his puppet strings are held by Tzeentch, the architect of fate. This shattering and reshaping of Magnus is perhaps just behind Fulgrim in the tragedy of the fall, because it represents the complete erasure of the man that he once was, much like Fulgrim with his greater Daemon possessing him. The loyal Magnus, flawed but driven by a genuine desire to serve the Emperor and humanity, was effectively destroyed. He lost his connection to humanity, and what remains is a shadow of that man, consumed by bitterness and ambition. Magnus's transformation thus serves as a cautionary tale about the lure of easy solutions in desperate circumstances. His initial bargain with Tzeentch, attempting to save his legion, led to a later greater bargain with Tzeentch attempting to warn the Emperor, which led to a final bargain to save his legion against the Space Wolves, each step bringing him further under Tzeentch's control, and thus leading to the eventual complete corruption of both Magnus and the Thousand Sons. The Thousand Sons, then, on Sortiarius, were faced with a reconstructed Magnus, changed beyond recognition. He was no longer the Primarch his sons had known,
But those who remained loyal to the ideals of the old Magnus were forced to reconcile with the new corrupted version of their leader, lest they leave the Legion and become Black Shields, to briefly fight on the side of whoever they liked during the Horus Heresy before succumbing to the flesh change. Tzeentch's influence over Magnus thus ensured that the Thousand Sons became a tool of chaos, even as some within the Legion, notably Orion, sought to preserve their own goals and ambitions. Tzeentch's masterstroke of manipulation was to manipulate circumstances around Magnus's choices so that he always made the choice he felt to be right in desperate circumstances made in part by Tzeentch in order to lead him towards a situation where he could be molded at will by Tzeentch, thus emerging as a being fundamentally aligned with Tzeentch's ideals, stripped of the facets of his identity, displeasing to his master. Tzeentch's brand of corruption is to not turn someone's loyalty, but to turn the very essence of an individual into something malleable, controllable, and ultimately hollow, much like the rubric Marines. Magnus, once a seeker of knowledge and truth, became a servant of a being that thrives on lies, deception, and the ever-shifting sands of fate. A tragic condition for a consummate scholar who sought truth. Due to the Fisher King nature of Magnus relating to his legion, Tzeentch changing the nature of Magnus to better suit his needs parallels the later change of the Thousand Sons Legion. The patronage of Tzeentch and the exposure to the Eye of Terror caused a pandemic of the flesh change, pushing Azek Orion towards drastic action, culminating in the rubric of Orion. The rubric, spoiler alert, changed most of the Thousand Sons into mindless automata of dust animating their shell of power armor, erasing their identities as people and individuals. Those who remained, of course, were the sorcerers who were the most powerful and useful to Tzeentch. Thus, we can see a pattern continuing of Tzeentch arranging circumstances so that its servants are placed in desperate situations and make the only decision they feel they can, thus changing their servants' identities to thus leading its servants' identities to be changed to suit Tzeentch's inscrutable designs. Remember, Tzeentch's mode of corruption is to not turn someone's loyalties, but to fundamentally reshape who they are. The Thousand Sons were once brilliant scholars, intellectuals, and masters of psychic powers. Tzeentch arranged things so that they were transformed into something utterly unrecognizable, automata serving sorcerer overlords, puppets controlled by puppet masters, themselves bound to Tzeentch as the ultimate puppet master of the Legion. The rubric of Orion is perhaps the most tragic and emblematic example of how chaos corruption reshapes the slaves of chaos into horrible, tortured forms, unrecognizable to their original person. We can see Tzeentch setting up the eventual need for the rubric of Orion as far back as Magnus's original introduction to the Legion. He carefully gave out just enough power in his initial bargain with Magnus so that Magnus could temporarily suppress the flesh change through sorcery, only for it to resurge and come roaring back to create a desperate situation within the Legion, which would lead Orion to take drastic action because he thought it was necessary. That's how Tzeentch works. He sets up a desperate situation so that people feel like they don't have a choice, and then they do something that results in catastrophe and drives them closer to Tzeentch. Thus, Marines not powerful enough psychers were reduced to dust with their consciousness and individuality erased, aside for a continually tortured, drowning shadow, with the remaining sorcerers of the Thousand Sons gaining tremendous power, almost vampirically, from their erstwhile brothers and now slaves. Ahriman believed his intentions to be ostensibly noble, but the outcomes served Tzeentch's purposes perfectly, as though Ahriman had intended to do so. The Legion was reduced to a handful of sorcerers, powerful, ambitious, easily corrupted, and themselves held on puppet strings by Tzeentch by their reliance on sorcery, while the automata Rubricae became a mindless force entirely subordinate to Tzeentch's whims. Tzeentch's power, his corruption beginning with promises of freedom, power, and control, is used to ensnare victims, but the end result is a loss of autonomy, with Tzeentch's servants twisted into forms unrecognizable to them originally in order to better serve Tzeentch. People make decisions they feel are for the best in desperate circumstances, but because those circumstances were arranged by Tzeentch, there's just the illusion of choice, leading to predetermined outcomes. And this is only possible with the tragedy of hubris. Magnus and Ahriman were brilliant and powerful, but their belief in their own abilities blinded them to Tzeentch's manipulations. Much like how someone who's financially literate is more likely to fall for a get-rich-quick scheme. You at home, if you recognize your own limitations and you have humility, you can protect yourself from being twisted into a form unrecognizable to you by sin and circumstance. Corruption does not change the actions available to you. It makes you unable or unwilling to see the right action, ultimately resulting in your identity changing. The tragedy of falling lies not in the fall itself, but in the loss of who you were, and the replacement by a being who is a shadow of the best parts of what you once were. But you can always choose. You can always do better. You can always be better. All right, let's take a little step back. Perhaps we might take a moment to compare how Tzeentch manipulates and corrupts its servants with the other three Chaos gods and the general concept of Chaos Undivided. Nurgle, Khorne, and Slaanesh work up their chosen Primarchs and their various other non-Primarch servants, primarily by exaggerating existing portions of their identities, rather than attempting to completely reshape their identities wholesale, like with Tzeentch. Meanwhile, in 40k, Lorgar and Perturabo, who effectively align themselves with Chaos Undivided, had their identities substantially unchanged. Tzeentch's approach, meanwhile, is the most intrusive and insidious. It does not amplify existing traits so much as it remakes champions into tools which align with its nature. Magnus is the archetype, but not the only such example. With Tzeentch shattering Magnus's identity and reassembling him in a way that removes facets that might resist or oppose Tzeentch's will, being only the most visible example of this technique. This reshaping is how Tzeentch accomplishes ultimate domination of its servants, making them creations or recreations of Tzeentch. This emphasis on transformation aligns with its domain of change, manipulation, and deception, and as such, Tzeentch seems to take a malevolent joy in its hands-on approach to fundamentally altering its chosen. To put it another way, Tzeentch is quite happy that Magnus was originally unwilling. Meanwhile,
Grandfather Nurgle, the chaos god of decay, despair, and the acceptance of entropy, works primarily by amplifying traits associated with resignation. Mortarian's hatred of weakness and his obsession with overcoming death through hard work were twisted by Nurgle into a paradoxical acceptance of eternal decay and disease. Nurgle accelerated and exaggerated Mortarian's existing fatalism and distrust of authority by convincing him that the Emperor's promises of salvation were hollow and that only Nurgle could offer true strength. But in doing so, he led Mortarian to a place where he was under supreme authority of a god, unable to ever escape. Mortarian's fundamental personality, his grim resolve, hatred of oppression, and cold pragmatism, remained largely unchanged. Nurgle merely warped these traits into a hypocritical state to align with its own nature. Mortarian still sees himself as the same man, due to the insidious, subtle nature of this corruption, even as he became a plague-ridden servant of entropy, who openly dominates humans much as Nekare once dominated the humans of Barbarous. Khorne, the chaos god of bloodshed and martial prowess, works by amplifying rage, the desire for strength and vengeance, and a twisted vision of what honor is, in order to form martial pride into a leash. Angron's anger and despair and inability to find joy in anything except violence due to the intrusion of the butcher's nails were already central to his identity. The trauma of the butcher's nails and his failed rebellion on Nuceria were exploited by Khorne, offering him what he claimed to be freedom through unending violence. He didn't need or want to change Angron fundamentally. He merely turned Angron's existing fury into a purpose, replacing his despair with a sense of belonging as a champion of endless war, and replacing his martial pride with unending slaughter in a mindless, purposeless manner. Angron's core personality, his anger, hatred of oppression, and rejection of authority, were thus twisted until he himself was oppressed by Khorne and under the complete authority of Khorne, while Khorne's corruption simply removed the restraints that Angron had to fully embrace his rage. Slaanesh, the chaos god of excess, sensation, indulgence, and a false sense of perfection, works by amplifying desires for beauty, perfection, and self-aggrandizement. Fulgrim's obsession with perfection, especially martial perfection, but also aesthetic, and his pursuit of beauty were exaggerated to grotesque extremes, with Slaanesh feeding his vanity, making him believe that true perfection can only be achieved by embracing excess and indulgence. Fulgrim's transformation was gradual, as the daemon within the layer blade twisted his desire for self-improvement and artistic mastery into hedonism and a willingness to sacrifice everything for pleasure and pride. Fulgrim's core traits, his arrogance, his perfectionism, and his desire for admiration, were exaggerated rather than altered. Even when he was possessed by a greater daemon from the layer blade, he remained recognizably himself, with his ambitions redirected towards Slaanesh's ends. Remember, it was Fulgrim, not the daemon, who sought to use the power of Perturabo in a sorceress ritual to achieve some sort of twisted apotheosis. Meanwhile, Chaos Undivided seems to operate differently from the individual gods. rather than amplifying specific traits or reshaping identities. It simply reinforces the existing identity of its champions, which already align with chaos as a whole. We can see this in Horus before he goes to Molech, but let us talk about Lorgar and Perturabo specifically. Lorgar's devotion to the Emperor was easily redirected towards chaos after he was rejected. His need for faith and purpose was unchanged. Chaos simply gave him a new object of worship. His personality of piety, zealotry, and introspective meditation remained fundamentally the same, with chaos validating his beliefs rather than transforming them. He simply became crystallized in the worst form of himself, rather than being changed first. Meanwhile, Perturabo's bitterness, resentment, and pragmatism were already so deeply entrenched that it's questionable whether chaos could have changed them had it wanted to. Chaos Undivided did not need to change him. It simply provided him with the validation and power that he felt the Emperor denied him. His identity as a brilliant, embittered siege master remained intact, and chaos gave him the freedom to pursue his ambitions without restraint. The unique horror of Tzeentch, compared to these other specific gods and compared with Chaos Undivided, lies in Tzeentch's interest to break down and rebuild its champions, to remove unwanted facets of their identity, to create servants entirely dependent on Tzeentch. Other gods seek out beings they might be able to coerce or connect with to find loyal servants, making their champions' transformations more subtle, and Chaos Undivided relying on existing alignment with its champions' pre-existing personalities, making it a more validating and less intrusive form of corruption. Tzeentch does not want loyal servants. It wants unwilling servants that it forces to be willing and loyal by changing their natures. Tzeentch finds a malevolent glee in that. All right, time to discuss the actions of Magnus and the Thousand Sons during the Horus Heresy. Following the destruction of Prospero and their retreat into the Eye of Terror to Sortiarius, the Thousand Sons took quite a bit of time to regroup, adjust, and seek out shards of Magnus to resurrect him. Thus, they did not take place in the early stages of the Horus Heresy, notably Istvan V, or the Thramas Crusade, or when Horus sent Angron and Lorgar against the Ultramarines. Instead, the next time we see the Thousand Sons in canon, if I remember correctly, there's like 40 books, is with Magnus at the Siege of Terra. Let's discuss their actions there. First, Magnus advises Horus and the sorcerers of the various traitor legions regarding how to summon daemons on Terra despite the Emperor's psychic wards. Sure, somebody else may have eventually figured out how to do that, but the use of daemons as a force multiplier was an important part of the Siege of Terra, so starting early because of Magnus was important. For reasons of continuity, I'm going to move these boxes while I'm on camera. Anyway, Magnus's guidance to Horus and the various sorcerers of the other traitor legions was instrumental in allowing them to use daemons early in the Siege of Terra, bypassing the Emperor's psychic wards. This was an enormous edge, compensating for the numerical disadvantage they had compared to the various forces arrayed at the Imperial Palace, even though the Loyalists only had 3 legions present. You always need substantial advantage in the attack, especially against a fortified position, plus the Loyalists had enormous forces in the Imperial army. Now, of course, the summoning of daemons also helps to undermine the morale of the Loyalists, forcing them to face not only their traitor brothers, but also the horrors of the fate of the warp made manifest. Now, Magnus's willingness to advise Horus in this way, and of course to participate in the fighting himself, demonstrates his descent into chaos. First,
He had resentment towards the emperor, having been cast out and sanctioned. The act of aiding Horus in bypassing the emperor's defenses was deeply symbolic, an expression of Magnus's rejection of his former father and mentor. Now, despite the clear and obvious horror of summoning daemons, this new, partially remade Magnus, we discussed the shards and stuff, justified his actions by seeing himself as the only one capable of wielding such power effectively. He rationalized his actions through his hubris, believing that without his guidance, the traitors would misuse or fail to effectively use sorcery, and thus risk complete failure. We can see then the Horus being advised by Magnus at this point was being advised by some of the more bitter and destructive fragments of Magnus's soul, devoid of the restraint and compassion he once possessed. Magnus participated in a few actions here and there during the heresy, and had some minor interactions with other traitor Primarchs, most of which need not concern us. Feel free to look in the books. There's various things where Magnus got into a fight and he aura farms, and it's great. One portion which we should look at is Magnus's infiltration into the Imperial Palace in search of another of the shards of his identity. He did not find the shard, which had already been found and secreted away by Malcador. Malcador seemed to have predicted that Magnus would go looking for it, as Magnus found Malcador in the Imperial dungeons waiting for him. At this time, both Malcador and the Emperor made overtures for Magnus to turn back to the Loyalist side. The Emperor shows a vision of what the Imperium could look like following the hypothetical success of the Webway project, with Magnus in a state of perpetual, blissful astral projection atop the Golden Throne. The Emperor specifically offers him leadership of what would become the Grey Knights, but said that the Thousand Sons could not be saved because of the flesh change epidemic. They'd fallen too far into Tzeentch. Magnus refuses and says that he's refusing because of his loyalty to his remaining sons. But even though Magnus refused, the offer is still important and we should look at it. This is an incredible move by the Emperor. Unbelievable in light of Magnus's excessive chaos corruption by this point in the heresy. And, of course, Magnus's incomplete soul due to missing shards. In fact, it's so unbelievable that I don't believe it. Let's consider three main options here. First, the Emperor is serious, and he's honestly offering. The Emperor was not averse to using loyal members of the traitor legions for his own purposes, notably recruitment into the Grey Knights or the founding of the Inquisition from those who had earlier fled on the Eisenstein. Magnus would have been the first, maybe only one, who had already embraced chaos, who would be offered a chance at redemption and forgiveness. The second option is that the Emperor is lying to Magnus in order to remove the Thousand Sons from the playing field. If he was lying about the possibility of redemption in order to get Magnus to do what he wanted, then, if Magnus had taken the Emperor up on the offer, the Thousand Sons would have been purged. They would have died from the flesh change. This means that the Emperor would have obtained a huge tactical advantage in the Horus heresy, and he would have achieved it through diplomacy and trickery of Magnus. This would be a particularly delicious success for the Emperor, given Tzeentch's specialty in trickery. Remember, the Emperor believed himself to have gotten the better of the Chaos Gods at Molech, and had a prideful streak. Once the Thousand Sons were dead, Magnus would have been vulnerable to being killed or imprisoned by Magnus. The third opportunity is that the Emperor was setting a trap for Magnus. The Emperor could have planned to have the Golden Throne take power from Magnus parasitically, entrapping him, rather than having Magnus actually have any agency of his own. Each of these three options are plausible, and they're not all mutually exclusive. Let's take a look. Okay, so if the Emperor is serious, if the Emperor genuinely sought to redeem Magnus, seeing him not as irredeemably lost, but as a son whose incredible psychic potential and previous loyalty could still be turned to good use. The Emperor has shown before that he is willing to set aside personal feelings for practical outcomes sometimes. Magnus's psychic power was second only to that of the Emperor, so perhaps the Emperor may have decided that his capabilities outweighed his corruption. The Emperor's use of loyalist members from the traitor legions, notably the survivors from the Eisenstein, and the recruitment of traitor Genstock for the Grey Knights, demonstrates his willingness to repurpose those, even those who had faced chaos. But it would be going farther than precedent to forgive and redeem someone who had already fallen to chaos. But if successful, redeeming Magnus could have served as a powerful symbol to the Imperium, showing that even those who had fallen could return to the Emperor's light and return to Imperial service. This would be a direct counter to Chaos's narrative of inevitable damnation. However, this option is unlikely for a few reasons. By this point in the heresy, Magnus was corrupted. He was deeply entwined with Tzeentch, mentally and spiritually, and his soul was not intact. It was missing shards. The Emperor, the most knowledgeable figure on Chaos on the Loyalist side, recognized this and understood that Magnus could no longer be trusted. This is why the Emperor had repurposed Loyalist members of traitor legions before, but in the 7-year history of the Horus Heresy, the Loyalist side had never shown any inclination to forgive those already bound to Chaos, and the Emperor had never given instructions to try to do that. Magnus's corruption and the danger he had already put to the Webway project would have made such forgiveness an extreme outlier. And of course, if the Emperor truly believed that the Thousand Sons could not be saved, then Magnus's loyalty to them would remain an insurmountable barrier. Okay, second option. If the Emperor is lying in order to remove the Thousand Sons as an effective military force, then the Emperor's offer is a calculated ruse to try to manipulate Magnus into a course of action that would purge the Thousand Sons through the absence of Magnus. Magnus would not even need to do anything affirmatively. Just the removal of Magnus from their support would make them immediately revert to the flesh change. This could be true. The Emperor had a history of ruthlessness, using manipulation and deception to achieve his goals, notably in the founding of the relationship with the Mechanicum, the Treaty of Olympus. It would be entirely in character for him to lie to Magnus if it served the greater good. Offering Magnus leadership of the Grey Knights, a force of psychic space marines dedicated to fighting the warp, was preying on Magnus's emotional vulnerability, his lingering desire to protect humanity, and his inner conflict over his fall to chaos. And of course, this option, had Magnus fallen to this trick, would have been quite effective. It would have been a catastrophic setback for chaos at a critical juncture. Now, the Emperor knew that Magnus's devotion to the Thousand Sons was so great that it would be vastly unlikely for Magnus to ever betray them, even for his own personal redemption. So it's tough to say how much the Emperor would have made this offer, knowing it would be so unlikely for Magnus to take it. But then again, you're not risking anything by putting the offer out there. If he turns you down, then he turns you down. Similarly, the third option, which goes along quite nicely with the second option, the Emperor could have been setting a trap for Magnus, trying to neutralize Magnus as a threat by binding him to the Golden Throne as a kind of battery, being parasitized by the Golden Throne. That is to say, in the vision he showed to Magnus, Magnus was powering the Golden Throne willingly and happily. Rather, the Emperor may have intended to siphon his power while keeping him imprisoned. Despite his intellect, Magnus's arrogance and hubris had led him into traps before. Thus, perhaps the Emperor was relying on Magnus's tendency to overestimate his own understanding of the situation. And Magnus was the one who had broken the Webway Project's wards in the first place, imprisoning Magnus on the Golden Throne to power those same wards would have been a poetic and pragmatic punishment, turning his power against chaos and ensuring that Magnus could no longer act independently. Now, this has some problems with the plan, though, that make it perhaps an unlikely interpretation. The Golden Throne is an immensely powerful piece of technology, but the Emperor did not fully understand it, and thus it's unclear whether it could have sustained a relationship with Magnus powering it without Magnus's cooperation, especially given Magnus's active resistance and potential interference from Tzeentch. And then, of course, given his distrust of the Emperor at this stage in the war, it is unlikely that Magnus would have willingly gone along with a plan unless he was absolutely sure that the Golden Throne worked like the Emperor said it did. Overall, though, the Emperor's offer to Magnus at this stage of heresy is deeply ambiguous. Each of these three possibilities has merit, as do various permutations of different pieces of each of them mixing together. My suggestion is that given Magnus's state of corruption and the Emperor's history of ruthless pragmatism, it seems most likely that the offer was a combination of a deceptive promise intended to neutralize the Thousand Sons as a threat and to imprison Magnus to neutralize his threat, though whether he could have actually gotten any power out of Magnus like a psychic battery is unknowable. Now, the Emperor has shown himself to have strong emotions for the Primarchs in canon, notably his sadness when reminiscing about ordering the deaths of the forgotten 2nd and 11th Primarchs. We can also see his unwillingness to lead the Istvan V action himself as potentially being evidence that he cared for the traitor Primarchs too deeply to kill them himself, though it's also likely that he just couldn't step away from the Terran Webway fragment at the moment because he was fighting demons. It may be possible that he really did think that he could redeem Magnus despite all of the evidence against it, because his emotions may have been leading him to have motivated reasoning. However, Malcador explicitly never cared about any of the Primarchs, and Malcador had explicitly belligerent relationships with most of the Primarchs. Even if the Emperor really was serious about offering redemption to Magnus, I feel it likely that Malcador was intending to just remove the Thousand Sons and Magnus from the game board. Magnus's role as an advisor is not as a redeemer or savior. By the Siege of Terra, the Emperor's grand plan was in shambles and his forces were dwindling. Perhaps the Emperor clung to the idea of redeeming Magnus as a desperate attempt to regain something from the wreckage of his vision. But at the same time, Malcador saw Magnus as an unacceptable liability. Malcador was focused on minimizing the threat that the traitors posed, and in this instance it meant feigning diplomacy to try to lure Magnus into a trap. Now, it seems obvious to me that the Emperor must have been at least somewhat honest about his intentions to redeem Magnus, even if he thought it was unlikely. Because if he was just lying to Magnus to try to trick him, why not try to use Magnus's attachment to the Thousand Sons as a vulnerability to exploit? He could have told Magnus, hey, we're going to fix the flesh change together, and then you don't need Tzeentch. No. He didn't do that. He said outright, the Thousand Sons have got to go, man. which only makes any sense if he was trying to be honest. We can see here contrasting goals between the Emperor and Malcador. The Emperor's focus was on the long game. His offer to Magnus was aimed at salvaging the Webway project and bolstering the Imperium's psychic defenses. In this context, redeeming Magnus and repurposing Magnus as a weapon against chaos seemed worth the risk, whereas Malcador's focus was on the immediate threat. There were traitors at the gates of the Imperial Palace. Malcador's priority was on neutralizing Magnus and the Thousand Sons as a threat to the Imperium before they could successfully breach the defenses en masse. If Magnus could be tricked into submission or eliminated entirely through diplomacy, perhaps that may have been a way to stabilize the Imperium's crumbling defenses. Ultimately, this divergence between the Emperor's hope and Magnus's loyalty and Malcador's pragmatism add another layer of tragedy to Magnus's fall, as even the offer of redemption the Emperor made to him may have been tainted by ulterior motives within the Imperium itself. Okay, canon is a little iffy on whether the rubric of Ahriman was performed before the Siege of Terra or afterwards. Throughout the Horus Heresy, a portion of the Thousand Sons Legion, the Fifth Fellowship, fought on the Loyalist side as legionless so-called Black Shields, which seems like it would not have been possible if the rubric had already turned the bulk of the Thousand Sons Legion into mindless automata. I take this as canonical evidence that the rubric was cast after the Thousand Sons retreated to the Eye of Terror during the Scouring following the Horus Heresy. If this is the case, then Magnus's action may not have been necessary to remove the Thousand Sons as an effective fighting force in the Siege of Terra. Rather, as we mentioned before, his absence, his inaction, may have been sufficient to allow the flesh change to run rampant through the ranks of the Thousand Sons. This may help to explain the Emperor, or more likely Malcador, making overtures to Magnus, as even a temporary success would have drastically harmed the Thousand Sons and helped the Loyalist cause. The flesh change, remember, was a kind of time bomb ticking away within the Thousand Sons Legion. Though, interestingly, it does imply that the flesh change was either less effective against the Fifth Fellowship because perhaps they weren't directly corrupted by chaos, or maybe they have even made a different relationship with their use of psychic powers than did the bulk of the Thousand Sons Legion, or it means that whatever psychic treatment that Magnus was using helped to protect his entire legion, even those who weren't directly following his orders. Hard to know. Now, even without the rubric, Magnus's presence at the Siege of Terra was crucial to maintaining the Thousand Sons' strength and cohesion, and his advice on Daemon summoning and his personal psychic might made the Legion far more dangerous than they may have been without him. However, his internal struggles and his eventual withdrawal into the Eye of Terror following defeats like his battles with Vulcan indicate that even then the Thousand Sons were on borrowed time before they'd need to do something desperate to try to deal with the flesh change. Now, after Magnus fought Vulcan a couple of times during the Siege of Terra and was defeated and driven off, the Thousand Sons Legion fractured into war bands and took a much reduced place in the Siege of Terra, ultimately withdrawing alongside the other traitors following the death of Horus and retreating to the Eye of Terror during the Scouring. We can see this as analogous to the Emperor's Children Legion fracturing after the Saturnine Wall battle, or the Iron Warriors Legion fracturing after the Iron Cage campaign, or the Sons of Horus fracturing after the death of Horus, or the Night Lords fracturing after the death of Kurz, or the World Eaters fracturing after the Battle of Scalathrax. As we have previously mentioned, it is in the nature of chaos to fall apart, so this is no surprise. This underscores the central theme of chaos as an inherently dividing and corrupting force, incapable of sustaining unity for long. This pattern of dissolution among the traitor legions reflect the inherent instability of serving chaos, where the personal ambitions, flaws, and corruption of its followers ultimately prevent cohesion. For the Thousand Sons, their disintegration into warbands is particularly poignant because of Magnus's nature as a leader and the values he once held. Magnus valued knowledge, unity, and intellectual mastery. His legion mirrored this, structured around the organized cults of Prospero, bound together by their shared identity as scholars and psychers. The scattering of the legion into war bands represents a total inversion of their original ethos, a loss of purpose, thus emphasizing the tragedy of their fall. There are a number of other events during the Siege of Terra involving Magnus which are generally of limited thematic importance. However, let us not be too hasty. Magnus's role during the Siege of Terra offers rich ground for thematic exploration, even if some events may initially appear of limited importance. So before moving on, here are some additional points that could merit consideration. Magnus and Vulcan clashed several times during the siege, often representing opposing forces of chaos and loyalty, sorcery and faith, pride and humility. Vulcan's unyielding resilience, emotional depth, and his refusal to bend to despair stood in stark contrast to Magnus's fragmentation, hubris, and increasing submission to Tzeentch. So, perhaps, did Magnus see Vulcan as the recipient of the fatherly love and loyalty that Magnus himself desired from the Emperor but never received? Did his repeated failures against Vulcan thus deepen his bitterness? Did he ever have introspection as a result? Vulcan's refusal to die, or perhaps even inability to die as a perpetual, despite overwhelming odds, might have served as a living rebuke to Magnus, whose fragmentary nature reflects a loss of wholeness and resilience. How did this affect Magnus's psyche? Now, Magnus played an unique role among the traitors during the siege as a master of sorcery and a provider of critical insight into the Emperor's psychic defenses. He was not as important to the overall strategy as was Perturabo, but he played a complementary role. How did the other traitor Primarchs, especially Perturabo, view Magnus's contributions? Did they accurately see him as an indispensably important ally, or did Magnus's arrogance and perceived unreliability alienate him from them, even within their own ranks? Did Magnus harbor resentment towards the other traitors for failing to respect his intellect and power, as he had some misgivings towards his brothers during the Great Crusade? Or did he seek to prove his worth through his contributions, regardless of how they felt? The Thousand Sons' sorcery and demonic allies created terror and devastation among the civilians of Terra. Magnus, who once saw himself as a protector and benefactor of humanity, was now complicit in their suffering. Did Magnus feel any remorse or conflict about the role he played in the suffering of ordinary people during the siege? How did the destruction wrought by the traitor forces reflect or magnify Magnus's own internal state of fragmentation and despair? Throughout the events of the heresy, as War Master, Horus had a complex relationship with his brothers. Magnus may have been particularly ambivalent about Horus, given the role that Horus had earlier played in the destruction of Prospero by manipulation of Leman Russ. Did Magnus ever express anger towards Horus for the events that led to the fall of Prospero? Was Magnus fully committed to Horus's rebellion, or did he see himself as acting primarily in the interest of his sons, using the rebellion as a means to an end, to kill the Emperor, in order to protect the Thousand Sons? Though the Thousand Sons participated in the Horus heresy, their contributions were less prominent sometimes compared to, notably, the Sons of Horus, Death Guard, and earlier than the siege, the Word Bearers. Not during the siege. The Word Bearers were mostly not present. Was Magnus deliberately holding back his legion, perhaps due to lingering doubts about the rebellion? Or was it more a matter of there having relatively few Marines who thus could not be everywhere at once? How important is it thematically that Magnus himself was not present aboard the Vengeful Spirit, Horus's flagship, to fight against the Custodes when the Emperor boarded in the final day of the Horus heresy? What was Magnus's emotional state during the siege of Terra? He'd already experienced the destruction of Prospero, the betrayal by the Emperor, and the loss of his own soul's integrity. The siege of Terra thus represented a desperate chapter in his fall. Was Magnus driven more by loyalty to his sons, hatred of the Emperor, or despair at his own failures? Did Magnus hold any lingering hope for redemption at this point, or had he fully embraced his role as a servant of Tzeentch, and he was a true believer? Exploring any of these points could provide further insight into the character of Magnus and the thematic weight of his role in the heresy. If any of these threads seem worth pursuing to you, please talk about it in the comments and then go make your own video. After the rubric of Ahriman was cast, Magnus was appalled and enraged at the outcome for his sons, and he treated Ahriman and the other sorcerers who were involved as enemies. Tzeentch prevented Magnus from killing Ahriman outright, preferring to have Ahriman as a wandering exile. Perhaps we might see this as an effort by Tzeentch to hedge his bets, or prevent Magnus from gaining too much power by having a counterbalance. After all, as the Chaos God of Change, Tzeentch must necessarily work counter to its own nature as an ever-changing being when it comes to keeping certain aspects of its existence static and unchanging. Notably, its continued existence and its possession of greater power than its servants. Thus, preventing individual servants from gaining too much power is an eternal labor of Tzeentch. The rubric of Ahriman itself can be seen as a microcosm of Tzeentch's nature, by embodying both change and stasis. The rubric froze the majority of the Thousand Sons in a state of unchanging servitude, reducing them to automata. This permanence is antithetical to Tzeentch's core aspect of constant change, making it an ironic outcome for a god of transformation. But the rubric also sowed new seeds of further chaos. Magnus's rage, Ahriman's exile, and the fracturing of the Thousand Sons into war bands. This ensures continued instability and opportunities for Tzeentch to further manipulate events. Thus, the aftermath of the rubric highlights the intricate and self-serving nature of Tzeentch. By preserving Ahriman as a counterbalance, Tzeentch maintains a balance of power within the Thousand Sons, ensuring that neither Magnus nor Ahriman can fully dominate, thus serving as a microcosm of Tzeentch's broader struggle to reconcile its nature as the god of change with its need to perpetuate its own existence and massive power. After the Horus heresy, Magnus spent quite a great deal of effort, actually, working against the Space Wolves. Let's discuss some of that. Magnus was initially concerned with a plan by Leman Russ to encircle the Eye of Terror with successor chapters of the Space Wolves. Leman Russ, never a grand architect or administrator, went missing before putting any substantial effort towards this plan. This left his chapter vulnerable, and any successor chapters doubly so. The Space Wolves' attempt to form a successor chapter during the second founding, the Wolf Brothers, went poorly. They put quite a large amount of effort and resources into it, but in an older canon source, Magnus and the Thousand Sons sorcerers used their sorcery against the Wolf Brothers in a number of different ways. Also, sorcery against their new home planet, but whatever. Ultimately resulting in sufficient problems with the Wolfen that the Inquisition shut the whole effort down. Efforts to then gene forge the Wolfen out of the Space Wolves were ongoing for a while, until ultimately substantial progress was made by the skilled Hraldir of the Space Wolves. Magnus then tricked the bulk of the Space Wolves chapter away from Fenris in order to launch a surprise attack, the Battle of the Fang. During this attack, Magnus was successful at killing this greatest geneticist of the Space Wolves, and also destroying his gene laboratories, genetic engineering equipment, and much of the gene seed stockpile of the Space Wolves, including all of the Wolfen-free strain. Thus, the Space Wolves would not gain any successor chapters until the Ultima founding in the Indomitus Crusade. And in that, the Primaris Marines of the Ultima founding still had the Wolfen flaw. Thus, we can see Magnus's actions targeting the long-term plans of the Space Wolves are symbolic of his long-standing hatred for Leman Russ, his desire to inflict lasting damage on Russ's legacy, because he's trying to mirror the destruction that Magnus feels was inflicted on his own legion. Magnus's vendetta against the Space Wolves, his obsession, is rooted in personal history from the battle, you would say, betrayal at Prospero. He views the Space Wolves as the executioners of the Emperor's unjust punishment against the Thousand Sons. Leman Russ's willingness to destroy Prospero cemented his hatred of them. We can see this as something of a contrasting ideals between the legions, with the Thousand Sons valuing intellectual pursuit and psychic power, being fundamentally opposed in philosophy to the Space Wolves, who distrusted psychic power, though we talked about their hypocrisy before, and clung to their primal instincts. Magnus's offer of capitulation after the Webway disaster, which might have saved his legion from extinction and prevented Magnus from falling all the way to Tzeentch, was turned into an opportunity to try to annihilate the Thousand Sons by Russ. This rejection of mercy or surrender solidified Magnus's hatred for Russ and his sons. By interfering with the Wolf Brothers chapter, Magnus aimed to prevent the Space Wolves from building a legacy that could outlast his original chapter. By ensuring that the Wolfen would never be rid of, Magnus could make sure that the Space Wolves never rose above their station. And it's notable that the Battle of the Fang was one of Magnus's most significant post-heresy campaigns, using strategic planning, trickery to isolate the Fenris for a surgical strike, showing Magnus's own strategic growth. And then, of course, the destruction of the Space Wolves' genetic resources, the most important thing available to them. Yes, it is true that they failed to outright destroy Fenris or completely destroy the Space Wolves, but that does not mean that their plan was a complete failure. Magnus's choice to target their future represented a symbolic erasure of the Space Wolves' potential. Magnus's attacks on the Space Wolves represent the danger of unchecked hatred, with his fixation on Russ consuming much of his energy post-heresy, perhaps preventing him from achieving other objectives. Thematically, Magnus's actions mirror Leman Russ's own campaign against Prospero. The cycle of vengeance highlights the futility of their rivalry. There are some questions moving forward. Could Magnus have achieved more for Chaos and Tzeentch if he had let go of his obsession with the Space Wolves and focused on other objectives? What might the Space Wolves' legacy have looked like if Magnus had not intervened against the Wolf Brothers and Hraldir's genetic work? Does the ongoing conflict between Magnus and the Space Wolves serve the interests of Tzeentch, or is it a personal grudge that weakens Magnus's position as a Daemon Primarch? Now, the second great effort by Magnus against the Space Wolves was certainly just a personal grudge. He went through efforts to steal the Spear of Russ, tried to use it in a sorcerer's ritual against the Space Wolves, and was thwarted. The third great effort by Magnus against the Space Wolves was to serve a greater purpose. He engineered infection of a world in the Fenris system by the Death Guard, and used a sorceress ritual powered by the exterminatus of that world, by the Imperium, to transport his home base from the Eye of Terror into the Prospero system, thereby opening a new warp rift there and gaining easier access to real space from which to launch further attacks. This was more of a long-term thinking plan, which actually advanced some sort of overarching goals. The three great efforts of Magnus against the Space Wolves here reveal distinct aspects of his post-heresy character and priorities. And most importantly, we can see his changing and improving strategic thinking, as well as the interplay between personal vendettas and broader goals under the influence of Tzeentch. The theft of the Spear of Russ was a deeply personal act, emblematic of Magnus's obsession with avenging what he saw as humiliation at the hands of Russ. The spear itself was a symbol of Russ's victory over Magnus during the burning of Prospero, making it a perfect target for his vendetta. This effort, while dramatic, served no strategic purpose for the forces of chaos. It was pure spite and revenge, demonstrating the lingering emotional wounds that Magnus carried from his mortal life. This ritual highlights the fundamental flaw in Magnus's post-heresy existence, the inability of him to focus his great power towards useful plans. We can see that even in his daemonhood, Magnus remains deeply human in his emotional vulnerabilities, notably his fixation on revenge. Now, the aforementioned third effort, opening a warp rift in the Prospero system, had strategic importance. It was fuel for a ritual. He demonstrated an interesting capacity for long-term strategic planning, and the ability to use the actions of the servants of another chaos god to advance his own plan. The success of this plan provided the Thousand Sons with easier access to real space and symbolically reclaimed some of the territory lost to the Thousand Sons during the burning of Prospero. It is very interesting that Magnus by this point had grown and changed enough that he was now willing to work with other Chaos-aligned forces when it served his goals. The involvement of the Death Guard suggests a level of coordination that is not often evident among the forces of Chaos, which often undermine one another. Remember, Tzeentch and Nurgle are rival deities and often enemies. This effort aligned more closely with Tzeentch's broader agenda of destabilizing the Imperium. That is, unlike trying to steal the Spear of Russ, this plan served a higher purpose beyond Magnus's personal vendettas. This was a rare moment of focus and effectiveness in his post-heresy character. By comparing them, we can see Magnus's lingering humanity, allowing him a difficulty in letting go of old grudges. His obsession with his old enemy, Russ, continues to define much of his post-heresy actions. But later efforts demonstrate that Magnus is capable of improving his capacity for strategic thinking and meaningful, overarching contributions to broader goals. This trend continues into modern-day 40k canon. After Guilliman returns from stasis, Magnus really flexes himself to his limit. He sets a quite effective naval trap for Guilliman's fleet. Notably, Magnus may have always been the most effective naval tactician among the Primarchs. Anyway, he sets the trap. It's set up in such a way as to do some damage and offer a seeming escape route, which just then leads to a second naval ambush, ultimately forcing Guilliman to retreat into the Webway with his Craft World Eldar allies, with the goal of hounding Guilliman through the Webway to the section of Webway connected to the Imperial Palace, so that the Custodes would then lower the wards to let Guilliman through, all so that Magnus could infiltrate the Imperial Palace again. In order to pull off this plan, Magnus had to set aside old grudges with Orion, convince Orion to work together with him, convince a powerful greater Daemon of Tzeentch to cooperate with him, and gather a variety of disparate Thousand Sons warbands together under his leadership as an unified force. Looking at this shows that the trajectory established between the second and third great efforts against the Space Wolves was not a fluke. Magnus has been changing and growing more devious and improving his craft and becoming more thoughtful over the millennia. He's the only traitor Primarch to grow and change. We can see a level of cunning, deviousness, and long-term planning which was absent in his earlier, more impulsive and emotional acts. Magnus doesn't just use brash emotional outbursts, he thinks several steps ahead. The complexity of this plan shows that he is actively working to outsmart his enemies. His ability to work with other people continues to be evidence of his growth in emotional maturity, setting aside differences with others and being able to convince them to work with him, bring together different factors under a common banner. Figures like Angron and Mortarion remain stuck in their emotional and ideological limitations. But Magnus is evolving and adapting. We can see him surpassing his former peers in terms of strategic depth. I would like to note very specifically, this is the reason why Abaddon has not allowed himself to become a Daemon Prince. He wants to remain mortal so that he can continue to grow and change. Where once Magnus sought to manipulate reality through sheer psychic force, he now recognizes the value of subtlety, alliances, and deception. His role as a servant of Tzeentch becomes more fitting as he himself undergoes profound changes. Magnus is evolving, changing, and adapting over time, becoming something beyond the Primarch he once was, adapting to the shifting landscape of the Imperium and the powers that now control him. Magnus's path to chaos was filled with mistakes and personal failings. Magnus now, as a Daemon Primarch, stands out as a figure who ultimately grows and adapts to the nature of chaos. All right, now before we finish up with Magnus, let us look once again at Magnus as Fisher King. What imperial institutions are closely linked with him? Including, but not limited to, the Broken Webway Project and Golden Throne. And what failings of the post-heresy Imperium can be linked thematically with his fall? Well, the first and obvious one is the Broken Webway Project and the Golden Throne. It was the Emperor's effort to remove humanity's dependence on the warp. Yes, Magnus was literally responsible for the destruction of the Terran Webway Project, but also thematically, Magnus's fall meant that the Imperium no longer had a symbolic, overarching psychic vision. Instead, it's a patchwork solution. And this condemns the Emperor to an eternal, agonizing existence as the Imperium's linchpin, the only being who can operate the Golden Throne. The Emperor powers the Astronomicon. He protects Terra from being overrun with daemons. The Imperium is utterly dependent on the Golden Throne. But because it's so dependent on navigator warp-based travel, it's also inherently entwined with chaos and its corrupting influence. Now, humanity's psychic potential, which Magnus saw as a source of enlightenment, is suppressed and exploited, shoveling them into the Golden Throne like firewood to maintain a crumbling status quo. And the Emperor's original vision of independence and enlightenment is frozen, much like the Emperor himself, in an eternal stasis of tortured existence. The Astronomicon's light is powered by the sacrifice of thousands of psychers daily. This grim institution is a direct reflection of the potential that Magnus saw in psychic power and its subsequent perversion by the Imperium. Magnus dreamed of a psychic awakening in which psychers would lead humanity into enlightenment, but instead the Imperium enslaves them to preserve its empire. The Astronomicon represents humanity's inability to transcend its dependence on the warp for mundane travel, contrary to Magnus's original aspirations for psychic mastery, using the warp to elevate humanity. The systematic sacrifice of psychers shows us that as Magnus's hopeful intellectual figure is missing, the Fisher King effect leads to dehumanization and fatalism, where the Imperium cannibalizes parts of itself. And just as we talk about the sacrifice of psychers at the Golden Throne and the Astronomicon, so we must discuss the black ships of the Inquisition. Well, okay, there's black ships of the Inquisition, and there's black ships of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, and it's a little iffy in canon about whether those are two different organizations or whether they're the same thing. And also the Inquisition rides aboard black ships of the Astra Telepathica pretty often, so whatever. We're just lumping them all together. Overall, the black ships represent humanity's persecution of psychers in an inversion of Magnus's ideals. Magnus believed psychic potential to be humanity's future, but instead the Imperium hunts, enslaves, and executes psychers to keep them from becoming liabilities, because it does not know how to make them into anything except liabilities. Psychers could have been humanity's greatest strength, but they are instead reduced to tools and threats, ensuring that their fear and ignorance dominate the Imperium's policy on psychic evolution. The brutal methods of the black ships reinforce a culture of paranoia and repression, stifling any growth which could have been nurtured, because the nurturing figure of Magnus is no longer present. Now, we talked briefly about the connection of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica to the black ships, but more broadly, the Imperium's psychic infrastructure, including the training of sanctioned psychers and astropaths, reflects a twisted echo of Magnus's vision. Rather than fostering psychic enlightenment, the Adeptus Astra Telepathica produces psychers as expendable resources in one wing, astropaths just meant to keep the Imperium going, sanctioned psychers to occasionally be of some limited use, while at the same time, on the other side of things, the Sisters of Silence have been subsumed into the Adeptus Astra Telepathica. That is to say, the Imperium's foremost psychic organization has as roughly half of its power anti-psychic nulls. Thus, without the Fisher King figure of Magnus to sustain the Imperium, psychers are turned into tools of war, stripped of individuality and potential for higher growth, and used as mere tools of communication, like a phone. And on the other end, the Sisters of Silence reflect the Imperium's fear of change or its willingness to exploit psychic power without embracing it. Overall, the fate of psychers within the Imperium, and the fate of an Imperium which needs psychers but refuses to give them any sort of agency, reflects the broader tragedy of the Primarchs and the Imperium, potential squandered, hopes dashed, and humanity's brightest lights dimmed by betrayal. Overall, we can see Magnus's obsession with knowledge and his desire to share it to elevate humanity becomes a thematic failing of the post-heresy Imperium linked to Magnus's fall as a Fisher King character, into being instead the suppression of knowledge and enlightenment. The Imperium has doubled down and tripled down on ignorance, destroying what it could not control and elevating ignorance to a religious ideal. The persecution of knowledge and the suppression of progress in the name of stability reflect Magnus's fall writ large. Magnus's fall and betrayal by the Emperor and betrayal of the Emperor reflects the broader theme of the Emperor's failure to nurture the emotional needs of his sons. The mistrust and miscommunication between Magnus and the Emperor mirror the Imperium's inability to reconcile its ideals with its practices. The mistrust of psychers in the post-heresy Imperium is merely one institutional reflection of the mistrust that defined Magnus's relationship with the Emperor and with his brothers. Overall, we can see Magnus's fall representing the death of possibility. His dream of an enlightened humanity was replaced by the Imperium's fear-driven survivalism and authoritarianism. Every institution thematically linked to Magnus reflects the Imperium's failure to embrace progress and its retreat into dogma and repression. Magnus was the figure of change and progress, and with him gone, the Imperium suffers stagnation. When considering Magnus as a Daemon Primarch, his story intersects with numerous themes and consequences tied to his allegiance to Tzeentch and his role in the post-heresy galaxy. Behind us are some matters that we might discuss about various matters to do with Magnus, and ahead of us are some additional matters we might think about to gain deeper insights into Magnus's life as a servant of Tzeentch, his place in the lore, and his thematic significance. But most importantly, after Magnus, we run into some of the really rich Primarchs to talk about. Magnus, Lorgar, Alpharius, and Horus put together are something like half of the total word count for the script I wrote. It took so long. So think of this as kind of a midway point. To what extent has Magnus retained his original ideals? And how have they been twisted by Tzeentch? Is he still the idealist who sought knowledge and enlightenment? Or has he become entirely subsumed by the schemes of chaos? How does Magnus's fall reflect the dangers of unbridled pursuit of knowledge and understanding? Can his actions as a Daemon Primarch be interpreted as an inversion of his original quest for enlightenment? And how should we understand Magnus's actions as a Daemon Primarch contrasted with the actions of Lorgar and the deaths of Alpharius and Omegon and, spoiler alert, Horus? How much agency do any of these people have? Are Lorgar and Magnus aware of how they are manipulated by the Chaos Gods? Does Magnus justify his actions as necessary for some greater hidden goal, even if he understands that he's being manipulated and enslaved by Tzeentch? How does Tzeentch view Magnus? Is he a particularly prized tool, a faithful servant, a potential rival? Is he just another pawn and his power doesn't matter? How does Magnus regret his deal with Tzeentch? If so, how does he cope with his regret? Does he have any plans to try to subvert or escape Tzeentch's grasp? How does Magnus interact with other prominent servants of Tzeentch, notably Orion and the daemon Kairos Fateweaver? Is this a primarily rivalry situation, or cooperative, or both, or is it more complicated than that because they all think that they're so smart? The Daemon Primarch Magnus has a rare level of intelligence and psychic power even among the followers of Chaos. What's his role in the great game between the Chaos powers? How does he stand out among Tzeentch's champions? What is Magnus's relationship with his brothers, who also fell to Chaos? Notably, Mortarion, Fulgrim, and Angron, other single-power Primarchs. Do they share mutual respect? Or is it all about grudges and the outright hostility that comes from them being servants of rival powers? How do they collaborate or clash in service to their respective gods? What about Perturabo, Lorgar, and Abaddon, who each are not servants of a specific god, but instead Chaos Undivided? What role does Magnus play in Abaddon's Black Crusades and his broader plans for the galaxy? How has the Thousand Sons Legion changed under Magnus's leadership? It's certainly not an unified force like the Word-Bearers, and the Rubric Marines remain central to each warband of the Thousand Sons. But post-Rubric, what is Magnus's ongoing relationship with Orion? Does he harbor resentment, grudging admiration, or something more complex towards his former chief librarian and current exile? How do the Thousand Sons maintain their numbers and influence as a Daemon Legion? And what role does Magnus play in this? And for that matter, does Magnus believe that the rubric of Ahriman can be undone in the same way that Ahriman himself does? What are Magnus's broader goals as a Daemon Primarch? Does he continue to pursue his quest for knowledge, or has his role been solely one of vendetta and service? What are Magnus's ultimate plans regarding the Imperium? And does Magnus have a broader vision for humanity's psychic potential or psychic ascendancy? Does he believe himself to still be a psychic messiah, or has his fall to Tzeentch limited these aspirations? What about Magnus's relationship with the Emperor? Does Magnus still hold any vestiges of admiration or love for the Emperor, or has his bitterness consumed him entirely? How does Magnus reflect on his past relationship with the Emperor? Does he view his fall as the Emperor's failure, or his own, or both? Does he view himself as having a higher purpose now, as a true believer of Tzeentch? And for that matter, what's the importance of the difference between Magnus's relationship with the Emperor and that of, for example, Lorgar? What about modern 40k? The Arcs of Omen and all that. How does Magnus perceive the changes in the Imperium under Guilliman's stewardship? Does he continue to see Guilliman as a rival and a target? Does he see him as an unworthy inheritor of the Emperor's legacy? What's Magnus's role in Vashtor's schemes during the Arcs of Omen campaign, and how does that align with Tzeentch's broader goals? Is there any possibility for Magnus or Lorgar to redeem themselves, or have their falls to chaos rendered them irredeemable? What events or figures might trigger a shift in their perspective? And how do Magnus and Lorgar and Abaddon reconcile their actions during and after the heresy with their original ideals? What about the meta-narrative of Magnus's fall? How does Magnus's transformation from an idealistic scholar to a tragic Daemon Primarch reflect broader themes in the 40k universe? What lessons can be drawn from his fall? And how does the character of Magnus cause the audience to think about the duality of enlightenment and hubris? If you want to look at some of these, please leave a comment on the video and then go make your own video.